Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Deadpool Regeneration Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Inko, can you please terminate the identities? Mitsuki said, worried for her best friend's well-being. You are at stage 4. The chances of you surviving are low as it is. I can't. I have to have this baby. It's the last thing of Hisashi I have left, Inko said, holding a photo of them together with a note on the back. She read the note that he left behind, revealing why he died. They weren't poor by any standard, they were middle class. Though Inko came down with cancer soon after they married, it progressed quickly. Quirks slowed it down, but the process did not cure her. A couple of weeks later, Inko found out that she was pregnant, so the situation became dire. Hisashi worked his hardest to provide for his wife and soon-to-be child. Eventually, the insurance couldn't cover the treatment, which dug into their savings, and soon their savings became dangerously low. Hisashi tried to reach out to their extended family for help, only to be ignored by them. He had done his best to provide and get funds, only to be ignored by everyone around him except for his wife's best friend, Mitsuki, and his best friend, Masaru Bakugo. They both tried to help and reach out using their connections to no avail. Inko was 4 months into the identities, and it was not going smoothly. She had many close calls, causing lots of fear from her husband. He was ragged, he sold his childhood home and car. He soon bought a barely functioning one to get around. He made one final attempt to get the money. While driving, his car, mysteriously and accidentally, broke down on a lone road in the dead of night. This caused the car to flip over multiple times, resulting in his death. When they found his body, he had a look of peace, as if he was finally at rest from life itself. He had taken out a life insurance policy, naming his wife as the main benefactor. Mitsuki, I know that Izuku will be fine. Hisashi worked so hard for the both of us, Inko said, rubbing her stomach. She was much thinner, though she kept her hair even after the chemo and quirk treatments. Izuku? Mitsuki asked, confused. Yeah, me and Hisashi decided on the name if it was a girl or a boy. Izuku for a boy and Izumi if it was a girl. The names are unique and stand out. Inko said as her voice lowered. It's just a feeling that the baby is a boy. Inko, Mitsuki started to talk, but Inko grabbed her hand. Looks like little Katsuki will have a friend. I wanted to see the two grow up together. Her voice weakened, and her eyes watered up. She started weeping tears. Mitsuki, can you promise me? Promise. That you take care of him. Mitsuki looked at her childhood friend and nodded, holding her hand. Inko, you will pull through this and raise a healthy baby boy, she yelled, sobbing. Inko smiled as she looked past her best friend and saw her husband behind her. Inko slowly fell back in her bed as her vitals dropped, and the heart monitor flatlined. Mitsuki saw this and yelled for the doctors. They rushed in, trying to resurrect her to no avail. Ma'am, the baby that she carries is preventing us from bringing her back. You have to make the decision to terminate the identities or save the baby, the doctor asked, wearing a saddened face. Mitsuki was going to say terminate the baby until she looked at her childhood friend's face and saw how peaceful she was. Finally at peace after all the pain she had gone through in the past couple of months. Save the baby, she yelled, tears streaming down her face as she slammed her fist into the wall, making a dent. She had to let go of Inko for her son, which is what she would have wanted. They rushed her to the emergency room. Mitsuki watched her childhood friend, more like the sister she never had, get wheeled away. Masaru walked up with a sleeping Katsuki and pulled her into a hug. They waited and waited for their friend's child to come out without the mother. Though Mitsuki was scared because the newborn would come out prematurely. At this point, he had been in the womb for at least 7.5 months, so she had a right to be worried. Eventually, they came out and informed them that Izuku was okay. He was just in the incubator. Ma'am, you were listed as the godmother of the child. Will you take him as your own? The doctor asked, handing her the BRD certificate. Mitsuki took it and wrote down his name, Izuku Midoriya Bakugo. She wiped her tears and let the process of life happen. She and Masaru were the only ones to come to her funeral. Inko was buried next to Hisashi, and all of their assets went to Mitsuki and Masaru, so they put it in the bank for Izuku in the future. She promised to protect Izuku with her life. By the time he was 3, they discovered that he had gotten cancer. Mitsuki was distraught, thinking she would lose Izuku, her son, like Inko. Though a miracle happened when Izuku was in the womb. They studied him and found out that he had had cancer, specific lung cancer, his whole life. It had spread throughout his entire body. However, the reason he didn't get sick or die was that during his time in the womb, Izuku developed his quirk from his mother's stem cells trying to keep him alive. This developed into a quirk using the said stem cells to activate his quirk gene, causing a mutation to give him regeneration. Mitsuki thanked for the miracle, it being Inko's final gift. This brought Mitsuki and Masaru to shed tears of happiness, knowing they wouldn't lose Izuku to cancer like his mother. While Katsuki didn't understand what was happening, he was happy as well. "Kaken, we can be heroes," Izuku said, raising his hand in the air. "Yeah, we can," he yelled, and Izuku looked at his brother and followed suit. "Fuke," Izuku repeated, which Mitsuki heard. "Katsuki." "That was my first swear ever and I wanted you all to read it. Yes, I am talking to you, audience, so don't worry, I am always watching. Love ya. Future Izuku/D.P. Signing out. Izuku! Katsuki yelled, kicking down the door while Masaru walked behind him. "I got my quirk, look." Katsuki yelled, letting little explosions pop off on his hands. Izuku looked closely and inspected the hands. "Looks like Katsuki got his quirk," Mitsuki said while drinking a cup of coffee. "It is a mixture of our quirks, my explosive sweat and your moisturizer quirk," Masaru responded, pouring himself another hot cup of coffee. He sat down and then heard a massive explosion go off. "I just sat down," he said, running with Mitsuki to the boys' room to see Katsuki in the wall and Izuku on the other wall, very close to being shot out of the window. "This happened here? Explain in 30 words or less," she yelled, letting her explosive temper out, pulling them out of the walls. "Me and Kaken were testing his quirk," Izuku said, healing any wounds he got. "Yep, that was what happened." Katsuki groaned in a bit of pain from the blast. "Fine. You two are not in trouble, but next time do this outside," Masaru said, patching Katsuki up. "Sure, Dad," Katsuki said with Izuku sitting next to him. "Yeah, Dad, we won't do it again," Izuku shouted, striking a pose resembling All Might. That made Masaru stop and look at Izuku. He saw his old friend again. "Hisashi, your boy is just like you. I wish that you would have been here for him," he thought, ruffling his hair. "Both of you will make fine heroes. Call it a gut feeling, but I just know it," Masaru said with an uplifting voice. He bent down, picking them up into the air. "You two are my greatest treasure." The two were star-eyed as they looked at their father while Mitsuki recorded the scene and took photos. "Inko, Hisashi, I wish you could have seen them." Cut to school. "Wow, Bakugo, you have a cool quirk," Tsubasa said with his wings folded on his back. "Yeah, I know. I can even shoot explosions out of my feet," Katsuki yelled. "Yeah, it's better than Midoriya's," another student yelled. "When you think about it, he can't really be cool or flashy," another said. "Can he even be a hero? He will just have normal strength. All he does is heal, right? No way he can be a hero. He would just fall behind." "Hey, you don't have to be flashy to be a hero. All I want to do is help people, that is what heroes do," Izuku shouted at kids that had flashier quirks than him. "Yeah, you dim and extras. If you want to be a hero, you have to be helping, not fighting. So shut up about my bro not being able to be a hero." Katsuki yelled at them. This made them shut up because they knew that Katsuki's quirk in general made him stronger than them. "Let's go, Izuku," Katsuki said, marching off angrily from the group of friends. "Kaken, can I be a hero?" Izuku asked, tearing up from what they said. Katsuki looked back and gave him a tight and warm embrace. "Of course you can. The both of us will be the strongest hero duo ever." Katsuki shouted, marching away to lunch with his bro. Yeah, you're right. Izuku responded, nodding his head. Little did I know that those happy times with my family would end in a blink of an eye. Though I have held them close to my heart to keep my sanity, I felt it slipping. Still dreaming, number 617? The doctor asked me, feeling my blood boil. I looked the old man with the bushy mustache in the eyes. You wish, old man, I said, clenching my fist. You still retaliate even now after 10 years. I will tell you what, your determination is one quality of a proper man. It would count more as a hero though. Ha, the doctor told me, mocking my dream to be a hero. Without me here, your precious Numu couldn't even take a blow from Hound Dog, I taunted him. He turned around, pressing a button that electrocuted me. Gare! What? I hit a sore spot. I yelled in pain, feeling my skin burning severely. My, number 617, you just don't know when to be quiet. Well, you are right. The regeneration you have is not a quirk, rather a mutation that happened to you when you were conceived. Without you, the Numu couldn't take a hit, the doctor said, pulling out multiple tubes. I call it the X gene. Real, original and edgy, Izuku blurted out, getting shocked again. You are 1 in 10 billion chance. You are the only one of your kind. So we can't take it, but we can surely be able to copy it, the doctor said, injecting me with multiple syringes. You know, Doc, they will never be better than the original. I said, swiping my hand randomly at him. I know, but I can get close, which is enough for me and him, the doctor said, checking my vitals. Your blood is rather strange. It will shift to what it needs like your original is O, but it became AB when it needed to. I am just that amazing. To be honest, number 617, out of the 10 billion people on this planet, you will remain special no matter what person gets born or made, the doctor said, pulling up his grandson Tsubasa, or Numu no. Izuku hated him the most because he was the reason he was there in the first place. Looks like your grandson is nothing more than a puppet like always, I said, hitting my chains against the wall. You know, he led you here by my orders and now he is helping the emissary with his plans. Ha, the doctor laughed out loud like a maniac. Well, have a fun time while I am gone, number 617, the drags I injected you with should take effect by now. He said as the door behind him shut, locking instantly. My skin felt like it was melting while my senses went crazy, making the pain more unbearable. My bones were cracking from my muscles contracting too tightly. My whole cellular membrane was getting melted away as my nervous system went crazy, making me have spastic movements. After a couple of hours, my body conquered the drags and began to heal me. The floor was covered with blood that flowed out of my body, overtaking the dried bloodstains from the previous night. Looks like I get to see you again, child of man. I looked up to see the very appealing woman, that is death. This is our second time meeting, this is death. I said, sticking out my hand, trying to grasp her, believing what Kaken told me before you touch death, you die instantly, still can't believe that was in a children's book. Like before, I can't seem to find out why you won't pass on. Though that is the best thing about you playing hard to get, she said, standing by the doorway of my cage. Here I thought you liked me for me, I said, smiling at her, something about her made me feel giddy inside. That is also a factor, little one. Once you pass on, your soul will be mine for eternity because you are the first ever in all of my time as Death seen me while still alive. Death says, tilting her head at me, smiling. That sounds like a great plan for me, honey, though that won't happen till I destroy that doctor and become a hero. I say, clapping my hands. Oh yes, your dream to help others is another part of you I like. Would you like to see them again, Izuku, like last time? Death asked as I nodded my head. She shows me my family, even after 10 years, they are still looking for me. Mom was crying, holding my picture as Dad and Kaken held her. Their lives would have been better if I just never existed. I wouldn't have had to push Mom out of the way while the man in the suit and black mask grabbed me into the portal with Tsubasa. I could remember the look of terror in her eyes as tears flowed out. The best I could do is smile and say, "Don't worry, I will find my way back one day." Those were my final words that she ever heard from me. Izuku, I heard, getting out of my head. When will you leave this place? His death asked me, and I smiled wider. Tonight, I say as she fades, smiling at me. I clap my hands again, making the needle come out of my hand that I swiped from the doctor when he injected me with the experimental drags. Though these shackles aren't from the pirate times, their tech was made for the doctor to shock me. I placed the needle in my mouth and spit the needle towards an unstable tank that was covered in my chemical-filled blood and saliva. It rammed into the tank's cord, making the toxic chemicals leak out and catch fire the moment it touched the oxygen around along with the toxic blood. It made an explosion that would have made Kaken proud. The fire should be able to either free me or kill me. It's a win-win, I think, smiling as the explosion reaches me. Kaboom, ya doctor. Just now a local factory for manufacturing self-defense items has blown up. Our sources say it was the work of villains looking for gear. Though it closed for the month, so we have no casualties except for an arm found at the point where the explosion started, the news lady says as Bakugo shuts off the TV. He shifts his head to the left, looking at a photo of his missing brother. One day you will come back, won't you? Bakugo asks himself while walking out of his room. He looks at his mother, who is trying to keep herself up, and the same could be said about his father. His father is a fashion designer while his mother is a model, so it works out. They have been looking for leads since he was kidnapped. They buried themselves in work, but it couldn't distract them. Due to the extra money, they hired private investigators to find their son, but they always would quit the search. Katsuki, she yelled out, hanging up her phone. They found a lead. They all rushed into the car, speeding down the road. Dad, the cops are after us. I shouted, and he just sped up, making multiple turns and eventually losing them. Dad, where the hell did you learn to run from the cops? His father looked at him. You learn things when you are young. I look at him and nod. I know close to nothing about my dad when he was younger. For all I know, he was a part of the Yakuza with Uncle Hisashi. So what is the lead? And who are you? Mom yelled at the detective that was on the case. He was Detective Naomesa, the man that you can't lie to. If you would stop shaking me, I will tell you, he said, getting dizzy after being shaken. He took us to his office and opened a box revealing a severed arm. This is the arm we found at the explosion, he said, looking at us with his eyes narrowing. The news said it was villains, but the truth is that we found a lab down there. The computers were destroyed, but this arm survived the fire. Inside a cage there, we got a DNA sample from it, Naomesa says, sliding the results. It is your missing son's arm. This means he is out there somewhere even after taking the blast point. He smiled and looked into our eyes. Your son is alive. Just wait a bit till he shows up or we will find him. Cut to Izuku. Haha. I'm out. Izuku laughed, smashing a Numu's head with his foot that was sent out for him. What to do? What to do? I don't have a plan, he said out loud, with his wounds healing at a rapid pace. The doctor may have upgraded his regeneration accidentally without knowing. Not like he was going to tell him anyways. It's a revenge story to put simply, what do you think? Wow, a fourth wall break. What 10 years of torture and being experimented on would cause any sane person to become me? Being free yet so shackled because I want to kill them all. I say, looking down. I don't want to be charged for exposure. He looked around in a place, trash can, for clothes. He eventually found some clothes. Convenient. Now I need some weapons if I am going to take them down. I say, walking down the sidewalk. I am not in America, so I can't go to Walmart for a gun, so the junkyard it is. Walking down the street, I go to the closest dump, which turned out to be a beach I used to go to. Who did this? Is that a truck? I yelled. Doesn't matter, killing the doctor then returning to your family. I say, toppling a pile and feeling multiple pipes impale me. Sheet, that hurts. I yelled, noticing my left arm was gone too. A piece of rusted sheet metal got my arm. Man, I just got that back. I chuck the arm into the ocean for the fishes. Let me do this when it is not pitch black at night. Gotta find a place to stay, maybe that abandoned pizza joint that suddenly is in Japan for some reason. Walking into the building was alright. The place looked haunted, but if it has a place to sleep with shelter, then it's home. Sleeping there was the best because I was not chained up. Sure, I have infinite stamina, but that doesn't mean I can't sleep. Cut to the morning. Had to time skip my sleeping time. I yell, throwing a chair into the wall. Okay, this is my home, an abandoned pizza joint that is far from people. So that means I own this place now. I say, walking out the front door, heading towards the beach. Gotta say I look like a mess. My clothes are dirty and ripped. I look so bad that a lady stopped and gave me her change, so now I have enough to buy half of a nugget. Okay, time to search this beach. I say, sliding down the rail. I will have to spend a couple of hours searching for anything useful. Hey! F dash! I screamed out. Are you stealing my supplies? No, I am looking for anything useful for me to use for my revenge, then go home. I say to the dirty and greased-up pink-haired girl who had a pair of reddish steampunk goggles on. Well then don't take my supplies. I need them if I am going to UA when I turn 18. I need these supplies to pass the quiz. She says while aiming a gun at me. I get that, but why are you aiming a gun at me? Just a little encouragement from me so you don't take, she said in full seriousness. I grab a piece of metal and feel a bullet piercing my hand. F dash. I yelled at her, smiling. How about this, I will bring you the parts, and you will invent what I need. She thought about it and then nodded. Sure thing, just don't steal my parts, acting as if she didn't just shoot me. From that day forward, May would come to the beach every other day and tell Izuku what to bring to her ultra super mega awesome lab/workshop/living quarters, which just turned out to be her parents' garage. It was nice to finally have someone to talk to that wasn't Mster's death or himself. Don't get him wrong. He loved talking to them. But having someone his age to talk to was nice. Okay, Pinky, I am going to track down people that kidnap me, then deal with them. Then profit. Any questions? Izuku said, wearing a dirty lab coat showing a presentation. May raised her hand sitting on her couch in the garage/workshop/bedroom. How are you going to track them? Excellent question. I don't know. Izuku said, breaking the stick he was using to point at the points. Sheet. Well, I was going to start by rating the bases of the people that I saw them work with. Izuku said, taking off the lab coat. Until they tell me where the doctor is. Yeah, that is not going to work. May said as Izuku messed with her gadgets, causing them to be blown into the wall. Izuku twisted his head back to its normal state, making May cringe a bit. We'll not get used to that, maybe? Well, I make your gear, but that will take time and money. May said, making Izuku stop. Money? Yep, you are my first and only client, so you need to pay. Discounted, by the way. She responded by throwing him a hoodie and sweats. Fine, I will get the money. Then my plan goes into effect. Izuku said, putting on the new clothes. Hee, this will be fun. How to make money while having no experience in anything. Izuku said aloud, walking down the sidewalk and noticing a commotion in an alley. Looks like that is my calling. Izuku yelled, rushing in. Izuku ran in to see a situation unfolding that he didn't expect, and quietly walked backwards. There is no way in hell I am messing with that. Okay, let's go on a spree for some cash legally. Izuku said, cutting to him confronting a drag dealer for his drags and money. Free is free. He said, doing the same to the others in the city. He saw a massive person selling drags and decided to confront him. Hey, have you seen my favorite hero around? Izuku yelled, only to be grabbed and slammed into a car. What did your feelings get her dash? Izuku was thrown into the street, cracking it. I am a hippo. Okay, I heard you like them chunky. Izuku shouted, getting up. Shut up. Izuku put his fist up, taunting him to rush him. Which he did, throwing a punch that Izuku dodged, uppercutting him, which did nothing. That's all you got? The giant yelled, grabbing Izuku's arm and throwing him. It is times like this where I think this was a bad idea. Izuku said, slamming into another car's windshield. He turned around to see a frightened mother and child. Don't worry, I will take care of it. He said in an uplifting voice meant to ease their fears. That went out the window when he realized he was hurt. That's not good. Izuku stated, grabbing his side. Then he got a great idea. I am Indiana Jones. Izuku yelled, using his surroundings to his advantage. He threw something to distract the giant. Let me go, you dash, he tried to say, but Izuku took the opportunity to pull away. Looks like I am good at this, he said, looking back on the chaos he caused. Maybe I am a bit rough around the edges. He left the scene to fight more crime, getting slammed into a bar full of criminals drinking and having fun until he came in. He took the wallet of the guy he knocked out. Hey, don't worry about the damages, I will pay, Izuku said, pulling a stool to him and sitting down. Oh, you're that guy beating up drag dealers around, the guy said, taking the money. Sure, but I am doing this for my revenge, plus I need the money, Izuku said, taking a swing from a bottle. Look, I need cash to pull it off, so do you guys have jobs that I will get paid for? He asked, getting a nod. Yeah, we do. We are all mercenaries, so you want to sign up? He asked as Izuku nodded. My name is Weasel and I need a name so we can bet on the Deadpool, so when you die we get paid for our bets. Weasel said to him. Well, my name is Izuku Midoriya. So sign my. What month is it? He asked, not knowing the date. It is January 17th. Then sign me up, Izuku shouted as Weasel signed his name on the board. Izuku smiled like a madman. This is the beginning of a great friendship, Izuku said to Weasel as they clinked their glasses together. Wow. This looks like the beginning of a long novel and a story that might become much bigger than it should be. Izuku said, I knew you were a bit loony, so I should get used to this. Cheers to our newest member, Weasel yelled as everybody cheered and drank. Izuku was stumbling his way around the sidewalk at 3 in the morning until he made it to a certain pink-haired girl's garage. He thought he couldn't get drunk, but they found a way to make him drink constantly. He knocked on the door. A couple fingers from the door popped out, and the door slid up to reveal a grease-covered May. What's up? Did you get the money for the gear you want from little Omi? She said, wide awake but a little jittery. He tilted his head to the side to see multiple empty cups of coffee, some on the ground. Yep, I got the money, he said loudly, collapsing on the ground. May looked left then right inside. She dragged Izuku in by the arms and shut the garage door, continuing to work for the night. My head feels like a hammer is stuck in it, Izuku said groggily. There is, I dropped it accidentally, Hatsum said with her goggles on welding. Izuku yanked the hammer from his head, spilling some brain matter to the ground. Well, you gave me the money, so wait till your prototype gear is made. Then we'll talk about the superhero suit, Hatsum said with a grin that only an insane person could make. Look, I may be super, but far from a hero, Hatsum, I say, picking up a crudely made blade from scrap metal. Do you have any guns for my use? I asked, putting the blade on my back. Of course, the beach was filled with them. Take 2 for free, but you pay for the ammo, May said, spinning her chair around to face me. Anyway, can I get another discount? Her eyes zoomed in, studying my body and bloody clothes. Sure thing, crazy head, but are you sure? She asked me. I weighed my options, then threw them out the window. Sure thing, Pinkie Pie. Okay, stick your hand out, she yelled as I followed her directions. She grabbed the pair of gauntlets. They opened, unlocking themselves for him, so he slid his hands into the cold steel gloves, then closed tightly to fit. They powered on with a hum, with some LEDs glowing a nice dark blue. Nice, this rules. Good, that means the spring locks didn't fail, Hatsum said with glee. Spring locks, what now? I asked, hearing multiple snaps. The locks that opened clamped down tighter. There they go, Hatsum says, knowing what exactly is going to happen to me. Suddenly the locks failed, causing intense pain. Motherfucker, this hurts more than eating pineapple pizza, I yelled, breathing heavily. Oh shit, Hatsum yelled from my reaction. Hatsum, cut the arms off or I will 127 hours it, I yelled, with Hatsum cutting the arms off, then wrapping them so blood didn't get everywhere. We spent a bit of time cleaning up the mess in silence until I broke it. Okay, that was a terrible idea, but did I get the discount? I asked, with her nodding. Well, by tomorrow my arms should be back, so I will get some stuff from the dump, I said, with May tying a little red wagon to me. When I came back, the cops were there. The officer turned around and huffed, a crocodile tail smacking the ground behind him. He was squinting hard. It looked like he could hardly see. I'm guessing you're a friend, oh Maze? Nothing bad happened that I'm aware of, just another noise complaint. With this, the officer knocked on the door to the garage and yelled, May. Open up. The door slid open and May emerged covered in oil like usual. What is it now? She asked, annoyed. This is the last warning I can give you, girlie, the officer replied. I know that you're going to be a great inventor someday, but for now you need to keep it down, especially at night, okay? The neighbors are getting all uppity again. May nodded solemnly and said, I understand, officer, thank you. The officer looked sad but nodded and left. Have a good day, May. Izuku watched the tailed officer leave and walked into the garage. May was sitting on a stool with her head resting face down on a scorched and cluttered table. Izuku waited there for a second, contemplating before he set the parts down on the table and rested his stub on May's shoulder, spraying some blood on her. You know, handsome, I think I have a place that you could use as a workshop and not get any complaints. May's head shot up and she looked at Izuku with wide eyes, their noses almost touching. Where? Izuku scratched the back of his head awkwardly before simply saying, Come with me. The two exited the garage, shutting it behind them. Soon they arrived at an old pizza place, and even though May was hesitant at first, seeing Crazy Head go with no fear made it a bit better. Izuku led May through a door that said, Employees only, to another room. Inside this room there were shelves on the walls and a table sitting in the middle. So, Crazy Head said with a bit of hesitation, What do you think? May sat there for a second, stunned. All of this. Just for her. Tears pricked her eyes a little. Thank you, Kraz. It's perfect. Izuku grinned wide, brightening the whole room and making May take in a breath. Of course, handsome. What are friends for? May smiled back, a tear rolling down her cheek. Yeah. May arrived home that night, the smile having not left her face since leaving the old pizza joint. She walked up the steps to the front door before she noticed it. There were cars in the driveway. Her family was home. No big deal, she can handle this. No, she can't. She opened the door quietly, shutting and locking it behind her as stealthily as possible before tiptoeing towards the door to the garage. May, an angry voice stopped her. Come in here, please. The minute May's head hung. They had caught her. She trudged into the living room where her family all sat around. May, her father said, We got another noise complaint today. May flinched a little and nodded, not daring to say a word. We have indulged you in trying to follow our footsteps and become an inventor, but you should find something else to do, her mother continued. Maybe take up a position at a lighthouse or mountain ranger. Your quirk would be really handy there. This was something May had heard before. Unlike her parents or her siblings, her quirk wasn't really applicable to inventing. Her younger sister was able to draw perfect memories that she can draw out without missing details. Her younger brother was able to know how to use any tool he picked up flawlessly. Her father was able to forge tools from raw materials with his bare hands, and her mother was able to write code flawlessly, one of the quickest on the planet, something May had been proud of when she was younger. Her quirk, however, it was useless. Everyone had told her in school. The very reason she didn't go. Her family and counselors tried to convince her to choose a different career path. The reason she doesn't talk to either if given the chance. Even though her parents had allowed her to use the garage to make her inventions, they also made her sleep there so as to not disturb the rest of the house. She had to build an AC unit from scratch to help with the lack of insulation in the garage. We will be having dinner in an hour. Would you like to join us for once or just have your cup of ramen in your workshop instead? Her sister sneered. Calling in that noise complaint was a great idea. May mumbled off an answer before quickly slinking into the garage where she let off a huge sigh. She made herself her dinner. Cheap cup ramen that her parents give her so that she doesn't starve. Then climbed into bed. A couch that she found at Dagoba. Later that night May woke up in a cold sweat. She had just had a nightmare. They were common. As she lay there looking at the ceiling, she finally realized something. Izuku had given her a workshop and whatever else she might need, she should take him more seriously. Meanwhile with the main character, okay, I am going to only ask this once, where is the doctor? I yelled, aiming a blade at the goon's head. I slammed a knife into a photo of the goon. He made me ask twice. I yelled, pulling off my white ski mask. Does the mask muffle my voice? Don't answer that. I said, pulling out a pool stick from my gut. God, this can take years. I am just trying to dismember one guy, not his goons. Why does life hate me so? I said, getting a message from Weasel. My first job. Anis guy is stalking a girl. That seems like a good way for free food. I put on my red coat that I bought, stole, and I took off to a random person's home. Pizza DLVI. Genten said, knocking on the door. The owner opened the door. I didn't order anything, he said, confused. I did just come in, I will pay, I said, coming out of the back room. Who the hell did the F are you doing in my crib? The owner tried to act tough until I pulled out my gun at him. Hey, take it easy. If Jiren wants his money, I will get him next week. He freaked out. Shut up, I am not here for you. I am here for him, I said, looking at Genten. Oh, thank God I pushed my gun to his chest, making him fall back. Not out of the woods yet. I opened the pizza to show a nice proper original pepperoni pizza with stuffed crust. I grabbed a slice, taking a bite. Oh my God, that is so good. It has been a long time since. I grabbed Genten's shirt, shoving him into the wall with the gun under his jaw. Please don't kill me, I didn't do anything wrong, he yelled out in terror. Oh yes, you have. Spreading rumors, stalking, and attempted RP. 2 of these would have made me kill you brutally, but turns out she is a kind soul you have been ruining the life of. I said in a rash voice while tears flowed from his eyes. I am going to do something that will make you think twice about doing the stuff you have been doing to her again. I said, shooting a bullet near his foot, making him jump. Then I put the gun in his hand. Pull the trigger at your head before I blow up the home of your parents. She said for nothing to happen to you, so your parents will do. I said, pulling out a button. He instantly aimed the gun at me, then pulled the trigger, only hearing a click. Dumbest choice you have made yet in your life. Now for your parents. I clicked the button and a massive explosion was heard. His eyes lost color, filled with tears. I took the gun from his catatonic self and the pizza I ordered. If you talk to her or even look at her, I will come find you and kill you. I said to the boy, with his head slowly nodding. Also, your cat's litter box is filled up, I said to the owner. I don't own a cat? I looked at him, surprised. Then whose litter box did I take a sheet in? I walked down the street with the phone from the kid. I shifted my head to the side, looking at the billboard I blew up that said, Genten's parents' home. What? I have some soft spots and I do have some hard spots that came out wrong. Either way, that kid smelled like sheet after I pressed the button, just want to let you know. I said, walking into a skate park and walking up to a group of girls. Hey Ibra Shiozaki, it's Dawn. She gave me a hug. And that's why we do it mostly for the money though. I said, backing up from her. Thank the Lord for your help. You're my hero. No, I am not a hero, I am a guy that gets the job done unlike them or the police, I said, patting her head. Well, you're my hero and that was an extra payment, she said quietly. I handed her the phone. If he bothers you again, give that to the cops, then he will be arrested or I will just kill him, I said, walking away to the bar with my golden card. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, someone should have told you not to mess with me. I sang, aiming my pistol into the sky and shooting twice. Bang, bang. Now where is the doctor? I yelled, shooting a guy's foot. Tell me where your boss is. I yelled, slicing their arms with my crudely made blades. One jumped on my back, so I flipped him to the ground. Demon spider monkey. Oh wait, you are a monkey. Oh, did I just do a quirkism? I said, shooting him. After a few guys that were not living anymore for some reason, the boss was a brutish type. He was massive in size compared to me. Okay, where is your boss? I said, aiming my blade at him. Oh man, you got tossed in the face. I yelled out, turning away. Just shut up. He yelled, swiping his arm at me, which I sliced off. Where is the doctor? You one-armed scumbag. I stabbed his other free hand, trying to block the blade. I kicked his face, breaking his nose and sending him crashing into a bunch of wooden boxes. I walked out with no information, so I lit the place on fire. Hey Midoriya, any luck yet? Weasel asked me. Nope. Found out the place that I lit on fire was the wrong address, so I took out the wrong drag ring. Turns out the one I needed to take out was a street over. That would explain the amount of blades, spikes, and bullet holes in you right now. Izuku looked down, assessing himself. Well, you missed the part where I still have a dog biting my foot right now. I said with a collected tone, lifting my foot to show a chihuahua. Did not know that they even sold them here. I said, walking out with it still biting. Eventually, it left me alone, so I left for the pizzeria. Hatsum, you in here? I asked, throwing a knife at a photo of a guy with glasses, the one I had to kill. He died later of shock, so I didn't get information or get to kill him because he saw the fire. He had PTSD from fire? I didn't. Izuku, are you talking to the air again? Hatsum asked me as I snapped back to her. I am talking to them, not the air, Hatsum. I said, sliding into red Crocs. Again, I still don't understand, but I will let it slide. So did this purge of life get you anywhere close? She asked, spinning around to face me, shifting her legs on top of each other. Well, no, but I got to take out 2 drag rings and set one on fire in the process, accidentally, I said, jumping on the couch after saying that. Either way, you took out bad guys, so all in a day's work, right, Izuku? She said with a smile. I thought about it for a bit, then nodded to her sentiment. Yeah, but I want a specific person to kill, the others I could care less about. Taking out my phone to check the news. Endeavor got blamed for the fire. Izuku, you need to take better care of my babies. The sword is cracked along with guns being very damaged. Were you punching people with them? She asked, using her quirk to zoom and inspect the weapons. Maybe. Remember, I am fighting multiple people, so can you let me slide with the damage I cause? I said, looking at cat videos. Okay, fine, you get a slide. Though your suit will take some time, I will finish it soon. Hatsum said, showing me the blueprints. Also, you need to learn martial arts. But I am unkillable. It's like telling someone that can fly to walk. I said, sneakily trying to rub my third leg. Well, one day you might fight someone like All Might with super strength, so you being unkillable won't matter. Hatsum yelled at me. And stop trying to mess around. I know what you do when you put on those red Crocs. Tisich, buskill. I said, sliding my hand out. Look, at least learn the basics so I don't have to worry so much about you. She said, looking deeply into my eyes as if she was begging. Fine, I will learn, but if you sleep tonight, because unlike me, who has almost infinite stamina, I can stay up for days while you could tire yourself out like this. I said, kicking off my Crocs. She thought for a bit, then nodded. Sure thing, Izuku. I should have listened to her. He yelled while sliding under a semi-truck. Not now, Truck-kun. The truck got broken through by a massive bear that ran towards me on all fours. If you are wondering why I am running away, it's because I took a job to kill this thing. Come back here so I can use your skull as a cup? He yelled, speeding up. Fine, you want to fight, then fight Papa Bear. I shouted, turning around instantly and shoving my blade into his paw. He smacked me into a car, crushing the blade. I just had it fixed. Wonder if Hatsum has insurance? I asked myself as I got pinned to the ground with one arm of his. Boy, I am going to have some fun with you. He roared at my face. You're just filled with the most ridiculous lines, aren't you? I said, shooting his eyes. Garf you. The grizzly yelled at me as I dusted myself off. Now that is more like a villain line. I said, moonwalking and dodging his wild claws. Nah, I'd rather dance since I can't fight you fairly. I said, spinning quickly then going on my tippy toes. You demon brat, you think this is a game and that I am a joke. I looked at him while pulling out a white hat from nowhere. Maybe, I said, leaning forward at a 45-degree angle. I am gonna kill Wadash. I shot out his other eye, trading blows with him, ripping my guts out and sending me flying back into the street, cracking it. Cheap shot, I said, getting up with both guns equipped. I can smell you, boy. You can't hide from me. That has to be the most cheesy villain line ever. Is it hard to be original like me? I am kicking your butt by copying dance moves off HeroTube instead of learning martial arts like I was asked to. I admitted as he blindly charged at me. I shot out his foot, making him fall forward, then I heard a click. I didn't count. Good thing I bring 2 guns. I yelled, pinging my gun with my mouth and using the other to punch his nose. Raw war, he screamed in pain as I shoved my empty clipped gun down his throat. I punched down on his jaw, making him choke on the gun. Time to take your daily dose of lead. I shouted, unloading the rest of my bullets into his back where his heart is. Click, click, click. Ha 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 ha, this was the worst job yet, and my last one was about helping a girl out with her cheating boyfriend. I said, walking away from the corpse. Man, I am hungry. Well, not really. I say, walking down the empty street of the bad side of Mizudafu. Not even the heroes will come over here. That is why the gold card is active. We deal with the trash hiding in the shadows. We aren't good guys, but we do our best. Suddenly, a godly smell hit me. The hell is that? I yelled, running into a shop full of maybe legal Mexicans. They looked at my bloody hoodie with the visible gun in my holster. They all instantly went back to eating. I will pay for whatever that smell is coming from. I yelled, and a sweet old grandma grabbed my hand, leading me to a table with a colorful table mat. She placed a weird long deep-fried bread in front of me. How do I? She picked it up and placed it into my mouth. Chimichanga, she said in a sweet voice. Grandma, I love you. I yelled, shoving it into my mouth. I ordered many more to go for me and Hatsum. I left my entire paycheck for the introduction to a godly tasting and funny named food. Look, it wasn't that bad, I said, backing up from a very angry Mei Hatsum that was in front of me. I said to learn martial arts. So what do you learn instead? Dance moves that had nothing to do with fighting. She berated me. Hey, it worked. I killed that teddy bear, got the money, and found this godly piece of hilarious food. She looked at me like she was going to rip my head off, and to tell the truth, it hurt. I pulled her into a hug that she was resistant to. Look, Hatsum, I will learn it just for you because you are my partner in crime for all of this. Fine, but you better learn it or I will find a way for you to permanently lose your manhood, understand? She said into my ear, making me instinctively grab my crotch. She walked away leaving a mess. Those words made me feel strange inside. She doesn't even know what she is doing to me. I think I'm biting my chimichanga that I bought earlier. Looks like I will need to do better if I want my revenge to happen. I began to search for clues linking dozens of more groups that were connected to the doctor. Most were just suppliers for drags like Trigger or Cane that I gladly took for myself. The Cane, not the Trigger. Though they did have some intel on them about a man that was making a perfected version of Trigger, but I couldn't confirm it. I ran into All Might and Endeavor a couple of times. All Might, or Captain Steroids as he is, has been trying to turn me into a superhero like no other because, and I quote, I see great potential in you, young Midoriya. Ha ha ha. He told me in his deep voice. Turns out leaving arms, guts, and tons of blood on crime scenes can really get you caught on what your secret identity is to the cops. I don't care that they know who I am because I am not stopping till my mission is done. Endeavor still hates me for tagging his agency all over with his actual name, Enduhor. Look at me, you pasta-faced bee, where is your boss? I yelled, holding a grunt over a building. He wasn't talking, so I dropped him to the ground, hearing a splat. I stuck my finger into my chest. Holes that were caused by bullets. Ouch, these guys sure know how to shoot. I said, kicking a head I sliced off like a soccer ball into a trash can. Score. Just need to keep going. It has been a year's worth of work taking down drag rings, but I finally got my lead for my revenge. I yelled, kicking down the door to the pizzeria in my green suit that Hatsum made for me to fight with. It provided me with more protection and weapon storage. Hatsum, I am home. I yelled, catching her when she flew at me with her new prototype jetpack. Izuku, you're back. Did you get any gear from the villain? She asked with a lovely crazed smile. No, but I finally got a lead on the doctor. He is going to be in a convoy soon, so I will finally get back at him for all he has done to me. May and I have been working together for a while now, though she has been helping me out with some mental problems that I got from the torture they did to me. Looks like we can finally put an end to him, and maybe we can start a new chapter in our partnership," she yelled while sliding me a paper for UA University. "Soon I can start the dream that you have been helping me with since our team up. You still have a lot of time. The both of us are still, what month is it?" I asked, not knowing. "November, I think." She said, "Well, we are still 15-ish. You have to wait 3 years till you can do your dream that I will gladly be the test subject of," I said proudly, taking my mask off. "Well then, let's head to the gold card to celebrate for your lead and my breakthrough in making a gold titanium alloy," she yelled, putting on her red coat. I could tell she cleaned herself up from the soot and grease that I am used to seeing. It was breathtaking how appealing she was cleaned up. Then again, I like her dirty self just as much. "Come on, Izuku. Let's go before it gets too late," she yelled, wrapping my red coat around me. "Sure, let's go, and I got a shortcut." Time skip to the gold card. "Works every time," I say with May looking confused. "What are you talking about? We walked here like normal," she said, very confused. "Not important. We walked to see them all look at us." "It's Captain Deadpool," they yelled, putting their drinks up. "Captain Deadpool?" I asked, sitting at the bar stools. "Well, technically you can't die from anything, not even cancer like you said. So you will forever be on the Deadpool board," Weasel said to me as I looked up to see who bet on me. "You bet on me dying. You're a terrible friend," I said, sliding him a note for a drink. "Well, it was when you first started, and I thought I would finally win some money," he admitted, making the drink called the BLWJB. "Well, the name is cool, but drop the captain part, so the name Deadpool is your alias now," Hatsum exclaimed when a newbie showed up and walked up to her. "Hey, how much for 10 minutes? He asked, wrapping his arm around her and eyeing her drink. "Sing me off." "Look, buddy." I wouldn't. Suddenly Hatsum grabbed his junk and began to squeeze tightly. "Look, big boy, I ain't that type of girl, so you better say the magic words before they stop functioning," she said with a tone that was dripping with venom. "Please let go." He gasped with May dropping him to the ground. "Wow, Hatsum, that was pretty cool," I said, drinking my liquor. "That was nothing," she said, sipping her chocolate milk, more like chugging. "Hey Barbara, can you give this to Big Tony and say it was from Kisuk?" I say, handing her the drink I specially ordered. Hatsum and I looked at the scene as it unfolded with glee. Tony took a sip of the drink and spat it out with rage. He stomped over to Kisuk, who had a mutation that made him look like a turtle, a snapping turtle to be exact. "Hey, you think this is a funny joke?" Tony yelled. His quirk was called Drunken Rage. He grows stronger the more drunk he is. He slams his fist into Kisuk's face, making a brawl happen with people making a perfect circle somehow. By the end of it, Kisuk was on the ground bleeding. All right, everybody back up, let me check," Weasel yelled, putting a mirror under Kisuk's nose, seeing that he was still breathing. "False alarm, guys, he is still alive so no one gets paid," Weasel said, making everyone groan. "That was a good show. Right, Hatsum?" I asked, looking at her to see that she was swaying side to side. "Oh no," I said, with Weasel looking at me oddly. "Why the oh man? She must have drank some alcohol. She gets a bit crazy when it comes to drinking," I said with a concerned tone. "Last time I was left as just ahead," I yelled with May tackling me. "Here, Isuku, let's make a baby again?" she slurred. They all looked at me shocked. "You have a kid?" Weasel yelled. No, she just calls her inventions babies, false alarm," I yelled, picking her up. "Whoa, I am floating and why is it getting dark?" She then passed out, alerting me exactly what happened to her. "Did someone spike her drink?" I yelled out, narrowing my eyes on the newbie who was smirking. "Oh, the where deserve. I just shot his head and gave Weasel a stack of cash." He counted the cash and nodded at me to leave. I put away my gun and left with May in my arms. We got home, and I placed her in the bed I bought her so she didn't have to sleep on a dirty couch. She latched onto me, not letting me go. "Please don't leave me alone," she said, with tears leaving her shut eyes. "I will never, not even when I am done with my mission," I said to her, holding her tightly, letting the darkness swallow me into a slumber. I'm the real Slim Shady. Oh hi, if you're wondering what I am doing on the side of this highway ledge. Well, I found a little birdie that chirped to me where the hell the doctor is, so this is my revenge for what he did to me and made from me. I say, drawing myself up. I see a massive convoy down the road with multiple cars driving at a fast pace. There he is. Time for payback, you son of a beach. I say, getting up. Maximum effort. I walk off the ledge, falling at very fast speeds. Crashing through the sunroof of one of the SUVs, I get up and show them my appealing picture. "Have you seen this man?" My head gets slammed into the back of the front seat. "Premium leather," I say, kicking the guy beside me out of the car into the road. I kick another goon into the back of the SUV, making the back door open up with him hanging out the back. He looks so stoopy. I get cut off with my head repeatedly being slammed into the radio, changing the song. Ow ow ow. Oh wait, stop, I like this one. Ow. I elbow the goon hitting me and grab the steering wheel, making the car ram into a motorcycle about to shoot me. Then I follow it up by choking another goon with my legs. I hope you don't have a choking cane, K. I grab the steering wheel again. Wait, I don't know how to drive. I'm only 15. The car then flips as the world around me begins to slow down. Hold on, did I tell Hatsum to turn off the stove? The world sped up again with the SUV flipping to its side, with the guy in the back that was dragged slamming into a highway sign. The rest of the cars stop with quirks aimed at the flipped car. I get out from the opposite side. Oh shit. I knew I was forgetting something. My bullets. I say under my breath. Okay, showtime. I raise my head. Hey, I instantly put my head down from gunshots. You may be wondering why the green suit. Well, it matches my hair. I raise my hands and point at a guy. This guy has the right idea. His hair is black, so he wore the black breathes. The guy looks down to see that he is matching. Okay, I only have 12 bullets, so you're gonna have to share. I yell, jumping into the air and shooting 2 in the head with 1 bullet. 11. I yell, running at them, dodging their quirks. Is your quirk literally making your hands into a rock? I ask, shooting his head. 10. I dodge a weak stream of fire from one and spot a guy that looks like a pig. I shoot them both in the head, then kick the bodies to the others. 8. I use the butt of my guns to slam into 2 faces that have strength enhancer quirks. I shoot them directly into their hearts twice when they flinch from the earlier blow. 6. A bull mutation quirk guy stabs his horns into my chest against the flipped car. I lock my hands together, slamming them down with lots of force on his head, breaking his horns. I aim at his eye, blasting his head to bits. 5. I take out the horns from my chest, throwing them to the ground. A red-faced person rushes me with steam coming off his body. I slide under him, shifting my body and shooting him in the back of the head. 4. The final group of goons tackles me to the ground, making me miss fire twice. Motherfuckers. I said share. I yell, shooting the guy on top of me in the head. 1. I blitz the final 3, tackling one into a guy and repeatedly slamming him into a car window, breaking it. So I throw him into the other, lining them up, and I shoot my final bullet, hitting the 3 in the head. 0. UBSs are annoying to fight in groups. Now for my prize. I walk to the final SUV, ripping the door right off to reveal the doctor. I grab him by the coat, slamming him into the road's ledge. I grab one of my blades and stab it through him. Haha, that one felt good, right, doctor? I yell at him as he stares angrily at me. Remember me, you Jared-looking motherfucker. I kick his face, breaking his goggles. If you can't remember little ol' me, here is a reminder. I yell, lifting my mask, revealing my mouth and freckles. I am just that amazing. He lifted his bloody head, looking directly into my eyes and smiled. Izuku motherfucking Midoriya, he yelled, chuckling at me. Cut to Captain Steroids. On the latest news, we have a massive car crash zone of 5 vehicles. Yagi listened to the news, eating cereal. Other news that we know a man in a green suit, Yagi said, buffing up into All Might. Mirio, let go, he said, walking out. Have you had breakfast? He asked Mirio. No sir, I haven't, he said excitedly, being with one of his mentors. Here, protein bar, good for bones. Deadpool might break yours. Haha. All Might laughed, jumping into the sky with Mirio following close behind. Back to the main character. Now I am going to do to you what Chimichangas did to my butt last night. I yell, ping my arm back, then hearing the sound of me hitting a brick wall. I feel the area and look up. Dad. My arm got grabbed, and I was thrown into a car. I think shit has just gone sideways in the most mighty way. Let's talk about the pros and cons of being a hero. Pros: large fan base, merchandise, lots of money, discounts, women want you, and everyone loves you. Cons: they are all lame but teachers' pets for the association. I say, getting up, groaning in pain. You know I can hear you, right? I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to them. Stay right here, he told the doctor. You have been warned before, Deadpool. This is a shameful and reckless use of your powers. You will both be coming with us, All Might tells me while walking up. Look, All Might, I don't have time for your goody two-shoes bullshit right now. And you are? I asked, shifting my head to the All Might look-alike that was borderline cloning how similar they looked. Lemillion, he yelled, flexing. Lemilio, what the sheet? That is the coolest name ever. I yelled as he shrugged. So what, are you his sidekick? I asked, looking at All Might. No, trainee. Let me guess, Nizu left you behind for sheet detail? I say, walking to the doctor. What does that make you? Lemillion asked me. Pretending you're not here, Lemillion. Can we trade names? I say, punching the doctor in the face. Can we just arrest him? He asked All Might. Look, I am a training hero that would rather be out helping people than deal with an insane maniac. I say to Lemillion's face. You got me in a box here. And besides, no one is getting hurt. I say as the body from the sign falls smashed like a pancake. He was already up there when I got here. Young Midoriya, you're better than this. Join us, use your powers for good, All Might says as I throw a hubcap at the doctor's face. Heads up. Be a pro-hero, he says. Listen, the day I decide to be a crime-fighting Switzerler who rooms with other little whiners that SCK on the government's NPL, on that day, I will send your yellow cockatoo but a friend request. I am going to do what I came here to do. That or slap the beach out of you. I yell at All Might. And I hope you're watching. I turn to see the doctor gone, with a pool of ink being left behind. I gasp loudly. Quite unfortunate. I look back at All Might repeatedly. That does it. I jump up and slam my fist at All Might's face, shattering my hand instantly. Canada. That's not good, I say. Young Midoriya, please. I punch where his ball would be, breaking my other hand. Oh, your poor wife. You really should stop. I back up in pain, looking at my broken hands. All the dinosaurs feared the T-Rex. I side flip into the air, smashing my leg into his neck, breaking my left leg and landing on my back with my twisted leg. I promise this gets worse for you, big boy. I yell at him. This is embarrassing. Please stay down, he says as I prop myself on one foot. You hear about the one-legged man in the butt-kicking contest? Do you have an off SWH? Yeah, it's right next to the PRSTT, or is that the on SWH? All Might just slapped me into a car. I am taking you to meet Nizu. I know he doesn't like you, but we can talk, placing a cuff on my wrist connected to him. Is he a mouse or bear? I don't care. I groan in pain as I am dragged. Dead or alive, you're coming with me. You will recover, young Midoriya, you always do. My hand regenerated, so I pull out my switchblade and start slicing off my arm. Are you there, God? It's Izuku. I yell, ripping my hand off and falling off the edge of the highway, landing in a garbage truck driving away. All Might looked at the hand to see Izuku left a message on it in the form of a middle finger. Why must he be so difficult? Yagi, why do you constantly try to persuade Izuku Midoriya to become a hero? Nizu asked the deflated hero. He is a child that is hurting inside with a mind that is trying to mend itself with revenge. He has so much potential as a hero, Yagi said, sipping the tea handed to him. He may be a mercenary that kills, but he does the right thing. The reason I say that he could be a great hero was a single moment that I saw with my own eyes. What I saw was a young man that is doing good in his messed up version. Yagi recounted the first time he met him. He rushed onto the road full of incoming cars and trucks to save a little girl and her brother who tried to push her out of the way. He was able to throw them to safety as he was run over by the said car. He would rather save people than himself, Yagi stated, placing down the cup. I believe he will. Stop being a killer of villains if he gets a chance. Nizu, he would be a great child to have at your school. Nizu listened to his words and shook his head no. Yagi, he is a killer that dismembers people for revenge. Yes, the people he kills are terrible, but that is still murder. The main reason he is not in jail is because the police are afraid of him and so are some heroes. We have laws that even us heroes must listen to. He does not and will not listen to rules. Where he goes, destruction is left in his wake, Nizu said, looking directly at Yagi. Izuku Midoriya is wanted, but the public doesn't know that. If he shows up to UA, every enemy he has made will eventually follow. Nizu said, pulling out a file. He has over 89 confirmed kills. The society that you created with your image of peace would fall apart with him being a hero. Nizu said, showing him the crime scenes. Young Midoriya has done more good than the average pro. He has lowered the crime rate by just being around like me. His presence alone strikes fear into villains. He is the boogeyman that will hunt you down with his persona of being the unkillable vigilante, Deadpool, Yagi said. He was tortured. Nizu, he is still on the good side after everything he has been through. He is still helping. Toshinori said, throwing his hands into the air. The answer is still no, Yagi. He will only bring trouble to UA. I want to protect the students. Like you said, his presence alone drives villains away, but that can be used in reverse. Once they aren't afraid, they will hunt him down like an animal, Nizu said, shutting down Toshinori's case for getting Izuku into you. This can be said for me, Nizu. The moment the villains think they have something for me, they will hunt me as well, Toshinori said to the principal, walking out with his sidekick Night Eye. Yagi, I know why you want to help him. He was hurt by the man that weakened you. You feel responsible for what happened to him, Nizu said as Yagi stopped for a moment before fully walking out. All Might, why do you want Midoriya as a hero? Night Eye asked as Yagi looked at him. He may be a bit rash and rather vulgar with his language. Midoriya is someone that will never give up no matter the obstacle. Cut to Izuku, sorry for bleeding all your trash. I yelled as the man nodded and drove away from his stop. Man, it feels weird when your year-long plan ends with the wrong guy getting dismembered. I yelled, wrapping a rag around my stub of a wrist. Hatsum, can you open the door? I forgot my keys. I yelled so she could hear me. She opened the door, letting me in as I put on my Crocs. So, did you finally get the doc? She asked, going back to wiring up a new baby. No. Captain Steroids got in my way, so did his smaller clone version that has the coolest name, I said, digging into the fridge we bought from Craigslist. Looks like I lost my only chance to get him. Now he probably won't show his face anymore. I said as I ate my food. Well, you could always, stop, Hatsum suggested, tossing me a ball. I went to catch it, then remembered I had a stub for a hand and my food in the other, so the ball hit my face. Ow. Hatsum, fine, I will stop for now and chill, but if I get a single clue that he is out and about again, I will start again, I said to her as she got close to me with her face inches away. Pinky promise? She asked, sticking her pinky out. Sure. Pinky promise just for you, May, I said, pinky promising her. She wrapped her arms around me, giving me a nice tight hug that I returned. Don't worry about Pinkie Pie, both of our dreams will come true one day. Yours is one that I will support the whole time," I said, booping her nose. "Now come on, let's try your new baby out for a spin." She smiled and handed me my red sweater. "No, let's just go and have some fun, just me and you," she yelled, cleaning the grease stains off herself. "By the way, have your parents reported you missing yet?" I asked, changing out of my suit, sneaking a peek at May. "No, I don't even like to call them my parents. Ever since I got my quirk and it wasn't technology-based like my siblings, they stopped caring for me and my dreams." She pulled down her new shirt. "At first, I wanted to be a hero to help people, but my quirk came and I was told I couldn't be one. So I went to support so I could at least help heroes save people, but my family shot down that idea the most," she said in a low voice that quivered. I pulled her into a tight hug. "Who gives a flying sheet about what they think? Those quirkist folks don't know shit about you. You're the best inventor partner in crime I could ask for," I said to her as I felt my shirt get soaked a bit. "They need help with quirks to be good at inventing while you learned how to do all the things they can. You are better than them and you will prove them wrong by going to UA and then becoming the world's best inventor," I said as she looked into my eyes. She nodded her head as I patted it, making her feel better. "Plus, you can be a hero," I said in a proud voice to her, making her cry tears of happiness from me supporting her former dream. "Izuku, thank you. I am glad to be your partner in crime, so I will become a hero with my support items to prove them all wrong. As long as I have you supporting me, I will complete my dreams," she yelled out as we left to the city to have a lot of fun and throw eggs at her former area where she resided with an uncaring family. "That should do it," I yelled, sliding down a ramp in my civilian clothes. A normal shirt that says normal, nice pair of red shoes with a red coat, and black breathes, really black breathes totally not covered in spilled paint. I hopped roof to back up and see my handiwork that took a couple of hours to complete. I covered the entire Endeavor Tower with my logo along with a message saying, "Deadpool wants his change back." "Ha ha ha, they are definitely going to think that he owes me money," I laughed. Then I saw a large amount of fire go off. "Oh shit, I might have." "No, I definitely set him off." "Well, time to dip because I am a civilian." I parkour to the ground and land, crash, on a comfy, metal trash can. "I need to work on my coordination for jumping off roofs," I groaned, getting up. "Well, not like it could kill me," I said, walking down the sidewalk. I took out my knife and started to spin it around as I walked until I accidentally stabbed my hand again. "Damn it," I yelled, pulling the blade out and letting my hand heal. I felt a presence near me to the right. I turned my head to see a tall, lanky man with burned scars all over him. He had blue piercing eyes and black spiky hair. His clothes were loose and he had a black trench coat. "Oh God, you look like an avocado had a rough encounter with a grosser, older avocado," I yelled out, surprised by his appearance. "I can get that," he spoke up after thinking about it. "I mean rough encounter like they were just hate arguing," I continued while making hand signs. "I get it," he yelled at me, his hands lighting on fire with blue flames. "Okay, I will stop. It is just that you're haunting," I said, putting my knife away. "Look, I just want to have a small chat," he said, turning off his fire. "So what do you want then?" I asked nonchalantly. "Why did you vandalize Endeavor's agency?" he asked as his eyes shined brightly. "He is an a-hole, and I know his image is what he cares about. So I'm going to keep doing this because it is fun to mess with people," said, smiling crazily, making the avocado mush back up a bit. "Well, looks like me and you could have been friends then," he said, smiling with his scarred, stapled face. "Also, is your friend back there going to stop hiding? Because I can just feel the bloodlust from here," I said as multiple knives flew past the dude to me. I let the blades hit me as my attacker hopped on top of me with a knife in her hand about to stab my chest. "Like I said, we could have been friends, if we didn't take a job from the broker Jiren," Dobby stated as the blonde with messy buns introduced herself. "Hi, my name is Toga Himiko. Give me your blood," she yelled, driving the knife downwards towards my chest. I caught it with my hand, the blade stabbing through my hand causing more blood to spill. You know that would have killed me with the fire, but knives, guns, and blenders can't kill me, I said, getting up and pushing her off of me. Look, Bernie, keep track of your crazy friend here. Before I get mad, and trust me, I can do more than stab, I said as my wounds healed, taking out the knives stuck in me. Wow, you look cool when you're covered in blood, she said, looking at me with her yellow cat eyes. Look, I didn't think she had a crazed state. Here I thought she was already as crazy as one could be, the lanky man said as I noticed that they looked like they hadn't eaten in a while. Look, the both of you are coming with me. I may be insane, but I still like to help people, I said, putting my knife away and taking out the one stuck in me. She is suffering from her quirk, that much I can tell from her crazed look. I got the stuff to help her, so are you coming? I asked, knocking out the rabies-filled blonde. Dobby nodded as he had a random thought. Why am I going with this? I took the job to kill him, and now I am following him. Not like I care about the girl too. By the way, what should I call you, Scarface? I asked, picking the girl up after I knocked her out. Dobby, just Dobby, he said in a low voice. Cool name. Not like I didn't know it from the earlier text mentioning your name, I said as we neared my home. Why are we at an abandoned pizzeria? Dobby asked me as I looked at him like he was stupid. Why not? I opened the door to see May on the couch watching TV, eating a slice of pizza. Oh, Izuku, you're back. Her voice died out towards the end of the sentence. Why is there a girl in your arms? She asked with a closed-eyed smile. Nice to see too, May, but she is suffering from her quirk, a lack of blood, so can you please get me a couple of syringes so I can help her? I said, placing her on one of the many tables the pizzeria had inside. May rushed off, getting rid of her dark aura instantly. Dobby, sit on the couch, I will help you later, I said, taking off my bloody coat and tossing it in my bloody clothes pile that I still haven't been able to get rid of the bloodstains of. Wait, I don't need hell dash, I cut him off. Yes, you do. You are a sandwich away from being malnourished, I can say the same for her, I said, grabbing Toga's mouth and slightly opening it. May came back with the syringes we stole from an underground hospital for villains that I later took over. I drew my blood and put the tube in her mouth. Before you ask, my blood is clean, very clean. It also has regenerative abilities, so it will help her out in the long run, I said, closing her mouth and placing a blanket on her. Then a thought appeared in his head. Wait, I haven't told you my name yet. I am Izuku Midoriya, aka the unkillable Deadpool. I proclaimed as he looked unimpressed, then I sat on a stool. Ever since you came out as a merc, I had one question for you, he said, leaning back while eating May's pizza. Go on, I have no secrets to hold. Mainly because people find out about them too easily. I said as May came behind him with more pizza from the kitchen. I took a bite as Dobby took in a deep breath. Why are you doing all this? Do you have a purpose? I have mine and I will do whatever I have to do it. He said as I thought about it. That is a tough answer to give because the answer has changed since I started. I say as May gave me a hug. At first I had finally escaped the facility I was trapped in for 10 years. I lost 10 years of my life just to be a lab rat. I saw and felt many things that only added fuel to the flames in my heart that was burning for revenge. I say as I remembered why this journey started. I took a deep breath and continued. I met May, who made my amazing gear, and thanks to her I was able to go as far as I could. She blushed from the compliment I gave her. I remembered everyone's face I saw either on a screen or in person. So I went on my way hunting them all down to the pits of hell itself. I say taking a bite of my pizza. The more I hunted these people, the more good came out of it. Drag rings and human trafficking, I took them all down, only leaving chaos in my wake. Due to my actions, this area is where only underground heroes come to because the popular heroes don't even think about stepping foot here. I say throwing a knife at a map of the people I hunted for photos. I have gotten full control of the crime here. I have an underground hospital for people that can't afford it. Look, Dobby, I became a killer for revenge, but that has changed from the past 2 years of constant bloodshed. To answer your question, I am a killer that had bad intentions that did some good over time. I finished as he took in the information. That was a mouthful, but thanks for the answer. He said, looking down at his hand. Look, Dabi, do you know that I know what experiments made your body weaker and who did it to you, Tuya? I say as he looked at me shocked. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Look, this society isn't perfect, the area proves that, but it has its good spots like the kids that run under the sun with joy, ignorant of the world around them. I say, remembering my time with my brother. May and I can help you make your own path. Look, your life may not be what you think, it's being messed with by the people I am hunting. If you want to find the truth to your hatred, then take my hand. I say, sticking my hand out. He hesitated a bit, then took my hand. I don't know how you know that name, but you said my life is being messed with and I want to know if it's true. Good, this should make sure that you don't follow some misguided ideologies. I smiled at him as he looked at me grimly. Well, I did make him second-guess his life. By the way, my lovely partner might have a way for your scarred parts of your body. It could help with your burns. I say, and he instantly perks up. Ugh. You mean the Izuku I am trying to make? May squealed with Dabi being confused by the name. That's not your you know? Dabi questioned Izuku, but May butted in. Well, I removed a lot of Izuku's stem cells, then made this experimental goo with some less than legal items. That Izuku was stolen from me, so I made it, though I still haven't found a proper way to mass produce it. May said, pulling out a jar of red goo. Why did you make it again? Dabi asked as May tried to open the lid of the jar. Well, I was trying to make it so Izuku could regenerate his body faster. Izuku, I give up, open the jar please. May said, handing me the jar. It could soon help regrow full limbs. May exclaimed as I handed her the jar opened. May grabbed his wrist, rubbing the goo on it. She waited for a bit, then lifted the dried scar tissue to see healed skin. Under it. It may take a bit, but it seems that Izuku is working great, just a bit slow. She said, taking down notes. Dabi smiled from the fact that his skin can be healed, then maybe he could use the full force of his flames without issue. By the way, can you do me a favor? I asked as May took notes on the goo's way of working. It matters what the favor is. He says, peeling off some of his dried scarred skin. I need you to enter UA. UA? Why? Dabi asked me as I pulled out a flyer. This states that UA will help you out of living problems and will provide a dorm house to live in. I said with him reading it. I have enough money to support you for the tuition because that is a lot to pay. I said, rubbing my fingers together. Why are you doing this? We just barely met. He raised his voice at me. I looked at him with my bright green eyes. Believe it or not, I have a great memory compared to a certain wild weasel's cousin. I can remember the faces and names of all the people I saw when I was captured. I said, remembering the amount of kids they were after for their quirks. So what? Don't know who I am. I have been solo till I met Toga. He yelled at me with flames erupting from his skin. I know who you are because you're just like me. A lab experiment that went wrong that was thrown away like trash. I yelled back at him, his face beginning to turn dark. Look, if you go to UA, they can make sure that you will be protected and eventually Endeavor will not be in your way for revenge. I said, with May bringing a lot of documents. Here you go, Izuku. I thought you would need these. She said, grabbing a slice of pizza and sitting down next to me. Thank you, May, you are the best. I said, looking through the files. Hitting all of the doctor's associates gave a lot of info on the children they were taking to create vessels. Look, Tuya, I may be insane, but I have soft spots for children. Yes, you are older, but you get the gist of it. I said, sliding him a packet. If you want, I won't force you. I can restart your life with a new identity and new background. He took the packet shakily and read through it. He placed it down and looked at me with his eyes burning bright blue with determination. I will do it. I am going to surpass my father, even All Might himself. He bellowed, his flames disappearing. When do I start? He asked me as I smiled at him. Well, let's not rush things. The exam is in 10 months, so I will help train your body and deal with your low heat resistance problem. I explained, him smiling. But first, you must eat, so your body can survive my training. Mei yelled, shoving food into his mouth. You are going to be our project, so we must make sure you are healthy. I chuckled as I had something to look forward to. By the way, since you are dead on paper, I will have to get you a fake identity, so your name will be Tuya Midoriya. I said, him nodding. My family is filled with fire users, so you will fit right in, even if they didn't care about me. I said as he thought about it. Now that his story is restarted, let me begin my plan to confront the doctor himself. First thing I have to do is for people to know who I am. That is done because of my past actions and constantly confronting endeavor. So I'm going to go on a spree of non-stop crime fighting. That was the plan, but somehow there is no crime right now. Suddenly, I see a person on top of a roof near the edge. Time to be me, I said, climbing my way up using the fire escape to see a person my age. I could see tears coming out of their eyes, with some bandages along their wrist as well. Aw shit, I ain't good at this. I think as I walk behind them. I lean over the rail with my arms crossed next to the person. Don't jump here because Endeavor's agency is just a couple blocks away from here. That is the sort of address you jump at. I tell the person as they turn to me, and I see how they actually look. She had ear jacks for ears and purple hair with a punk outfit on. Her eyes seemed empty like she has had her world shattered. You're making jokes? She asked me, sniffing her runny nose. I was bitten by a sad radioactive clown. I said, wrapping my arm around her shoulder. Get off. I'm Deadpool, what's your dash? Don't what? Don't pretend to care. You're assuming. I don't care. You're making it awfully hard for me to get my care on. Is it a boy? The girl? Money? Did you marry a succubus and she might ruin your life? I said, lifting my mask so she can see my teeth. Are you trying to make me jump? She yelled at me as I smiled. No, never. Though I've been told I can make people very uncomfortable. Hasn't this place seen enough tragedy? The heroes already went ham beating the villains before I could. It doesn't need your wandering soul ghosting the CRP out of it. I said, sitting on the rail with her looking at me. So yeah, I'm sure a real hero would have something profound to say to you to make you feel instantly better, but... I take a pause as I see her confused from the whole conversation, that I'm all you got. She looks down and starts sobbing more than she was before. Well, Endeavor's agency is right over there. I inform her by pointing down the right street. I hate you. I think maybe that's a sign you're on the mend? I said, going into a thinking pose. I'll make you an offer if you're determined that this is gonna be your last night on Earth. What do you want to do? Have you ever been to a deep dope concert? I asked her, making her smile a bit. You're a maniac. What is wrong with you? I haven't been to one, and anyways, aren't tickets like $1,000,000 and impossible to get? She asked, smiling but still crying. Don't worry. I know a guy with tickets. I promise after this, I will let you go. Cut to a bit later. I can't believe you. Are they going to be okay? She asked me as I took the tickets from the two guys I knocked out. I said I knew a guy with tickets. I didn't say he would give them to us, and don't worry about these two. They are manslaughtering slumlords. I said as the band began to play. Just shut up. She said to me. After the concert, see, I had a blast. Who knew they were all so dope to meet? Where to now? I asked. Endeavor's agency observation deck. You made a joke. Are you not joking? I asked, sliding down my mask. Hey, how about I get us a shortcut instead of walking there? I asked her as she nodded. We walked together down the street. I grabbed a bottle and chucked it at a man riding a motorcycle, making him fall off. I grabbed it and placed her on it, then I hopped on and drove away. Did we just steal a motorcycle? She asked me as she held on tight. I dunno, did we? What does your heart tell you? Come on. We had fun, right? Aren't you glad that I was there where you failed to off yourself? I asked her, speeding faster down the road. Yeah, sure, but I think you have things handled without me. Like the rest of the world. You can let me off anywhere. She buried her face in my back. No, I can't. I am smart enough to know I'm dumb enough that I can't help you. But they can. I said, pulling over at a suicide prevention help center. She looked at me angrily. You promised to let me go. I am. This is where you and I part ways. I've been texting the staff. They're expecting you. I said, turning my head towards her. What if I don't want to go inside? Are you going to make me? I dunno. I don't think I'll have to because I think you want to walk in. Walk in if I am with you? I asked her as she thought about it. Listen, I don't think you're crazy. You just need a little help and I am not the guy to help you. I said in a sincere voice. She nodded and we walked in together. Take good care of her for me, will you? I told the staff. They nodded as she followed them in for her treatment. She ran back and gave me a hug that I returned. You will be okay, I promise. I hopped on the bike and drove back to the pizzeria. I forgot to ask her name. I know how she looks. Okay. Dobby and Toga come whittle old me. I said as I put on my red coat. Why is it so early in the morning? Toga whined, getting up from the bed we bought for her. It's 11. My point still stands. She responded with Dobby nodding, who walked in my only merch pajamas copyrighted by May Hatsum. It was the only thing we had that fit him. Well, I am going to get your new identity, so I am going to take you there like a little trip. I said, walking out and catching a loose wrench that was shot at me. May, why did you shoot a wrench at me? I asked as she shot another that I dodged, getting lodged into the wall. I want to come too. She said with a smile that did not look like she was happy. Last time you got drugged so and dash. She cut me off by hugging me tightly and giving me the puppy dog eyes with her very unique eyes. Fine, you can come. If that happens again, then no more, got it? I just can't say no to those eyes. I said, looking away as she smiled at me. She quickly got dressed with Toga. So did Dobby, who looked better from being properly fed. They all left together to the golden car, with Izuku stopping along the way to give some money to some kids with a map that led to an orphanage that he funds. We got to the hidden bar and walked in. Hey Weasel, you got what I need? I yelled, making everyone look at me. Look who's back. The little menace to society is here. Hey, Izuku, is that an insult? Dobby asked me as I shook my head no. I am the youngest mercenary here and I think the best. I said, shouting the last bit. This set off a couple of people. Now, Izuku, that may be true, but don't tell that to their faces, ha. Weasel laughed, with one guy getting up. Hey kid, you talk a lot of shit for someone that has never backed it up. The guy bellowed as he stood 7'5". Now fellas, don't fight unless you want to bet on your lives here. Weasel said in a serious tone. I think he wants to set up a match, Weasel, don't you think? I asked, staring directly at the very tall guy in front of me. But I don't think Todd over here is up for a match. Oh, I am up for a match, little man. He yelled at me while I glared at him. Well then, gentlemen, let's set bets first. Izuku, you go first, then Todd. Weasel said as everyone in the bar started to move tables and chairs, making a massive center for the two to brawl. Toga leaned over to May. Do things like this always happen? She whispered, with May nodding. Just go with the flow when Izuku is around. It always gets hectic. One time I got shot at. May yelled with happiness. Oh cool, then we can have some fun here. Toga responded with cheer. How the hell are they so calm about this? Dobby questioned as he just came to get a new identity. Alright, Izuku, what are you betting? Weasel yelled as I took off my shirt, revealing my toned body to the crowd, cheered mainly by the older women. May gave a death stare at the women, but they didn't care. If I win, which I will, I want him kicked out of the bar for good. I saw his sleazy eyes for May. I said as he looked at me said, when I win, I want ownership of the pink beach. He yelled at me. I don't own my business partner. She ain't mine to give you, DMN overweight sleazy PMP. I yelled as he charged at me, starting the match. Let's dance. I yelled, leaning back, dodging his attempts to grab me. Someone is pretty mad. I yelled, leaning to the side, dodging his fist. I uppercut him, jumping into the air to do so. Yahoo! I yelled, kicking him in the neck, forcing his body back. He slugged me in the face as he got up, dislodging my jaw. I recoiled, popping it back in as he kicked my stomach, sending me back. He tackled me into the wall, pinning me by the throat. "Where went all that sheet talk, you brat?" he yelled. I kneed his jaw so he dropped me, and I followed it by kicking his leg out, making him fall forward. "Here comes my dad's right-armed haymaker," I yelled, slamming my right fist into his nose. "You motherfudash," I shut him up with a kick. "I've messed with no mothers unless you want me to, ladies," I said, winking at the women, making their faces red. He got up, making calluses spread throughout his arms. "I am gonna beat you to a pulp," he yelled as I punched his throat after weaving past his fist. Then I followed it by snapping his right arm at the elbow as he choked for air. He was about to scream until I grabbed his jaw, snapping it shut. "The bad thing about your quirk is it makes it hard to move for you," I yelled, pulling on his left and right arm with my foot on his chest. I yanked it, dislocating it at the shoulder. "The other weakness is the joints," I yelled, kicking the back of his knee, making it collapse to the ground. At this point, Todd was on his knees in pain from his arms. "Todd, this will be a reminder for starting this sheet," I yelled, slamming my elbow into his already broken nose, making sure that no doctor, unless it was a recovery girl, could fix it. "Mickey, tank, get his butt out of here," I yelled as they dragged him into the alley. "Whoa. All right, Izuku, undefeated champ of the bar, keeps his title," Weasel said, hyping me up as he gave me Todd's card. "His money is yours," he said as he passed me a drink. "Use the card for payment for the fake identity for my new cousin," I yelled, chugging my drink, pointing at Dobby, who looked like he was having fun for the most part. I put on my shirt as I heard Oz from disappointment. "Here are the papers, Izuku. Now your new name is Tuya Midoriya. Your quirk's new name is Flame Body, with the drawback of if too much fire is used, it will burn the user. I would advise that you dye your hair green to match the look," Weasel said, sliding Tuya a drink that he gladly took. It was apple juice, making Tuya want to burn the place down. "Now that we got the paper mumbo-jumbo out of the way, let's party," Weasel yelled as I offered May's hand for a dance that she gladly took me up on. "Izuku, that was a nice show that you put up." She placed her head into my shoulder, snuggling into the crook of my neck. "I hated that guy anyways, but anything for you," I said as we slow danced. "Are sure they're not dating?" the new Tuya Midoriya asked Toga. "She told me no they're not, but she does want to. It's just that Izuku is too dense to see her other than a partner in crime," Toga said, looking at the two, resting her head in her hands. "So it's Izuku now?" Tuya teased her. Shut up," she yelled at him, downing her drink of apple juice that Weasel gave her. So why did you agree so fast?" "You usually take time to agree to something," Toga said, changing the subject. It had one sentence that just hooked me on the plan. "Let's just say that the BSRD will get what's coming for him and soon he will be behind 10 feet of cement," Dobby said, smiling evilly as he thought about the plan he quickly agreed to. "Well, that's nice, but what will I do?" she asked herself as she looked at Izuku and May. "Dancing. Look, you're 16, so just have fun, and if Izuku is around, that means you will, and plus the crimes you committed have not been linked to you," Weasel said to her as he slid another juice to her. "How did you know about that?" she asked him, turning her body towards him. "We hear everything here, plus we can also cover up many things, so you're fine," he responded, taking a shot of Fireball. They all spent the day having fun until night hit, with Izuku and Toga dragging them all to his parents' house because he and she were the only sober ones. "So, Toga, do you want to be a hero?" I asked her, making her jump a bit. "Can I be one?" she asked, with me nodding. "Anyone can be a hero, all you need to do is work hard for it." "Well, if you have a clean record, but even that can be covered up," I said, dragging an unconscious Tuya who was drooling. He was knocked out due to Izuku giving him the strongest drink he could. "Then I will be a hero," she yelled, waking up May, who yelled/slurred, "Who's touching my babies?" Hick, then promptly falling back asleep. May just took a sip of normal beer. "So how did you and May meet?" "It has to be a good story," she asked me as I remembered. "The first encounter we had together, to put it simply, she shot me." "That sort of random?" Toga said, confused by the statement. Then we just hit it off from there. I let May stay with me in the pizzeria away from her difficult parents and siblings, I said as I remembered the rest. She is the reason I've gotten so far, and I hope we can work together for a bit longer. Toga nodded and smiled, hoping that the future was bright for them. Do we have to do this, May? I mean, this is just a bit tough for me to handle. I said, feeling uncomfortable. Don't worry about it, it won't be too rough, May reassured me by holding my shoulders. All you know is rough though. If you don't know what is happening, May here beat me in Monopoly by a landslide, and now I have to visit my parents. May just ignored me talking to you guys. Well, Izuku, go knock on that door. I will be right here so you can't run away. She said, pulling out a camera that no matter what is shot in HD like a movie. I went to knock on the door and pulled back my fist at the last second. Do I have to do this? I can just call? I said, trying to get out of talking to them. Hey, you lost Monopoly, so ring the door. She yelled at me. Fine. I will rip the bandage off. I yelled and rang the doorbell. Hello, anyone home? I am a long-lost child that went on a revenge-filled spree for a couple of years. I got no answer, so I rang again, then again, then again. The door slammed open with Mom punching me in the face, sending me flying back. Shut up. I heard it the second time. She yelled as she looked at the person she just hit. Hey Mom, it's been a W. She just punched me in the face again. I deserve that, I said. You get yourself captured. She punched me again, promising that you will come back. When you do, you decide to go on a spree. She grabbed my shirt and elbowed my nose. Then you have the audacity to show up with a girl and knock on my door. At this point, her blows were hurting. Then All Might gives you a chance to be a hero and you reject it. She grappled my shoulders and was about to knee me. Hold up. Not there, I said, with her breathing heavily after beating me. Can we come in so the neighbors don't call the cops on us? I asked as she grabbed my wrist, leading me inside with May keeping her laughter in and recording the whole incident. I saw Dad on the couch drinking coffee. Hey Dad, is Kakin here? I asked as he stood up, giving me a hug then a headbutt, sending me to the ground. Good to see you home, Izuku, he said in a soft tone. Missed you too, Dad, I said, getting back up. I get it that I deserve that for ghosting you guys for 2-ish years, but do I really have to get hit by every member of the family? I asked, getting uppercut by Kakin then tackled into the dinner table, breaking it in half. I gasped for air. Nice to see you too, bro, I said out of breath. We got up and I looked at them. Are we done beating up the crazy guy yet? Because I would like to give you all a hug. The three looked at each other then nodded. Is that a yes or a no? I asked, confused. The three just slammed their fists on the top of my head, leaving 3 welts. I held my head in pain. Are we done yet? I slurred from the impact. Why are there 3 yellow birds flying around my head? I am gonna name that one Tweety. May stopped recording with the sound of a click, making them all turn to her. Who are you, young lady, and what is your relationship with my son? Mitsuki asked May. May scratched the back of her head. Well, I am May Hatsum, I am your son's personal inventor. You could just hear something internally crack in my mom. They all slowly turned their heads to me. I started to sweat puddles. I promise you it is not what it sounds like. Mom grabbed me by my collar, shaking me. That is what you've been doing on your off time. Having kids with this lovely pink-haired girl. She yelled at me, still shaking me. Izuku, you must do what a man should do and take responsibility for your actions, Masaru said, stopping Mom from shaking me. He firmly grasped my shoulder. Now you will have to marry her whether you like it or not. He said as I looked into his eyes. Look, what May said about babies, she means invention. She means invention. I pleaded with them while May was getting measured by Mitsuki for a wedding dress. Likely story, looks like Izuku is trying to get out of his responsibilities as a man. Katsuki yelled, smirking, knowing that he was adding fuel to the flames. I smashed my head onto the ground, bowing. Please believe me. I am fighting for my life here. I yelled with tears flooding out of my eyes. Cut to a bit later. Thank God for those, I thought as Mom took in my information. So let me get this straight. You let her stay at an abandoned place with you for 2 years. She digested what I said. Yep, she continued. You both met at a trash-filled beach that was also cleaned by you two. The first interaction you had with her was her threatening to shoot you then actually doing it. Mom said with a questionable look. So you struck a deal with her that you will pay her for weapons so you could kill. Then joined a group that gets hired to do jobs for lots of money to pay May here. She said, pointing at May, who was drinking chocolate milk. What were they called again? She asked me. Golden card, something weird like that, I said, seeing Dad physically flinch. Her parents have not reported her missing for 2-ish years now? Katsuki said, getting smacked by Mom. Language. Going on to the highway incident you called was your final lead to the man who abducted you, but he got away and most likely won't come out again? She said, with me nodding. So now you are, in your words, chilling until you get another lead and supporting May's dream of being a hero/support. Did I get everything? Mom finished with me nodding to her words. That is an oversimplification of what I have done in the past 2 years minus the cool adventures I have been on. Like this one, I said, showing a video of me confronting a guy. That was a bad person, don't worry, his wife paid for me to deal with him. I said in a non-caring voice. She got a heavy discount, and I got a kiss on the cheek for the video. Pretty nice, huh? Mom didn't even seem surprised by my tales. May though, she elbowed my ribs. What was that for? I asked, with her just turning away. Izuku, I am with this, just don't turn into a man whore. Mom said, and I looked at her in shock at the mere thought of me being that. Yes, I have acted in ways that were unconventional to get close to a wealthy crime lord. What? A job is a job, and sometimes you have to take risks to achieve your goals. Look, Izuku, we will let you continue this life as long as you don't mess with the Yakuza, Dad said with seriousness. About that, I may have gotten a couple hits on me, one thing led to another and somehow I got full control of the crime in my area. Well then you need to have an iron fist so they listen to you then, he responded by sipping his black coffee. Oh, Dad, thanks for the questionable advice. I said with glee. Kakin, I'm sorry, I said in a sad voice. Bro, for what? He was confused about what I said. I can't be a hero with you anymore. I said with a sad tone. I am a wanted man, and the police know who I am. I know All Might himself asked me to be one, but I know no school will accept me. I yelled with tears because I broke a promise I made. I am sorry I broke the promise that we made. Katsuki pulled me into a hug, crying as well. Don't worry about you, dim nerd. I will be a hero while you are my brother that does the dirty work. He yelled, envisioning a new future that is possible. May took a photo then joined the hug along with Mom and Dad. After the last chapter, I invited Tuya and Himiko for a coming back party we had. Later, we spent the night after the small party. Bakugo awoke to loud snoring that he knew very well. Hey bro, shut the F up, he yelled at his brother, who was currently sleeping upside down against the wall. I woke up from my dream and said, oh hey. I kinda spent the night. I nodded. Let's get some breakfast, he yelled, rushing down the stairs. I did the same but tripped on air on the first step down, then proceeded to tumble down the flight of stairs. Oh, it looks like Izuku is awake, May said, drinking her 6th 3-shot coffee. Thanks for the help, I said sarcastically as I snapped my head back to its normal position. No problem, Toga said, eating scrambled eggs. Izuku, next time don't let the ghost trip you again, Mom said, handing Katsuki his food. He can go screw himself. I yelled, getting smacked, which hurt. Watch your mouth. Mom yelled at me as I held my head. Well, I need to start training Tuya, my new cousin. I said, sliding them the papers. Don't worry, he isn't related to my blood-related family, I said as they both released a sigh of relief. Can you train me too? I want to be ready for UA. Katsuki yelled as I thought about it. Sure, I just have to get one more guy to agree. Trust me, this guy is an expert on how to build muscle. There is no way that he will say no to me. I said while all of them had a look of doubt aimed at me. What? I asked, confused. Don't get me wrong, Izuku may be a nice guy, but you make most people uncomfortable, Dad said, drinking his coffee. Trust me, I got this. But how about you guys stay here while I get the deal up and running? I said, grabbing my coat and exiting the house. $10 that he does something that gets him on the news, Katsuki said, eating his eggs. I second that, Mitsuki said, turning on her soap opera with Masaru nodding. 20 says the guy he is getting to train us looks like an emaciated mummy, Tuya said, eating a perfect grilled cheese that he made with his quirk. I bet he comes back bloody. Toga said, drinking a blood pack. Well, since I know him the most as his best friend, Mei started until Katsuki cut her off. Girl best friend. Doesn't matter. I bet all the above with the added part that he goes to All Might first. Mei proclaimed as they all shook hands, with Mitsuki guiding the girls to her personal room where she measured them so she could design them some clothes. While the guys sat at the table not knowing what to do. Do you guys want to commit arson? Tuya asked as they looked at him. Ah, what the hell, it sounds like fun. Old man grabs the keys, let's go. Katsuki said as they left the house to a private place Masaru owned so they could burn stuff for fun. Cut to the awesome main character. Nice description of me. I thought as All Might sat across from me. No, All Might said to me. Come on, just help me out this one time. I said, sitting across from him. Look, young Midoriya, you want me to train your brother and cousin so they can go to UA, is that right? He asked me. I nodded my head. Thus, think of it as getting 2 more disciples. I shouted, trying to make a case. It is either you train them or I do, and somehow they both end up becoming women somehow. I said, with all giving me a confused face. What? Anything can happen. Remember my saying that I totally always say. Quirks are unpredictable. I said, with him nodding in agreement. Though I agree with you on that statement. I won't train them unless you can listen to some of my rules, he proposed as I raised an eyebrow. No more vandalizing Endeavor's agency, no more hacking my phone to call me when you're drunk, and no more psing Nizu off, he listed as I thought about it. Can you at least take one of those rules off because I want to have fun too? I said, with him shaking his head. I made a sad face and gave him the puppy dog eyes. He looked away, obviously struggling to say no to me again. How about this, young Midoriya? I will take out one rule of your choosing if you can beat young Togata in a fight, he said as I nodded. Sure thing. Call the mini-you so I can take him on. I confidently said, with All Might smiling at me. Confident, are you? I would love to see you fight my protege, he said, pulling out a phone and dialing up Night Eye. Cut to later at All Might's tower. All Might, are you sure you want this to happen? Night Eye asked, looking at me as I kicked the air. Sure thing. Also, young Midoriya, can you keep a secret? All Might asked me as I nodded. He released a large amount of steam, and after it faded, I saw a large wound that was still healing. The hell happened to you? I asked, looking at the wound. 2 years ago, I found the guy who the doctor who tortured you worked for, he said, putting down his shirt. I beat him, but not without a wound of my own. He said as he coughed into a handkerchief. How did you beat him? I asked, knowing you couldn't beat him by normal means. I smashed the top part of his head to bits, he said, looking into my eyes. They have my cells. That type of wound can be healed with them. That doctor is insane. He will fix him. I yelled, thinking of a way to repair the situation. What did you lose? I asked. Most of my lungs and my stomach, he responded. After this, we will talk about helping you, I said seriously as he nodded. Okay, Midoriya, are you ready to be humbled? Mirio asked me. Are you? I responded by sticking my hand into my pockets. Both Small Might and Night Eye backed up to the spectator's box and gave the go-ahead to begin. Mirio rushed me as I stood still. He sank into the ground as I kept my guard up. He reappeared behind me, and I fell forward as stiff as a plank of wood, dodging him. Missed me! I yelled, rolling to the side and dodging a stomp. I got up, taking my hand out of my pockets with my knife that Mei forged for me. A knife is useless against me, he yelled, flying past me. I know, I said, slashing downwards as he phased through me to avoid the knife. But it is a good deterrent. He began to release yellow sparks as he sped up, diving underground. That's cool, I said, catching his fist from behind my head. The thing about me is I have been in so many group fights that my senses became very on point. I say, turning my head to face him. I kicked him in the gut. The thing about your quirk is reaction time and focus. I say, sweeping his legs out. You lost that focus when you were surprised that I countered your punch. I said, driving my fist towards his head as it phased, hitting the ground. Your instincts took over right now, so that means you're open, I said as he kicked me away with the yellow sparks appearing again. I skidded back as he held his leg from the cut I inflicted, blocking the kick with the knife's edge. The air shifted as if he was drawing the air towards him. He suddenly appeared in front of me, punching my rib with multiple loud cracks. He gives me a headbutt, breaking my nose instantly, and then uppercuts me, sending me into the air. He got close and I shoved my fist deep into his gut, following it up with an upwards kick, hitting him squarely in the jaw. "Wanna hear a story?" I asked as he got up, dashing towards me. I moonwalk dodged him completely. "In the beginning, God created Deadpool," I said, taking out a storybook filled with my adventures. "And God looked upon his creation and he thought," I say, using the book to block a blow as I spun on my head, kicking him repeatedly. I launched myself at him as I phased through him. I chucked my book at him the moment my foot exited his intangible body, hitting the back of his head. Like I was saying, and God thought, "What did I just do?" I yelled, spinning to the left, dodging Mirio. "Can you actually fight me?" Mirio begged as I styled on him. Mirio later gave up because he couldn't handle my awesome dance moves and I didn't go down no matter how many hits he landed. All Might looked impressed because he thought that I would have fought him till I was covered in my blood. I left All Might's tower with a gift basket that All Might's staff supplied me that I definitely didn't steal. The rule that I chose to get rid of was the one messing with Nizu. I saw a cargo ship filled with supplies. I looked to my left and saw an axe in my hand. I took out my mask, sliding it down on my face. I know what I must do. Cut to the family. On today's news, we have footage of the vigilante Deadpool on a boat with an axe dumping all the tea into the ocean. The news lady said while Hatsum and the others watched. In his words, and I quote, "Let's Boston Tea Party this." That was all he said before disappearing. She finished with the door slamming open. "I've got All Might to train you guys," I yelled, bloody with the last box of tea left in Japan. "Nizu must be said now. All Might looks like a crackhead now. Looks like I won. Ha, told you all." Mei yelled, pointing at Katsuki as he grumbled. I gave her a tight hug and we sat down. "Okay, you zygotes, get ready to be trained." All Might yelled as Tuya and Katsuki stood before him. "The first thing about getting stronger is a proper diet," he said, handing them a piece of paper. "The American Dream Plan, you have to follow this, so you can build muscle." All Might said, flexing his biceps. "None of us use steroids like you." I yelled, getting punched into the ceiling by him. "I deserve that," I said with my head stuck in the ceiling, the rest of my body hanging. "Since none of you aren't really buff right now, I will teach you how to dodge," All Might said, stretching. "That doesn't seem too hard?" Tuya said, getting slapped into the ground by All Might's finger. "By the way, I won't take it easy on you like my emperor before me. He trained me in the same way." The two proceeded to get the CRP kicked out of them for the entire time All Might trained them. I soon got unstuck from the ceiling, landing onto the mat and breaking my fall. "Midoriya, you mind coming with me?" Night Eye asked me as I nodded. "You said you might have a way for All Might to be back at 100%, right?" He asked me as I nodded. I may not look it or sound like it for that matter, but I understand the human body more than anyone, I said, looking at All Might's charts. "My body is riddled with cancer that could kill me if I didn't get born with my quirk. I would have died. Due to that, my organs themselves have a healing factor," I said, looking over to see Mei taking apart the vending machine. "I will give him the organs he needs so he can be the #1 hero," I said, signaling Mei to get me a Doritos as she gave me a thumbs up. "Why are you helping?" he asked me as I sighed. Look, believe it or not, I like the guy. Plus, with him around, the crime rate stays down and generally helps out everyone. Also, his nemesis is the boss of the doctor who has my cells trying to replicate my quirk. As a bonus, I might be able to get my revenge. I responded by handing him a large cooler. What is this? Night, I asked, confused. Exactly what we talked about. This cooler has all my organs that my beloved partner May Hatsum helped me extract from my body, along with a couple gallons of my blood that also has a healing factor part to it. I said, handing it over. With a jar of my healing goo, name pending, for insurance. May said, handing him the jar. She fed me a chip as I gladly ate the Dorito that we didn't steal. How did you do this in the first place? He asked me as I remembered. I took a lot of painkillers, like 80 bottles worth of them. So my partner dissected me and took them all out. I said, pulling out my phone. I got a video of it, want to see? I asked, with Night Eye shaking his head no nervously. By the way, I know the blonde one is your stepbrother, but is the one with green hair really your cousin? He looks nothing like you except for the green hair, Night Eye analyzed. Sure he is. He is from my mother's side, and if you want to, you can look into my mind to see the truth. I lied as he thought about it. All Might has told me if I ever wanted to go insane, all I would need to do was to look into Deadpool's mind where no logic makes sense. Night Eye thought as he shook his head no. No. I will take your word for it. He said, taking the cooler and the jar. He took out his phone and dialed up Recovery Girl, who answered saying, what did the idiot do this time? Also, make sure that May and my names aren't mentioned. I yelled with him nodding. Phew, he believed the lie. I whispered to May as she nodded. I looked at the training area to see Kaken being thrown across the room. He is being humbled, I said as May grabbed my hand. I looked at her as she smiled with a toothy grin. Let's go out into the city to explore and shop, she said, making my heart do a weird, irregular beat as she looked at me with her eyes sparkling with wonder. Sure, May, let's go. I yelled as I got my keys out for the bike I stole that May repainted green from its original red color. We rode down the street, speeding with May holding me tightly. Suddenly, an explosion happened ahead of us. I hit the brakes, skidding to a halt. Come on. We just wanted to go to the mall. May yelled in frustration as I took out a pair of binoculars from nowhere. What the hell are they doing over there? I asked while looking at the situation. There was a guy in a gimp suit using his teeth to stab people and cars, causing the explosions. Hey, here come the heroes. I yelled as they began to cower in fear, saying they didn't have the right quirks. There goes my hope of not having to intervene out the window, I said, sighing at their incompetence as I put on my mask. May, go to the coffee shop. I will deal with this. Also, I may destroy the bike, I said as she hopped off. If it does get destroyed, bring the parts back so I can fix it please because I like this baby, she said with me patting her head. Of course I will, it's our baby after all, I said as her face turned red. Also, ask for an ice pack. Your face is red, it must be hot, I said, driving off. She sighed. How can he be so charming yet so dense? She questioned herself as she ordered a 3-shot coffee with extra sugar and creamer. The engine roared loudly as I sped closer. Gotta love the upgrade she gave her, I yelled, speeding up into a wheelie. Flesh. The gimp-wearing freak yelled out, sending his teeth at me. One of them struck the back tire, sending me flying towards him. I reached into my waistband, pulling out my favorite knife. You ruined my baby, I yelled, cutting up all the teeth keeping him in the air. He fell as I latched onto his foot, then using all my strength, slammed him into the ground onto his back, breaking the ground below him. FLE.sh. He grunted out as I kicked his face, knocking him out. Time to get back to May, I said as the heroes surrounded me. Hands up, Deadpool. You are under arrest. One yelled as they aimed their quirks at me. Oh really now? I wonder when the heroes will come and arrest me, I asked, putting away my knife. What do you mean? Heroes are already here. Another yelled that had a water quirk. You are not heroes because heroes do not cower in fear in a fight against villains. Now if you excuse me before I deal with all of you here for being cowards, I said as multiple ambulances arrived to help the people hurt, along with the police that locked up the suspect. They let me pass as I grabbed my bike. I lifted it to an alley, taking off my mask as May came to me with some parts to fix it she didn't take from another person's bike. We repaired it so she could drive at full throttle again. Oh, looks like Midoriya took down a villain while on his shopping date, Night Eye said to All Might, who was back to his skinny form. Yeah, looks like he did, and like I said to Nizu, he would make a fine hero, Yagi said as he looked over the knocked out Tuya and Katsuki. By the way, Recovery Girl gave the okay to the operation, Night Eye said, giving him the phone. Thanks for everything. I mean, without you I would probably be dead, Yagi said with Night Eye nodding his head. You are my friend Toshi, of course I would help you. Meanwhile with Toga at the pizzeria, why couldn't I go on the shopping trip? It's not like I will cause any trouble. She yelled at her stuffed bear that Izuku got her. The stuffed bear looked at her with its button eyes. Not you too, Bear Izuku. Man, I am so bored I am literally talking to my stuffed bear that I named Izuku after my crush. She yelled to herself. Might as well cook some pizza and watch some soap operas while they are gone, she said, turning on the TV. May you there I am about to head in? I asked as I stood on top of a roof. Yeah, I heard you, don't get too hurt. I love you. May yelled, hanging up the phone quickly. Love me? I asked myself as my face felt like it was on fire. Back to the job. I yelled while taking a bite of my chimichanga. Sheet that burnt my tongue. I finished my godly food and put my mask down. Time to start the mission, robbing. I yelled while taking a running start with my guns in my palms. I sped up as I reached the ledge and jumped off, heading straight for my target building. I smashed through a window, rolling with the energy I built up. I ped my guns as the guards showed up, aiming their guns at me. I threw a flashbang, hitting one straight in the forehead. It went off as I proceeded to knock them all out because I had to be less of a killer. All Might's words, not mine, I swear. I sprinted down the hallway as more guards showed up. I ran into a room and slammed the desk against the door so they couldn't enter. Sheet, now what do I do? Shut up, you're the one that wanted to go PG. Fine, you're right. I yelled at myself as I looked up and saw a vent. Die hard it is. The goons broke in to see an empty room. They looked up to see the vent cover opened. They aimed their guns up and shot at the vent. They saw blood leaking and left. It kinda hurts that they don't know who I am, I said, crying 2 rivers of tears. I continued down the vents until I crashed downwards from my weight. I knew it, I should go on a diet. I said, hearing multiple clicks around me. Who wants to see a magic trick? I asked as I threw a flashbang into the air, covering my eyes. As the flashbang went off, I shot them all with my taser shot bullets that can knock out a cow. Don't ask me how May knows that. I reached the stairway and started running up them, reaching the 50th floor. Gotta love infinite stamina. I kicked open the door to see all of the goons. Looks like I should have taken the elevator. Right, fellas? I asked as they began to shoot. I slammed the door shut while it shredded like cheese. Man, forget being PG. I yelled, throwing a smoke bomb to block their vision. I took out my blades, rushing in and taking down the closest guy next to me. I kicked his head into someone else's face. Headbutt. Continuing to take them apart with my katanas. I unloaded all my bullets into multiple people until I heard a click signaling me that I had to reload. One person took that as an opportunity to tackle me. I got slammed into the wall, getting pinned. I will kill you, he screamed at me as I laughed. Death can't even do that. What makes you think a small-time crook can do that? I yelled, taking him down. Anybody else that wants to end up like this chucklefuck? I asked as they fell to the ground, acting dead. Good. I walked down the hall, taking out a couple of people thinking that they could kill me. Like, come on, my full title is the unkillable Deadpool. This is the place, I said, kicking the door open to see the boss freaking out, rightfully because I was there. Now why do you think I am here? I asked him, pulling up a chair and sitting, placing my gun on the table. He was sweating profusely as he was grasping for a single word to say. Well, I am going to give you a hint, I said, sliding a golden card to him. A hit was placed on you because your Business, looks like you made a lot of enemies. I said, pointing at him. But I am not here for them, I am here for the families you keep extorting even after they paid you off. You used threats to get more money and you set off the wrong merc, I cheerfully said. Now it so happens that the money I gave them has a tracker that led me to your location. I said, placing my feet on his desk. But I will cut you a deal. You give me back the money and all is forgiven, you loan shark. I proposed as he looked like he was shitting bricks. He nodded quickly, pressing a button that opened the safe behind him. I jumped over the desk and him, peering inside the safe, seeing stacks of cash. Who do you think you are? The bank? I asked as I turned back to see him smugly smiling at me. He got my gun from the table and was aiming it at me. That is my money and like hell I will give it to you. After I kill you, I will beat those people to death with chains, he yelled, pulling the trigger only to hear a click. Funny thing really, I almost never reload my guns because situations like this that I like to set up to see if people will betray me. It's fun to do. Well, looks like you made your choice. May his death send you straight to hell where a lot of us belong. I said, walking to him as he tried to run away. He made it a couple of feet until he tripped. Now this is just sad. For you, not me, I get a payday while you die on the floor like the animal you are. I said, throwing a blade at his head. I turned back to the vault, getting my good old, unreasonably large bag with the $sign on it out. I threw all the money inside the bag along with the jewels he had. I grabbed a document. Oh, a deed to the building? I put it in my bag, sending a message to Weasel to send the cleaners to get rid of the dead. I emptied the safe of the rest of the money and other CRP he had. I made my way out with all the loot from this raid/job. Time to take a shortcut. I said, waiting for it to happen. Cut to later. There it is. I said while looking down. All right, I even got my normal clothes. I lifted the bag over my shoulder, carrying it with little effort. I made it to a worn-down apartment complex and I entered, heading to room No. I knocked and checked the time. Oh, it's 4 in the morning. I hope I don't get shot from waking them. I said as the door opened to reveal a tall brown-haired burly man. Don't worry about that, I don't even own a gun, he said tiredly. Well, thanks for the reassurance, also I am here to help your family because you're the last ones on the list. I say as he let me walk in with my bag. I walk in and see a pretty brown-haired woman. Hello, I said, and she freaked out seeing my $sign bag. Bitch burglar. She yelled, smacking me with a frying pan in the face repeatedly. Apparently, she didn't see her husband let me in. Honey, he isn't a burglar. He said he was here to help. The guy yelled as I was on the floor. I am fine, I said as my head healed while getting up. Like he said, I am here to help. I am so sorry you had the bag like old cartoons I used to watch. She yelled as I laughed. Well, I got rid of the loan shark and his men. Right now I am going through the list he had of families to give them the money he took from them. I said this, handing them stacks of cash, shocking them. Why? He asked as I just shrugged. I did it because I wanted to. I said as I began to float. That is new. I say getting stuck on the ceiling. Pa are getting money from the loan shark again? The younger-looking girl yelled. No, I am helping you guys. I said as I fell to the ground. Like mother like daughter ya think. I said getting up again. He's telling the truth honey, he is helping us. I handed them some more cash. Don't worry about the taxes, I got that covered, this is a gift to you guys. I say as they all bow to me. Okay, none of that CRP, I am just a no-good merc called Deadpool. I hope your family does well, Mrs. and Mr. Uraraka. I say trying to leave as they all pull me into a hug. This is nice. Deadpool, you are going to be killed by me, any last words? And please be appropriate because I have heard how vulgar you can be. Said to me as she pressed her foot harder on my chest while I stared down her sniper arm aimed directly at my head. Well, for starters, the readers might want to have some answer how we got here. I say as she looked at me confused. So let me recap the entire event through a flashback, so see you guys in a bit. Flashback? Asked as it happened. Flashback? Flashback a couple hours. So what are you telling me that you have a date? I asked as Tuya looked down. "Aw, that is so cute," I said, patting his head. "So how did you two meet?" I asked, with him forcefully removing my hand from him. "I was walking down the road and I saw her, so I asked her out and she said yes." Tuya told me as I nodded. "Bullshit," I said cheerfully. "There is no way you, a guy who has never asked out anybody ever, has that good of game," I said as I saw him look at me angrily. "Just tell me the truth." I promise not to laugh, I say as I see him sigh and take a deep breath. "We matched on Cinder," he said dryly. "Really? A dating app?" I yelled out, getting punched in the face. "Shut up. Don't judge. I never asked out a chick, so I did it the online way," Tuya said, scratching his cheek. "So why did you come to me?" "I haven't dated anyone and I am insane, so the norm doesn't really apply to me," I say with glasses on with an opened book labeled, "The Many Reasons Why I Am Insane." "Well, she asked for a double date," he said as I gave him a shocked face. "So I wanted you and May to join so I can fill up the slots." I threw my glasses off and tossed the book to the ground. "Sure thing. Sounds like I can have fun. Gotta make sure that May says," I say as I get a ding on my phone from May saying that she was in. "Kinda forgot that she has direct access to the cameras in here," I muttered, giving Tuya a thumbs up. "She said yes, so when do we leave?" "She said let's meet at a steakhouse in an hour," Tuya informed me by looking at his phone. "Well then let's not have a lady waiting on us," I yelled, dressing up quickly. 1 hour later. "All right, everyone ready?" I asked. They both nodded their heads. I pulled out my phone and texted Toga to keep a lookout as she sent me a picture of us entering the building. Got to say her stealth is top tier, I thought as we sat at a table waiting for Tuya's date. "Oh my god, do you think she stood us up?" I gasped as they looked at me. "Maybe it is possible," May added with Tuya looking down. "Nah, I bet she will show up. If not, we get some pizza and smoothies on the way home," I say, bringing up the mood. "You know it is bad to talk about a woman's intentions behind her back, you know?" A feminine voice said behind me, touching my shoulder. She walked past my seat, clacking her shoes as she did. She sat across from Tuya and next to May, giving us a smile. She had short lilac hair along with pale blue skin that reminded me of cotton candy. Her pupils were green like mine, but her scara was black. She wore a black dress that really popped out her curves. I felt a kick to the shin, so I shifted my head to May to see her smiling at me with a dark aura around her. "So can I get your names, please?" she asked as she took out a notepad. "May Hatsum. Tuya Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya Bakugo, Chitos Kazuki. That is my name, so how about we get to know each other? I am a reporter, how about you guys?" she asked us. "This has to go to sheet. What should I say?" "I think May says she is an inventor." "I am going to be a hero," Tuya said as I saw her eyes glow. She turned her head to me. Forget it, man. I am a mercenary for hire." She reeled back in shock and said, "Well, at least you said the truth of your profession. Though how did a missing person end up in this life of murder?" she said with a cheery tone. May turned her head, reaching into her pocket, and instantly we heard multiple clicks around us. "It would seem that you came prepared," I said as the whole steakhouse we were in aimed their guns at us. Now let's not jump the gun just yet. We can still have a fun date together as long as we don't try to kill each other," Chitos said with a cup of coffee getting handed to her. "Well, what are your interests?" Tuya asked her as she leaned in. "Now we are talking. I am into meta-liberation. A world where we don't have to hide our quirks and use them freely," she proclaimed. "Well, for me it is that I want revenge on my father for what he did and is still doing," Tuya responded, but kept going. "Also want to help people and surpass all might to be the new #1 hero." "Wow, big dreams, but they could get in the way of mine. Though to get a stud like you might be worth it," she flirted while Tuya stayed stone-faced like always. "Well, May, would you like to play the claw machine and definitely not break into it?" I suggested and she nodded very quickly. I texted Toga to come in because there was no point in her not having fun with us. "Come, Izuku. Let's get that thing." May roared as I laughed, looking at the stuffed animal that looked like a mix of a panda and duck. The door swings and Toga latches onto my back. "Oh, get me that red panda," she yelled as I nodded. The claw went down and fully grasped the panda/duck. It went up, shook a bit, then fell back into the pile. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It is not fine. I said it at first calmly, then started to yell at the end, taking out my pistol and aiming it straight into the glass. I blasted it, shattering the barrier between me and the stuffed animals. Everybody looked at me shocked except for my friends and Chitose. I won, I said as I grabbed the two girls' stuffed animals they wanted. Thanks, Izuku, they both said at the same time, looking at each other. We sit back down as Chitose writes in her notepad. So you guys are sure? I am going to give each of you a proposal. She said with her eyes glowing with excitement. We all listened in to see what she could provide. I want all 4 of you to join the Meta Liberation Army. She says with lots of enthusiasm. They all look at me, so I have to make the call for all of us. No. Glad to hear that you Agra. Wait, what? Chitose yells the last part. I said no for a very good reason. She leaned in with great curiosity to hear my reason. It doesn't sound like fun. I want to go on adventures and have fun. Your group wants to alter the very thing I like to mess with and make fun of. What would I do if I had to see a war break out with many innocent people and children caught in the chaos? I said seriously and placed my gun on the table. Sacrifice will have to be made for true freedom. Chitose says sadly, looking down. Freedom? That isn't freedom, it is mindless fighting for a cause that might not work, like Izuku said. Innocence will be lost. We kill, yes, but we kill people who deserve it. Tuya said, looking at Chitose's glowing eyes that stared right back. Wow, this might take another chapter for the flashback. Well, see y'all in a bit. I yelled as they looked at me confused except for May. Just go with the flow or you might end up dead. May said, feeding me a piece of her steak that she got from out of nowhere. Good, you are back. Now back to our date. I yelled with them looking at me confused and just went back to talking. So you guys like this world better with the pricks that run it? Chitose asked as we nodded. Who else would we mess with? Like I said, I want to have fun and live a life with the people I like, but that won't happen if your army goes on the assault. I said, munching on some fries. Look, what you are saying sounds great, but there should still be some regulations because a bully beating a quirkless child with his quirk would not be punished because of the freedom of quirk use. It would become a world where the strong beat the weak into SBMSN and it would be totally legal. Our world is like this, but it has limits, yours has none. I say, pointing at her as she begins to see what I am saying. The best we could ask for is for the next generation not to become a total mess like us by helping them. Ripping away the rug that stuff got swept under. Your group can do this all legally, and with public opinion you can probably pass the laws, but it takes time, and that is something I got. I say, reaching my hand out for her to take it. She reached her hand out to take it. My instincts take over, and with my pistol I block a sniper bullet that was aimed at Chitose that shot through the window. I barely had it repaired. I yelled, flipping the table and throwing the broken gun away. Everyone out. There is a sniper after Chitose. Tuya, May, and Himiko protect her. She is the target. I will deal with the one that ruined our double date. I yelled, crashing through the window that shot. I checked the trajectory where the bullet came from. I see a glint with a bullet piercing my shoulder. There is the little assassin. I yelled, running towards the sniper, scaling a fire escape up a building. I get to the top to have another bullet shoot right through my gut. Ah man, that is a lot of blood. I yelled, parkouring to get to the shooter. Hey camper, shoot this. I yelled, flipping out my middle finger aimed at the sniper. Not even a second later my favorite finger gets shot off. I was joking, you mother. I began to scale the final building where the shooter was at. I make it to the top and instantly get kicked in the face, twisting my head. Wow. Such power, I said excitedly, twisting my head back in place. Pucker up, I shouted, sucker punching the shooter in the face, making them skid back with another bullet tearing through my eye socket. How the heck do you have such good aim? I asked with another bullet hitting my chest. I practiced, you annoying person. Who are you and why did you crash my fun time playdate? I yelled as the clouds moved to let the moonlight shine on the person to reveal a female with a sniper arm and scope aimed at me. My mission as a hero is to terminate the newest high-ranking meta-liberation member Chitose Kizuki aka Curious, she said. Hero? Bullshit. You are just a killer. Me. The difference is that we have different employers. I yelled, pulling my favorite knife out. I do it for justice. I get dirty so others stay clean, she yelled at me. You're nothing but a tool for them. A gun that they command and pull the trigger of. I rush her, somersaulting towards her, dodging a shot with her, punching my stomach with her fist coming out my back. You already made a hole there, I shouted, slamming my fist into her gut, sending her a couple feet up. She latched onto my arm, twisting her entire body, flipping me over into the ground. She stomps her boot onto my chest while shooting off my leg, aiming the next shot right into my face. Flashback over. Flashback. Quit acting ridiculous, she yelled, pressing the barrel to my nose. Says the licensed killer. Or should I say the Heroes Association's very own assassin, Lady Nagant, I said, pressing my head up. You act like you are any different from me. You kill villains too, she shouted at me. That is why I said we have a different employer. Mine are people who need help while yours are the top 1% that don't want to deal with the villain's problems. Me and you are the same, just that I am better than you. I shouted at her. You listen to a hypocritical association that says they help people when they have people kill others that they are too scared to deal with legally. I yelled, shoving her off me with my barely intact arm. I am doing what is right for the world, she said to me angrily. Is that why you became a hero, to kill? You are too blind to see the wrongs that you are being used to do. Like a puppet, I say as I rip my shoulder off and toss it to her. When you can see perfectly before you do anything idiotic, come find me, you blind sniper. I yelled, jumping off the roof as Chitose activated her quirk landmine to explode my shoulder piece, giving us the opening to escape. A bit later. Look, Tuya, I know that date went terribly. I would like to do it again someday, just the two of us, Chitose said, walking away, blowing a kiss to him. Sure, is all Tuya said. Himiko, I know that went badly, but let's have some fun later at the arcade. I say as they snuggle their stuffed animals. I will take that as a yes. Izuku, I am going to go off on my own now. Tuya spoke up. All Might gave me a scholarship to UA. Mirio got one from Sir Night Eye. So UA will provide living conditions and the exam is a month away. You can move out when you want. I am not your parent, I am just a friend that is helping one out because they are struggling. Just call and I will help, so just wait till May, Kaken, and Himiko show up because I want you to help them out. So can you please help them out? I asked with him nodding. Of course I will, they are going to be my family soon, Tuya says, smirking. Oh, you make me blush, I said, giving him a hug walking home. It was times like these where I really wished the world was kind to me, but deep down I know better than anyone that happy times never last. Tuya moved out a couple days later. We were sad, but this meant that he would finally put his all into being a hero. Though we were happy because that meant we could finally prank UA events to embarrass him. He passed the exam with flying colors, obviously. He got really close to beating All Might's record of 156 points. After the first day, he called me saying that his teacher expelled the whole class except 4 of them. He later told us that he looked like a homeless man that wore all black with yellow goggles. I later told him that Eraserhead was one of the best underground heroes that the whole underworld feared, except me because it is me. He erases quirks and beats the living daylights out of you. Pretty scary. I've never run into him personally, so good for me then. The sports festival rolled around, and we decided to dye the girl's hair green. We also put on blue contacts to match his eyes. We got Kaken, Mom, and Dad to do it with us, which was nice. The girls put makeup on my face so I could hide my diamond freckles to match with them more. The moment Tuya appeared in the obstacle race, we screamed our heads off yelling his name. We had also made large signs that had a poorly painted version of his face on it. Good Tuya. You better win, cousin. We screamed as the entire crowd looked at us. Well, would you at that? Looks like one of Class 1's family is here to cheer. Present, Mike yelled, with Tuya looking down, avoiding eye contact with Mirio patting his back. Tuya got 7th place in the race, which was great, making us cheer louder for him, and I got the brilliant idea to take out my ion-powered confetti gun. I blasted it into the air, making a large bang with green and blue paper going everywhere. Now that is stepping up there cheering for a family member. Present Mike yelled as the second round started. Alright, the next event will be free for all. The higher you placed, the more points you have. So first place has 1 million points. All eyes zoomed in on a kid that looked like Sasuke from Naruto. He looked like he was going to pass out from pure anxiety. Mirio, a blue-haired girl, and Tuya helped out when the round started, with Tuya making a ring of blue fire around them so no other students came except for 2 Class 1B students. One had bright yellow hair that was on fire. The other had a rabbit attribute and dark skin that screamed at Sasuke to fight her. Though she fell on her face because the round ended, and we burst out laughing. I did see Endeavor looking at Tuya like he saw a ghost. During the 45-minute break, we met up with Tuya and what was left of Class 1A. Hey Tuya, you did great. None of those guys could touch you. I yelled. Yeah, it's almost like I wasn't on fire, he sarcastically said, rolling his eyes. Wow, sarcasm is unbecoming of you, Mom said to him as she ruffled his hair, and he smiled. You did great out there. You really did show them who was boss, Dad said to him. Wow, your family sure has lots of energy, Mirio said, patting his back. Thanks, guys, but we still have one final round, he said, lightly smiling. Yeah, and after all of us will go for pizza. I yelled as we all nodded. As we exited, I saw Endeavor peering at us. He looked distraught and had a look of regret for some reason. I looked away as he also stomped away. We saw the final round. It was a tournament. Tuya did great, beating the rabbit girl in hand-to-hand combat, though I noticed that the girl landed a solid blow on his ribs. He had a couple of broken ribs for sure. He ended up getting second place due to Mirio using his super strength to smash away the flames shot at him. The round ended with Mirio knocking him out of bounds when they both used their strongest attacks. Endeavor gave the medals. He took a little longer on Tuya than the rest. He didn't say a word, but he looked ashamed the entire time. It would seem all the old memories of his failures were rushing back. Time passed as we all dyed our hair again for the school festival. Due to the small number of students in Class 1A, they ended up making a dragon with Tuya shooting fire out of its mouth. After everything, he got an internship with Endeavor that he accepted. He called me saying that he didn't know what to do. Tuya, he has knowledge on what to do with fire. He is the best teacher you can get to teach you about using your quirk, I said as he agreed to my statement and accepted his internship. Remember, things are not like they seem. Someone was prodding into your life. During the internship, he was able to see his old family when he was invited to his old home for dinner. He saw his siblings, though he could tell that Shoto had become much like himself, resentful of their father. From what he learned from Izuku's info, he wasn't replaced and forgotten like he thought before. The rest he needed to find out why his life turned out the way it did. His mother was gone, and Shoto had a burn on his eye. Shoto, do you use your fire? He asked. No, I will not use that BSDRD's quirk, he yelled directly, staring at Endeavor. Well, how about this, me and you fight with quirks. If you win, I will back off, but if I win, you have to use your fire, Tuya said, with Endeavor looking at them intensely. He needed to see if he stood a chance. They walked to the training room, and Tuya saw something in his old room, a shrine. He only saw it once before when he awoke from his coma. The day he took up the name Dabi and waited for the chance to get back at his father for replacing him. Until Izuku took him and showed him another path to direct his flames. Hey Endeavor, what is up with that? Tuya asked, with Endeavor looking down. My biggest regret as a father. I didn't listen to my son and told him he couldn't be a hero. Though he still trained really hard to fulfill my dream of surpassing All Might. His body had no resistance to fire, but rather an ice resistance. So when he used his quirk, he burned himself, Endeavor said, lighting an incense. I could have trained him to be stronger, stayed closer to him, and maybe he would still be here. If I had supported him, maybe the accident might not have happened. Though I am still proud of him. He did what he said he would do, which was to surpass me. He continued to say with a stray tear. coming down his cheek. He quickly wiped it away. For some reason, with Tuya's sudden appearance, Endeavor's hatred for All Might was thinning. He was being forced to deal with all his past mistakes and current ones all at once. It was breaking the shell he built for himself. Shoto looked at the photo, then at Tuya, writing a mental note. They fought, with Tuya getting the upper hand, his flames melting the ice with ease. Shoto did his best, only for Tuya to push him into using his fire. They both charged up their fire to extreme temperatures. They clashed their strongest attacks, causing a massive explosion of fire. Shoto was knocked out as Tuya stood with burn marks all over him. "Get me my bag, I got my medical burn cream," he said to Fuyumi and Natsuo. They rushed back with his bag, and he took out a jar. "What type of cream is that? I've never seen this one anywhere." "It looks more like jelly," she yelled, helping him apply it to his burned body. "You have a weak resistance to fire, don't you?" Endeavor asked him, so he nodded. "My family are fire breathers, so when I got my quirk, I produced it. I didn't have a body that could resist the fire." Tuya lied, with Endeavor accepting it. "What is the cream made of?" "A friend of mine has hyper-regeneration using his stem cells as the main component to make sure my body could heal from burns really easily," Tuya explained as his burns quickly went away. He left later, giving just enough of the cream for Shoto if he wanted to get rid of his scar. After that day, Endeavor kept a close eye on the boy. He needed to know if Tuya was who he said he was. His name, appearance, and weakness of quirk made him want to believe his son was alive. He wasn't the only one to see it either. His children even stated the resemblance was too uncanny. They also missed their brother and were hoping for a miracle. Sneakily, he gave Tuya a DNA test to find out the truth, but when he got them back, it turned out to be negative. Putting his head down as he read the note, he walked out of his office to train the boy. What he didn't know was that a certain merc altered the results so the surprise wouldn't be ruined. Time passed more with us doing the same to Tuya at the next sports festival, but upping the previous year with large portable cannons that shot a lot of confetti. Himi and May have been really handsy these days. Taking showers with me, saying it saved water, so that is good. They have been hugging me more lately, always caressing me when they do. When I turned 17, they both gave me a kiss that was nice of them. The exam for UA was not far away, so Kaken upped his training with Himi doing the same. May began to work on a sustainable energy source to power her babies. The three of us slept in the same bed when May accidentally exploded hers and Himi's. Though my job didn't get easier, Lady Nagant has been hunting me. I saved a girl that looked like an alien along with a boy that can make himself hard. With him, the jokes write themselves. Curious and Tuya have been talking more, and Himi was able to grab me a photo of them going to the movies. Even though he told me he was training with All Might. Speaking of him, he has gotten better. His smaller form looks more alive and more buff. So he is doing great for himself. Weasel has been keeping me busy with the jobs no one would take because it was too risky. So why not send the one guy who can't die? I also met a nice old lady that I was supposed to kill, but it is an old lady. I can't just kill her, so I faked her death and set her up with an apartment and also gave her a 3D TV even though she was blind. So the day finally came for my family to go to UA to fulfill their dreams. May and Toga dyed the tips of their hair green. While Mom got a green highlight for me because she wanted a reminder of me on her because she virtually looks the same as Kaken. The reason I am telling this story is that I am bored. Mainly because I am alone in the pizzeria with the animatronics. That is why I have been talking to you for the whole time they have been gone. I wonder how they are right now. I bet they all passed with flying colors. Cut to my family. So why did you call us to the office, Mr. Nizu? Toga asked as the three of them took a seat. Nothing big, Miss Toga, just need to wait for the rest to come, he responded. Let me ask a question to the three of you. What do you think makes a hero? He asked them. They all looked at each other, nodding. A hero is a person that protects the civilians from harm against people that have the title of villain and natural disasters, they said at the same time. That is a great answer. Now what about mercenaries? They are people who use their quirks illegally to complete tasks from their employer, they answered again. The door opened to reveal Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo. They took a seat with Nizu taking a sip of tea. I am not a fan of mercenaries because some go too far, often causing more harm than good, he said coldly. He reached into his desk and pulled out a massive file filled with paper with the name Deadpool on it. This made the color of their faces drain. Mei Hatsum, you have provided the gear of a mercenary, which is a huge crime. Katsuki, Mitsuki, and Masaru Bakugo helped hide the said mercenary, which is also a huge crime. Himiko Toga, you are in the same boat with them along with you being a runaway after a certain incident. Nizu said, spreading the papers from the file out. We have the evidence for all of you to prove these statements true. The countless amount of camera footage and a certain glove that still had a hand in it. The glove itself had a symbol that has your DNA, Hatsum. Izuku Midoriya Bakugo is the said mercenary in question. He is wanted and is being hunted by our top heroes. He has killed over 172 people, often being from rivaling factions, increasing their control and crime rate. Sure, his local area is safe, everywhere else has become nothing but a cesspool of danger. Ever since his appearance, crime syndicates have exploded in size and power. Even ones that have been dormant for decades due to All Might. Nizu taking another sip of his tea. The 5 of them didn't move a single muscle. I was one of the judges for the exams and I have to say the 3 of you are really impressive. Better than most pros in terms of skill and power. Hatsum, your inventions are top tier that can rival a lot of professionals. So this just breaks my heart to say this. Nizu said, looking down. Your admission papers to enter UA are rejected and you 3 are banned from ever entering UA, which also includes being blacklisted from any other hero school like Shiketsu. Nizu said as they all looked destroyed. All of you are looking at life in jail. Nizu said to them coldly. But I have a proposition for the 5 of you, so you all don't have to stare at a cell door for the rest of your lives. Nizu said to them. They exited the office devastated after hearing what Nizu proposed to them. His final words to them rang constantly in their heads like an alarm. I will give the 5 of you a day to decide. I know this is hard, but it is the best I can do for you whether you like it or not. I saw my family enter the pizzeria, so I let off the confetti cannon. You all pass. I yelled, running up to them. Mei and Hime, I packed up all your things. Mei, I couldn't get all of our babies, so I put in the best ones. I know all of them are great, but some are better than others. Kakin, I also got you a limited edition All Might figurine that is worth a fortune in great condition. Dad, I got you 2 tickets for a cruise so you don't get bored while Kakin is out of the house. Look, you guys were gone so long I set up a whole party. I even invited Tuya. He is in the kitchen with the cakes. I said, pulling out party hats. Okay, 1 for each. I had these especially made for this occasion a couple months ago. And I got the animatronics to work again. Thank Mei for teaching me how to invent and fix things. They can play the show while we eat our cake. I stared at them. They had distraught faces and red eyes. Oh, did you guys not pass? Well, just in case, I made another cake that reads you always have next year. It's chocolate. It's Mei's favorite flavor. I also made your very spicy curry that would kill normal people. I say, placing the hats on them. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Was it not enough? I can run to the store with the bike and pick up some ice cream if you guys are that sad about it. I was going to leave, but Mei and Hime pulled me into a very tight hug. I heard them sniffling and crying into my shirt. I patted their heads. Hey Pinkie Pie, Gullcat, please don't cry. Like I said, you guys have next year to try again. Izuku IT is not about at the exam. Dad said to me, placing his hand on my shoulder. Son, Nizu gave us a choice. We have to make a choice and we want you to decide. He said in a somber tone. Nizu? What does he have to do with this? Did he fail you because of me? Oh, I am going to roast that rat for dinner. I yelled. No, honey, due to our obliviousness we messed up. Mom said with Kakin looking down. No, you didn't. I did everything. I can get some stuff to prove in court that you guys had nothing. Nerd, the evidence is cut and dry. He has footage of us being together. The gear Pinkie made for you was linked to her. All of us are your accomplices. This can put us in jail for life. Katsuki yelled out with tears streaming. The choices he gave us were either we all go to jail for being your accomplices, We turn you in to save ourselves, or we cut you completely out of our lives with no contact at all, and he will come get you himself. Dad said as I looked at him in shock. Wait, no. This has to be a joke. I barely got you guys back. I yelled looking down. I can't leave you guys again. He gave us 1 day to decide, so we want you to decide for us. Hime said, looking directly at me, breaking my heart. I see can't. It's all right, Izu. We can run away together. Live in the shadows like ninjas. We can fake our deaths or skip town. Wait, that is the same as running away. I don't know what to choose. I don't know what to do. Mei yelled with tears running down her face. I have to do something, right? I looked into her appealing eyes and they said to me that she was afraid, and it completely shattered my heart to see her like this. I promised to help them with their dreams all the way. Fully support them now. I am the reason that they can't complete them. So I pulled the best smile I could. I promised to support all of your dreams no matter the cost, so I need you all to promise me something right now. I said as my breathing became ragged. Weepy promise, they all said at the same time, choking at the end of it. Live your lives without me in it. A loud slap rang across the pizzeria. Mei was breathing very heavily. How can you say that to us? To me. Live without you. I can't do that. How can I forget the man I love who helped me out of my hell that I called my life? How? Please tell me so I can understand it, like when I build my babies with you. You promised to never leave me alone. She yelled, pulling my collar. She loved me. Mei, you walk away and never think about me ever again. You don't come back nor accept me back. That is how you move on from this. From me. I shouted as I heard a crash behind me. I looked to see Tuya with a broken cup on the ground. What's going on? The hell do you mean move on? We can't do that. What about you, Izu? You'll be alone. Hime yells at me as I look down. Small price. I said, patting her head. And one that I am going to pay for. We all knew one day the law was going to get me. This shouldn't be a surprise. I look at my parents and brother who were torn from my choice. Come on, guys. I will be watching you from afar so nothing heads your way. I will always be there for all of you when you need it, I swear on it. I say, forcing a smile. Nizu gave us a day, so we have one last day together as a family. So let's make the best of it. They nod. Tuya, this stands for you too. After today, none of you will see me again on your own accord. So since you passed, let's have some fun that I set up. I said as I cut the cake, handing them each a piece. We talked about the fun we all had. Mei revealed some of my more embarrassing moments at work that shocked Mom and Dad. Mom told stories of Kaken as a kid and silly things he has done. Tuya stayed silent for most of it, seemingly trying to hold himself together. I turned on the animatronics to play their show till one began to choke me out. It was the bear when I went to turn them off. His eyes went all black. Luckily for me, Mei turned him off quickly. Hime got into my alcohol stash and began to drink it, though a single cup got her tipsy. She slurred, but I could understand her. She proclaimed that she and Mei loved me during karaoke, doing a duet together. I want to be your girlfriend. It made me feel like an idiot for not noticing. I went to the back of the pizzeria and grabbed all of the fireworks I could find. We blew up a watermelon along with anything I had in the fridge like a full chicken, then we decided to light the night sky up as if it was day. It took a bit, but we set up as many in a circle. Tuya sent his appealing flames, lighting the fuse. It was quiet for a bit, then suddenly multiple loud booms went off at virtually the same time, making me deaf. The explosion of fireworks ruptured my eardrums. The night glowed like it was day for a couple of seconds, with the fireworks exploding constantly. I took them on a joyride across the city, speeding down the road over 100 in a car I didn't steal from a drag lord. The hell you talking about? We went home after a bit just to accept what is ending in a couple of hours. We just sat down on the couch, just talking. No more, no less. Just talking about the future for them. Nothing exciting, no crazy explosions, no singing or me doing anything crazy, just speaking. We did that till we were all too exhausted to talk. We stayed on the couch in silence as the seconds turned to minutes and minutes turned to hours. We held one another tightly, never wanting to let go. The light of the new day shone through the windows. My time together was up, that was all I could think, but as they say, everything comes to an end. The clock finally stops ticking. I got up before them and loaded the car up with their items. I wrote a letter and placed it in the glove box. Inside it was a separate bank account that had more than enough money for their tuition with a lot extra. UA may be a great school, but it is expensive as hell, so I made a spare account for them years ago. I wanted them to keep it because it was for them anyway. I cooked a simple breakfast of eggs, bacon, and toast. Every second that passed felt like I was going to explode, but I kept it together for them. I put on a smile because Yagi told me that at times of despair, put on a smile so the others around think that everything will be alright. Not bad advice to make others feel safe even when the world is falling apart. It gives them a sense of hope that you know that everything will turn out fine and dandy. Soon they all awoke and we ate in silence as we already said what needed to be said. There was officially nothing else to say. I was going to be left behind because of my selfish actions. This was my fault in all of its entirety, though admitting it to myself didn't help. It made me feel even worse. I became a mercenary that kills people for money and I stole from rich villains. Due to that, I jeopardized my family's future. This is my last selfish request to them, so at least I can see them do great things for their lives from afar as a stranger. I went to open the door to let them leave, but my legs couldn't move. I kept reminding myself that it was for the greater good to convince myself enough to move. I opened the door with the car fully loaded, all ready for them to be as comfortable as possible. I tossed Katsuki the keys. "It's all yours," I said with a smile. He hugged me tightly as I hugged back just as tight. May came out with a box that I have never seen. "This was made for you because you are the only one I trust with it," May said, strapping a device to my wrist. "It is a teleporting watch. I made it on the off chance that you ever needed to escape the heroes. It is the only one in the world because I invented teleportation. The baby that is only for you and only you." She hugged me. She took off her goggles and placed them on my head. "These are a reminder of me for you. May, these are your prized possessions," I said, with her shaking her head no. "The time I had with you was my prized possession. You were the only one to ever say I could be a hero, so I will be. Just for you because you believe in a dream that I no longer believed in or thought was possible. So just watch me," May said to me as I gave her a hug and she gave me a kiss that felt bittersweet. Hime gave me another kiss. "You took me off the streets, even when I attacked you, so please watch me become something you can be proud of, not a crazy blonde chick that likes to stab things. Izuku, no matter what you do in life, I will always be proud of you. I have supported you this far. Why stop now?" Demasuru said to me with Emomitsuki nodding and giving me a kiss on the forehead that was filled with love. "I left a present in the glove box when you get home." Tuya was the last one and he gave me a hug that felt like something in me just broke more. I stayed strong as Katsuki started the car. The engine roared as if it was alive and crying as well. I slid down May's goggles with the Dodge Challenger roaring on the driveway. As they pulled away, I looked each of them in the eyes. I gave them a large smile and waved at them happily as they drove away. Soon the car disappeared from my sight as I put my hands down. Suddenly my hands got wet. I looked down to see droplets of water falling from my eye. It's been such a long time since I cried and it aches so much. I went inside, locking the door, collapsing to the ground to my knees. I took off the goggles and teleporting device. I placed them in a safe spot away from me before I cracked completely. "Why?" I yelled, flipping the table, shattering the plates on it. "Why? Why? 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 www.why? Me goddammit. But answer me. You be so. Why? Please just make the pain stop already." From the outside, you could only hear the sound of things being broken and the wail of a man that has lost everything he cared for. I sat flat against the wall with my hand bloodied from my own blood. My home was filled with holes created from my fist. It no longer felt like home, though the memories did tie me down to this place. It has been 3 days of me sitting against the only wall that was still intact. I haven't eaten since my final meal with them. My door swung open even though I locked it to reveal a certain rodent. I didn't move an inch as he stepped towards me. He picked up a knocked-over chair and sat on it. To be honest, Deadpool, I thought by the first hour you would have come to kill me. It does seem like you are in no condition to move, Nizu said to me. Just shut the F up already, I said to him, lifting my head to look him in the eyes. Vulgar as always, Nizu said, shifting in his seat. Why? Well, I don't want a mass-murdering mercenary to be hanging among my students. That is why. Not to say that is the only thing you are known for, Nizu cheerfully said, annoying me more. Midoriya, you know what I see in you? I see myself if I were to give in to my rage. You are like a mirror to me as I am a mirror of you. You let me see what I would have become and do so. Thank you for answering a question that has been lingering with me, Nizu said, clapping. Anything else? I am also here to tell you that UA begins in 4 months as the rest of the students get in, Nizu said to me. Just wanted to tell you that so you could see them excel without you. Remember you chose this. I am really here to see how you're holding up after the choice you made for them. Though you could have easily just come and killed me like I thought you would, Nizu said, looking directly into my eyes. Oh, trust me, that thought has crossed my mind multiple times. Though what is stopping you? Oh, I know, a promise you made that you are keeping. Besides, if you killed me, every single law enforcement hero or citizen would be hunting you down, Nizu said, hopping out of his seat and walking into my range. If I kill you, their dreams are finished. I yelled. I instantly grabbed him by the collar of his suit, lifting him into the air. Don't get it twisted, Nizu. Don't act like I wouldn't murder everyone in my way. I yelled, standing up. You are only still alive because I made a promise. If I didn't, you would be dead where you stand. I yelled, dropping him to the ground as he coughed. Did you really have to make an Undertale reference? He asked. You played Undertale? For reals. That made me stop for a bit, then continued. You are a good animal, but if you mess with my family that has nothing to do with my problems, I will tear through any wall you put up, I said, staring at him as he stared back. I made a deal as well, so I am going to hold up my end. Just hold on to your side and nothing happens to them. Though if something were to happen to you now, that is fair game, Nizu said, walking away as something was thrown inside. Haha, you're really funny, Nizu. I yelled out as the grenade blew up, blowing me out of the pizzeria. I heard multiple clicks around me. I got up like an inflatable crazy waving tube man. You guys really know how to get my adrenaline going. I yelled out with my body healing the shrapnel wounds. Oh, would you look at the top heroes of Japan who are here to take down the immortal Deadpool. I yelled out. I am back, bitches, even more insane. I am currently running on insanely bad depression, suicidal thoughts and 3 days of no sleep. I am ready to kill God or become him. I yelled out as bullets turned me to Swiss cheese. I ran up to one with a riot shield. I yanked it out from his arms, smashing my head into his helmet, breaking it. You guys should invest more in better armor. I shouted, grabbing the barrel of the gun. Oh, no bullets. That is okay, Daddy here will use you better than the other guy. I yelled, using the gun as a bat to hit the others in riot armor. Retreated as I backflipped over a torrent of fire. Oh, Mr. Fire Hazard is here. Are you finally going to show me how you thought you were going to be number one? I smiled crazily, saying that unervingly to Endeavor. I rushed forward towards him with my knife that I got from my waistband. Stand down, you demon villain. Endeavor yelled, sending a torrent of fire at me. I ran through it as it burned my clothes off. Hey, have you ever heard about the 1000-degree knife challenge that was 200 years ago? I yelled with my charred body jumping out from the flames with a knife that was red hot, melting the flesh of my hand like butter. I wonder how you look bloody. I yelled, driving the knife into his chest until multiple feathers impaled me. Way to ruin the homage to my good friend who used to be like that. I yelled after getting kicked in the face by a rabbit's foot. Looks like the lucky rabbit's foot I ordered is here. Bing, I wanted a good fight, but this one seems a bit loony, you think, Burnin'? The newest up-and-coming hero Miruko asked her teammate. This guy is on the top wanted list for a reason, but over time he had more self-control, It looks like he has gone back to his old self. Burning yelled. Now that is an interesting comment. Blame Nizu for this little girl. I yelled next to them. Before they reacted, I kicked the bunny rabbit in the gut, sending her back. That gave the one with fire hair the chance to set my head on fire. That was pretty hot. I guess I look like Ghost Rider now. I yelled, head-butting her nose and side-kicking her into the incoming rabbit. Hey, come down here so I can have some wings. I am hungry, little birdie. I yelled at Hawks, who was flying high. My body lit on fire once again. Hey, you think you can turn up the heat? I am a bit cold right now. I shouted, getting a punch in the face from the flaming trash bag. I stabbed his arm with my 1000-degree knife. That cut like butter. I kicked Endeavor in the nose, hearing a large crack. Oh, that sounded really nice. Now where is the chicken? There he is. I yelled, chucking my knife at Hawks, hitting him directly in the shoulder. Gah! How the hell did it land the shot? He screamed, trying to stay in the air with a burning hot knife in him. I don't know, try asking me directly. I yelled, jumping towards him, grabbing his face and breaking his goggles. We slammed into the ground as I beat into his face while retrieving my knife. A certain rabbit stopped me from continuing, kicking me away. She grabbed Hawks and jumped away. I noticed that everyone was gone. Everyone get out of here. I am going to roast him to death. Nizu says Plan B, he is too unstable to capture. Endeavor yelled, bear hugging me from the back. If you wanted a hug, you should have asked Endeavor. Haha. I laughed as he turned himself into a blast furnace with me being the main thing burning. Ha ha ha. I laughed as my skin melted because the physical pain really did dull out the emotional one. You really are a monster. Endeavor shouted as the flames engulfed us more. Wanna know my real name? I yelled with the flames starting to charm me. Shut up. Endeavor yelled. My name, I started to shout with the fire turning blue, burning me greatly. Just shut your mouth and die silently while you still have some of your sanity. Endeavor yelled. Like your wife? I asked, twisting my head backward to face him as I burned. I have gone to the psyche ward before because my former partner wanted me to get some treatment. Didn't work, but worth a shot, right? I met one person there with pure white hair and some really smooth skin for her age, still very appealing. She was the only one there who didn't belong. Took a while for her to talk, but eventually she vented to me her problems, and I am doing what is right for her, so go check up on her. She might not be the same person. I said, with my lower body fully turned to ash. There goes my, just die already. Endeavor yelled because he reached his overheat limit long before the blue flames. Alright, just because you asked nicely. I shall grant your wish. Should have asked to be number one, but you already wished, so no take-backs, genie code. I shouted, stabbing my still beating heart, ripping it out. The flames reached inside my body, burning me inside out, setting my heart ablaze as I felt the sweet release of all my pain going away instantly. I should have died a lot sooner. Yes, you should have. Now come join me, Izuku. I smiled, hearing that voice. To Endeavor, he saw me smiling as my charred body began to crumble. The rest of my body burned to ash. We won. Endeavor said, collapsing to the ground. The city around him melted from the heat he produced. Looks like Midoriya chose to kill himself rather than let us take him in, Nizu said, sipping his tea as the entire fight was live-streamed because of the new chopper. Though many thought that killing as a hero was bad, everyone knew who Deadpool was. The infamous mercenary that killed who he wanted when he wanted. They all came together to agree that Deadpool was necessary to kill on the spot, and the media totally agreed. Izuku Midoriya Bakugo was then officially removed from the missing persons list. Katsuki blew up his entire wall as he heard his mother's cries from downstairs. He cried silently as he held an old photo of them on his 16th birthday. Mei and Toga fell apart as well as they saw the man they loved reduced to ash by the number 2 hero. They both held on to the belief that Izuku always said that he was immortal. Tuya saw and set him ablaze, telling himself constantly that isn't true until his girlfriend told him to stop holding him as he cried as well. Yagi, Night Eye, and Mirio sat in silence as the news played. Yagi took a deep breath from his new lungs that were donated to him by a hero, in his opinion. He wiped a stray tear away as a green-haired kid that he knew well became one of his memories like his A certain purple head saw the news as she finished her new patch that had a Deadpool symbol on it. She didn't believe that the idiot who saved her was dead for a second. Anyone who saw the news cheered or wept from it. A white-haired woman cried silently while a certain blind woman held her. Weasel looked at the news and video with the entire bar as they saw Izuku's final act. They were silent as one of their own was murdered by a hero while everyone else cheered. Weasel walked up to Deadpool, changing the old record holder name to a new one, then crossed out Izuku Midoriya Bakugo. I fell down crashing into the ground with my legs sticking out. Wow, no pain, I said, digging my way out. I pat down my body that was previously burned to ash. Yay, my body is back. Hold up, I don't keep my clothes when I die. Fucking DBZ characters always getting the good sheet when they die. Suddenly 2 bright lights appeared in front of me, one was bright red and the other was bright white. Izuku Midoriya, the white light said. You forgot the Bakugo part. I responded as I heard a sigh. Shut it, kid. We are just trying to do our jobs. The red light yelled at me as I looked down to see a vast emptiness filled with darkness swirling in many directions. So, is this the part where you tell me if I go to heaven or hell? I asked only to realize that they were having their own conversation. Look, I am just going to take the soul so I can impress her, the white light said as a hand reached out to grab me. Who said you get the soul? I want to impress her, the red light yelled, pushing the white light's arm away. Hey, he belongs in hell. He belongs in heaven, they yelled, turning into humanoid forms fighting. To say the least, they needed to hit the gym. Hey, this is my only shot for her to even talk to me, a fat white balding man with a patchy beard yelled at the similar-looking fellow who looked the same but red. Shut up, I've known her the longest. She is always into the bad boys. She always leaves the nice guys at last. The red one yelled, who I believe is the devil, at the other one I think is God. Hey, are you talking about Ms. Tira's death? Because I promised to meet with her if I died. I yelled, walking over to them. You don't get to meet her. You don't deserve her at all. I have been friends with her for the longest. She at least owes me something. God yelled at me as I flipped him off. You don't deserve her. You do. You know how much we have given her. She at least owes us something, the devil yelled, gasping for air. You gave her gifts and now you expect a return for those gifts? Sorry, my man, that is not how relationships work, so excuse me, I have a lovely lady I have left waiting for a while now. I said, turning around and walking away. You know who you are talking to? God yelled at me. I know who and I do not care. I do what I want when I want because I can. If you can't understand that, go do something else. I said, walking away as my entire lower half got obliterated. You can't talk to me like that, boy, the devil said, grabbing what was left of my body. Now you have to apologue dash. He didn't get to finish because I punched him in the nose. God tried to intervene, so I used my hands to walk. I threw myself at him, smashing my head into his. Now if anyone asks me why I am in hell, I can say I punched the devil and God. I said, this is why I like you, Izuku. I turned to see a woman that was at the top of my list. Hello there, did I keep you waiting long? I asked, receiving a nod. Yes, you did keep me waiting, but I can wait another millennia just for your soul. I brought him here for you, oh great him to death. God yelled, bowing with the devil doing the same. Simp, I thought. I can agree with you on that, Death said into my mind as I nodded. That is great and all, so here are my gloves. Death said, tossing gloves to them. They instantly fought over it as she teleported me and her away from them. Hey Inzus, did you miss me? I asked as she pulled me into a hug. The answer is yes to you. To others who ask, it is no. She responded by kissing my forehead. Do you have to do that voice when we are talking? Because I want a normal conversation with you, I said as she smiled. Yes, we can. Besides, I only use that to them because they get so turned on from it that they do what I want. She said as the layout changed into a home. This place it's your mother's old home. I wanted you to see it because you only saw it from photos, Death said as I lifted her, spinning her. Baby, I love you so much. I am going to take you on a date. I yelled as she smiled. By the way, what about the other religious stuff people believe in? I asked as she sighed. As long as you believe in something as if it was real, it becomes real. That includes religion, she said, wrapping her arms around me. I gotta say they have gotten bigger since the last time I have seen you. I said, leaning into her. So have you, she responded. Please don't squeeze too hard. Baby, let's go out and have some fun while I am dead with you. I said, leading her out. Sorry, but we don't have that much time, my love, she said, showing me an hourglass. You don't have that much time here with me. But I died. Back on Earth, I am a literal pile of ash. I yelled out. But you left a lot of your blood in that wonderful home of yours, so you are growing back as we speak. Well, how much time do we have? I asked with a smile. Well, technically we have 2 hours, but if you want me to, I can extend it by an extra 4. She said, caressing my chest. How? By forcibly keeping you here with me, Death said to me. Well, how much time would that be in Earth days? A month and a half at least, she responded as I got an idea. Can I introduce you to my parents? Also, can I get some clothes? I asked as she smiled at me. Sure thing. The world around shifted in scenery to a massive cherry blossom on a hill. I saw 2 people at the base of the tree leaning on each other. I walked to them, then instantly sprinted toward them. Mom, Dad. I yelled with tears leaving my eyes as they looked up to see me. They got up rushing towards me and opened their arms for a hug. My dad pulled his arm back and landed a punch to my face. You ain't supposed to be here, not yet? He yelled. So tell me, why is my son here when he is barely 18? I have a good explanation, I swear, I said as my mom and dad tried to push me out of the afterlife. Man, it's great that I can't feel pain because this would hurt. Look, I am only here for a couple hours, so I will be back alive soon, I said with Emista's Death coming behind me. Once they saw her, they both instantly bowed. Hey, what exactly are we? Well, I would like for you to be mine while you are here, my lover, she told me as I nodded. Mom, Dad, I would like to introduce you to my companion, that is Death, I announced as they looked at me in shock. So son, how did you 2 meet? Dad asked as I sat down holding her hand. Well, as you know, I was being experimented on when I saw her for the first time. I said to myself I must have gone insane because I was now seeing one of the most appealing women in the world in front of me. I said as my mother patted my head. Sorry, son, for not giving you a healthy body, Mom said to me with her head down. You gave me the strongest body I could ask for. Izuku is right. You too made a wonderful man that I will gladly take as my lover when he finally crosses over, as Death spoke, giving me a kiss. We may be dead and have not been in my son's life since his CNCPTN, but we give you our full support, as Death, Dad said, sneezing with some fire coming out. I am glad Mitsuki chose you over me. Though son, what will you do? You can't talk to them or you will jeopardize their lives, Mom asked as I grinned. I am just going to be me. Deadpool, the little green menace of Japan. No one will stop me from having fun or stealing from mob bosses. I am going to live the life I want while also giving everyone a show, I proclaimed as Mom pinched my cheek. Don't forget about the girls you left back on Earth. Mei and Himiko love you just as much as is Death. By the way, do you have a problem with this arrangement? Mom asked Death. No, I don't. As long as I can have his soul with me in the afterlife, then I am fine with him hooking up with anyone, Death responded with my dad laughing. Like father like son, huh? He said, giving me a fist bump. Then Mom slapped the top of his head down. Don't encourage him to be like you. What is wrong? He's already on the path that me and Masaru were on when we were teenagers, Dad said with Mom pouting. Don't remind me, she responded. Izuku, remember this. Me, your uncle, Inko, and aunt were delinquents. We did some bad things, but when we settled down together, we left that life behind. Though that doesn't mean we didn't have fun, so live your life to the fullest. Get some women, cash, or cars, just don't waste it playing it safe, Dad ordered as I nodded. Oh. Leave before I make sure you stay here with us. We will be watching, so hold my words close to your heart and also be as insane as you want to make life way funnier, he said. I gave a final hug as they slowly faded away from me. Izuku, you know that once you die, you will be with me, right? Death asked me. I wouldn't have it any other way, I responded with her patting my head. Great. Because one day I will call on you to be my champion for my hand. Wait, other people are after your hand like marrying. I'll kill them all. I shouted in rage with her holding my chin. Don't worry about that purple bstrd. You will beat him because you are my Izuku and I am yours, Death whispered into my ear, making me feel all good. You just know how to make me feel happy inside. But I would like to shower my happiness all over you with a date, I said, taking her hand and running. Sure thing. Montage time. Me and Death went throughout the entire afterlife seeing anything that looked nice. I ended up shooting Hitler in the face as Death took a picture. After that, I did the same to Stalin. We went into the dinosaur part of the afterlife. I released the dinosaurs from their zone and wreaked havoc across the area. I held Death as we rode on a T-Rex's head, eating anyone that was in the way. I did the same with anyone that was dangerous during history, like unlocking a padlock to a cage. It was like a flood of people coming, ripping other dead people to shreds. Just love the many screams that we are hearing together. I shouted, jumping into the air with Death in my arms. You know, Izuku, we have a limited time together, she said sadly, looking down. Then one day I will find a way to die just for you. I promise, I said as she placed a finger over my lips. Promises mean everything to me, Izuku. I am a promise, she said, looking down. A promise that is kept by everyone but you. Baby, don't worry. I am gonna change. I got a plan, I said, looking to the side. Though it's going to be really big and really hard to pull off. Death smiled as she went up to my ear and said, That's what she said. Have I ever told you how much I love you? I got out a large amount of guns as we turned anybody we saw into ghost Swiss cheese. By the way, will they come back? I asked after shooting Abraham Lincoln in the back of the head. Yes. No one truly dies unless a god wants to, or a gauntlet of a certain kind can fully make sure that the soul is destroyed, she responded by ripping a Viking in half. Suddenly, I see an arcade and smile. Hey baby, want to put some ball in holes? I asked as her cheeks went a light shade of red. I thought you would never ask. A couple of minutes later, I chuck another ball into the ski ball into the 1 million hole. I turned to Death to see her with her hand on her face as I laughed a bit. Have you never played skee-ball? Or were you expecting something different? I asked, getting punched in the gut. Next time get your mind out of the gutter, I said, holding her tight. Suddenly, we heard a beeping, and Death waved her hand, making an hourglass appear from nowhere. Oh, we only have 1 hour left together. What else can we do? She asked, looking deeply into my eyes. Maybe cuddle? I suggested as she teleported us to her room that was dark. Cut to 50 minutes later. Sorry about the bed, I said tiredly as she waved me off. That was the best thing to ever happen to me in all of my time around, she said as I smiled. It was your first time? I asked as I was slapped into the wall. Just, no more talking about it because you're my first, she said while I unstuck myself from the wall. I got back in the bed, holding her close. Don't worry, it was my first too. Well, my first time while dead. I haven't done it with anyone on Earth. I said we held each other in silence. The rest of the time we stayed in silence listening to each other's heartbeat. Did she even have a heart? Well, whatever, I heard a beat, so let's just say it was a heartbeat. The timer was at a single minute left and we held on to each other tightly. I will visit you, I swear, so you don't get lonely, I said, shutting my eyes as the timer reached 5 seconds. I would like that very much, my love. I opened my eyes to see my pizzeria again. It was trashed beyond recognition. I got up to see that I was naked, but felt a nice draft. Can I even get her PRGNT? Only time will tell. I searched my room to find it completely empty. I ran to May's room to find the rest of the inventions that I couldn't pack up for her were gone. I ran to the kitchen to find it empty as well. They even took my pizza oven. Man, after getting the parts to fix it as well. I said, going to the back room to see the yellow bunny and bear suits still there. Okay, you're still here, so that is good. They must have taken everything for evidence, or some looters stole my stuff. I hope it's evidence, because if I see another person using my oven, oh, you don't want to know what will happen to them. I shouted, checking if my bike was still here, and it was gone as well. Man, I am naked and have nothing. This feels very similar to something I have felt before. I said as I remembered where May's teleporter was. I turned to see a massive bear standing in front of me. Hey buddy, did you miss me? I asked as some sparks flew out of it. The bear didn't respond as its chest opened to reveal some of my folded clothes, my suit, and the teleporter. I noticed damage all over him, and I looked over to see that the others were as badly damaged. Thanks for protecting the place even though I thought I turned you off. I said as he pointed at his power cell. I forgot you have an internal battery. You can sleep now. I will fix you all up again soon. So good night, Freddy. I said as he nodded, returning to his stage and shutting off for good. I put on my suit along with May's gift that was mounted onto my wrist. I teleported and stole some spray paint and a lighter. Then I went to the largest building, which happens to be the All Might Tower. I wrote a message, then lit the match as the night became day from the brightness of the fire lighting up the sky. Haha, let's see how Japan reacts to my little message to Nizu. I chuckled at the chaos that would happen. Soon the night became day as anyone that could read saw my message. Katsuki sat in his dorm's living room with the rest of his supposed classmates as the news came on. I knew that nerd wouldn't die from that tiny fire. He shouted as a certain purple-haired girl looked at the screen and thought called it. Looks like he can't really die. Right, Mina? A redhead asked his pink friend. Yup. Mitsuki looked at the screen and smiled that her son was back as she heard a victory yell from the living room. See, Tuya, he was okay. Chitose said, putting on his sweater. Okay, I get it. Sorry for almost burning the apartment down. He said, smiling as he began to take down a shrine for his cousin. He is a demon monster. Endeavor yelled as he stormed out of his home to look for his wife. Told you that Dummus wouldn't die, Ray, a blind lady said to a woman with snow-white hair. I was wrong, but you can't blame me. Night Eye, looks like he is still alive. Yagi stated as Night Eye looked down. You know how much we have to pay for the damage? Night Eye asked Yagi. Can't be that much. He said with Night Eye showing him the bill. He suddenly buffed up. Oh my goodness. That day, All Might's net worth went down 5%. Toga looked at the screen with a smile. Looks like Zuzu is back already. Toga said. Yep, looks like the father of my babies is back. But for some reason I feel jealous. She said as a fire lit inside her again to build again. Looks like Deadpool is back, but why must he be so vulgar? Nizu said in his office as he looked at the message. Deadpool is back. Looks like my fun will soon begin. I said out loud, putting away my notebook as I heard footsteps behind me. They continued walking towards me as I stayed still. Soon they stopped and sat on the same ledge as me. You know, I was surprised that you came back, but I knew one way or another you would. I shifted my head to see a familiar white mammal. Hey Nizu, did you miss me? I hope you did. I said, patting his head. He quickly removed my hand. I would be lying if I said I did. He responded by taking out a teacup from nowhere. I did the same by taking out a bottle of Jack Daniels. Look Nizu, I want to have some fun with you, up for a game? I asked him, but he shook his head no. You're no fun. When you quote-unquote died, I took care of the problems you caused all in the same day. With you gone, it gave us the opening we needed to go in and destroy and incarcerate every single crime family that you let grow in power. Sorry about that. Let me finish, please. After that, I placed undercover spies in every nook and cranny I could to keep an eye on the others that have yet to make a move, Nizu stated as I took a swig of my drink. He had made an imbalance to the point that could have had a dire effect if Nizu didn't step in. How about I cut you a deal? He said, taking out a packet. If you can agree to my little deal and stop terrorizing the people of the city. What about the allegations that you like to terrorize your staff and students for fun? I asked. No comment. Okay, keep your secrets, I said, with him shaking his head. Lord of the Rings? Really? He asked, face-pawing. You got it. Looks like you're a nerd. Look, to put it simply, you are an idiot that was given a strange hand, Nizu said, opening a suitcase filled with my kills. Hey, my kill count. I would love to see some familiar faces, I said. These were all terrible people. Some are child identities, others were killers, most were abusers and human traffickers. This other packet is also filled with the innocents that you have gotten killed as well. A couple dozen alone on that highway massacre you did. This packet is just as thick as your kills. A lot of families have been in grief. Nizu said, looking down. You even saved people from suicide like young Kyokujiro. Nizu smiled as he said this. So that's her name? It's pretty nice, I said. You help abandoned children or lost kids, Nizu said, taking out another packet of files. I sat there as Nizu went on with his words. I knew what he stated was true. I killed a lot of bad guys and innocent people. I wasn't innocent for my crimes. I am going to use this, I said, taking my Jack Daniels and dumping it over the pile. I reached into my pocket, taking out a lighter and tossed it into the pile. It lit instantly, burning everything. Come to UA so I can help you and stop all of this. No more need for killing, no need to cause any more harm. I thought about it for a second, then I thought about the things that needed to get done. Sorry Mei, Himi, I have to do my part before I do you guys. That did not come out right. Whatever, it's in my head. No. I can't. Maybe later, but not now. I fulfilled my promise to support their dreams. Now I have to finish my mission so I can't have school distract me now. I'm going to get the ones you missed so I can take the offer, I said as Nizu nodded. Just don't overdo it please. I don't want to kill you again. I can only do that so many times, he asked while walking away from me. He almost leapt at the offer from Nizu. Fine, that I will try, I said, wiping away a stray tear. No more distractions, so watch out Doc, because I am looking for a checkup, but first let's fix my turf. Cut to 2 days later. At least I can tell Nizu I certainly tried, I said as I walked out of the burning building with a charred and ripped up suit that I fixed up with some duct tape. I looked down at my hand, dragging the last surviving member of the group I just killed. I picked him by his hair to my eye level. Now you are going to tell me where the boss is. And if you don't, your head will be part of my decorations for my home, I asked myself as he struggled to talk. Ichi owns more locations like this, he shouted, taking a note filled with locations. I let him go to run, then I shot him in the head. Looks like I got more work. I wonder if Blind Owl will mind the blood? Wait, she is blind. Why even am I asking? Oh yeah, Ray, she will definitely mind, but that is a problem for future Izuku, I shouted while making my way to my roommate's home. Hey Al. I am back, I shouted, kicking the door open as she shot the door, barely missing me. Sheet. You scared me, she said, walking away. Not like it could kill me anyways, but it would hurt, I said, feeling a frying pan to the back of my head. Oh. Are you okay? Did someone break in? Ray asked. No, this dumbass decided to be loud at night, so it is on him, Al said, with Ray patching my head up. Fine, that is on me. Hey Ray, how are you holding up? I asked as she smiled. Fine, just want to see my kids soon, she said. I patted her head. Don't worry, you will see them soon. We just need to change your looks. And Endeavor found out about your double, so he is looking for you, I said, crossing out a list filled with locations. I gotta get a new card. Plus I get to see some people, I said, changing my clothes. Ray, wanna come? I asked as she nodded. Yeah, just leave my blind here by myself, Al said, sitting on the couch. Just use the TV I bought you, I said. You bought me a TV that is 3D. I am blind, dumbass, she said sleepily. Yeah, not my best moment, but it was on sale, so I know you stole it, so at least tell the truth. You're right, but it's still a TV. Okay, bye, I yelled, rushing out with Ray. So where are we going? She stuttered out. A place to have fun and for me to get a job. We went through multiple alleys that were like mazes, so no outsiders could enter unless they knew the way. I only found it because I was chasing a guy. I opened the door to see the bar being normal. Hey Weasel! I yelled out as they aimed their guns at me. Holy shit, a zombie! Weasel yelled. Don't worry Izuku, I will put you out of my misery, he yelled, rushing at me. Self-defense. I shouted, punching him, and he went down. Guys, don't shoot. It's him, he groaned, holding himself on the ground. I guess you can't die like you said, Weasel said shakily, getting up. Well, we never tested it, so I guess I can't blame you. I sat at the bar as he slid me a drink. I need a new card. My stuff was taken, I said as he slid me one. Had this one on deck, plus you dying made me sort of rich because remember I bet on you, he responded. Where's May? It's complicated. She is at UA with Hime. Thanks, Weasel, for reminding me. I yelled out. But first, let's take care of the guy trying to run my stuff, I said as they looked down. It's great that you came back, Izuku, Weasel said, sliding me a paper. That DMN loser is taxing us and if we don't pay, he comes to kill. Weasel said as I sighed. They are dangerous. But I am an unstable psychopath that will kill over a Klondike bar, I said, chugging my drink. Just like that, we went into full party mode with alcohol being drunk and chairs being thrown. Ray and I stayed back as some guys hit on her, only to hear a click that made them back off. Suddenly, the door swung open to reveal a short person with a red hat and golden horns. He had an angry look with black hair. His shirt was black with some cargo shorts on. He walked up to the bar and struggled to get on the high stools. Once he got up there, he looked to Weasel. I want to hire someone to kill, he said angrily. Everybody turned their heads to me. What? You are the best with kids. This is your problem. Take him to one of the back rooms to talk about the job, Weasel said, giving the kid a juice box that he usually gave to May. I shut the door as he took a seat across from Ray. I sat next to her as he sat quietly. Okay, first thing, what is your name? I asked. Kota Izumi. Why are you here? I asked him, sighing. I want someone dead. Huh, you remind me of my young self that still wants a certain doctor dead, I said, giving Ray my drink that she accepted. So who is it? A bully? Teacher? Or a pervert? I asked as he rubbed his eyes. It is a villain who killed my mom and dad. They were heroes, so I want him dead, he yelled. The heroes can't do anything. So I am asking you to kill him for me. He has blonde spiky hair and now is missing his left eye because my dad hurt him permanently. I searched for the Izumi names, and the water hose duo popped up with a photo of their murder. Okay, and what is payment? I asked, knowing it wasn't much. He dug his hands into his pockets to reveal multiple coins. At the most, it was 2,000 yen. I know it isn't much, but it's all I have, he said as I accepted. I give people discounts based on the circumstances, so I will accept what you gave. The contract is complete, so your target will be eliminated soon, I said, smiling as I crushed the side of the table. Ray hugged me. Calm down. Let's return Kota to his family, she said as I sighed. Sure. Kota, let's go. I will get you home so you can be safe. Here isn't the safest, I said, picking him up. We walked out of the back room. Weasel, I am leaving for a job. See y'all in a bit, I said, closing the door behind me. Okay, Kota, how did you find this place? I asked as he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. My auntie had this paper in her purse. I read it, and it said it was for intel and hitmen, he said, stuffing it back in his pocket. That's nice. You're pretty smart for a kid, so use that to your advantage. Being smart can get you pretty good things, like knowing how much money you can extort through fear, I said as he looked at me confused. Izuku, please don't give advice about how to gain money through your methods to a child, Ray told me. Really, I thought kids liked money? Well, I didn't have a childhood, so who am I to say? Can I know your name? Like your hitman name, or is it a code name? Kota asked. I was given my name by this pack of ninjas that tried to kill me when I was a newborn child. Do you think I am dumb? He asked. Fine, I was just trying to make a joke. I got the name after people bet on me to die only to realize that I can't, so they called me the winner of the Deadpool. First it was Captain Deadpool, but Deadpool sounded better so I took it as my own with my partners saying it was a great name. I said with Koda looking in awe. You're the Deadpool? Huh, I thought you would be taller. Koda said, hitting me in a sore spot. I can't control my height. By the way, Koda, do you know where you live? Ray asked, fixing his hat. That the thing I sort of ran away from Auntie because I knew this was my only shot to make it to the place. He said, looking down. We explored around the shopping district while doing some mini-games like winning a green bunny for Koda and a white one for Ray while I got a bottle of hot sauce. We got some snacks as well while looking for his aunt. We haven't found a single clue to where she was. How about we look for her as we get some ice cream for you, bud? I asked. Sure. He yelled as I chuckled from his excitement. Looks like there is a kid spirit inside you after all. I say as we finally exit the arcade. I put Koda on my shoulders as we head to a local ice cream spot. Okay, what do you guys want? I asked as they thought for a bit. A vanilla for me, Ray said as I nodded. A chocolate, Koda said, so I ordered them the ice cream, paying it with Koda's payment money. Kota Izumi. Oh shit. I yell in surprise with Ray pinching my cheek. No swearing in front of kids. I was surprised. Koda, thank God you are safe. His supposed auntie said, hugging him very tightly yet comfortably. Thank you very much for finding him. She stopped talking, looking at me intently. Do I have something in my teeth? I thought you died, Deadpo. Hey, let's not cause public panic at 2 in the morning, I say, cutting her off. I am called the Immortal Vigilante for a reason. I say, handing her Koda. Find out you get a slide for helping my nephew. Though next time as the hero Mandalay, I will have to detain you. She said, walking away with Koda. Thank you for helping me. He yelled, shocking her. Maybe he isn't so bad, she thought as she regrouped with her team because she found Koda. She's hot, I say, getting elbowed by Ray. What did I say? I asked, confused as Ray walked away. I stared down at my final target from my list of buildings to destroy. I love how time passes me by. Just have to make the most of it. I say, grabbing out a sniper, just being a menace is so much fun. I zoom in to see 2 guards. One for each. I say as my finger reaches for the trigger. I wouldn't do that, Deadpool, if I were you, well not yet at least. A voice I heard said from behind me. Fucking buzzkill. I say, getting up, turning around to see the Heroes Association main puppet. Hey, Lady Nagant, did you come to put me whittle old me down? I asked. She stared me down with her arm fully loaded aimed at the ground. No. I just need some answers. She said, reverting her arm back to normal. What type of question? Your sexuality? Afterlife? Fortune? I asked, getting smacked. Just shut up for a bit. She angrily said as I motioned a zipper across my mask. I thought about what you said before you tried to blow me up with your shoulder. Really now? Have you come to tell me I was right because I have a victory firework on me? I say, taking it out. Once it goes off it will say I was right. She looked at me with a face that said she was already done with my antics. Look, Dushpole, I just want to join you. Lady Nagant said, putting out her arm. Wait. Really? Man, I've always wanted a sidekick. I shouted, taking her hand and shaking it very hard. I want to be a partner, not a sidekick. She sternly says. But dash, she transformed her arm, aiming it straight at me. No buts. Okay, partner it is. I say, picking up my sniper. What about your previous life? I asked, zooming in to get my shot. All my money was donated to a cancer charity and I didn't have an agency, so I don't have any interns. All my papers are hidden and I resigned today. Also, I don't have a family, so that is all taken care of for my former life. She says, standing next to me, aiming in for a shot too. Though they are begging me to come back or they will expose me. Blackmailing at its finest, though I don't really care. She said, attaching a silencer to her sniper arm. Well, you are now part of the ragtag squad Team Deadpool, that I know it's a really good name. I say as we both take the shot, killing the 2 guards. I grab her shoulder, teleporting us to the front door. Now how much C4? I asked as she was about to speak. Who cares, all of it should work. I shout, dumping around 20. Now run. I shout, running away, hitting the detonator. You are an idiot. She shouted, sprinting away from the explosion. I know, but isn't that the fun part? I yelled, with dozens pouring out like chickens with their quirks activated. If I die on my first mission with you, I am going to haunt you. Lady Nagant said. If you do tell him's death, I said hi. I say, using my sniper like a bat. Wait, the afterlife is real. Like God and the devil? She asked, evading a flaming fist and countering by breaking the person's arm. Yeah. Though those 2 are just simps for death. I responded by smashing the sniper across a thug's neck. Does that mean I still have to go to church or something? She asked another question. Nah, as long as you die you will end up in the afterlife. Also it matters which one you believe in, so you can be judged. I say, getting pierced by a jagged rock. I take out my pistol, getting a double headshot, while Lady Nagant blew a guy's head to bits with a point-blank sniper shot, with the bullet curving, hitting 3 more, leaving me wide-mouthed. She looks at me and smirks. Show off. I muttered, taking down the rest of them with my twin pistols. There was a reason why I was the top assassin, you amateur. She said, smiling at me as I grumbled. We entered the warehouse to see more people. Gotta say this at least once, I think he heard us. I said, taking out my twin blades. No sheet. She responded while I chuckled. A blast of energy shot past us along with a blast of water. Time to kill. Again. I yell, cutting a couple heads off with a single spin. Lady Nagant blew off multiple limbs with explosive shots. I rush forward, inserting my blades into 3 people. How you just got kebabbed. I say, chucking them to the ground. We continued to fight for a bit, with both of us just trying to one-up each other. The ground suddenly began to shake, with the sound of loud stomping coming right for us. We look in the general direction where the sound is coming from. We killed the rest quickly as the stomping got louder. Do you think it's Santa? I asked. Do you still believe in Santa Claus? She asked, looking at me weirdly. What? You don't? He's real, you know. Maybe he is, but he has never given me a present. She said coldly. Well, he always got me presents even after I became a killer. I also might have shot his sleigh, so I might get coal this Christmas. I say, thinking about fun memories. Well then, if he is real, I am going to shoot him for not getting me anything. She says as the stomping stopped to show a massive 12-foot buff monster. It looked human, but it looked like it wasn't all there. I didn't know Santa worked out. I say, confused, with Lady Nagant looking at me. You still believe that thing is Santa? I can be hopeful because I want to say sorry. It charged, smacking me into the wall. Captain Steroids hits harder. I say as multiple bullets pierced the massive dude. This guy is definitely on trigger. She yelled, ducking down, avoiding getting grabbed. Pretty lady. He yelled in a deep voice. He likes you. The feeling isn't mutual. She yelled, flipping backwards, trying to land a certain bullet. I charged right towards him, leaping into the air and stabbing both my swords into his back, only for them to snap in half. God damn it, I spent a lot of cash for these. Pinkie Pies are way better than these. The big dude turned around with a bright red face. I think I made it mad. I yelled, getting kicked into multiple crates. I get up with multiple wood stakes impaled into me. Hey, I got wood? I say as an achievement appeared above my head with my leg getting grabbed. The roid monster then proceeded to hammer me consistently into the ground. You know, Lady Nagant, the point of being my partner is helping me out? I yelled as my entire skeletal system became mush. Hold up a bit, and there it is. She shouted with a loud gunshot went off and the big lug fell over. I slowly got up as my bones snapped back into place. I groaned, standing up on my feet. Next, can you shoot the guy who is trying to kill me? I slurred. Sorry, I had to make sure my armor-piercing round would land. She said, checking the dead body. Hot, this big guy was definitely using trigger, but the catch is that this version is way stronger. she said, looking at the neck where his veins were large and black. So was his tongue, meaning he was a daily user of it? The way it looks like is that he took multiple at the same time. Though that would usually mean overdose then death. I say, looking over her shoulder. Then let's go beat the boss up because he is my territory. I said with my pistol drawn, going to the last room. We burst down the door to see a very scared bearded fellow. He hid in the corner and looked like he was about to panic. Please don't kill me," he yelled. "Are you the boss?" I asked as he just nodded. "Then that means I am in charge again because I stopped talking as I put my ear to the wall and knocked on it. It made a noise that indicated it was hollow. I kicked the wall, smashing right through to reveal a safe and a suitcase. "Interesting things you tried to keep hidden," I say as he tries to run at me, but my partner held him down. I crack open the safe to reveal stacks of cash and paperwork. I take it out and place it into a pile. "Hey buddy, you know what happens when you take what's mine?" I asked. "I tear down whatever you're doing and burn it to ashes," I say, lighting a match that I got from nowhere. I tossed it onto the pile, setting it on fire. He went into a rage trying to save the cash. I knocked him out. "Well, we can leave now," I say as she nods. I grab the suitcase and open it to reveal a single vial. "Now this is a waste of a whole suitcase," I said, grabbing the vial. It had a label that said perfect. Looks like the rumor of the perfected trigger was true. "Cool," I say, lifting it into the air to smash it onto the ground. This version, from what I heard, does far more than upgrade your quirk. It was a steroid for the entire body. The strain would kill the user with a heart attack, though I much rather not find someone who could withstand it. Till Lady Nagant stopped me. "The hell are you doing?" she yelled. "Getting rid of a very dangerous item," I shouted back. "Why? You literally have guns on you always," she yelled. "Look, this gets into the wrong hands and you can say goodbye to this world. I know this little motherfucker can power up the one guy I am hunting," I shouted her. "Then keep it on you, it could prove useful," she countered. "Fine. Let's just calm down and chill," I say, sliding the vial into my pocket. "Wanna grab a drink?" I asked as she nods. "First let's wash off all of the blood," she said as I looked down to see my entire suit was fully red and I was leaking blood. "That sounds like a great idea." "Katsuki Bakugo, you shouldn't be in this class at all, you villain," a guy with a stick up his butt yelled at me as I smirked. "Why is that elitist?" I asked, placing my feet on the desk. "You are the brother of a murderer." "So," I said without a hint of regret. "He is my family." "You're proud of a murderer?" he yelled, confused by my stance. "What are you going to do about it?" "Nothing. You are nothing but a pebble to me," I boasted, with the entire class looking at me. "You shouldn't be allowed to be a hero or be here in general," he stated, calming down. "Then prove it, prove that I shouldn't be here," I offered, standing up to him. "Plus, I think the worm wants to teach." "At least you noticed me," it said, standing up. "I am your teacher, Shota Aizawa. Put on these uniforms and meet me outside," he said, and I grabbed one and left. I changed quickly, putting on my earplugs. Pink hair is really good at making my gear, I thought as I exited. "You're here quickly, that's good. Though I have a question, what's with the earplugs?" Aizawa asked me. "They block the sound of my quirk so I don't go deaf, and they have a mic/speaker feature so when a person talks, I hear them," I said, turning them on and clicking the sides. The rest of the class showed up. "You all took too long. Next time, follow Bakugo's example," Aizawa spoke, glaring at them. "UA has no policy on how a teacher should run his class, so I will do as I see fit. We are not going to the orientation. You are all adults, so act like it," he sternly explained. He tossed me a ball. "You are at the top of the exams, so use your quirk to throw this as far as you can," he said as I stepped into a painted circle. One concentrated blast coming up, I thought as my hands sparked up. "Dai-ie!" I shouted, erupting an explosion from my palm and sending it flying into the sky. "Not bad." Aizawa showed me 874.3 meters. "Oh, we can use our quirks. This is going to be fun," A pink alien with raccoon eyes yelled. Fun? How about this? The last person will be expelled. I am here to make heroes for the next 3 years, he threatened us. That isn't fair, a round-faced student yelled. Life isn't fair, Aizawa said in response. He's right, you know. Today I went to a store and it didn't have my favorite drink. Life is so unfair. I turned my head to see a green bush of hair walking up to us. Sorry for being late to class, though I ain't enrolled, so technically I am early by my standards, Izuku said, munching on a chimichanga. What, do I have something in my teeth? Why is a murderer here? A grape-headed student yelled. 'Cause I can be. Anyone here going to stop me? He responded, disappearing for a bit then reappearing with a magnum in his hand. I want a challenge, so who is first? Hey nerd, you made a deal with the rat, didn't you? I asked. Sort of? Think of it as me halfway accepting it, he said. By the way, the POV is about to change. I thought. POV changed to the main character. Gotta love those, they just make the story feel better, I said, getting confused looks. I aimed and shot near Aizawa's head as his eyes glowed red. You missed on purpose, he said, turning off his quirk. Good to know you don't kill like a madman. Good, because a second longer and I would have shot your ankle. Also, if it did work on me, my cancer would start killing me, I said, reloading. Wait, you have cancer? A red-haired boy yelled at me. Yeah, that's what I said, can't you hear? Anyway, care to join us on the activity, or will you just watch? Eraserhead asked me. Sure thing, let me just get a drink, I said, teleporting to my den. Hey Ray, have you seen my flask? I asked as she appeared, handing it to me. Have fun at school, Izuku, Ray said, giving me a hug. Sure thing, I just hope a clown doesn't show up, I said, with her looking at me confused. Don't worry about it, I will find it. I teleported back with my drink. I am ready, I shouted, then realizing that I don't like to do school stuff. Time skip please, I am begging you. I yelled, looking at the screen. Really no time skip? Fine, I will just show off on all of these, I shouted as they looked at me weirdly. The first things he made us do were standard push-ups, sit-ups, and stretches. I sat next to a blonde boy that was twinkling, looking at the screen. Hey, you can see them too? I asked him, turning his head towards me. See who? He said, turning back to watching the screen. This guy gets it. Midoriya, go up for the dash, Aizawa ordered as I was with a robot-acting fellow. You should turn yourself in for your crimes, villain, he said to me. Then what? I am just going to break out and release every single villain there, I taunted, getting into a runner's position. Go! I sprinted the entire thing at my max speed. 3.9 seconds. That's what I got? I thought I could do better, I said, with the robot showing 3.9 seconds. Everyone line up, we are doing the endurance run. Just run until you can't, Aizawa ordered as I lined up. Might as well sprint the entire thing, I said, stretching. You can sprint the entire time? A pink alien asked me. Yeah, I have infinite stamina, I said, getting into a runner's position again. Time skip 40 minutes. Are you shitting me? Now you do the time skip. I shouted. I am going home, I ain't dealing with this. The chapter is over. Anybody reading this, just leave. 'Cause I am done with this disrespect. I shouted, teleporting home. So, Mr. Aizawa, do we get expelled? Toru asked, with him shaking his head no. It was a logical ruse. You guys can go back to the dorms, he said, checking the placement. He got 7th. Not bad for a guy that was half-butting it after the endurance run. It looked like he was a zombie doing the bare minimum. Well, looks like we met Bakugo's sibling, Uraraka said as they all entered the dorms. He seems cool, Kaminari said, getting a bowl of cereal with a fork. Cool. He kills for a living. Ida shouted. He went on a revenge streak and got stuff done. Ida, you've never got anything done, you want revenge, so shut it. Jiro spoke up. Ida became quiet and went to his room. Hey Jiro, why do you protect Deadpool? Uraraka asked her. He saved my life. He didn't have to, but he saved it, she responded, looking down. He saved ours as well, Kirishima shouted, with Mina nodding. I am a bit confused because I zoned out a bit. The guy who showed up was Deadpool. Sato asked, with everyone nodding. Why do you ask, Karo? So you asked. He was a regular at my family's bakery. Sato exclaimed. Dang, really? Your stuff must rock if he was a regular, Siro said, drinking a soda. Well, he saved my family from being extorted, so he saved me as well, Uraraka spoke up, with Bakugo smiling. He doesn't sound bad. Just because he is a bad guy doesn't mean he is a bad guy, Hagakure said, with Momo nodding. Thanks for the praise, but can someone pass me the salt I need for my taco? I said, with everyone looking at me. How are you here? They asked. I've been here the whole time. I have a room here, and you guys weren't paying attention, I said, grabbing the salt myself. Hey Izuku, Fangs and Pink Hair are going to kill you. You know. Katsuki said to me, making me stop. I did not take that into account. I have to run. I shouted. Too late, I already texted them. Come on, is this for replacing the milk with horse eskim? I shouted, with all of them looking at me. Then their heads turned to Kaminari, who was eating cereal. He looked down at his bowl to see chunky milk. He shouted, running toward the restrooms where everyone could hear him throwing up. That seems to be my cue to leave, I said, reaching for my teleporter. Suddenly, an EMP went off, and it stopped functioning. Izuku. I heard this and booked it towards the front door. A massive net got shot at me and I got caught in it, tumbling across the entire floor. Looks like our little immortal never bothered to say hi or even text a message, a crazed voice said, getting closer. Guys, we are friends, right? Help a friend out? I shouted at them as they just stared at me. You sucked our milk, and you sort of deserve this for ghosting them, Katsuki said while I struggled to get out. Hey Izuku, want to know where your dorm room is? I heard this and looked up to see my former partner with a crazed look on her. Oh hey. Honey, but I swear that I was going to call, but I got distracted. Scout's honor. I pleaded with her face getting real close to mine. Her very appealing eyes staring deeply into mine. I could feel her breath on my face and she whispered into my ear, You were never a Boy Scout, Izuku, sending a shiver down my spine. I don't have to be a Boy Scout to say that. I countered. It's in the name. She backed away, grabbing the end of the net and began to drag me to my dorm. You guys are a bunch of hoes. Don't dare ask me for anything. I shouted as I was dragged into the elevator and the doors shut. Should we have helped him? Karo? Azui asked, with Katsuki shaking his head no. Kaminari was still heard throwing up, with Mineta holding his hair. So honey, but did you miss me? I asked, with May looking at me with sad eyes, taking the net off. Of course I did. I saw you die on TV. Now you're back acting like nothing happened. No calls. No messages. Not even a letter saying that you were okay. She yelled at me, picking me up with ease and slamming me against the wall of the elevator. We have been partners since we were kids. Yet you cut me out like nothing because you wanted me to fulfill my dream. But that dream was supposed to have you in it as well, she cried, holding me against the wall. I looked down. Look May, I'm sorry. I know I make jokes, but I won't joke about this. I would rather die than let you take the fall for my demon lifestyle. I said, giving her a hug. But I am here now. I want you to know that. I said as she looked up at me. You promised to never leave me alone like my family did. You broke the promise. I don't care if I had to go to prison. I am happy that you are back, but you broke the promise. I know, but I will make you another promise that I will never break. I promise to never leave you. I said, sticking my pinky out. That's the same promise you made me, she said, looking at me. One that I am renewing. She hesitated a bit, but took the pinky promise. Then she followed it by giving me a kiss. That is another promise to be with me. I don't care who you sleep with, just remember that I am your number one. She kissed me again. Do it, I already said I don't care. This is my entertainment, a certain voice in my head said. If you say so, this is. I may not have many things right now to do this properly, But forget being normal, I said, reaching into my pocket, pulling out 2 grenade pins. I got on one knee with the pin in my hand. May Hatsum, will you be my wife in life and after? I asked as she placed her hands to her mouth. Yes, she shouted as I slid the ring onto her finger. She gave me a tight hug as the elevator doors opened. That was the longest elevator ride ever, I said as she dragged me to my room. She opened the door to reveal my room, and I saw my prized possession. I ran in hugging it. I knew I would get you back one day, I shouted while hugging my beloved pizza oven. Ahem. I turned to see Himiko on my bed. Himiko, you're here, I shouted while hugging her. I heard the door click and turned back to see May locking the door. Honey, but what are you doing? I asked as she turned, giving a playful stare. I looked at Himiko to see the same look. There is a reason I spoke up about the women you can sleep with, she said in a teasing voice. You're going to take my first time. I gulped, looking down and seeing a bulge in my breathes, so I asked the question. So, do you guys want to cuddle? Cut away to keep it PG to a certain point. So Bakugo, is that his girlfriend? Kirishima asked him. I honestly don't know, they have been working together for a long time now. Though she looked angry, so maybe they will stop working. He was cut off by very loud noises coming from upstairs. Everyone in the dorms looked at each other. Are they that you know? Mina asked, a lilac color appearing on her cheeks. It would seem so, Momo said, making noise-canceling headphones for herself. I thought they were on the top floor? Jiro said, holding her ears because she could hear more than the others. Looks like they will stay together. Katsuki said, putting on his earplugs. Isn't Ida's room on the top floor? Hagakure asked. Yeah, it is. Shiro said. So is mine. Can I crash in one of yours? He asked, with Kirishima raising his hand. Ida lay in his bed hearing the very loud noises echo across the halls, hoping they would stop soon. A couple of hours later, he lay there with bloodshot eyes, the sound not lowering at all. The rest of the class stayed in the living room trying to ignore it. Mineta and Kaminari tried to get a peek only for Bakugo to knock them out. It stopped when they all heard a loud snap followed by a very loud yell. Motherfucker! My back! May! I think you broke it. Did you really have to go that far? Izuku asked with May smiling at him. Yes, it's what I wanted for the longest. For you to finally accept me as more than a partner, she said, giving him a quick peck on his lips. Same here, Himiko said, also giving him a kiss. So do you guys want to get some bagel bites because they are amazing? Or some chimichanga, he offered. Sure. I can go for some lunch, but let's shower first. We are covered in sweat, Himiko suggested as May and Izuku nodded. After a quick shower and a bit of fun, though slipping and breaking my neck was annoying, I noticed that my body was breaking more. I carried the girls down the stairs as we were having fun. We entered the living room to see everyone sleeping there. Did they have a sleepover and didn't invite me? You guys are bad friends, I said, getting a pillow thrown at my face. The raven-haired one sat up. How did you get that from all of us sleeping down here with ear muffs? She yelled as I smiled. Blankets. Pillows. TV is playing a movie. It's a sleepover, he said, pointing at everything he saw while grabbing a beer from the bridge. We didn't put beer in there? A confused Mina said. I did, and what are you going to do about it? Izuku asked, with Mina shaking her head. Nothing. Cool, he responded, catching multiple pieces of cloth while chugging his beer. So even when you're being intoxicated, you are at top performance. That's good, Aizawa said, pulling back his scarf. Hey there, Mr. Hobo, who is apparently a great teacher, did you miss me? Izuku asked, disappearing and reappearing with a massive cake in his hands. Anybody hungry? It's coffee-flavored, he said, taking a slice for himself. The rest were a bit apprehensive from his last prank. May instantly got herself a slice. You got my favorite, she shouted, eating hers very quickly and then grabbing another slice. For you, Himi, I got a blood cake, he said as she devoured it in pure joy. They all soon took slices with Katsuki stepping outside. Okay, This is an apology cake for what I'm about to do, Izuku said, with Mei and Himiko holding my shoulder. Don't mean for what you did last night? Jiro asked, slowly backing up. Ah, you know me better than that. My one and only fan, he said with lots of venom. He took out a detonator with a red button glowing brightly. Now have a good wake-up call because people always betray. Izuku shouted, pressing it and then teleporting away to the outside of the dorm. The squad peered in to see the whole living room of the dorm covered in cake. It's what? Izuku looked to his left at a brown-haired girl munching on her cake. What? I ain't letting you waste cake like that, she said, eating her cake. She looked like a squirrel stuffing her cheeks. You know what you deserve, he said, handing her a Tupperware filled with high-end mochi. Thanks, she shouted. They all walked in to see a very angry Class 1A covered in cake. You shouldn't trust a maniac that can snap like a RBB band or a condom. Well, whatever analogy you choose, Izuku suggested, dodging a cake bit. You gotta be quicker than that. His eyes zoomed in on Shoto, noticing his burn scar. Hey, Zuko, can you stop giving me those eyes? Izuku stated, with Shoto giving him a dirty look. Or are those, I am going to kill you eyes? I can't tell honestly. Suddenly, from behind, he got tackled to the ground. Everybody cake him. Katsuki shouted, holding him as they all smiled evilly. They all grabbed cake bits and chucked them at him. Though some got adventurous. Wait, is that a chair? He screamed as it broke on impact. Okay, class, get cleaned up, you all have battle training, so be quick, a cake-covered Aizawa said, tossing the broken chair leg away. Izuku, honey, I love you, though you should have seen that coming, Mei said, wiping the cake off him. But it was fun, though, so it's all right, he responded, kissing her cheek. She wrapped her arms around his neck, nibbling his cheek and eating cake that was on it. Now go change because you have battle training, my little green menace, she said, picking him up. Time skip. I sat down at my seat with my uniform on. I can literally kill anybody and yet I still can't tie my tie, I thought while taking out a bag of chips. I crunched them loudly as they all stared at me in annoyance. What? What do you mean what? You have been here for 2 days and you have been a terrible dorm mate, Momo explained. Like what? I've only been myself, and it's that or I go out hunting a certain doctor. Though my insane senses have told me that I will find a clue here, I said, shrugging. Want me to list the wrongs you have caused? I nodded to her words. You weren't taking school seriously, almost shot the teacher, sucked the milk with something I don't even want to know how you got it, had very loud interactions with your girlfriends, and blew up an entire cake for fun, making a large mess, she stated as I nodded. You forgot one thing. What did I forget? I am pretty sure I got everything. The rabid jackal. A jackal? Yeah. I hid it in the girls' restroom. I am actually surprised that you girls didn't find. I got cut off to see a purple grape burst through the classroom door. He was bleeding profusely with multiple scratches covering him. Help me. There is a wild animal after me, he shouted, with the girls getting a dark aura around them. From the other side of the door, you could hear the jackal scratching against it. I teleported to the door and opened it to see it instantly attack the grape. Next time, don't be a perv, I said, pulling the jackal off. Then I returned to my seat. I am sorry for doubting you. You really are a good person. Thanks for dealing with the pervert and protecting us. Momo hugged me. I did what? No, Izuku, you can use this to get free stuff. Just play it cool. Yeah, I saw him enter, so I took my friend's pet after him. I said confidently. She petted it as it sat next to her, laying down. Aw, he is so cute. I got a text message, so I checked it to see it was from Katsuki. He read, You are full of it. That's about right. Suddenly, the door burst open to reveal my favorite goody two-shoes of the heroes. I am here. Captain Steroids. Sheet, you're here. This is going to be a long day. All right, this is going to be fun. Izuku shouted with Uraraka looking worried. You think we can win this? She asked Izuku as he took out a bag of mochi. Sure we can. We won in the canon so we can definitely win in an alternate universe or it would be boring. He shouted as she grabbed some mochi. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, so what's the plan? She asked, showing as much energy as him. I like your spirit. Okay, Kirby. The plan is dash. The hero team can enter now. Well, looks like we have no plan. So Kirby, let's just stay together. He informed, handing her the rest of the bag. Question. Ask away. You didn't have mochi earlier? You practically took this out from nowhere. She said, pointing at the bag of mochi. Well, if you don't like mochi, you want a jumbo size of Doritos? He asked, taking out a massive bag of Doritos from nowhere. It's mostly air though. He said, opening the bag to reveal that it only had 10% of it filled. Oh, but that is not what I asked. She was very confused with Izuku munching away. Uraraka decided to throw away the logic of the situation and decided to go with the flow. Then let's just focus on the mission at hand then. She said, getting pumped up. Izuku smiled widely as he knew he would have fun. Soon they both made it to the top floor with no traps or interruptions along the way. Izuku stomped the final door open, revealing both Ida and Bakugo standing there. Took you long enough, nerd. So let's see if my training paid off. He shouted with his hands sparking very brightly. Hey Kirby, these are for you. Izuku shouted, tossing her the jumbo-sized Doritos. Both Izuku and Bakugo charged straight towards each other, with Ida doing the same towards Uraraka. Izuku took out a bat, swinging straight for the head. Gonna get a home run. He shouted as the bat exploded to bits. That ain't happening, Babe Ruth. He shouted, punching Izuku in the gut, his hand sparking up with a blast, sending him flying back. By the way, what do these do? Izuku asked, showing that he took grenade gauntlets from him. Pull the pin and find out? Bakugo screamed, kicking Izuku in the face, only for it to be grabbed and then getting slammed into the wall. Looks like I did get to swing. He shouted, getting blasted in the face with an explosion. Izuku dropped the gauntlet. I let you do that for an opening. That wall can't hurt me. Bakugo boasted, putting back on his gauntlet. Siree. Like you let that massive raccoon attack you that took your MP3 player. Izuku shouted, sweeping his legs, letting him fall forward. Izuku looked at Uraraka to see that she made Ida float to the ceiling and also put the bag of Doritos on his head. Hey wacko, how good is your regen? Bakugo asked. I mean, I don't mean to brag or anything, but I am pretty sure that I can come back from pretty much anything. He bragged. Good. Let's put that to the test. Bakugo pulled his foot, making Izuku fall onto his back. Eat sheet. Katsuki shouted, ping back his gauntlet and pulling the pin. The blast slammed Katsuki into the ceiling while Izuku was hit point blank while laying down. A massive explosion happened, blasting Izuku through all the floors. Izuku, you good? Or do we have to put you back together like a puzzle? All Might asked over his earpiece as the class looked in horror at what Katsuki did. I don't find I just can't feel my legs, he said, looking to his side to see his legs. He grabbed them. I am okay, I can feel my legs, he said, sliding it back on, letting his regeneration do the work to place it back into its normal formation. Hero team wins. All Might shouted with Katsuki looking over to see Uraraka placing her hand on the bomb. He sighed and got up. He trudged his way to the massive hole he made and peered over. Oh. Izuku, you good, or do I have to put you back together like a more disgusting Lego man? He shouted down as his voice echoed. I'm fine. Just lots of blood. Good attack, but it needs more firepower. Like a gun, wait, no more like a rocket launcher. Izuku shouted back. Soon they all made it back. Sup, beaches? Izuku said, coming in with a whole lasagna. Bakugo, you took it too far. Momo shouted at him. No, he didn't. If he took it too far, I would have been chum. Izuku said, offering everyone a piece. Still. Shut it, Ponytail. This is just how me and him fight. We can go all out because we know we can take it. He states, taking a piece. Nice fight. I know you were the villain, but as a hero you must never overdo it. All Might informed, with Ida looking down from the fact that he was taken out pretty quickly. Izuku peered over to a certain peppermint classmate. Hey, Do the curtains match the carpet? He asked with the boy walking away. Wow. He legit gave me the cold shoulder. Izuku said as he watched the fights of his other classmates. Though he got bored, so he walked up to Captain Steroids. How are the lungs? He asked. Perfect. Thanks to you I can move like I'm in my prime. He whispered to Izuku, which a certain purple-haired lady heard as well. Great. Any leads? None. Cool. I am gonna go, I have a doctor's appointment. Izuku said, taking out a note. That's alright, just give it here and you can leave. Izuku handed it over, then teleported away to his appointment. All Might peered at the note, then seeing that it was scribbles in red crayon. Wait. He has regeneration dash. I just got played. Meanwhile. Haha. I can't believe he fell for it. He laughed as he walked into his apartment to see Lady Nagant fixing her sniper arm and Al with Ray building a dresser. Guess who is going to get punched by All Might the next time he sees him? Izuku shouted, with all of them turning their heads towards him. You. Hell yeah. Now help me come up with plans to hide for the rest of my life. 'Cause he's going to hurt me. He answered by taking out multiple documents. I will need to think of my new name. Okay class, yesterday was a good show of your quirks, though Bakugo, next time do not test whether your gauntlets can kill someone. Aizawa said as he took out a pamphlet. We are going to the USJ today, so get your gear ready because Universal Studi shut up. I have heard that same joke over 100 times, now go get ready. Aizawa yelled, shutting up Denki Kaminari, who sat down scared. Hey, where is Midoriya? Mina asked Bakugo. Remember yesterday how he left class early? Well, All Might is currently hunting him down for it. He responded. Do you think he will show? Jiro asked as he shrugged. If All Might grabs him, yes. If he gets away, he won't show because he would be bragging that All Might can't catch him. Cut to him. Miss me? He shouted while All Might flew above him. Get back here. All Might shouted as he weaved through the alleys. Can't make me. It's not my fault that you fell for my trick. I said, leaving the alley as he landed in front of me. All Might released a massive amount of wind pressure. Looks like I've been too lenient on you. From causing a lot of property damage to my agency to the fact that I let you skip class. He said as he loomed over me with his bright blue eyes shining over the shadow he casts. To be honest, the symbol of peace can really look scary when he isn't laughing. Aw, come on Toshi. Can't you let me slide? I begged as he shook his head. No. Come on, we're friends, right? I asked, holding out my hand. Yes, we are, but you must face repercussions. He said, grabbing my hand. You must face detention with Nizu. No, you can't make me. He is just going to make me do my homework. I shouted back as he tightened his grip on my hand. I took out my knife to cut it off, with All Might blocking it. The blade looked like a crinkled tin can. Not this time. Fine. But let's grab a bagel before we go back. I shouted, activating my teleporting watch. A bright light consumed both of us as we fell through the sky. Dang it. Young Midoriya, why must you be so difficult? He said, grabbing me and propelling us to a nearby roof safely. Where are we? New York. Because I wanted a New York bagel. I said in an accent, making him facepalm. I checked the time to see if I could still make class. Oh no. The trip is about to start. I shouted, setting the exact coordinates to Katsuki's personal tracker. Wait. All Might yelled, attempting to grab me as I teleported back to Japan. You have to be kidding me. Okay, time to beat my fastest time. He said, launching himself towards Japan. When I reappeared, I crashed straight into Katsuki. Sup? I said, getting up to see the whole class suited up in their hero gear. Nerd. Where the hell were you? Katsuki shouted, getting up and shaking me. New York. I also might have left the #1 hero there too. I noticed my mistake. You don't think that he will be mad, right? I asked as they looked at me, then walked into the bus. Guys? Fine. That is a problem for future Deadpool, but I have to suit up. I said, teleporting again to my favorite Pinkette. May honey. I need my super suit. I said as she dove on top of me. Hey Izuku. I am so happy to see you. She hugged me very tightly. Me too, Pinkie Pie. Hey, I need my suit because we are going to the USJ. No problem. Just need to say that you have no guns until I get the permit to build them. She said, tossing the suit to me. Legally saying that is, but what the cameras don't catch never happened. She added, handing me 2 Desert Eagles along with 2 katanas. These were a bit hard to forge for the fact that I had to use tougher metals. She said, unsheathing one. Super duper sharp too. She informed me by stabbing it through a Kevlar vest like butter. May. This is great. I said as she gave me a quick kiss and I was halfway changing into my suit. I know, but later we need to talk about some arrangements. May told me, clicking a couple buttons on the watch. But that is for later, have fun on the trip. As I teleported, I spoke up, love yo dash. The moment I was gone, May rushed to the nearest trash can and threw up her breakfast. That ain't good, gotta see recovery girl. I've been feeling weird lately, school barely started a couple weeks ago when Izuku came back. Need to be in tip-top shape to build my babies. She said, trudging towards the nurse's office. I reappeared in front of the class, fully geared up. I am back. Oh, and they're gone. Might as well use Katsuki's tracker again. I muttered, teleporting again, landing on top of him again. Quit doing this. He shouted as I got up. Well, it's that or I teleport into you because of your tracker. The heck do you mean tracker? He shouted at me as some spit went to my face. I wiped my face clean. Nothing. You heard nothing and I said nothing. I said, turning around and taking a seat. Yo Midoriya, do you think that you can put on a shirt? Jiro said, pointing it out. Oh yeah. I was halfway done with it. Changing into the suit fully. Then locked and loaded my gear to my kit. Then the one that looked like a frog spoke up. Midoriya, I usually say what's on my mind. She said as I nodded. That's all right, it's good to say what's on your mind. It's what makes everybody special, though sometimes it just shows your lack of intelligence. I answered back as she smiled. Well, I was going to ask, why did you become a killer for hire? Karo. Azui asked as I smiled. I was tortured for 10 years straight for my quirk. Close to death on multiple occasions, got to meet death. Blew up the lab I was in and I needed money. So I robbed drag dealers, then got hired to kill people. I responded in the simplest way I could. Is that why you kill? Ribbit. No, I mainly do it because I want revenge for the one that experimented on me. He got away from me once, but next time he will definitely feel everything he did to me. I angrily said, cracking my armrest. Okay, everybody out. We are here. Aizawa said as they all got out. We entered to see the massive area filled with disaster zones like buildings on fire and a boat on a lake. Hello Class 1A. Welcome to the USJ where I teach you how to deal with disasters. The Space Hero 13 said as we all listened. Hey, where is All Might? She asked. In New York. I answered as the 2 heroes stared at me. He started it and I fought back in self-defense. I swear. Suddenly, the lights flickered with a massive purple portal opening in the plaza. Dozens of villains emerged, with 2 striking me especially. One had a suit on with a metal brace and a black bird. Looks like I will get to find out where that demon doctor is today. I shouted, running toward them and jumping down the many stairs. He landed at the bottom of the stairway with the thugs looking upon him in fear. So, what is your big plan? Little men, he said, walking forward smiling very widely with his mask hiding it. His new lead for revenge was in front of him, blocked by cattle. Sheet, it's him, one shouted. We got numbers, get him. Another shouted, getting into a fighting stance. Oh please, let's dance. Izuku shouted, taking out his newest guns. His body was littered with quirked bullets. Soon they all stopped firing. My turn, he shouted, blasting one of them. He charged in, shooting as he ran forward. He jumped into the air, rotating his entire body and slamming his foot into a gorilla-armed lackey's neck with a crack. He landed, shoving his entire fist through another lackey. Ha! This is so easy, he shouted as he continued to take them down. He landed a triple headshot with a mutant type running straight towards him. Your bullets can't hurt me, he shouted, trying to grab Izuku with his forearms. No, they can't, but these can, Izuku said, unsheathing his blades and quickly slicing his arms off. The class looked in horror as he kept charging and defeating the villains. Some lost their lunches as they were all warped away. Sheet 13, protect the students. Aizawa yelled as he fell into a portal. She quickly activated her quirk, forcing the warper to stop. It was a stalemate for a bit. Ida, run to the campus. No questions, she shouted as he nodded, speeding towards the exit. The warper made a portal behind her as she tore herself apart. You will stay with us here, he shouted as something grabbed hold of him. No! Uraraka shouted, forcing him to float and chucking the warper towards the sky. Ida kicked the door at full strength, tearing right through it and speeding towards the main campus. Izuku was breathing heavily as he stood amongst the defeated villains. His suit was dyed red from its normal green color. The smell of iron tainted the air as he stared at a familiar blue-haired man and a Numu. Without a second thought, he rushed forward, appearing in front of the man. Where is that doctor? He shouted, holding the man by the neck. He gurgled and couldn't utter a single word. Izuku tore off the severed hand on his face. I asked you a question, he shouted as the blue-haired man grabbed onto his mask. All 5 of his fingers connected, desegregating his mask and face. Mother! Izuku shouted, throwing the guy to the ground as he coughed, holding his neck. Izuku held his face as he felt it turn to dust. He shouted in pain. He scratched at his own face until the dusting stopped. The blue-haired man stared at him as Izuku's face regenerated fully, healing. The two locked eyes, recognizing each other almost immediately from the past. Bob! Labrat! The F, are you doing here? Izuku asked as the newly dubbed Bob stood up. I could ask you the same thing, Lorette, he answered back. That Numu is my lead for my revenge. And it looks like you are in my way, Bob. Izuku shouted, aiming his blade at Bob. No, you are in my way in killing All Might, Labrat. Also, my name isn't Bob, he shouted. But you told me it was. I lied. It's Tomura Shigaraki. Shigaraki shouted at Izuku. Well, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I don't care. Izuku's memories flashed back to when he was in a cage, being ripped apart and forcibly put back together. He met one blue-haired child older than him that actually talked to him. Flashback, here, the boy said, sliding him a slice of pizza. Why? Izuku had asked. You looked hungry, so I am giving you some food. Well, I haven't eaten in 4 years, so thanks. Izuku said, shoving it into his mouth. He finished it quickly. What was it? It's pizza. How do you not know that? Labrat, the boy said, confused, trying to sound tough. Hello, number nuts. I've been here since I was 3, Izuku responded. What's your name? Izuku asked the boy. It's Bob. Yeah, it's Bob. Bob said as Izuku smiled. Nice to meet you. Bob smiled at him as well. Why are you in here? My quirk is OP regeneration, so I am just being used for it, Izuku responded. Oh. Why are you here? Izuku asked. Well, Sensei and the doctor are gone on a mission, so I wandered down here, Bob responded. Will you be my friend? Izuku asked. Sure. I got a new video game I want to see, he asked. The two played for hours, laughing until he had to leave. The doctor walked in and saw Izuku smiling. Why are you doing that? I made a new friend whose name was Bob. Oh, you poor thing, you have gone insane or you hallucinated a friend, the doctor said, upping the voltage on a control. Can't have a sane test subject, he shouted, electrocuting Izuku until he passed out. He met Bob a couple more times until he just stopped appearing. Flashback over. And here I thought I hallucinated you. Izuku said. You're an idiot, Shigaraki responded. Why did you stop showing up? Izuku asked, lowering his blades. Sensei found out, sorry bud, but whatever he says goes. Plus, you disappeared, not me. I went down there one day and you were gone. I thought you finally died. Well then just tell me where the doctor is because I am here for him, not my childhood friend. My revenge mission needs you to tell me his location, Izuku said. Shigaraki sighed. No can do. Sorry, but my mission needs this. Looks like we are going to have to fight and I don't really want to. Just tell me, Izuku said. Looks like we can't be friends anymore, sorry, Shigaraki said, pointing his finger at him. Me too, Izuku said, aiming his blade at him. The warper appeared beside Shigaraki. I am sorry to say, but one of the students got away, and the pros are going to be here soon. It's all right, Kurogyari. They won't be a problem, Shigaraki said in a monotone voice. This is where we stop being friends, Izuku. Go, Numu, he shouted, sending it after Izuku. Shigaraki picked up the hand Izuku ripped off from his face and put it back on. Izuku felt like the life was punched out of him as the Numu sent him flying back. Dimin. That hurt, he thought as he crashed into the stairway. He got up to see the hulking monster in front of him. Now this is just unfair, he shouted as it grabbed his head. Izuku slashed its arm off. Gotta love these blades. Izuku shouted as the Numu looked at its arm confused. It used its other arm to slap Izuku across the plaza. I think my spine is twisted. I thought, getting up to see the Numu regenerating way faster than me. Oh shit. The doc must have perfected my power. I shouted, running towards it. Sorry bud, gotta take you down. I yelled as it turned its head towards me. It reached to bear hug me, so I leaned back 90 degrees, slicing off both of its arms. You've been disarmed, I said, quickly jumping onto it. The brain is the weakness, I thought as I remembered the doctor's notes. I dug both of my hands into its open skull. Open brain surgery is on the way, I yelled, tearing out the entire brain along with some of the spinal cord. Shigaraki, just tell me where he is. Looks like the Numu is out of commission, but good thing we made preparations in case the brain was damaged, Kurogyari said as I looked at him dumbly. Huh. My head quickly turned to see the monster I put down getting back up. Its entire brain and damaged parts healed at a rapid speed. Sheet has just hit the fan, I said, grabbing the Numu's arm. We are flying, big boy. Izuku shouted, teleporting high above USJ. Izuku quickly cut it up, but its regeneration was healing it. This is so annoying. Oh wait, is this how people who fight me feel? Cool, he said as the Numu got the upper hand by grabbing my body. It twisted midair, holding me down as we fell to the ground. Izuku continuously stabbed it as the ground got closer. It wouldn't let go of him at all. You can go. The two then smashed into the floor of the plaza. The dust settled with the Numu still beating down on Izuku. Its fists were covered in blood. Izuku wasn't saying a single word from the crater. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as everyone looked towards its origin. The entrance of the USJ was covered in dust, and the sound of heavy footsteps was heard. Izuku, I am sorry for taking too long, my friend, but remember this was your fault for your tricks, All Might bellowed in a deep voice. The Numu continued to beat Izuku into the ground. All Might is here. Finally. Numu, attack him! Shigaraki shouted, with the Numu looking up at All Might. All Might appeared right in front of the monstrosity. He looked at Izuku, who was just a pile of fleshy mush and a tattered broken suit. He looked back at the Numu. It jumped back, crouching down on all fours like a feral dog, slobbering everywhere. It launched itself towards All Might at a very fast speed, almost appearing like it teleported. The Numu collided with All Might, sending out a massive shockwave that was felt all across the USJ. The dust soon settled, showing everyone who was watching what was happening. What? Shigaraki shouted in shock from the scene. All Might held onto the Numu's fist with ease, his face filled with rage. The Numu tried to pull its arms away from All Might's grip but failed spectacularly. Is that all you can show me? All Might said, looking at Shigaraki. Why you are supposed to be weaker? Not SS stronger than your prime. Shigaraki shouted at him. Who decided that? All Might shouted, tightening his grip on the Numu's hand as it whined. Who decided that I should have been weaker? You hurt my friends and students. As a teacher of you, I shall show you my rage. He said coldly, releasing a thick choking aura. Kurogiri's main program to protect Shigaraki Tamura went wild and instantly teleported them to safety. The Numu tore its hands off and jumped back, instantly regenerating. "Oh, you're the creation of the doctor that tortured my friend. I will put you out of your misery," All Might said as it charged at him again. All Might ped back his fist into a powerful stance. He focused his strength throughout his entire body. His muscles tightened to the maximum, building the energy he was about to release. He quickly closed the gap between him and the Numu, slamming his fist directly into its chest, making the Numu's flesh fluctuate like a ripple in calm water. A massive shockwave occurred again, 5 times stronger than the Numu's previous one. All Might retracted his fist as the Numu stood before him completely still. All Might flicked as its entire body collapsed within itself, as if all of its cells were completely dead, along with the bones being reduced to powder. The body was falling apart from the cellular level, finally rejecting all the quirks it had within itself, tearing itself apart. The Numu laid there motionless as All Might walked away. That thing has to be the doing of All for One. It had super strength, shock absorption, and regeneration. I need to be ready. Our next meeting could level all of Japan because the two of us might meet again in our prime, he thought as he reached Izuku's body. Izuku stared at his former body from his astral ghost form. "Man, I am messed up. I know, and I do not like what happened to you." He turned his head to see Imita's death. Izuku dove at her, giving her a kiss. "Missed you," he shouted as she pulled him into a tight hug. "Gotta say that monster of flesh pounded you pretty thoroughly." "That's what she said." "Haha." He laughed as she looked unamused. Her hourglass began to beep loudly. "Time for you to go back," she said sadly, giving him a hug. "I'll be watching, so show me a good show." Death said as she faded. "I'll be stronger," he shouted, returning to his mangled body. Izuku sat up from his beaten body. The skeletal structure was fully healed, but not his flesh. He stood up as his organs and other loosely connected skin tissues fell off along with his tattered suit. All Might stood before him with his hand out. He gladly took it. "Izuku, next time don't leave me across the world," he said as the rest of the pros showed up. The class began to regroup, so All Might gave Izuku his coat from the fact that he was regenerating all of his parts, meaning he would be fully naked. Izuku used his now muscle-covered skeletal hand to dig through his stuff. His regeneration was slowed due to all the damage, so he might as well use it to speed up the process. That fight showed him he wasn't ready for the Numus yet, so he needed every edge he could get. He pulled out the perfected trigger and his now destroyed teleport. All Might looked at him and nodded, turning away. What he didn't see didn't happen. Izuku injected the trigger into his body. It rapidly adjusted to it and accepted it, unlike other drags, or so he thought. His body began to steam from the amount of heat he was producing. His vocal cords finally regrew. "Oh, this sheet is hot," he shouted as he collapsed to all fours. His body rapidly began to heal like never before, quadrupling the speed of the Numu's regeneration. "Hey!" He screamed in pain as his body ripped itself apart and healed itself, accepting the perfected drag. His new muscles became more firm and tighter, rebuilding themselves. His heart wasn't taking it well and it burst apart. The eyes became dilated as he cracked the ground from his hand, pressing down on it. His heart kept bursting until his healing factor finally held it together. The others watched in fear from his current state. Soon all sound coming from him stopped. He slowly stood up as a new person. His body was completely changed from the one he had before. It felt stronger and healed a lot faster. He could just tell by moving his fingertips. "Haha. Doctor, just you wait, Deadpool is coming for ya," he said to himself, falling backward from the strain the drag had on him. Did he really call himself his alter ego? Mina asked as Jiro corrected her. Deadpool and Izuku Midoriya are the same person, with the suit on or not. "He is Deadpool, that's just who he is as a person," she stated as Izuku rolled around wearing the massive coat of All Might. "Gotta say this field trip was sheet," he stated. "You can say that again, nerd," Katsuki said, walking up to him. "So are you going to disappear again?" Izuku smiled wickedly. "Nah. He will come to me. This time I am going to be ready for anything he will throw at me." Anything. The USJ. It was huge news that the best university in Japan got attacked. I told Nizu to let me take the fall for it so the league gets no recognition, but he said they needed to be known so they can be actively hunted. That's dumb. I say as Nizu drank his tea. It's better than saying that Deadpool the mercenary brought tons of villains. Then proceeded to kill them all in front of the new students. He stated, well, when you state it like that it sounds stupid. Either way, the UA is going to be holding the sports festival soon. Do you want to join? Nizu asked me. No need. I will just be out doing my thing and gather some intel. I know you're just going to party. Stalker much? I responded as he nodded. No, but I am just going to do what I want, so bye. I shouted, leaving his office. I walk over to the support department with the door exploding the moment I touch it. May, I thought we've gotten past your exploding phase? I say as she looks up. Never. Also, I thought you were going to take better care of your suit, but just yesterday it came back all in tatters. Well, I had an off day to say the least. Though I got my lead, so I am going to follow it. I said as she smiled. Finally. It's been a couple years, right? She asked, getting up. Up. That means I will get that doctor in no time. She smiled, pulling me into her personal lab. Turns out if you explode enough things they get tired of your antics and give you your personal space. She bent over to open a cabinet, pulling out a red suit that seemed more armored. I had this one in case you destroyed your green one. She said, handing it to me. Did I ever tell you you're the best fiancé ever? I asked, giving her a tight hug. Soon I hope to hear the word wife come out of your mouth. She said with a grin. Soon, very soon. I shouted, spinning her around. The teleporter will take time to fix, but I know you will be fine without it. So go crazy. Also, I will be in the sports festival, so be ready to see my advertisement. May said, showing me her gear. I will be there to see, I promise. I say, walking out as she held her stomach. I hope you do. Also, don't forget to tell your parents we're engaged. She shouted behind. Sure thing, babe. I visited Himiko for a bit as she seemed to really miss me, so I gave her what she wanted. Then promised on a later date to take her out. I left UA with a duffel bag on a mission that involved a lot of chaos. Who are the League of Villains? I shouted, aiming my gun at someone against the wall. I don't know. He shouted as I took him down. Oh wait, this is the wrong gang. Oh well, on to the right one then. I shouted, running down the road, then getting sidelined by a car. I roll with the impact, then get up very quickly. I got up to see many people with quirks ready aimed at me. So what do I owe the pleasure? I asked as they just charged. Boring people to fight. I shot the closest one in the leg as he fell forward. Another bullet entered his skull. I get socked in the face, so I grab the arm, twisting it cleanly off. I've gotten stronger. I shouted, choke slamming one goon into the entire group. I got doused in gasoline, then lit on fire as I continued to move forward. A little fire can't hurt me. Well, it hurts, but you get the picture. Give me a hug. I shouted, hugging one as we both struggled. Unsheathing my katanas, I sliced through the chaos. They soon all backed up, seeing me filled with holes and burns. I would see a doctor, but I really hate needles. I said, you go back in there. I say, trying to regain my composure. Gotta say I am impressed with you, Deadpool. A voice said from the crowd. I look up to see a large amount of ice encase me. My name is Redestro. I am the current leader of the Meta Liberation Army. He spoke. Oh, I know you. You want to start a war. No. I just want equality. It's very simple. He said as a black mask appeared on his face. No, you want a world where superior quirks run it, while the weak get picked on, so your utopia is a disaster. There are reasons why we have laws. I explained to him. Yet you break them. It's fun. I say, tapping his forehead. That made him take a double take. You were just in ice, how did you get out? Forget you, that's how. Well then I want to recruit you to my cause. Redestro said, sticking his hand out. I reach into my pocket and throw sawdust in his eyes. Mother dash. I grabbed his throat and raised him into the air. I don't care for your whole change the world nonsense, so leave me and my family alone. I say as he spoke up, you are making a huge enemy right now. I put him down and looked him directly in the eyes, taking my mask off. I'm just kidding. I don't care what you do. Ha. The look on your face right now. I laughed as he looked at me angrily. Though on a true note, stay away from them or you will get hunted by me. I put on my mask, walking away from them as I headed to the bar. I checked my phone for 2 weeks to get information so I could take my time. I gotta be early so I can see Mei using her gear in action, along with Himiko. Nagant! I shouted, entering the apartment. A shoe hit my face. Nice to see you too, I said to the shoe, putting it down. I walked into the kitchen and opened the fridge. What to choose? Beer, beer, and beer. Do you guys want to talk about this? No, we don't. It's called Ladies' Night, Nagant said to me. Well, all I see is liver and kidney failure, I muttered, getting hit with a stick. Move your butt, I want to drink. Al grumbled, walking past me. Okay, I have a mission. We find the League of Villains? Nagant asked. Yep. Well, we aren't in any luck then. I already searched and found nothing. Looks like they covered their tracks. Well, that SCKS and really killed my mood. Might as well have fun. Ray, you want anything? I asked the newly black-haired lady. Oh, I need to get some new. I grabbed her hand and pulled her. Great, let's go. I shouted as she just nodded. I'm coming too. I want to see the outside and chill for a bit, Nagant spoke up, putting on a tan coat. The more the merrier. Yeah, just leave my blind butt here. That's the plan, I'll buy. I shouted, shutting the door. A-hole, she muttered as she sat on the couch and smiled. Gotta love the kid. Izuku, slow down. Ray yelled as Izuku carried her. Nope. He shouted, jumping over a car. His body was outputting more strength than he was before. He was basically superhuman at this point, rivaling most strength enhancer quirks. Lady Nagant was right behind him, using a grappler that Mei made for better movement. So you took it? She asked as he smiled. It was painful but very useful, he said, jumping off a roof he climbed. Ray screamed in terror as they fell, holding onto him tightly. He crashed onto the ground, crouching down. His legs didn't even break from the impact. See, Ray, we are all good, he said, smiling at her as she burst out laughing. That was scary. But it's really fun. She spoke through her laughter as Nagant landed next to us. We came to a nice All Might festival, and I slid one All Might themed mask on. Can't let people know who I am now, can I? I said. They both nodded. We traveled through the entire festival, winning gun-themed attractions with my expert aim. Say, Ray, you want that bunny? I asked her as she nodded. Well then, I shall grant her wish. I took aim at the many targets moving and shot every single one with pinpoint accuracy. Sir, can you and your lovely girlfriend please leave because you will put me out of business? The guy running the stall asked me. Sure, bud, didn't know I was that good. I wrapped my arm around Ray as she held her bunny close to her body. Her face was a deep crimson. Isuku, that man called me your G-girlfriend, she stuttered out. So? Did you not want to be? I asked her as she looked at me. What about Mei? She said she's okay with sharing, I said as she looked away. I am too old for you, she said, tearing up. Izuku pulled her into a tight hug. You know I don't care for that. You could be a succubus or a demon that's about to marry Dracula, and I would want to be with you, I said as she slid off my mask and pulled me into a kiss. Wow, Ray, here I thought you would never say your feelings. We both turned to see Nagant taking photos. Suddenly, the air began to get hotter, like you ate a ghost pepper type of hot. Izuku! Tuya bellowed as he stomped towards me. Oh shit. Hey bud, how are you? I shouted as Chitose made herself known. Why hello, it's been a while, she said, patting my shoulder. Why haven't you visited? She asked as Tuya punched my face. That's what you get for getting killed and making me sad. Sounds reasonable, I said as my face healed instantly. Ray studied him and recognized him. She instantly gave him a tight hug, pissing Chitose off a bit, but she saw Izuku's motion of hands. He asked as she nodded. Izuku, you got some explaining, he said, looking at me. Well, one day May and I decided to go to therapy. I sort of made the guy quit 30 minutes in, so yeah. I broke out your mom because I felt like it. He nodded as he hugged her. Now this is a new story, Chitose said, taking out a notepad. Deadpool went to therapy and made the therapist quit. Gotta love it, she yelled. Sounds like a money maker. I said as she nodded. Lady Nagant didn't think I would see the ex-hero here, Chitose said as Nagant glared at her. No talking about it, got it? Lady Nagant said, giving her a death stare. You got it, but what made you turn? She pointed at me while ruffling my hair. This lovable yet very annoying idiot. Aw, I love you too, I said as she nodded. We spent the rest of the day having fun using Tuya's card. It was fun until he found out. He almost charred me with his blue flames. Soon we all went home, with me and Ray taking a different direction. Ray, are you sure? Because I don't want to force you into anything, I said as she led the way. I want to prove my love for you, she said as we went to a certain hotel. In the morning, we left and were banned for life, so mission accomplished? I stayed with the girls until the UA Sports Festival came around, and we all dyed our hair green. I joined even though I already had green hair because I wanted to feel included. Shut up. I asked Nizu for the best seats tickets, and Nizu just handed them over. May was nervous to say the least. She didn't know why she had the best gear because she made it. She was in shape because of the fact that Izuku wanted her to be safe in case he wasn't with her. Nagant taught her martial arts along with a way to use her quirk in a more offensive way. She was still in class as her teacher kept talking. She drowned the noise out with her thoughts. Izuku said he will be here to support, so that's a plus. I miss him. I haven't heard a word from him for 2 weeks. May thought and she clutched her stomach out of nervousness. May. Huh? She said, jolting up. Time to go to the stadium, Power Loader said as she nodded, grabbing her gear along with a case that she specifically made for this event. Hey May, how are you feeling? Toga said, appearing next to her. Fine, just nervous for some reason, she answered, with Himiko smiling at her. Don't worry about it. You will do great and show the world who May Midoriya is. Himiko encouraged her. That ain't my name. Not yet, till Azubabi finally says the magic words. With you walking into a church in an appealing white dress, Himiko said, imagining the scene. That is still a long way away from the fact everyone knows Izuku is Deadpool, May said, also imagining the scene. Who cares? What are they going to do, kill him? Endeavor did that and look where we are now. Izuku is alive and breathing, waiting to see us perform our dreams. Himiko brought up some solid points. You're absolutely correct. Still doesn't mean I can't be nervous, May said, tightening the straps of her gear. Then smile. Fake it until you actually feel confident, Himiko said, sipping a blood bag she got from nowhere. May nodded, walking down with the rest of her class in Toga. They avoided her for the fact that she is the fiancée of Izuku, aka Deadpool, public menace number 1. She doesn't care, she has her family and Izuku that takes care of her. They exited the tunnel to reveal a massive crowd cheering for them. Alright, let's all calm down a bit and let the top year 1 student do his speech. Can Katsuki Bokugo please come to the podium? Midnight said through the microphone. He walked up to the podium and took the steps to the top. He gave a sinister smile that unnerved the crowd. Then he began to speak in a very loud voice. Bring it on. This shocked the crowd quite a bit for the fact it felt like a direct jab to the heroes in the crowd. He left the podium, leaving an unamused Midnight. Moving on. The first event is an obstacle course. The higher your placement, the more points you get, Midnight explained as all the students got to the starting line. Suddenly, across the entire stadium, hundreds of confetti cannons went off with the colors pink and yellow being the theme of the shredded paper. Go May! Himiko! Katsuki! Izuku shouted through a megaphone with Lady Nagant, Ray, Mitsuki, and Masaru doing the same. Izuku wore a disguise. His hair was all black and he wore red contacts. His new name was Mikumo Midoriya, and he insisted that be his new identity. Would you look at that crowd? The over-supportive family is back to cheer, Present Mike said in a cheery voice. Must they up the ante every year? Tezawa tiredly said, looking at the cannons. Mei zoomed in to see her lover holding a sign only she could see. It read, "You can do it. I believe in you." Mei wiped a stray tear and got a determined face. She was going to go far in this tournament. Toga got determined too by proxy, finishing her blood bag. Well, what a lovely family filled with love, Midnight cued as she started the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go! All the students began to run as chills went down their spines. Shoto instantly froze a lot of people in place. Mei activated her hover saws, avoiding the ice. She sped forward as she saw robots coming. She smiled madly as she opened the case she was carrying. She took out a huntsman-type rifle that she built. It glowed pink and had a light hum as it powered up. Mei reached into her satchel, pulling out a certain type of bullet. "Time to take them down," she said, loading the bullet into the rifle. Taking aim using her quirk as the scope, she quickly did the math in her head, calculating the bullet trajectory. Pulling the trigger, a very loud gunshot could be heard across the stadium. Mei's bullet traveled fast, piercing through 3 one-pointers, then curving to hit 4 three-pointers. The bots exploded as Mei continued forward. Izuku looked at the scene with amazement, then turned to Nagant, who was smiling deviously. "You did this on purpose," he said, turning back to see Mei absolutely shredding through the bots. "Just so I said sure. Plus, it's great to see the best marksman get outdone by his fiancée." She reminisced about training Mei to shoot. "To be honest, she's a natural, and within a couple of years or so, she will definitely join me in skill." "Well, thanks," Izuku shouted as he pulled his parents into a hug. "What is this about Mei being your fiancée?" Mitsuki asked him. "Let's get back to Mei's POV. Also, who are these green-haired women?" Mei stood in front of the last standing zero-pointer that Shoto didn't knock over, so she aimed her gun at it, setting it to the highest power output. "Wait, this is my toy!" Himiko shouted, riding on top of one pointer. Using one of the bots as a ramp, she sped up, going up it. She launched off of it, heading straight towards the zero-pointer's face. She jumped off the one-pointer, crashing through the eye of the zero-pointer. "Time to take control of this baby," she shouted, overriding the entire robot and turning it into her personal mech. "Looks like Mei also taught Himiko some tricks," Izuku said as Masaru held his wife from ripping Izuku's head off for barely telling her about his engagement and the multiple women he is with. "Izuku, you're just like your father," Masaru said to him. "What do you mean I'm like my father?" "The very thing I didn't want you to turn into," Mitsuki roared, scaring everyone around them in the VIP booth. "I will tell you when you're older." "Now is not the best time to do so," he calmly said as he held back his wife. "Oh, okay then." Toga took full control of the zero-pointer with sparks flying around her. A small drone flew through the broken eye of the zero-pointer. It showed Toga to the crowd controlling her new mech. "Hello. I am Toga Himiko. From Class 1B. Just watch me because I am going to be your little sweetheart," she said with cheer, promptly destroying the drone. The zero-pointer began to steam and moved forward towards the next zone. "Come on, my little iron giant, show mama some love," she shouted as it trudged forward faster. The students quickly moved out of the way of the mech, though some used it as their ticket to get ahead. "I shall be on my way," Ibara Shiozaki stated, using her thorny hair to climb aboard. "This will be fun." "Karo," Tsuyu Azui stated, jumping onto her new ride. "See, Himiko. Babies are the way to go," Mei shouted, launching a hook at the mech. It quickly pulled her to the sky with the help of her hover boots. She swung all the way to the head of the bot. She zoomed in to see Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki battling for the lead. The two had barely left the pitfall. "Gotta win. What would Izuku do?" she asked herself. "What wouldn't he do? That's the better question. Focus Mei," she yelled at herself. Taking out her rocket pack, she popped off the back and overrode the safety feature she placed, closing it up and then placing it onto her back. "Darling, Gotta show you that I am just as crazy as you sometimes. She shouted, shooting 2 hooks onto the 0-pointer's head. She began to back up to the very edge of the head, sliding down her goggles and taking a deep breath, letting her plan go into full action. Using her grappling hooks as a slingshot, she hopped into the air, letting them yank her ahead. She gained quite a lot of speed, launching off the mech's head. The wind blew into her face as she soared across the sky, using her hover boots to stabilize her midair. She smiled crazily, a smile filled with the madness that could rival Izuku's smile itself. She activated her newly unsafe jetpack that suddenly jerked her forward with great speed, bursting her eardrums from the roar of the jetpack itself. Quickly overtaking the people ahead of her, she located Katsuki and Shoto as they were a quarter of the way into the minefield. Himiko saw Mei fly above her. Gotta love her for her creativity, but I want to win too, Himiko said, leaving the mech on autopilot towards the pitfall. By that, she left the wires in a specific way so it worked like a broken pair of headphones you don't want to replace because you're broke. She explored the 0-pointer's mechanical skeleton, taking what she needed. Gotta say this thing is pretty hollow compared to what it looked like from the outside. I think Nizu is being very cheap with these robots nowadays, she muttered to herself. From the stands, Nizu sneezed. Someone must have found out one of my secrets, he said to himself. Don't you mean someone is talking about you? Izuku asked him as Nizu stayed silent, watching the race. Okay then, I'm going to get some snacks. Rei, wanna come? He asked, with Rei nodding. I'll tell you who wins, Nagant said out loud. Don't. I already know what will happen, but I don't want to spoil it, Izuku said to her while walking out. Does he always say things like that? Nizu asked. They all looked at him and nodded. Interesting. Himiko took 2 fuel canisters and made a makeshift shield. Gotta be like Mei and Azubabi. Explosive and have lots of things to say. She shouted, chucking the canister at the ceiling, exploding it to bits and making a huge hole in the head of the 0-pointer. Suddenly, the mech lurched forward and stopped moving. Himiko looked over to see the mech got stuck in the pitfall. It looked like it would soon swallow the 0-pointer whole. She smiled, placing the highly explosive canister down and backing up with her shield. Sprinting forward, she jumped up, slamming the shield onto the canister. From the outside, another explosion went off, this time collapsing the 0-pointer forward. Its body made a bridge for the rest of the students, so they quickly made their way through the pitfall. Whoa! Mighty explosion there. Now where is our little vampire? Mike spoke through the microphone. There she is. Flying like a rocket. Himiko flew across the sky very quickly. Though the one problem she had was one that Mei also had, how they were going to land. Mei unstrapped her jetpack, letting it fly into the sky where it soon blew up. Glad I took that off, she cheerfully said, activating her hover boots to slow her descent drastically. Toga's solution was more primitive, but worth a shot. She drank from the blood bag the moment she slammed onto the mine-filled ground. Another massive explosion sent her ragdoll body forward. She rolled past the exit of the minefield. Though her body began to heal from her wounds quickly, she got up as Mei zoomed past her with her hover boots and grappling hooks that suspiciously looked very similar to ODM gear from Attack on Titans. Zuzu, I love your wonderful blood, she shouted, running after Mei with Katsuki and Shoto behind her. The blood she drank was filled with Izuku's hyper-healing blood, one that could heal wounds if ingested or injected, and for a short time, make the said person stronger than the average person. Mei crossed the finish line with Toga close behind her. Katsuki got third, with Shoto scowling at his placement being fourth. Izuku and Rei got lost trying to get to the snack bar. See, they won like I said, he stated to Rei, smiling while holding her arm. Izuku stopped to see a towering man in front of him, covered in fire. Rei hid behind Izuku as he smiled looking at the man. The man scowled at him as Izuku deepened his smile, making him look far more insane. Hello, Enduhor. There is only one person that would ever have the ball to say that to me directly, he stated as his flames became brighter, glaring at Izuku. Deadpool. Right on the money, big boy. Mei made her team consisting of Uraraka, Bakugo, and Toga. She was the rider with her rifle strapped to her back. Midnight started the round with everyone going after her. From her belt buckle, she chucked smoke bombs. Gotta love the sight. Well, I do because I can see you all, she shouted, activating her goggles infrared mode. Pink hair. I can't see shit. Bakugo shouted. Well, I can, so just follow my lead, she answered as Uraraka made them float. Activating her grappling hooks, they quickly made their way through the air. They soon felt a sudden chill. Soon, a massive iceberg pierced through the smoke heading towards them. Puff. Icy hot. Katsuki shouted, unleashing a massive explosion that destroyed the incoming attack. The smoke dispersed, showing Shoto's team with hardened looks, determined to take the 1 million band from Mei. Mei landed, unstrapping her rifle and loading a bullet. You guys think he is going to give us the cold shoulder? Mei asked, with Katsuki and Himiko groaning at her joke. I thought it was funny, Uraraka spoke up. Good to know someone likes my jokes other than my fiancé, Mei said, patting her head. Hey, let's deal with the emo popsicle first, Himiko stated as they rushed them. Mei shot her bullet, destroying an incoming attack of ice. Looks like he is not much of a talker, Himiko shouted as they took off into the air again. All the teams were converging on them as Mei and her team continued to outmaneuver them. Izuku and Endeavor glared at each other. Endeavor towered over the smaller mercenary. His eyes shifted to the green-haired woman hiding behind Izuku. Is she your woman? Endeavor asked him, with Izuku responding, she is. Why do you ask? Want tips on how to get one? Endeavor's flames grew brighter and more vibrant. No, I just need to make sure how much fire to hurt you only, he shouted, powering up an attack. Izuku picked up the scared Ray and ran down the hallway. Don't run, my fire will still reach you, he bellowed, unleashing the flames. They flooded down the hall, scorching it. It chased Izuku as he looked for an exit for Ray to be safe. He can take the fire, she can't. She has a cold resistance, meaning either she will get burned or she can summon cold enough ice to negate the heat. Not really trying to test that, though. Don't worry, honey. I will put him in his place, Izuku assured her. Don't get killed, please. I can't take it again, she whispered to him. I promise. After this, we can get some drinks, just me and you. She smiled as Izuku smashed through a side door with his back and slammed it shut. The fire passed him and ceased. Stay here and I will come right back. Also, hold these, he said, handing her his breathes. She blushed and nodded as he left. Izuku dashed towards Endeavor as he shot more flames. Burn. The gates of hell will see you again, he shouted as Izuku marched through the fire. That won't work again. You flaming trash bag. Izuku shouted, hopping through the fire, fully charred. His skin rapidly healed and regrew, as did his fluffy hair. You will die again, Deadpool. Endeavor shouted, catching and grabbing Izuku's face and igniting his hand. The flames quickly changed from bright orange to bright blue. Izuku smashed his foot into Endeavor's chest, sending him flying back. That fire won't kill me, Izuku shouted, regenerating from his wounds. I am way past that. Not even a nuke will kill me, he boasted, with Endeavor sending another torrent of fire. Izuku shrugged it off. Looks like someone doesn't like to learn, he said, annoyed as multiple wooden spikes pierced through him from behind. Sorry, Endeavor. It took me a while to get your distress call. The rest will soon be here. Kamui Woods shouted, with Izuku turning his head to him. Bro, I'm not a vampire, so don't stake me through the heart. Izuku rotated his entire body, then slammed his knee into Kamui's mask, launching him back. I got a game to watch, so get out of my way. Izuku yelled as some more heroes came. See, you guys are so unimpressive the author didn't name you, he shouted, running at them. Mei shot another bullet, destroying Momo's creations as Bakugo blasted Dark Shadow away from them. Himiko used a dropped staff from Momo to fend off Monoma. Why are you with Class 1A trash? He shouted at her. 'Cause I can make my own choices, you narcissistic prick, she shouted back. Uraraka threw up sparkles and rainbows, making people avoid her because they didn't want to get barfed on. EW. Is that her quirk? May chuckled as the timer rang, meaning the round ended. Time's up. Looks like we win. May gloated as they glared at her. Uraraka kept throwing up, so May picked her up bridal style. Let's go, Barfy. To the nurse, she shouted, using her hover boots to speed off. They soon made it, and May placed Uraraka down on a bed, handing her a bucket. Tea thanks. Blagger, Uraraka spoke, then promptly throwing up in the bucket. It's no trouble. May started to talk until a cane smashed her shin. Idiot girl. I told you to take it easy. Recovery girl shouted at her as May rolled her eyes. Recovery girl saw this and hit her shin again. Hey, stop that. I am fine. The hell you are. You are using a high-powered rifle to fight. The amount of recoil your body is taking is not good for the... May cut her off. I am fine. That's why I added extra padding for my clothes just in case, May said as Recovery Girl shook her head. Uraraka finally stopped throwing up and spoke. Hatsum, are you? Yes, don't tell him yet. I want it to be a surprise, May said, holding her stomach. Not yet. Izuku smashed the last hero's face into the wall as Endeavor smashed his fist into Izuku's face. You're lucky I stopped killing, Izuku said, getting up. You are a monster. One that should be put down. Once you're down, I will personally burn you to the last scrap of DNA, he shouted, pissing Izuku off. Izuku smashed his fist into Endeavor's jaw. Endeavor countered by grabbing Izuku's head and repeatedly smashing it into the wall, cracking it. Izuku twisted his entire body from the neck down, landing a high kick square to his chin, knocking Endeavor back and giving Izuku time to twist his head back into place. Endeavor was bruised and bloody while Izuku was regrowing his cracked skull and covered in blood that was not. You will die one day, Deadpool. Endeavor said. I may not be the one to do it, but it will happen. Sure it will, and on that day I will send you a friend request. Death knows you need some, Izuku countered, then getting lit on fire again, burning away the blood on him. Suddenly a loud bang could be heard as Endeavor fell forward. Izuku looked to see his blonde lover with a folded chair in her hands. Hey Zuzu! Toga shouted, stepping over the knocked-out heroes. You've been busy. Yeah, before you say anything I didn't start it. I mean I did call him a name that sold me out, so yeah. He started it for sure, he said, scratching his head. She looked down to see that he was in a compromising situation. She smiled a bit. They walked down the hall after leaving a little note on Endeavor saying, I am with your wife. Soon they made it to Ray as the door swung open, making Ray jump up. You took a while? Ray stammered out as Toga smiled. Zuzu, we're on break for 45 minutes, so we got some time. Himiko stated, taking off her UA blazer with Ray taking off her shirt as well. Izuku looked at them up and down then decided his choice. Okay, only 20 minutes. May walked through the halls to find the snack bar. She was starving and was beginning to have weird cravings like jalapenos covered in mustard. It was all weird to her. She followed the signs and took a turn bumping into some familiar people. She looked at them and only thought of a couple words. Oh, come on. Izuku finished with a satisfied Ray and Himiko looking at him. That was great, he said, putting his briefs on. Hey, let's go get some food, he said. No thanks, Zuzu, I am already full. I'm just going to use the showers. Ray, wanna come? Himiko asked with Ray nodding. Okay then, Izuku said as they limped away. At least I got readers with me, he muttered, trying to find the snack bar. May looked at the people that were supposed to be her parents and siblings. Her father had an enraged face with her mother having a stern one right behind him. Her siblings had snide faces that said May off. The constant face that they've made towards her since their quirks came. You are coming home right this second, her father stated. No, May answered back. I am your father and what I say goes, he said, gritting his teeth trying not to yell. Yeah, May. We missed you, her sister said with an underlying tone of sarcasm. Honey, give up on this fever dream. You don't have a quirk suited for inventing or being a hero. Just come home, we will pay for any school you want, her mother stated in a tone that lacked any sincerity. May looked at them and sighed. First off, mind my language. No way, she said, flipping them off. I am going to follow my dreams and I don't need a quirk to do it. I am going to be the greatest inventor. That is not how you talk to me, young lady, her father shouted at her. Okay, whatever you say. You can't talk to your father like that, her mother exclaimed. The hell I can't. Ever since I got my quirk, you treat me like a lesser person. Mei shouted at them. No, we didn't. Yes. You did, don't deny it. You shattered my dreams. You gave my room away to my siblings and put me in a garage that had no air conditioning. Mei shouted at them. I got less food, sometimes you didn't even give food. I learned to build with no help and built everything I need from scraps. My siblings got the love I wanted because they got better quirks. The moment I got mine, you forgot about me. I bet that you don't know my interests, hobbies, or my birthday. Mei screamed at them as tears streamed from her eyes. Mei, her father tried to talk with Mei, cutting him off. You know what? I don't need you. I don't need anything from you. I got my dream life already, so any nonsense you say will not change mine. She shouted at them. The only thing that connects us is blood. Even my last name is not even related to you guys. The last statement shocked her parents. Mei, you didn't, her mother spoke up. She showed them the ring. I got married to a wonderful person and took me out of your hellhole you call a home. Mei lied to upset them more for the fact that she wasn't married. Her father remembered seeing a single person that has ever come over for Mei. He had green hair and bright green eyes with a vulgar sense of humor. That boy. He took you, her father shouted. Now I am happy to call myself Mei Midoriya Bakugo, she stated, wiping her tears away. You got married, her mother shouted. That's what I just said. Mei retorted. Can y'all fight somewhere else because I am starving for a chimichanga? They turned to see Izuku wearing just a pair of briefs. Oh hey, Pinkie Pie. Let's get some food, he said, rushing to her. You. Me. Izuku questioned. You took her from us, her father stated. Hold up. Who are you? I am Mei's Fath, a sperm donor. Mei cut in with Izuku getting the situation. Oh, you bunch of monsters, Izuku said in a cheery tone. Let's go, Mei. Izuku got cut off as Mei's brother grabbed him. You can't leave. She belongs to us. We're her family, he said in a demanding voice that sounded like a spoiled brat. Izuku sighed as he wanted to confront the guy. You are a cutie, how about you take me instead of my sister, her sister said. No thanks. Let's get this crystal clear. You are not her family. She is my family, my world, and my partner. You don't deserve her. Izuku said to them. The brother tried to punch him. Self-defense. Magical punch. Izuku shouted, kicking the brother. That sent him to the ground groveling. Honey, that was a kick, Mei said, trying not to laugh. That's what makes it magical. Mei took a step forward. If you really want to be in my life, then answer my questions. If you're correct, I will let you in. If not, go away. She stated as her parents nodded. When is my birthday? December 22nd. What's my favorite drink? Coffee. What was my first dream? Easy, to be an inventor. Mei wiped a tear away. Wrong. All of them were wrong. My birthday is April 18th. My favorite drink is chocolate milk. My first dream you shattered was to be a hero on the day I got a quirk. I asked you simple questions any parents should know, so stay out of my life. She shouted at them, walking away. Izuku stayed watching them. She went missing for 5 years when we were 13. Not once did you ever try to find her. You're all terrible people that gave up on their daughter. It's too late for forgiveness, Izuku said calmly, even though he wanted to confront them. Mei wouldn't want it, so he didn't. He ran to her and picked her up. When I finally marry you, I will make you the happiest woman alive. Izuku declared to her. I already am, she said, kissing his cheek. Man, her family is as bad as those Izuku Yagi stories I read. If they did that to her, I would have done something very unthinkable, he thought, holding his lover. Hey, Mei, I noticed that you got heavier. Izuku said as Mei's face turned bright red. I got a secret to tell you, she whispered, And he leaned in as she told him a secret. You're what? Izuku immediately put Mei down, much to her dissatisfaction. She liked being carried by him. He got down on his knees and placed his head on her stomach. Izuku, it's only been a couple weeks, Mei says, hugging his head. Mei felt her shirt dampen. Honey, are you crying? She asked. Yes, I am. I'm going to be a father. I am just so happy, I said, wiping my tears away as they kept pouring. It's our baby that we made together. Looks like we finally made a real baby, Mei said, pulling me into a kiss. Quick question. Who is telling Mom? I asked as she pointed at me. I am going to get killed, I stated, knowing my mom's rage. And I don't think Dad can help me. I picked up Mei again and made our way back to the VIP seat, where I promptly revealed the bnha, Toga, Katsuki, Nagant, Dad, and Mom. Let's just say it didn't go over well with her. Mei, honey, we have to get the wedding underway. I got the perfect dress. I designed it years ago just for you, Mitsuki yelled. Rei and Toga started to help plan the venue and the theme. Katsuki and Nagant just recorded the scene. Masaru smiled as he wished that Inko and Hisashi were there. For a split second, he felt two familiar presences behind him. He didn't look and smiled as he felt a pair of hands on his shoulders. Will the participants of the next round come to the field? Midnight said through the mic, well, I have to go win this. Katsuki shouted, getting smacked by Mitsuki. Bye Zuzu, wish us luck. Himiko kissed him, then dragged Mei with her. Izuku got up and wiped his face, then smiled a smile that was not filled with madness, rather pure optimism. I am going to be a father, he stated as tears fell again. Mitsuki hugged him. You will be a great one. Like hell I will let you be a bad one, she stated as he smiled. I am scared. What if I am a bad one? What if someone goes after her? Izuku thought, knowing his life would put her in constant danger. Hey, is it too late to get the milk? He asked his dad, who proceeded to laugh. No, it's not, but I don't think Mitsuki would allow you. He chuckled as the two of them felt a murderous aura behind them. Izuku, don't even try it because I will personally send you to your father, she said with a calm tone that scared him. It's a J-joke, we got milk at home. Mei walked onto the arena with her gear strapped on, spotting a certain speedster who stared at her angrily. Alrighty. Let's begin the first fight. On one corner we have Class 1's Tenya Ida. Present Mike shouted into his mic. On the other hand, we have the support classes Star Pupil and Most Destructive, Mei Hatsu. With okay, but you owe me. Mei Midoriya Bakugo. Present Mike announced as Mei smiled brightly. Midnight walked up. No taking it too far, and if you step out of the ring, you are out, Midnight informed as the two nodded. Begin. Ida sped forward towards Mei as she stood still. He went for a high kick, and Mei smiled. Self-defense, she sang, pulling the trigger to her high-powered rifle. The gun was aimed at the ground. The recoil of the rifle sent it directly into Ida's groin. He fell over holding himself while every man in the stadium felt his pain. Haha. Good going, babe, Izuku shouted as he left the announcer's booth. Sorry, Mr. Roboto, I gotta make my lover laugh, Mei said, picking up Ida over her head with ease. She dropped him out of the ring as he trembled on the ground. Aha, looks like Mei here used a certain male weakness to win. So we have a winner, Midnight shouted as the crowd gave her small claps. Mei proudly walked off wearing her win on her sleeve. Gotta say I am on a roll today. Minus the family reunion, Mei happily said to herself as Himiko passed her. Wish me luck, she said. You don't need it. Go kick butt, Mei shouted. Thanks. I love you, Himiko shouted, turning around to run. I love you as well, Himi, Mei said, walking away. Himiko blushed and smiled as she entered the arena to see Kaminari. Hey, after this, you want to go on a date? He asked as a red dot appeared on his forehead. Himiko turned to see Izuku holding a sniper with Mei holding her rifle as well, aiming at him. He began to sweat profusely. It was a J-joke, he shouted, waving his arms. Begin. Sorry if this hurts. Full release. Kaminari shouted, releasing a bunch of electricity heading straight towards Himiko. She got shocked as the electricity coursed through her body, leaving multiple lightning scars. The crowd grew quiet as Himiko ran towards the dazed Kaminari. Her skin rapidly healed, and she slammed her fist into his gut, sending him flying out of the ring. Kaminari got up with a goofy expression, "Yai ai," he said, giving a thumbs up. Himiko raised her fist into the air as the crowd cheered. "How did you like that? Wasn't it spectacular?" Himiko shouted as the crowd yelled in response. She left the ring as her body fully healed over. "Gotta say I'm so happy you won that," Izuku said at the end of the tunnel. "Like my little trick?" she asked as he nodded. "By drinking your blood earlier, it gave me your healing for a bit. Too bad it doesn't come with a numbing agent," she explained. "I need to get some clothes. I am just wearing breathes, but it feels nice," Izuku said. After 10 minutes, he heard a massive explosion go off. "How was that, you steel beating? Colossus is in this universe?" he asked as he looked at a screen to see Katsuki launching Kirishima out of the ring. "Man, I really did get excited." He whined as he felt a hand on his back. Izuku looked over to see a very eager Himiko. "When I said thirsty, it meant both terms," she said, biting her lip. "Okay," Izuku said as they went to an empty room. Mei watched as Shoto Todoroki beat Zero in one shot, looking very angry. "Looks like Frosty the emo snowman is mad," Mei shouted while eating some French fries. Mitsuki was calling multiple people, yelling at her phone with demands. "Phew, that's all taken care of. We got the place, the theme, and food. We need guests and people to invite. Also, what type of cake?" Mitsuki asked her. "Coffee or chocolate? Either one is good," Mei shouted as she saw someone float away. "Looks like Kirishima is out by Class 1A's Uraraka, who defies the laws of physics. That was one long fight, folks. Now for the next match." Present Mike shouted as the crowd exploded in cheers. "Huh, Birdhead and Spiral Hair Girl are fighting. Wonder who wins," Mei shouted, writing down some suit upgrades. She zoomed into the fight to see Momo making a shield. Welp, she is going to lose. The best chance she has is to make flashbangs or a flamethrower. Mei shouted, thinking about quirk upgrades. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Midnight shouted, with Momo looking down, seeing that she was over the line. "I really lost that fast," she thought as she walked down the hall to see a bite-marked Izuku exit a room with Toga leaving as well. "Oh hey, how was the—" "Oh, you lost. How did you know?" she asked. "The tears," he said as Momo realized and wiped them away. "I got the perfect fix," he shouted, picking her up. "Wait." Izuku didn't listen to her pleas. He jumped from side to side against the walls at a very fast speed, soon landing and coming to a complete stop. "How do you feel now? Confused? Why did you do that?" "To make you stop being sad. Duh," Izuku said, putting her down. She didn't feel sad anymore, just overall confused why the most feared murderer is so carefree. "Why did you help?" "'Cause I wanted to. Of course. He isn't as bad as he proclaimed in the media, minus the murder," Momo thought as Shoto came out of nowhere. He slammed his hand to Izuku's throat, freezing it over. His face was filled with rage with little sparks of fire coming off of him. "Where? Mother?" he ordered as Izuku laughed. "You found your beat-up dad. I thought you would be happy about it," Izuku said as Momo shoved Shoto to the side, releasing Izuku. "Stay out of it," Shoto shouted, freezing Momo still. Shoto looked at her shocked. He looked at his hands as he began to shake a bit. Izuku became enraged and slammed his fist into Shoto's jaw, knocking him out and sending him through the wall. "Don't touch her," he shouted at the knocked-out Shoto. He turned to Momo. "Sorry for this," he said, kicking her to shatter the ice off her. "You good?" he asked Momo. She nodded. "What about his mother?" "Oh, that I am dating his mother," he said nonchalantly. "I can see why he did that to you," Momo said, sweat dropping at his sudden change in moods. "This is Endeavor. Deadpool is in the stadium. Hunt him down." Any civilians, leave for your own safety. Endeavor shouted into the mic. That message relayed through the entire stadium. Everyone began to panic, and the students sat still. The hell did that idiot do this time? They all thought. Well, shit. But Momo, sweetie, I need a favor. Izuku asked with Momo nodding. I need my suit and I will owe you. A sure thing, Midoriya. Momo said, helping him out. He quickly put on the suit along with a bat she also made. He ran towards the arena. Hey! Flaming trash bag. I am right here. I shouted, getting the attention of the entire crowd. With hundreds of heroes jumping down surrounding me. Wow, so many fans. Who wants an autograph? I yelled out as they looked at me apprehensively. Gotta say one thing. I love all you equally, so just line up for my signature. I say as Death Arm stepped up. Okay, big boy, where do you want it? You can't possibly be this stupid. He grunted. I point my finger at him. Don't underestimate me. The heroes looked at me with pure hatred. What? No autographs? How about a picture with your favorite dash? I get punched by Death Arms. I touch my cheek as my bruise heals. My mother can hit harder than that. I say, remembering her fist of love, and yes, that is a One Piece reference. The heroes all charge at me. Now this is a fair fight. I shouted, running at them, jumping into the air. I charge my bat back as I land into the crowd of heroes. Ha ha ha, this is fun. I shouted, getting hit a lot. Cut. Okay, after talking to the creator of this book, I was told that a battle with that many heroes would take too many chapters. To complete the entire fight, or just a very long chapter that would have taken days to complete. So to stay on schedule, we are skipping it, so yeah? I say as Nizu, Ray, and All Might sit across from me. You done? Nizu asked. I had to inform them. I say as Nizu shakes his head. Can you tell me what went wrong? He asked. It all started when I was born, not that. I mean what went wrong with the sports festival. Nizu says with All Might nodding. I ran into Endeavor and he instantly attempted to roast me and my lover. So I beat his butt and his cronies. I say with Nizu nodding to my words. This lover of yours just so happens to be young Todoroki's mother. All Might spoke up, pointing at Ray. Yes. She is very lovely and caring of me. I state as she nods. I thought that you were with young Hatsum or young Toga. All Might says, confused. I am with all three. They agreed, so now I am the lover of 3 appealing women. Ah, okay, but you do know the emotional problem you've caused to the Todoroki family? Nizu asked me. I plan to deal with it eventually after all the pieces have fallen into place. Nizu nodded, touching his scar a bit. Well, for now the school is on break for a week or so from your actions. Nizu said as I got up to leave with Ray. I shut the door and we walked in silence. Do you think Shoto hates me? She asked in a worried voice. Hate you? No, but he might hate his new stepdad. I said, pulling her into a side hug. Ray smiled. I am glad I fell in love with you and that you accepted me even at my age. She says, leaning her head on my shoulder. Don't use age as a way to not find love. I say, looking at my phone to see the news. Deadpool fights hundreds of heroes and is able to escape after multiple flashes of light. I have to thank Momo for that. A proper gift should do. I think as we enter the dorms and I see an icy boy. Hey son, wanna play some ball? I shouted as he socked me in the face. I get it. I'm the stepdad you're supposed to hate. Shut up. Where is my mother? You took her. My sheet dad told me. He shouted repeatedly, slamming his fist into my face. Oh, that hurts. You are so going in timeout. I shouted, catching his fist. Shoto, please. Stop. Ray shouted, catching his attention. He looked at a similar green-haired woman. His memories flashed back to his childhood looking at her. Her green hair turned white and Shoto recognized her as his mother. She hugged him. I am so sorry, Shoto. I should have been a stronger mother for you and your siblings. Ray cried, holding him tightly. And no, it's his fault for what happened to us. Shoto muttered as he hugged back. No, the blame also falls on me for being so weak. Taking out my phone, I took a picture of the scene. Cute family moment. I thought as Toga and Mei walked to my side. Oh Zuzu, you sure know how to cause a scene. Hime says with Mei nodding. Hey, aren't the internships supposed to happen soon? I asked with Toga nodding. Yeah, they were supposed to happen after the sports festival, but someone sort of ruined it. Jiro chimed in, grabbing a drink from the fridge. My bad, but it was fun, right? I asked as she nodded. Class, as you know, we usually would have had internships by now, but someone had to ruin it. Aizawa said, looking directly at me. Hey, he started it, not me. I say, dodging a chair he chucked. Well, either way, that after this week you all will have internships. He tiredly states as I raise my hand. Yes. Can anyone intern with me? Technically, I am more skilled than the average hero. I state as he thinks about it. Sure. Aw, dang it. I thought he would say, wait. You said yes. I shout in surprise. Just don't get them killed because that is too much paperwork for me. He says, turning into a caterpillar and slithering away. Ray and Shoto sat at the table catching up over tea. I smiled at the development. Who wants to intern with me? I asked as mostly everyone backed up a couple of steps. Don't take it the wrong way, bro, but we don't really trust you with our lives. Zero spoke up with everyone nodding. Suddenly Jiro ran down the stairs with a hastily packed bag and was out of breath when she got to me. When do we leave? She shouted with an excited voice. Jiro, it's a very bad idea, you might die. Mina said in a worried voice. So, this is a Deadpool adventure. Anything can happen. I am not passing this up. She says excitedly. At least I got my #1 fan with me. I thought as I got my bag from my room. Mei, is my teleporter ready? I asked as she nodded. I carried her to the support lab because she asked me. She was in her 6th week of PRDSY, so I guess she is taking full advantage of it. Jiro followed, carrying our bags. We entered and I put her down. Hey, earphone girl, step outside for a bit. I need to talk to him privately. Mei said with an underlying tone that meant I was in danger. She instantly got the message and left quickly, then shutting the door behind her, with it locking tightly. Honey, but what's going on? I asked, scared of her answer. You cheated on me. You no good piece of shit. She shouted at me, throwing a screwdriver at me that I dodged. I have no idea what you're talking about. I shouted, dodging a helmet. Oh really? Why yes. Then what is this? She yelled, pulling up an image of me at the sports tournament surrounded by heroes. I don't get it. I say, confused. She then zooms in on me in the image. I never made that suit. It can't be a spare because you destroyed it at the USJ. She yelled at me, chucking a wrench. So who is the skank you cheated on me with, huh? She screamed as tears flooded out of her eyes. Is my G-gear not good enough? She cried, falling to her knees. I really tried to make all your gear. But it seems that someone made better gear than me. That's why you used it. She cried. Is the PRDSY doing this, or is she really upset about me using someone else's gear? I hold her tightly. I only use Momo's suit because it was the only one nearby. I admitted. So that's the one trying to take my first and only client. Mei shouted, switching from crying to full-on rage. I will show her. Trying to take my clients. Mei yelled, trying to get out of my arms. Mei, please stop. No, you promised I would be your only support technician. You cheating support items. Mei yelled at me. She then started to cry again. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, Izuku. It's just you cheated on me and my babies. She sobbed. Momo's suit is nothing compared to yours. It was just a one-night stand, I swear. Please stop crying, just give me another chance. It will never happen again. I pleaded as she stopped crying. Pinky promise. Mei said, sticking out her pinky finger. Pinky promise. I said, interlinking our fingers. She leaned in and gave me a kiss. If you ever cheat on me and on my babies again, you will know what it means to sleep on the couch. Are we clear? She whispered into my ear in a menacing voice. Crystal. She got up and my gear was placed on the table. The teleporting watch only has one leap, so wait till it's fully charged to go. Also, I added another feature. It's a bit glitchy, so wait to use it. May said, switching moods again back to her normal self. Gyro opened the door to see that the lab was a total mess. Are we good now? She asked as May nodded. I grabbed my bag and placed my gear inside. She walked in and another person came in. I recognized the said person. Holy shit. Ibara Shiozaki. I shouted, pulling her into a hug. She looked at me confused, then in her eyes, it showed she realized who I was. Izuku Midoriya Bakugo. So good to see you again. She says, returning the hug. Has Gen 10 showed up again? I asked. She shook her head no. Haven't seen him, that's thanks to you, my hero. What did I tell you? I am not a hero. I said as she smiled. But you're mine. My teleporting watch began to spark out of control. I picked up the watch as it sparked. May? I asked as a light engulfed me. I suddenly appeared in the sky, falling towards a random island. I landed into a massive lake, so I swam up to see a couple more splashes next to me. They soon appeared above water to reveal Gyro and Shiozaki. Looks like we started our adventure. I said. Gyro cheered, this is going to be fun. She said as Shiozaki looked terrified. This is going to be fun. I shouted as I saw a shark fin going towards us. Oh. May stood there as her lover disappeared from her eyes in a flash of light. It must have accidentally gone off. It only had one charge, May said, still watching the spot hoping he would come right back. She then checked the GPS to find it completely offline. Must have short-circuited. I knew I should have fully waterproofed it. Stupid. 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 May called herself. She checked the last known location to see it lead to the middle of the ocean. He has infinite stamina and the two girls are with him. He would have to swim many miles before reaching land. Could take days or weeks before I can see him again, May muttered, looking down. He promised to always come back, so I have to trust him. May said, mounting a wrist computer to her arm. It would send her the exact location the moment the teleporting watch went back online. Izuku knows my tech, so if anybody could fix it, it's him. May said, leaving to inform Nizu and Aizawa of the current predicament. Izuku grabbed Jiro and Shiozaki. We're getting out of here, he shouted, swimming towards the shore. Holy see, that's a shark. Jiro shouted. Do not use the lords, not the time for that. Izuku shouted, speeding up. The fin sped up, chasing after them. Quit chasing or you'll soon be shark fin soup, he yelled as his feet hit the lake floor. Picking up the girls by the waist, he trudged through the water. Making it to land, he saw the fins still heading towards them. A dumb shark is going to beach itself, he shouted as the girls caught their breaths. He saw the small shark head pop out from the water. Huh, it looks cute, he said as it marched onto land. Now I am confused. He looked at the creature. It was clearly a shark similar to a great white, but the thing that made it weird was the fact it had 4 legs instead of fins. It was breathing air as well, even though it had gills. He crouched down. Oh, aren't you a cutie, he said, trying to pet it, only for the shark to bite off his hand. Huh, he said, looking at his stub. Badlands shark, he yelled at it as it gave him a sad face on the verge of tears. Wait, don't cry, he said, petting it with his other hand, only for the land shark to bite that one off too. I am going to kick you very far away, he shouted, standing up and charging his leg. It tilted its head, then looked at Jiro and ran to her. It said, inspecting her. Hi. Sharky, she said as it liked her face. Sexist much? Like I get my hands bitten off and she gets a lick. I am ashamed of you, he said to the shark. Jiro hugged the shark, which gladly accepted. I will protect anything that tries to hurt you, Jiro stated, hugging the shark tightly. That includes you, she said, pointing her jacks at him. Do you mind telling me what is going on? I am very confused and concerned, Shiozaki said, covering her wet clothes with her vines. Well, I don't know. My watch here teleported us here. It only had one charge and we used it, so we are stuck for the foreseeable future, he admitted, taking it off. He saw that their bags were floating, so he dove back into the water to retrieve them. Why did this happen? All I wanted was some costume upgrades, Shiozaki said, putting her head down. Meanwhile, with Mei, she looked up quickly. Is there something wrong, Hatsum? Nizu asked her. I just felt a missed opportunity for upgrades, Mei cryptically said as Nizu looked at her. Back to the adventure, he got back to shore to see the girls hugging the shark. You need a name, Jiro said as it tilted its head. Mr. Jeffrey. That will work, and we will call you Jeff for short. Jiro said as the newly dubbed Jeff liked her face. That's a great name. Jeff the land shark, it just makes sense, he said as she smiled at him. How do we leave this place? Shiozaki asked. I have no idea. My GPS is busted, and my one ticket out of here is broken until I fix it, he said as she nodded. Then he heard all their stomachs rumble. Looks like you guys are hungry, he said as they nodded with blush-filled faces. Well, it's a good thing that I always bring food, he said, pulling out a couple of bags of dehydrated food. You two split it for yourselves. Then what will you eat? Shiozaki asked. I won't. My regeneration keeps me alive, so I don't really need to eat or even sleep, he said, collecting some wood to make a campfire. Wait, you don't have to eat? Jiro asked him as he shook his head. During my time being tortured, I only ate a couple of times out of 10 years. Oh, you poor thing, Shiozaki said, pulling him into a hug. It's fine, I am over it except for the doctor I am hunting. Wait, if your quirk doesn't run on nutrition, what does it run on? She asked, taking out a notebook from nowhere. My hopes, rage, and dreams. Hey, I am being serious here. Mostly every single regeneration quirk runs on how much fat or food you have in your body. So when you get hurt, it consumes it to heal the said wound, she explained. Well, you want to learn a secret that you two have to keep? He said as they nodded. I don't have a quirk per se, I have a mutated gene that the doctor called the X gene. Sounds edgy. That's what I said. Well, as far as he knows, I am the only one in the world with it. That's why I was kidnapped. He took out his trusty Endeavor lighter and lit the fire for them. It was night already, and he could see the forest behind them was much livelier than it seemed. It's a great thing I got a sleeping bag from Eraserhead as an apology for using his quirk on me. Though it didn't really work. The two of you share, I'll keep watch, he said as the two hopped in. Soon slumber took them, so he watched over just in case. Jeff was snuggled beside them, curled like a dog. So he continued to work on the watch to get them home. I need better tools, and I doubt this uninhabited island has any good ones, he muttered, reaching for his phone and not feeling it in his pocket. My phone. I left it on the counter in the support lab. I hope Mei doesn't check it, he said, worried about what she would find. I get up sensing someone else watching well other than the readers that leave nice comments sometimes. I stare into the forest grabbing my katana. I see hundreds of yellow glowing eyes staring right back at me. I guess we aren't alone. Izuku got up and steadied his blade. Out from the forest, monsters ran towards me. Suddenly they all stopped and split apart to reveal a massive green giant. The hell is that? Wait, only no one. Oh my god, it's the Hulk. I shouted as it roared and slapped him with a tail into a tree. Wait, he didn't have a tail unless it was his. You know what, it's not the Hulk. I decided, jumping at it with my swords drawn back. It guards itself with scale-covered arms only for my blades to cut through like butter. I slam my foot into its chest, breaking its ribs. It roars, and I kick a grenade into its mouth. It blows, and all it does is cough smoke. Now that is bullshit, I say as my arm regrows. The monster looked reptilian and plant-like, making it hard to give it a name. Like Swamp Thing. Wait, that's DC, but it works so much. The lizard? Nope, not my villain. That belongs to my favorite hero, I say, with multiple vines entangling me. Well, my costume does look like his, and I am a huge fan, even loving his fanfic venomized version that is technically me. I think out loud as it tries to grab me again. Flipping to the side while stabbing its side, it roars in pain, so I shove it deeper with an axe kick. I pick up a boulder and repeatedly bash it down on its head until all that's left is a mess. Well, the lizard or the Hulk wouldn't have died like this, so it's neither. Anyone else? I asked as the monsters bowed. Huh. They then picked me up and threw me into the air. New king! New king! They chanted as I was flung into the air. Jiru woke up and looked at the scene. What is happening? She asked, confused, with Shiozaki questioning it as well. I think I just became a king. I shouted. Oh, that's cool. Well, good night, Jiru said, going back to sleep with Shiozaki. Here I thought my biggest fan would care more. Then again, she is very tired from today, I say as I get put down. So what do I call you guys? I asked. Well, we all live here and we call ourselves monsters. Okay. Then you mind telling me why I am king? Also, no take-backs. I am already king. A dog-like person stepped up. The one who beats the previous king gets to be in charge of us. Our parents all got here many years ago, and we've been stuck ever since. He spoke as I listened. Any way out? By boat? No. The storm that covers this land prevents anyone from leaving. So you so-called monsters live here in harmony? I asked as they nodded. Well, there is the occasional massive sea creature that tries to eat us. I look around to see a large array of so-called monsters. So you all call yourselves monsters? Yes, sir, they chanted. Please, my father is called sir. I am just Deadpool, also a so-called monster in the eyes of some people, I stated as they nodded. Yes, Sir Deadpool. I grin, seeing the fun I could have with this. Can you show me where the throne is? I asked. Yes, I can. A very fluffy creature said, almost looking like a ball of hair. I picked up Jeff and the two sleeping girls and followed the fuzzball. One of you get my gear, I need it for later, I ordered as a rock golem monster did the task. As I entered the forest, I saw a complete town filled with life and agriculture. Though a single match would burn it all down, but why would I do that? I am the king now. Entering a massive tree, I saw a grand throne within. If you are wondering, one of our previous kings was a massive tree. We're inside him right now. Don't say it like that. Say it with more pizzazz and glamour. I say as he nodded. I place down my sleeping companions and sit upon the throne. This is very uncomfortable. We'll make you one for your size. Since you're one of our smaller kings, the fuzzball said, rolling away. Mutant types that don't know their real origin in this world. Well, at least these people live in harmony, I thought as Jiru walked up to me and sat down. Quite the upgrade. She was amused by the situation. One day here and you're king. Gotta say our friends wouldn't believe it. Oh. This place seems peaceful, I say. So are you going to burn it down? She asked. I was just thinking about it. I thought so, Jiru chuckled as Jeff snuggled close to her. Can you help me with a hero name? She asked me as I looked at her confused. Why me? Well, you are my greatest source of inspiration for being a hero. Well, after the incident, she muttered. When you almost committed suicide? She looked down. Why did you have to mention it? Well, I tried to do the same with Endeavor. It worked for a bit until I came back, I admitted. Well, at least we have something in common, I say in a cheerful voice. Yay, she uttered in a small voice. Look on the bright side. I can train you here along with Iber. I am an expert fighter along with marksman. Because in this world, a lot of our problems and quirks can be dealt with guns. She smiled. Emma? Jeff said. You're hungry? Let's see if there's any food, Jiru said, walking away. Ibra walked up behind me and sat down next to me. The Lord shall be happy to see this peaceful place, she said as I smiled. You okay? I asked. I am worried for the others wondering where I went. They'll be fine and so will you. Thanks again for what you did for me, she says, side-hugging me. I thought I could handle Geaton's constant harassment, but I didn't think he would attempt to touch me. She said, leaning her head on my shoulder. I pat it, getting pricked by her hair. If he did, he wouldn't be alive. Wait, I would have killed him if you didn't tell me not to. You have a kind heart, but don't let it blind you as you grow, I say as she nods. Jiru and the fuzzball come back. Then I saw what I was waiting for. It was a golden throne with red seat cushions. The gold was lined and encrusted in emeralds. On the throne was a golden crown and a red robe that looked great. I walked up and placed the robe on my shoulders and the crown onto my head. Now I am starting to feel like a king. This shall be a great time for my new kingdom. I proclaim as the monsters cheer, with Jiraiya and Shizuki standing by my side. I picked up Jeff. Jeffrey, you will be my loyal royal guard dog. But he's a shark, Jir spoke up as I laughed. It still works. This is my kingdom, it shall be called Deadpoolopolis. Sitting on his throne, Izuku watched as Jiraiya and Shizuki trained, honing their skills. He went back to fixing the watch. He may be king, but he has a PRDNT fiancé that he has to get back to. Lefty-loosey, righty-tighty. Almost complete. Just need a power source to power it, though I can't fix the GPS for a bit, so May can't track me for now. He said, throwing a knife at Jiraiya only for her to catch it with her earjacks. Nice. You are almost like Daredevil. Who's that? She asked. A blind guy that sees with his ears. Cool, but the name doesn't really fit because he's a lawyer. He explained as she looked lost. She put the knife away as she caught her breath. So, is he a hero or a lawyer? Shizuki asked. Both. Izuku said with his hands out, only for Jeff to bite off his right one. Jeff, no biting. He said, patting the land shark's head. Hey, you said a storm surrounds and hides this place from the outside world, right? Izuku asked a nearby giant rock. That's a rock. Jiraiya said, pointing at it. Wrong, I'm a boulder, the boulder said, getting up from the ground it was stuck in. See. Izuku said, with Jiraiya looking confused at the situation. But yes, there is a rampant storm surrounding this island. I should know, I've been here since the beginning. Really now? How old are you then? Izuku asked, getting slammed into the ground by a slap. Never ask a woman's age, the boulder shouted, rolling away into the forest. Noted, he stated, getting up. So you have an idea how to get back home? Shizuki asked. Yep, I just need some energy. Izuku shouted. But let's have some fun. We have an entire island to explore. He said, picking the two girls up. W8. Jiraiya shouted as Izuku jumped off a cliff. Jeff watched them fall, so he just waddled back to the castle to wait for them. What? He said, grabbing a vine with his feet and swinging through the forest. Ibara. Vine ball, he shouted as Ibara used her vines to cover them into a large ball. The trio rolled throughout the forest at great speeds, knocking over trees as they rolled. Soon they came to a stop, coming out of the ball. They looked at each other and began to laugh. Okay, that was fun. Jiraiya stated. Where exactly are we? Ibara asked, looking around, seeing unfamiliar greenery. The three began to explore the area, and soon it became apparent that the plants were not what they seemed. Why did they come to this conclusion, you say? Well, one bit off Izuku's entire arm. To say the least, they did not see that coming. The three fought them with great teamwork till Izuku got a great idea. Hey, they're plants and stuff, right? He asked, ripping the jaws off a giant fly-eating plant. I am pretty sure that's what they are. Jiraiya yelled, slicing multiple sunflowers in half with a blade Izuku gave her. I think it's pretty obvious. Ibara shouted, restraining dozens of other plants. The reason I asked is because I have a lighter in my pocket, he shouted, taking a blow for Jiraiya from the front. The roots tore through his chest as he held them back away from Jiraiya. Izuku? Are you okay? Ibara yelled. I'm fine. The lighter is in.my back pocket. Grab them and take Jiraiya out of here, he shouted as the roots and other plants dug into his skin. Jiraiya took the lighter from his pocket. Where do I light them on fire? She shouted, stomping her boot on a wild vine trying to grab her. Just light me on fire. Ibara, grab her and go now, he yelled as Jiraiya lit him on fire. Shizuki grabbed her and used her hair to climb them out as the plants screamed in pain. She then quickly used her hair to make it to and climb the cliff they jumped off of. The two collapsed at the top, watching the fire spread across the forest. The wails of the plants were heard as they burned. You think he will be okay? Ibara asked Jiraiya. If he survived Endeavor, he can definitely survive this. Also, I didn't know you use your hair like extra limbs. I didn't know either. I usually just use it to restrain and protect. Looks like my mobility is much greater than I first thought, she said as the fire got bigger. You know, we got lucky that the fire won't spread to the rest of the island, Jiru said, looking into the fire, watching for a sign of him. Soon the fire died out as rain began to fall. Shiozaki made a shelter for the two with her hair as they waited for Izuku to come back. It's been a couple of hours. You think he's dead? Nope. He won't die from a little fire, Jiru said, a little worried for his health. You know, I am glad that you are sure that I am okay, Izuku stated, pulling himself up and away from the cliff. Kyoka instantly hugged him, wiping away some stray tears. Ah, you were worried, he said, hugging her tightly, patting the back of her head. Izuku pulled Ibra into the hug as well. I know you were worried too. Ibra nodded to his words. I needed power for the watch, and it's raining right now, so looks like I found my charger for my watch, I said, looking at the sky. Go for it, just come back for us. We will be at town with the monsters. I smiled in my tattered suit as they walked away. Time for Daddy to go to work, I shouted, climbing the biggest tree in the area. Holding out my pistol into the sky, I saw the sky rumbling with bright lights. Hey Thor, I think you're hot, I shouted as lightning struck me. I felt the entire current course throughout my entire body. I fell from the tree, slamming onto the ground like a rag doll. I groaned as my bones healed and so did my burnt skin. Sitting up, I looked at the watch to see it had retained enough power to make one jump. That was so cool, I said, making my way back to my kingdom. It felt great being a king. To have a place under my full protection with people that backed me up. Making it back, I entered my room to see the two girls sitting on my bed. Do you two need something? I asked as the two nodded. Thought we wanted to repay you for trying to get us home and for being lit on fire to kill the plants, Kyoka said, twirling her jacks. Oh, it's okay. I said to light me on fire, and I did technically get us on Monster Island or Deadpoolopolis. So you two are fine, I said, hopping into bed. Ibra and Kyoka looked at each other and sighed. May told me that you don't really get hints. So we have to be forward, Kyoka said, taking off her clothes and hopping into my bed. Oh, I get it, you guys want to sleep in my bed. I'll just sleep on the couch, I say, getting up as Jiru pins me down on my bed. How dense can you be? I love you, you big green idiot, she stated, kissing me on the lips. I looked at her as my brain processed what she just stated. Then Ibra laid next to me, giving a kiss as well. Izuku.exe has stopped working, Izuku said as his eyes went blank. Did we break him? Ibra asked as Kyoka looked at Izuku confused. Soon he went back online. Sorry to hear, I thought that I got better at catching these things, he said, giving the two girls a kiss each. If you want we can go all the dash. Yes, the two said. Might as well cuddle, I say as the two dive on me. On the outside of his castle, they could be all heard by the monsters who spread the news to the others, saying to each other that the king was mating. We must prepare for potential offspring. Our king is strong, so will be his children, and they will also lead us. So prepare. A goopy monster roared as they all prepared gifts for the future. This is the first time a king will have offspring. So everyone be festive. The next morning, the king is mighty strong to still be going. A furball monster said, checking the sundial to see it was almost afternoon. Couple more hours. Izuku exited his room with the two girls sleeping in his leftover bed. That was great, but Ibra was like a totally different person. It's always the quiet ones. She was genuinely scary, he said, packing up his gear and grabbing his new crown. My sir, are you leaving? A blue boulder asked him. Yes, I need a couple things to finish before I can properly rule this kingdom, Izuku stated as the rock nodded. Well, we will all be waiting for your return, whether it be a couple days or a century. I won't be gone that long, I say. The girls soon got ready, but limping a bit. I grabbed their hands as the teleporting watch went off. Jeff ran to us and latched onto my leg as we teleported. It won't take us all the way, so I chose the closest city that happened to be Hosu City. I say as we teleported to a roof to see the city in flames. The hell is happening? Kyoka shouted as I spotted a certain Numu that started my whole journey. Am Jeff says, scared of the creature. Kyoka picked him up and he hid in her arms. I petted him, reassuring him that he was safe. It flapped its wings, dodging Endeavor's fire. Tsubasa! I shouted his name as I looked at the girls. Go. We will be waiting for you, Kyoka said with eyebrow nodding. Putting on my damaged suit, I turned for battle. Time to fight back. I was drooling at the sight. The person that tricked me is right in front of me. All ripe for me to take out. One more step. One more step. One more. One more. That rang in my head as I leaped off another roof. My suit was falling apart, my gear was trashed, and my watch was out of juice. With all that, I kept running, seeing Endeavor's fire in the distance. I was salivating at the thought of smashing him. I didn't care what stood in my way. One step closer to the doctor as well. This is just great. I can't wait. I shouted, launching myself farther. Haha. It feels like I am a kid during Halloween wanting more candy. I shouted, making another massive leap. Can't wait to see him on the ground. I said, taking another leap to reach my target. I landed on his back as his eyes rolled back to look at me. The Numu that started it all. His pupil grew big then dilated. Oh, you do recognize me. That makes this a lot better, I said, taking out my twin katanas. Deadpool! Endeavor yelled as I turned back. I am trying to have a moment. So back off. I shouted, chucking my katana at him. It dug deeply into Endeavor's leg, forcing him to stop flying and land. I turned back to my old friend and held out my other blade. Grabbing his wing, I dug my blade into it. This little piggy went to the market. I shouted as he screamed. We began to fall as we passed a group of heroes. I sliced off his other wing, crashing us straight into the pavement. I stood over him as he tried to slash at me. I caught the fist and twisted it, breaking both of our arms. The difference was mine healed while his didn't. I did the same to his other limbs as he screamed. Feel it. Feel what you caused me. Feel every bit of pain I felt when you betrayed me, I said, slamming my foot into his ribs. Then I dislocated the socket joints. Then bending the elbows and kneecaps the wrong way. Grabbing parts of his skin and peeling it off like an orange. First were the arms, then the chest. He kept struggling to get up. Can't have you moving, I said, embedding my blade into his chest straight into the ground, making him stuck. Then I started tearing off the fingers and toes slowly by twisting them. Your grandfather did this to me in the first hour of me being captured. Tsubasa, remember that you did this to yourself, I said, staring into his eyes that had gone blank. Oh, you broke already. I knew you were weak, but you couldn't even break my 10-year record, I said, smashing my foot into his head. He looked like a zombie threw up after eating a whole person. Hee-hee-ya, ha-ha-ha-ya. This feels susu refreshing, I said, looking over into an alley to see Katsuki, Ida, and Shoto looking disgusted. Hey, Katsuki said, looking at me, waving. Hey, what are you guys doing in Hosu? I was interning with All Might's mentor. He stated as Shoto spoke up, I interned with my dad, and we wanted to capture the hero killer. I turned my head to look at Ida for his answer, and he looked ashamed. I interned here with a hero to get revenge and kill the hero killer for crippling my brother. He admitted, pausing for a bit. So you're telling me, Mr. Goody Two-Shoes over here wanted to become a murderer for revenge? After telling me stuff about my revenge, I shouted as he reeled back. Now who is the hypocrite I see with my two eyes? I said as he looked away. But seriously, you went to kill a person called a hero killer. Here I thought you were smart. I laughed, seeing that the hero killer was tied up behind them. Well, at least you did something right, I said as a group of heroes appeared with Endeavor landing in front of them. And sorry for this, I said, grabbing Katsuki and putting my blade to his neck. None of you move, or I slice his neck, I shouted as the heroes backed up. Really? Why am I the hostage? He shouted. Shut up, you were the closest. Oi brat, I told you to stay on the train. An old man shouted at Katsuki. Shut it, old man. It's Gran Torino. Whatever, old man. I will show you old. After you get out of this, I am beating your butt. Bring it. You weren't talking that much syrupy after I beat you the first time, boy. Wait, Gran Torino. I shouted, throwing Katsuki to the ground. Can I have your autograph? I yelled while taking out a notebook and pencil. Oh sure, Sonny. Anything for a fan. He said, signing my notebook. Ooh, this is the best day ever. I said, throwing my hands up. Then I felt a sharp blade on my neck. Stay back or I'll kill him. A newly awoken Stain said. How did I become the hostage? I yelled. Shut it or you're dead. Okay. Now this is how it's going to go. I am going to get away with this guy. What's your name? He asked me. Oh, it's Deadpool. Oh cool. Wait, like the villain killer mercenary? He asked me as I nodded my head. You're the one who All Might wanted to be a hero. He let me go as he pointed at me. This is a hero. One that will do whatever it takes to make sure people are safe. Getting rid of the sick people of this world. That stomp on people with weak, mutant, and villainous quirks. He proclaimed, releasing a choking killer's aura. All Might's was stronger. I thought as I watched the others back up in fear. There are only two men I would let kill me. Deadpool and All Might. He yelled as the rest backed up more as he marched towards them, till he stopped in place. Later we found that a rib punctured his lung, which made me wonder what the hell they did to him. I tied him snugly, then handed him to the heroes who gladly took him. They snapped out of their fear and did their jobs. Have a night, y'all, I said, waving goodbye as they waved by as well. Wait, we are supposed to capture him too. One hero shouted. Forget it. He is long gone by now. Just focus on the injured kids and the hero killer. Endeavor said as the police arrived. I walked until I found a closed clothes store. I looked down to see my destroyed suit and I was covered in blood. Well, now might as well get changed, I said, breaking the door to get in, quickly grabbing a black t-shirt, then a red coat and a pair of faded blue jeans. Then I just dropped off a roll of cash and took a bag, placing all my gear in it. Leaving, I went back to where Kyoka and Ibra were. I found them inside a small cafe, so I smiled and entered. Can I buy you fine ladies some drinks? I asked them as they smiled at me. Yes you can, hot stuff, Kyoka said, poking my forehead with her jack. Don't mind if I do, I said, taking a seat with them and having a very interesting conversation that ended up leading us to a certain hotel. Just going to say in the morning I found out that I was banned from another hotel, so mission accomplished? I don't know anymore. I'm just so happy right now. Let's go to Hosa Hospital, Izuku says, carrying Ibra on my back as Kyoka walked beside me holding Jeff. Why? She asked, feeding Jeff some jerky. Turns out a couple of our friends are there, Izuku said, looking at the teleporting watch. Hope May can fix you, buddy. Izuku quickly changed into his disguise of Yamakumo. The two held hands as they went inside the building. Hello, I am here to see my friends caught up in the attack, I say as the nurse nodded. He gave us some passes and a room number. Where did you get the disguise? Ibra asked Izuku as he sighed. I am just a dancer of disguise, he proclaimed as the three made it to the room. They entered without any knocking to see Hound Dog lecturing them about how quirks are dangerous and other things. Hello, do you want a treat? Izuku asked him as he looked at Izuku. That I was talking to Jeff? He said, pointing at the land shark that tilted his head. Am? Hound Dog turned back around and said, just don't do it again. He stated walking out. The kid sighed. Yo, why didn't you hide the body or call me to help? I asked. First off. Second, you left your phone when you teleported. Also, I don't kill, he said. I nodded. Well, I brought something for the three of you, Izuku said as Shoto and Tenya tuned in. Have a banana, I say, giving them each one. Get out. You're not caped Baldy. Katsuki shouted at me, chucking the banana back at me. Have a great recovery, Izuku shouted while running out, snagging a syringe on his way out. "They're surely in a happy mood," Kyoka said, holding me close. "Yep, here is some cash. You and Ibra go to a cafe. I got something to take care of," Izuku says as the two nod. "Just don't do anything too risky, got it?" Ibra said as he petted her head. "Don't worry so much, I will always be fine." He watched as the two hurried off as he got to work. Taking out his bag of costumes, he said, "Okay, I have a doctor that's a nope." "Janitor? Nurse?" "No, I know I got something way better," he said, sneaking off to change. Tensei Ito was having a bad couple of days. First, he was caught up in a fight with the hero killer, claiming him to be unworthy of being a hero, soon paralyzing him with a slice to his lower back. He thought Recovery Girl might have been able to heal him like she did when he was in UA, but the damage was too great for her to heal. He had been trying to stay hopeful, but it was slowly sinking in that his dream was gone. He couldn't be Ingenium anymore. His brother was going to be the new one, and yes, he was proud, but he could tell at the time that he had alternative plans. He tried to tell his brother to take the mantle, but Tenya was too distraught to do it. Then he got the news about the Hosu attack and how he fought Stain with his classmates. His arm was damaged greatly down to the nerves. He was enraged at Stain for what he did to his younger brother, but at the same time disappointed about his brother. He went out for revenge to confront Stain. He gave him a stern scolding, and if he were to do anything like that again, he would make him quit being a hero. He had mixed feelings about Deadpool, the vigilante. Sure, he only hurt bad guys, but it was murder overall. It wasn't black or white due to how he is. Though he was thankful that he turned Stain in instead of helping him get away. So the heroes he killed finally got justice from him being locked away. "Man, can life just give me a break?" he said, looking down, touching his leg hoping to feel something but didn't. Soon his room door opened to see a nurse. He looked away, seeing that the nurse was very attractive. "Are you Tensei Ida?" she asked in a small voice. "Yes, I am," he said, looking at her, finally getting a good look at her. Dark green hair with appealing emerald eyes. Not to mention her frame was quite nice. He was not a pervert by any means, but he couldn't deny that she was quite the beauty. "Well then, I am here to help you," she said. "How?" "How you ask?" "Well, I am going to heal your legs." "If Recovery Girl can't, how can you?" he asked as she chuckled. "Well, I just need to use my quirk on you. The name is Midoriya," she said, leaning forward. He could feel his face heating up. "How exactly does it work?" he asked as she chuckled. "All I need you to do is lean forward and I'll do the rest," she said. He leaned forward as she ran her hand down his back. "This will only hurt a little bit," she said as the needle was injected into his lower back. Though it was just a sting at first, then it turned into a burning sensation. He gritted his teeth as the pain soon passed. He huffed for air as Izumi laid him back. "How was that supposed to heal me?" he asked as she shrugged. She grabbed his arm and pulled him off the bed. He soon caught himself. "What was that for?" he asked as she pointed down. He followed her finger and caught himself on his left leg. He wriggled his toes as he felt the sensation of them again. I'm healed," he shouted as he gave her a tight hug. "Thank you so much," he shouted as she patted his back. He wiped away some tears as she smiled at him. "Can I have a picture with my healer?" he asked, grabbing his phone. "Sure thing," she said, grabbing it and taking a photo like a selfie. That made him blush deeply and stood still for a couple of minutes as she left him alone. That I need to ask for her contact information," he yelled, running out of his room. He crashed into somebody, making him stop. "Tensei." "Tenya?" he asked as he hugged him. "You're healed," he shouted, holding him. "Yeah, and I am looking for the girl who did it," he said as he looked at him confused. "Have you seen this woman?" he asked as he showed him the photo. He could see the color drain from his face. "Pretty cute, right?" he asked as he slowly nodded. "Weiss, very cute," he muttered. "Let's first call mother and father. Then we will look for this mystery woman later," Tenya said, mentally cursing and thanking somebody. Cut to the girls. "I wonder when Izuku is coming," Kyoka said, twirling her ear jack. "Just wait for him. Can tell from the look in his eyes that he was up to no good," Ibra stated, sipping her tea. Well, I sort of fell in love because he was so unpredictable. The first night I met him, we did lots of random things to keep me distracted, she admitted. For me, it was the fact that he saved me from a bad situation, Ibra said, remembering Genton. Well ladies, sorry for the wait, just had some business. The two turned to see a very lovely lady before them. Who are you? Kyoka asked, blushing a bit. Oh right, I am still in disguise, she said, sitting down. After that, it clicked for the two of them. Izuku, they yelled. I had to use my nurse outfit again. Again? Kyoka asked. A story for another time. Let's just say that some mob leaders love nurses, he said as she nodded. You are revealing lots of skin. How are you still looking like a woman? Your muscles, broad shoulders, and Adam's apple are all gone. Ibra asked, very confused. I am just going to say that I am very capable of winning a best girl competition in our universe, Izuku said as the two nodded. The three soon took a train back to UA as he changed back to his male form. He made it back to the support lab to find his future wife. Honey, I'm home. Mei heard this and dived into his arms and gave him a tight hug. I missed you so much, she said, holding him. I did as well. Izuku placed his head on her stomach as she hugged his head. I am only 6 months, honey, Mei said with Izuku entering the lab. But I just wanted to see, he said, pulling out his gear. I know, but first let's talk about your trip with the girls, she said happily. I want to know what my future husband did. Teleported to an unmarked island full of monsters. Killing the king became the king that got me a nice crown. Encountered homicidal plants that impaled me, so I had Kyoka light me on fire, which caused a massive forest fire making sure that they died, he said, with Mei looking at him intently, listening to the story. Took me a bit to get back to my new kingdom that I happily named Deadpool. Met up with the girls after fixing the watch. Turns out they had feelings for me and I didn't notice, he admitted as Mei chuckled at the last part. Teleported to Hosu, killed a specific Numu that I hate. Turned in the hero killer so I could escape and met up with the girls, he said, dismantling the watch and replacing the damaged parts. Mei replaced the damaged parts with newer ones as he continued. Gave the trio a banana, then finally fixed Turbo's brother's broken back, and that's it. To be honest, Izuku, I thought you would've, I don't know, blown up a couple of buildings. Mei started writing down any damages to the suit as he looked over to see her rifle. Well, I have to tone myself down. The last thing I need is for all the heroes to be actively hunting me. I need to be here the most I can for you and the little one, he said as Mei gave him a kiss on the cheek. So you chose us over your revenge? She asked as he nodded. In the end, you are more important to me than killing, Izuku admitted, then saw tears exiting her eyes. Causing him to freak out. Was it something I said? Please don't cry, honey butt, he said as she smiled. Sorry, it's just that I've been more emotional lately because of the kid. But I'm so happy that you're staying. I thought that you'd leave because of all the danger you bring, but I didn't want you to leave. I want to raise our child together, she sobbed as he held her. I am not leaving nor will I run away to protect you from me or my problems, he stated as she held him tightly. Are you going to do the same when the other girls become bnha? A voice behind him asked. Turning around, he saw his lovable cat-like girlfriend. Hey, Zuzu. Hey, Himi, and yes, I will do the same for all of you, he said as she smiled. Well then, I can't wait to be a mother of your child then. She hugged him tightly as he hugged back. Hey, I was hugging first, Mei pouted. No need to be like that, I can hug both of you, he said, holding up his word. Anyway, I need to upgrade your suit. I want to make it to be able to regenerate with you. Like if you lose an arm, the suit gets damaged, it'll fix itself. Mei proclaimed, showing him a simulation of what she wanted. But first, he said as she looked up at him, we are going to relax. I want to know what you guys did while I was gone, he said, picking them up and walking towards the dorms. Well, I was with Vlad King. I also got to my hero name. It's Copycat. Himiko said, telling them about her time in her internship. Well, I upgraded my rifle. Also might have found a way to make a super strong metal. Mei admitted. How strong? He asked as she replied. I don't know, but it will be borderline unbreakable. Once I make it, you will be the first to receive it, she said, with Himiko speaking up. Also, the date of the wedding has been made. All we need to do is invite people. Hime said as he nodded. I need to get a suit, he said, with Mei nodding. Mom says she got that covered, Mei said. So you call her mom now? She said to. Plus I'd rather die than go back with my old family. Mei stated as she stared at his sad face. Please don't say that, I don't want to lose you. Mei smiled, patting his head. It's okay, I was just joking. Making it to the dorms was fun. Eraserhead told him something about a test? Something like that, or was it camp? He honestly couldn't remember. But who cares? It's not like he was going to fight All Might for a test. Though he definitely was going to cheat off Momo's test. He had math covered, but the rest? Well, let's say that he'd never been in school since kindergarten. Well, there was that odd job where he dressed up as a student to catch a teacher. Let's say that he touched the wrong children, and a mad parent wanted revenge. Dilvoi was at an abandoned factory. Let's say that when he left, all he could hear was screams of pain. That he did not feel a single ounce of sadness for. Watching a movie in his room with the girls was a good highlight of the night. Also using his favorite pizza oven that he used to make his delicious food. Honey, can you add pickles and mustard onto it? Mei asked him as he nodded, going into his fridge that he snuck in. Don't ask him how he did it, but he did. Are you already getting the weird cravings? Hime asked as Mei nodded. Also pineapple. And that's where he drew the line on the pizza. Sorry honey, but there is no pineapple, he said as she looked over. Yeah, there is. I see it right there, she pointed out. He chucked it out his sliding door. See no more. Oh, okay, Mei said, taking a bite of her pizza. Then she began to sob and then suddenly became very angry. Then he began to cry more. He leaned over to Himiko. Are you going to be like this when you're PRGNT? You are saying it as if you want to make me PRGNT, and I hope I don't act like this, she said, kissing his cheek. Why does she get all the love? Izu, come here, Mei said, patting her lap. So laying his head there, she held it close to her chest. They are getting bigger, she said as they laid together watching a movie about something that rhymes with pulverine. Izuku sat up on his bed to see his lovers next to him sleeping soundly. He smiled as he sneakily left his dorm. Opening his dorm door, he found his favorite land shark waiting for him. Hey Jeff, let's get you some food. The two walked down to the kitchen to see it completely empty. He opened the cabinets to find some canned food as well as some snacks. Tasty! Izuku then opened the fridge to find some meat. Fetch! He shouted, throwing it as Jeff caught it midair with no effort. Nice. 10 out of 10. Bravo. We are definitely winning that dog competition. He said as Jeff munched quietly, enjoying his meal. So you're finally back? He turned to see a yellow giant caterpillar. Yes, you who are you? He asked as the caterpillar sighed and began to get up. Oh, my metapod is evolving. Wait, I have to cancel it. He'll just leave me later on when I am on my Pokemon journey. Izuku shouted, grabbing some duct tape. You ain't leaving me, Kakuna. Wait, I said metapod earlier? What Pokemon are you? I don't have my Pokédex on me. I am not a Pokemon. Aizawa stated, getting up and escaping his comfy cocoon. You sure? Yes, I'm sure you are an insane problem child. He said, drinking his jelly packets. But I'm an 18-year-old man. That likes to murder people for money as well for fun. Also, you being an adult can be debated from the way you act. Aizawa deadpanned. Well, I have you know. Well, you ain't wrong. Dang it. Problem child, just show up to class. You have been missing out in it for a while now. I doubt you learned anything. He said as Izuku looked at his phone, rereading the chapters. Looks like you check out. I barely go to class. Izuku said, nodding. Also, you have multiple tests today, so good luck. Just like that, Aizawa left him with Jeff, who was chewing on a chair leg. MR? Yeah, you're right, Jeff. I should cheat. Walking back to his room with plates of food for his lovely girls. Opening the door, he found a sobbing Mei holding Himiko at knife point. Take it easy, Mei dash. Don't tell me to take it easy. I will slice your stomach. Now where is the pineapple? Mei shouted as she turned towards Izuku. She dropped the knife and sobbed more, holding out her arms for a hug. Putting the food down, he held her tightly. Shoo shoo shoo, don't worry, I am here. Izuku consoled her as she got a hold of herself. Sorry, everything has just been out of whack. I don't want to keep getting like this, she says, pouting as Himiko chuckled. You're acting similar to how I was when I was starving for blood. Luckily for me, I found Izuku. To think we got together after I stabbed him with multiple knives. She reminisced at the sight of Izuku being very bloody. Seems like some part of her insanity stayed. Well, I met Izuku by threatening him with a gun, then proceeded to shoot him. Mei remembered. Good times. Izuku says, remembering the times as well. We've been together for a long time. Man, it feels like it was just yesterday. Well, I escaped, found the dump, and met Mei later on, then met you. He said, taking a bite of his eggs. Mei smiled as she rubbed her stomach. Can't wait to see what happens for us. Mei says as Izuku nodded. Me too. I can't see the future, but I can be in the present living my life. You have been more mellow nowadays. You think the villains will notice? Himiko asked. If they cause trouble, I'll deal with it. The extra cash will help along as well. Though we should go to class. Mine is about to start, so I have to get ready. Bye for now, Zuzu. Himiko said, giving him a quick kiss and leaving. How about you, honeybutt? I have my own studio because of Power Loader, so I can go whenever I want. Why? Just in case an explosion happens that is not mine. He doesn't want to risk me getting hurt or the baby. She said, laying down on the bed. I would think that you would be making babies like crazy. Izuku said, flashing back to how she was when they were in the pizzeria. She thought about it for a bit till she came up with an answer. Well, I am currently working on a 9-month baby project. This baby will be the best one I've ever made with you, she says, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Now get to class. So you can come back to me quickly, she says as he changed quickly and teleported into his class. Hey, Midoriya, you're back, Kaminari said. Now where is my favorite rocker? He shouted as Jiraiya tried hiding herself behind Momo. Please hide me, she whispered, embarrassed from the attention. Sorry, my friend, Momo said, stepping to the side, revealing her to the maniac piece of broccoli. There you are, he said, diving towards her. Ack! She yelps, ducking, causing Izuku to crash into the desk behind her. Why'd you duck? He asked. What do you expect me to do? Catch you? She yelled at him. That well, you're right, he said, spinning his head back to its place. Okay, shut up. Get to your desk and take out a writing utensil, Aizawa said as they all sat down in their seats. Good now, Midoriya, please give me your bag, he said as Izuku begrudgingly did. Aizawa dumped it out to see multiple knives, bullets, cash, clips, Pokemon cards, hammers/mallets, a spare mask, All Might figure, a map of the school, voodoo doll of Nizu filled with needles, picture of his girls, C4, booze, pancake mix, candy apples, tea, phone, deep dope CD, laptop, golden card, magazine of most appealing men, pack of grenades, Christmas cookies, 7th infinity stone that destroys continuity, chocolate, picture of Al, pencils, limited edition All Might card, doorknobs, screws, DS, a journal of hero signatures, and finally a cheat sheet for all the tests he was about to take. Aizawa picked it up, ignoring the rest of the items. Midoriya, you fail for attempting to cheat. That's bullshit, he shouted as the class looked at the amount of items that fell out of his bag. It shouldn't have fit that many items. You still fail. The only way for you to pass is to pass the part 2 of the exam, Aizawa said, falling asleep into his sleeping bag. The rest of the class began to take their test as Izuku had his head down on his desk, mad that he got caught. Tapping his foot loudly, Izuku sat at his desk as the others took their written test. This is so boring. I mean, I was going to cheat, but I didn't know it would take this long, he thought as he waved at Jeff to come to him. The landshark looked at him, then snuggled up to Jiraiya closer. I am going to eat a shark in front of him later. Izuku thought as he reached into his bag. Pulling out his phone, he began to watch his favorite hero's new movie very loudly. Though he was watching the pirated movie because he couldn't spare the time to watch it. Suddenly he felt a person standing right behind him. "Can I help you?" he said, turning his phone off. "Midoriya, look, you failed this part of the test, but don't distract the others. The testing PRD is over in an hour, so just come back when it's over," Aizawa stated. Why, if you come back late, you fail the next exam as well, so don't be late." Izuku nodded and used his watch to teleport away. Aizawa sighed as Izuku reappeared with a small cake. He left it on his desk and left again. On the top, there was a note. "This cake is the bomb." Acting quickly, Aizawa opened the window and threw the cake out of it. He watched it fall and splat on the ground with no explosion of cake happening like last time. "Wow. You really wasted a good cake like that," Izuku said, taking a bite of his. Aizawa looked at him and sighed. "I thought, just get out." "Fine, have it your way. Here, you can have this." "You deserve it, Chestnut," he said, giving Ochako his slice of cake. "Sir, can I?" "Yes, you may," Aizawa said, tired of the entire situation. Ochako took a bite and smiled. "Mochi flavor is my favorite," she thought, taking another bite of it, enjoying it greatly. Izuku checked in on Mei to see her taking her test. To see that she was going to ace it, he left to see Ibara and Himiko, who were doing the written test as well. Smiling, he teleported to his dorm room to see Rei sleeping soundly, knitting something quite nice. He covered her up with his blanket and teleported once more to see Al. She was sleeping as well, but listening to the 3D TV he got her. He left to find Nagant, who was usually at the local bar drinking. Not that she was an alcoholic, but she drank to unwind a bit from her nightly job of hunting criminals. Strolling down the sidewalk, he ducked, dodging an incoming attack from a guy with mantis arms. "I will be the one to kill you, Deadpool," he proclaimed as Izuku simply sidekicked him in the neck, knocking out the attacker. He tied him up using rope he found in an alleyway. He called the police and said it was him, then hung up. 30 seconds later, he heard sirens coming for him. By the time they showed up to the scene, he was gone, though he left a note explaining why the guy was tied up. "Can't be killing anymore. Mei has to be stress-free, so I can't have her worrying over me because of my dumb decisions," he thought, opening the door to see the bar was packed. "Where is my lovely sidekick?" he muttered as he received a punch to the gut. Looking up, he saw Nagant right there. "Not your sidekick," she said to him, so he smiled at her. "Well, you could be," he said as she smiled back at him. "Not in a million years," she said, taking a seat at her personal seating area. "Well, if I do live past a million years, will you reconsider?" he asked, sitting next to her. "If I am still alive at that point, then and only then will I even think about it," she said, chuckling a bit. "So why are you here?" "I thought you had exams or something dumb like that," she said, getting a massive mug of beer. So he ordered one as well. "I was supposed to, but I got caught cheating, so the only way for me to pass is to pass the second part." "Haha. Yusuke, you got caught cheating," she laughed at him. "Hey, I haven't been to school since I was a kid." "You could study." "That's boring." "The very reason why you resorted to cheating," she countered. "You're right. Of course I am." "Say, I never got your name," he said, changing the subject. "I know you already know it, Izuku," she said, chugging down her drink. "I know, but I want you to tell me," he said as she sighed. "Okay, my name is Kana Tsutsumi. Nice to meet you," she said in a professional voice and stuck out her hand towards him for a handshake. "Then my name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Kana," he said, taking her hand as her face flushed pink. "I didn't say you could say my first name," she said, a bit embarrassed. "Why not? We killed together and have known each other for years," he said as she nodded. "Well, that's true. Fine, you can say my first name." "Nah, I'd rather call you Nagant," he said as she punched his side. "Then why did you make a big deal about it?" she shouted as her face turned bright red. "I didn't, but you did, dummy," he said with her calming down a bit. "Fine. Just drink so the two of yous can chill," she ordered. Aye, Captain, he said, chugging his beer. The two of them began to tell stories of their best moments, also about his fears and worries about May's PRNSY. One of his favorite stories was when her junior high boyfriend stood her up on a date, finding out that he was on a different date with another girl. She sort of let her emotion get out of control for a couple of seconds. When she came to, she was holding him in the air by his shirt with one arm. She didn't hurt him, but she did scare him quite a bit. Though it did lead her to not get into another relationship ever since. Hey Kana. Thanks for the drink and letting me talk about my worries, he said as she nodded, leaning her head on her arm. No prob. You need to tell me these things so I can help. Can't let my pupil get hurt now, can I? She said, patting his head. His watch rang as his time was up and he had to return to his sheet. I have to go, he said, setting his coordinates. Aren't you forgetting something? She asked him as he noticed she was tapping her cheek. Oh. He leaned in and gave her a quick kiss on her cheek, then teleported to his destination. Nagant sat there with a bright red face as her thoughts jumbled a bit. Soon she sorted them out and came seconds later. No. Pay your bill. She shouted embarrassed as she put her head down. He gets a pass for this one. For letting me vent to him. She thought as the memory of him kissing her replayed in her mind repeatedly. This might be a problem in the future. She muttered, trying to get a hold of her emotions. Just play it off as a joke, she said, taking another swig. Izuku appeared as Aizawa led the class out. Midoriya, suit up. Your final part of the test is just beginning, he said as he nodded. Wait, I don't have a suit. They are all destroyed. Also, the one Momo made me is gone too. May made me burn it. He thought as he got an idea. This is just dumb enough to work. He thought, digging into his bag of disguises. Oh, this is just perfect for this occasion, he said, putting it on quickly as the rest were already gone. The hell is taking him so long? Katsuki asked. Maybe he got lost? Shiro said as Denki nodded. He is probably taking his sweet time. Kyoka said, fixing her boot. Knowing him, you're probably right, or he is doing something very undignified again. Ida interjected with his hand chopping. Did I take too long? Izuku asked as he walked up to meet the group. They turned to see him and their mouths dropped. What? He asked as they stayed silent. Am I too hot? He asked, looking at his current attire. I think it looks great, Kyoka said as she forced a smile. Ah, thank you. You flatter me, Izuku said as Aizawa walked up with the rest of the teachers. He looked at Izuku and only had one question. Why? Say what you want, I think I look great. Izuku responded to his teacher while standing there wearing a maid outfit, with his katanas on his back and his twin pistols in holsters on his thighs. Fine, let's just continue, Aizawa said, ignoring what Izuku was wearing just to get the day over with. So you'll be fighting us for your final, Aizawa stated as he put on a weight. These weigh us down so we don't go full power on you guys. Bet, Izuku said, with Aizawa ignoring him. All of you will be in pairs when fighting us. The ones that fail will not go on the camping training trip we planned, he said as Izuku counted the teachers. Hold on, 2 of us won't fight, or will one of the teachers fight twice? He asked as Aizawa smirked. Well, good question. Both you and Bakugo will fight together on this one, he said in a tone that sounded amused. Who? Katsuki asked as Izuku nodded eagerly. Me! All Might shouted, landing in front of them. The two looked at each other and nodded. They each took out a piece of paper. You got a pen? He asked. Yeah, hold up. Let me finish, Izuku said, writing down something, then handed Katsuki the pen. What are you two doing? Momo asked. We are writing our wills, Katsuki said as he finished up as well. Why? Kyoka butted in as Izuku handed her the paper. Because All Might is going to kill us, Izuku said, giving her a hug. I was trained by him. I know exactly what he is capable of doing even if he is holding back. Those weights won't slow him much, Katsuki said, having flashbacks to All Might punching him 5 times in less than a second. Isn't Midoriya basically immortal? Denki asked. No, I can die. It's just hard to do. But an All Might full power punch could do it, Izuku said, thinking about what he did to the Numu. You too won't be killed by me. Maybe. I will make sure of that. Now let's get a move on. All Might said as he put on the weights. There are two ways to win. Slapping the cuffs on us or by escaping through the exit, Aizawa said as Izuku stretched. Just don't ruin my maid dress too much. I really like these threads, Izuku said to All Might. No promises. Also Midoriya, no teleporting, it would be too easy for you, Aizawa said as Izuku slouched. You really want me to get beat up, don't you? Aizawa stayed silent. I will take that as a yes. Let's just skip ahead since everything will go like in canon. He said as everyone looked confused. Time skip forward. Okay, let's go. Izuku shouted as Katsuki set his gauntlets to the highest setting. Let's see if we can hurt him, Katsuki said, aiming his gauntlets down the street. Can't you see the future? Katsuki asked him. Oh, no, I can't. I can only see the canon and other worlds near us. Also, I can see them. Ours is unknown to me, that's why it's so fun to see what will happen. He said, ping his pistols. The bell for them started to ring as the two got ready. A massive wave of energy was felt between the two of them. Suddenly a massive shockwave came towards them. Katsuki pulled the pins of his gauntlets and let out a massive explosion to counter the shockwave. They crumbled after they released the blast. May needs to upgrade you. Izuku didn't finish as there was a shadow over him. Man, I am short, he thought as All Might punched him through multiple buildings. Katsuki went to blast him only to be held by the throat. Just to let you know, I am going easy, All Might said as Katsuki released another massive explosive blast at All Might from his palm point blank. That really stung. All Might shouted, throwing him down the street. Izuku charged forward with his blades drawn. Izuku flipped forward, slamming the blades with all his strength. All Might put up his arm to block the blades. Then the two noticed that the blades managed to cut as deep as a paper cut. You have gotten stronger, young Midoriya. All Might yelled proudly, grabbing the blades and snapping them like toothpicks. But not strong enough. All Might shouted, smashing his fist into his gut, sending him flying back. Heads up, cockatoo! Katsuki shouted, blasting All Might as Izuku got up and took out his pistols. They shot at him as he stood there, tanking the damage. The bullets and explosions were bouncing off like nothing. Soon Izuku ran out of ammo as All Might pet his arm back. Seems you are ready to fail. Don't worry, I got a plan. Izuku shouted as Katsuki got the hint. Oh really? All Might asked, curious. It's a secret move that has been passed down to all descendants of man, Izuku boasted as he got into a stance. It's called running away. Izuku shouted at him, and Katsuki took separate routes to run away through the alleys. Here I thought he actually had something. Oh well, time to hunt my prey like a real villain. All Might shouted, punching the ground. That one move destroyed the entire foe city they were in, creating a massive crater where he stood. The class watched as All Might revealed how strong he truly was. He is no joke. He is number one for a reason, Shoto said, shocked at what he did. I never had a shot of surpassing him. Imagine if he was a villain? Kaminari said as Shiro looked afraid. Izuku has this. Kyoka said, and Ochako nodded. Look, Jair. I know that he's your lover, but All Might is on a different level, Mina said. They have a chance to win if they get to the exit. Kuro, so you said? No matter if they win or not, they are the manliest men I've known. Kirishima said, looking at the screen. Izuku went flying into the air as All Might appeared in front of him. No more running away. You do realize how that line sounds in the wrong circumstances, right? He asked, putting up his guard to tank a punch from All Might. Izuku was sent towards the ground and groaned getting up. Hey, my bones aren't broken. Maybe I underestimated my strength, he said as All Might rushed him. He leaned back, barely avoiding the attack. Looks like I have to start trying, All Might said as his bright blue eyes glowed. You did all this and weren't trying? He asked, looking at the decimated foe city. Why yes. It's as if I am in my prime. All Might shouted as Izuku remembered, oh right, I healed you. Kinda regretting it. Izuku was cut short by an uppercut, breaking his jaw. His jaw healed quickly. Cheap shot. I am not a hero right now. I am a villain, Bad Might said, slamming Izuku to the ground as he went rolling like a rag doll. He rolled to his stomach and tried to get up, only for All Might to smash his foot on his back. Stay down as I get your sibling. Ignoring his advice like always, Izuku planted his palms on the ground. He slowly began to push himself up from the immense amount of weight All Might exuded onto his spine. This surprised All Might as Izuku was pushing himself back up. Looks like he has gotten stronger. Let's see how much. All Might added more strength, his foot smashing Izuku back to the ground. You man! Izuku shouted as he reached into his skirt. Then ripped out a shockwave grenade that was still in testing by May. This is great for results. He shouted and threw it upwards. It went off, sending All Might skidding back. It was able to push All Might back. May is going to love that, Izuku said, charging at All Might. He decided to see what his current strength could do. Random bullshit go! He yelled, smashing his fist into All Might at a very rapid pace. The last time Izuku smashed his body into All Might, it broke his bones. Now they were staying solid and doing some damage. He is strong, but at the very least 30% of Mirio's one for all, he thought. He noticed Izuku backing up and realized Izuku had stuck him with dozens of explosives. His arms were shattered but healing quickly. Kaboom! He shouted as All Might blew up, but Izuku could still see his shining blue eyes through the smoke. Guess my explosives need an upgrade when fighting someone like you. If I am going to take down the big bad, I need stronger equipment, Izuku noted as All Might stepped forward. Detroit Smash! All Might yelled as Izuku was sent into the air even though he avoided the punch. Your strength is just so overpowered, Izuku said, taking out a massive hammer from his skirt. You're one to talk, All Might said, blasting right through the massive hammer. Izuku smiled as he took out a rocket launcher, sending a rocket right at the American-themed hero. All Might swatted the rocket away as he saw Izuku pull out a Gatling gun with .50 cal bullets. Really? How did you get your hands on that? All Might asked as his body was peppered with bullets. They didn't penetrate his skin, but each bullet felt like a bee's sting. My honey but made it for me, he shouted as his ammo ran out and he pulled out a shield, blocking All Might's fist as the shield folded over it like wet paper. Tearing the shield off, All Might blitzed Izuku and kicked him into the debris of the destroyed city. That time, Izuku felt multiple bones break like carrots, then healed rapidly as he dove to the side, dodging All Might. Izuku went to kick him only for it to phase through All Might. Izuku turned to see All Might with his fist ped back. All Might went to smash Izuku's face as a bell rang. Hero team wins. All Might stopped the punch a mere centimeter from Izuku's face. The shock wave from the punch still went off, sending a massive gust of wind past him that made his hair become more fluffy. Kaken took long enough, I said as I looked behind me to see a massive canyon. One Punch Man much, I thought as it was a cool scene from the show and manga. But this is a good thing. All Might needs to be strong enough to take him out, I thought as All Might picked me up. You pass, young Midoriya, he told me as he patted my head. I thought I was going to fail. But I guess camping will be somewhat fun. I wonder if I can bring May, I said as All Might nodded. Nizu will most likely let you. Now go celebrate with your classmates. Make some more friends. Fine, I can do that, what's the worst that can happen? I said, teleporting us to them. Katsuki sat at the gate alone as the bots came to see him the long way back. That guy forgot about me again like in that knockoff Chuck E. Cheese place he used to live Indiana. I swear they are alive, especially that purple bunny. Power Loader walked around looking at his students' work for their midterms. Since they were first years he was much more lenient when it came to grading them, though he had to have a standard due to it being UA and all. Most of them had little to no experience in support items, and the fact that they chose support was due to them not being able to get into any hero class. This disheartened him a bit, as many just dropped out, unable to handle the tests and inventing. That was the reason most of UA was built up from general education students. For the past couple of years, his classes would begin filled with hopeful, dream-filled teenagers. By the first 3 months, they seemed done with everything. By the end of some years, he had no students, making his record of loss of students as bad as Aizawa's. Though that all changed this year. He took it as his good karma finally kicking in. He got a star pupil, a golden egg that shined brighter than the sun, Mei Hatsum. She was a bit of a loose cannon but made up for it with her sheer talent in her craft. Though the explosions were annoying, she made sure that her baby would work properly next time, which it did. Due to her coming to his class, she also dragged in an intense, revenge-seeking student. Not that he was complaining. The boy was not at the same level as Mei, but he could build some great gear. Though Mei didn't like him doing that, preferring to make the gear herself as part of their deal. It seemed they had made a contract where she provided him gear, which soon turned into them going out, though she liked to uphold the contract. That's the best timeline he had been able to come up with from the small details he had gathered about their time here. He saw his other students work and noted that they mostly made radios or sets of gauntlets that looked like they would fall apart with a flick, and some that would inflict harm on the user. Looks like I have to spend more time teaching them the basics even though we've been in school for a couple of months, he thought as he made it to the golden egg of his class. Hatsum, what did you make for your midterm? I would think that it would be the thing under the tarp? He asked as she shook her head no. I made this, she proclaimed, taking out a pair of underwear. He stared at it for a bit, thinking it must have something extra. What does it do? He asked as she smiled widely. If you must know. Let me show you a test. Hatsum shouted, dashing across the lab quickly. Maybe she has an undiscovered speed quirk? He thought as she propped up the underwear and took out her rifle. Hatsum, don't tell me that you're going to shoot it? Why of course I am, she shouted, setting the rifle to the highest power setting. Without a second to waste, she pulled the trigger, causing a massive dust cloud to form. It soon cleared to show a massive hole in the wall. Hatsum. Yes. Why? To test it. Look, she said excitedly, giving him what was left of the underwear. Before his very eyes, he saw something that was going to put a lot of support inventors out of business. The underwear began to heal and grow to its original size, fully fixed. Self-fixing clothes. I made it so no matter what damage it took, it would come back together like nothing happened. Based on my top client's genetic code, Hatsum said loudly as he handed them back. Full marks. 100%. You passed the midterms, he shouted proudly, as she was the first to pass with full marks in the last couple of years. Quick question, what are you going to do with the technology? He asked. Make the best super suit for my soon-to-be husband. Then shelve it until he wants a new one. So you're not going to monopolize it or try to make billions with it? He asked as she looked at him confused. Why would I do that? It's just clothes. I would rather make bigger and better babies. Looks like those guys keep their jobs, he thought as another one of his students spoke up. Why does she get full marks? It's just a simple piece of cloth. I made electric gauntlets. And I got a 60, he shouted as Power Loader sighed. Yes, you made those, but the best thing you did is mangle a taser and glue it onto a non-insulated metal glove, he explained, seeing the student turn red. One use and it will take down the user, not the person it was used on. It would cause more self-harm to the user, which is something a future support should understand. He noticed the student taking out an orb from his pocket. It seemed he had an anger problem. What are you doing? He asked, though the student stayed silent. Wait, that's my magnetic grenade. I thought Izuku took that. Mei shouted as he activated it and threw it at Power Loader. Hearing what Hatsum said, he flipped the table as a makeshift shield. It went off, and he found himself unable to remove his fingers and helmet from the table. It magnetizes any metal objects. Who said you could use my baby, Uragiri? Hatsum shouted at him. He stayed silent as his quirk activated, which simply grew his nails. Oh, I get you're jealous. Izuku said something about that. That I was too good. Mei praised herself, sneakily grabbing the tarp. Shut up. I am not jealous. Sorta sounds like you are. Shut it. You have any last words, stupid beach. Real original, but I do, it's just one. Uragiri lunged at her as she took a deep breath. Why? She shouted at the top of her lungs as she removed the tarp. Out sprang a giant mechanical yellow humanoid-shaped bot. The eyes were pitch black with a mouth filled with sharp teeth. It had a bib on that stated, "Let's eat. Have fun with your new chew toy, Chica." It grabbed Uragiri and smashed him to the ground very quickly, knocking him out in the process. Mei unmagnetized Power Loader as he stared in awe at it. "What is it?" "She has a name," Mei stated as she picked up an orange beak off the ground. "This keeps falling off." "Chica, that's her name. Full title, Toy Chica. I based her off an old friend," she said as he nodded, with the wall beside them blowing up to reveal an angry piece of kelp. "Mei, I heard you call what happened. Who do I have to kill?" Izuku shouted with his gun drawn as the class hid in the corner. "Oh, you're okay. Oh, Chica, you look different," he said, confused about her new smoothed-out form. Toy Chica is armed with a criminal database that is constantly updated. She was made to take care of children. Mei said as Toy Chica spoke. "Hello. Nice to meet you. You won't get tired of my voice? Will you?" she asked as Mei powered her down. "She is nice, but at night she gets a bit quirky." She says, "Is she sentient?" "Sounds like she is." "I don't know. I was half asleep when I coded her, though she has shown that she is constantly learning." Mei said as I feared that she created the beginning to a robot uprising. "Why did you make her?" I asked as she smiled, "To protect children. She is perfect. Can't wait to make the rest of the crew." Mei said, "Maybe this is her version of maternal instincts kicking in." Crew. This will be the future for entertainment and protection for children. Mei shouted, showing me her blueprints for future bots. Animatronics, not bots. Mei told me as she read my mind. Original, toy, nightmare, Halloween, fun time, withered, rock star, glam rock, and etc. I muttered looking at all the designs. "You crossed off a golden bunny, why?" I asked as she looked away. "Well, let's say we made sure he won't ever get out." Hatsum says with Midoriya nodding as if they were remembering a certain incident. What do we do with him?" she asked, pointing at Uragiri. "Well, he attacked a teacher, also a student, and stole from you. Along with illegal quirk use, attempting to use the said quirk to cause harm." I listed as I texted Nizu about the incident. "Don't worry, just let us do our job." I see the two leave as I look away from Toy Chica. I looked back to find her missing. "Oh no, class, just stay seated. I am going to have to trust the AI that Hatsum created." "So, Izuku, did you pass?" she asked as he nodded. "Got my butt kicked by All Might while in a hot maid outfit, but yes, I did pass, barely," he said, picking her up bridal style as they walked. "I can walk, you know," Mei said as she looked at her future plans. "Yeah, but this is better. Turns out even if I did fail, I could still go on the camp trip. Tomorrow all of us are going to shop for supplies. Wanna come? We might meet an old friend of mine?" Izuku asked as she nodded. "Yeah, that sounds kinda nice. I don't really hang out with you that much anymore. It could be really fun," she said excitedly as Izuku smiled. "Great. Now we need to find some orphan children that will make our family grow. Maybe they will like the pizzeria. Can't wait to go back," Mei said as he agreed. "Maybe one day we can turn it into a massive mall of sorts? Like making a mall filled with attractions like racing and golf," Izuku said, looking into the future. "Wow, that sounds amazing. It has to be neon too," Mei added as Izuku nodded. "How do you come up with these cool ideas?" he asked as Mei thought about it. "I don't know. All these ideas just come to me. But the ones that have to do with the animatronics started coming to me after meeting the crying child and Cassidy." Mei said, "Well then let us make those ideas come true." "Sure. But first we have to get married. Do we have a date yet?" Mei asked him. "Yep, after Christmas. Got the whole thing set up. We just need to wait," he said as the two made it back to the dorm to see Toy Chica and Toga making pizza together. "Want some?" Himiko asked them. "Have some pizza." "That I thought I powered you off. I just turned myself back on." That makes sense, that explains why you're here. Oh well, let's have some pizza. Mei said, blatantly ignoring the fact that Toy Chica has the ability to turn on after being shut off. This pizza needs pickles, pineapple and mustard. Mei stated, digging into the fridge to get the items. Mei walked up to the class, they all grouped up to shop. Still can't believe Mr. Aizawa lied to us again about the camp, Kaminari said, checking his list to see what he needed for the camp. Momo was currently looking for more books that held more details in the making of weapons that were far better suitable for long range. Try guns, Izuku said as she looked skeptical. I will take it into consideration. Also, explosives will come in handy for taking out larger bad guys. Oh, green. Can you? Yep. I haven't even said it, Kyoka said as Izuku nodded. I just know and I already got it for you, he said, handing her a bracelet. Press the button to activate. Only in emergencies, he said as she marveled at it. I love it, she thought, hugging him as he patted her head. Good to know, he said, walking away and handing Mineta a map. Follow this location and you'll find the greatest treasure, he said as he sped off on a great adventure. Where does it go? Kirishima asked. To another map that leads him to another map, that it's just a big loop and it should keep him busy. Oh, I need to buy a lot of pancake mix, Izuku said as they looked at him. How else am I going to make 1,000,000 pancakes and become morbidly obese? He asked. Honey, we will do it later. Now let's just get the supplies, Mei said as the rest nodded. Mochi muffin. Here, have a stack of cash, get yourself something nice, Izuku said, stuffing the money into her hands so she couldn't even try to refuse. This is too much. Oh yeah, you need more. He gave her more cash. Go have fun, don't worry about money. You deserve it, he said, patting her as she stood still, confused about how to feel about it. Are you trying to be her sugar daddy? Tsuyu asked him bluntly. If she wants me to. No, I just want her to have a good time, no need to give me anything. I take friendship very, very, very seriously, Izuku said, getting up close to Tsuyu, looking directly into her eyes. What if they say they are not your friend? Karo, she asked. We are only not friends when I say we aren't, Izuku responded sneakily, handing her a ring pop. Don't eat it too fast, cutie patootie, he said, walking away. A ring pop? That's not nice? Cute, she thought, opening the wrapper and wearing it on her hand. It's nice to pretend. Karo, she muttered while walking with Uraraka, who was confused about what to do with the money. Don't think I forgot about you, Izuku said, walking up to Toru. Oh. Hey Midoriya, what are you getting? She asked as he thought about it. A new friend, he said, reaching into a pouch and pulling out a necklace. That looks nice, she said, as Izuku placed it around her neck. Suddenly she felt very different as she looked at him. Your hair is messy, well it's not like we could see it before, Izuku said, pulling out a mirror from nowhere. There, Toru saw herself in color. She could see herself, but others couldn't. Though this let everyone see her. It turns off your quirks, so go have some fun. There is an off button just in case you want to be invisible again. One day you might be able to control it, he said as she smiled, wiping a tear away. Have fun, he said as she gave him a long hug. Thank you, she screamed, hugging him tightly. You're welcome. Now have fun, I still have more to give out, he said as she rushed off to fix her hair. Izuku quickly went around the entire class giving them all gifts. They were confused by his sudden mood. Then again, they were confused by his actions constantly. He gave a note to Aoyama that held a simple message that moved him to tears. Thank you, Midoriya. It's a promise just to be there to see it, Izuku said, walking away to Mei. They're done now to give the last gift. He should be here any second now, Izuku muttered as he felt an arm around his shoulder. Hey, I am a big fan that I saw you at the sports festival, a dry voice said to him. That's funny because in this story I didn't participate in it. Isn't that right, honeybut? Izuku asked Mei, who was walking up. Yep, it's also the day you cheated on me with a certain big-breasted classmate. The black hoodie-wearing villain stood there and looked at Izuku. Bro, you cheated? That is messed up. Not like that, I used another suit that Mei didn't make, Izuku corrected. It's still cheating, Mei stated. Look, Bob, let's find a nearby cafe so we can talk as friends, Izuku said to Bob. My name is Shigaraki Tamura and I am not your friend, he said in a raspy voice. Yes, you are. Now let's go, Izuku shouted, pulling him into a cafe with Mei pushing him. Hurry up. The three sat down as Shigaraki was very confused by the situation. He stared as Mei downed her 5th cup of coffee. They were only inside for 3 minutes. Now how have you been? Izuku asked. Currently trying to find a way to kill All Might and destroy society? He said, confused. How about you? Oh, I am doing great, getting my butt kicked by All Might and trying to lay low, Izuku said. Why? Oh, Mei is bnha, Izuku said nonchalantly, turning to a waiter asking for more coffee. We are getting married after Christmas, so here's the invitation. He then slid him an envelope. But I legit made my Numu turn you into paste. You had an off day, Izuku said casually, stopping Mei from ordering another cup of coffee. Mei honey, too much and you'll hurt the baby, he said in a gentle voice as she nodded. Shigaraki looked at him, surprised. How long have you been? You know? 6 months so far, Mei said as Shigaraki looked at Izuku for confirmation. Yep, and you're soon to be an uncle, so clean up so you can see the baby, he said. I am a villain. And I am a mass murderer that kills and steals for fun. My lovely lover is an insane inventor, so your point is? Look, stay away from All for One, Izuku warned Tamura seriously. He is using you like a puppet. So is the doc. I am trying to help my friend, so listen to me please. Just don't fall for whatever that PP gobbler says to you. Just look for your own evidence, it'll tell you the truth. I don't know you, but listen to my broccoli menace. This boss of yours is the type to betray you if you like a different color, Mei spoke up. Shigaraki got up, stuffing the invitation into his hoodie pocket. Will he listen? No, not for now, but he will come around. Maybe? I don't know. Only time will tell. Now let's go so we can shop like the others. We have a trip to have fun on. Izuku says, paying the bill, then taking Mei by the hand to explore. Izuku looked around the moving bus. I am so bored, he whispered, since Mei was sleeping beside him. Hey Midoriya, can you do something cool? Denki asked him, so he took out his pistol, aiming it at him. Wait. Don't shoot me, he cried. Don't worry, it's RBB bullets, plus you said do something cool, Izuku said calmly, shooting the RBB bullet. It bounced around the entire bus, getting real close to hitting someone. It bounced all around the bus quickly until Izuku caught it with his fingertips. Was that cool? Don't answer, I know it was, he said as Kaminari nodded. Whoa, how did you do that, bro? Kirishima shouted. I am an expert marksman, he said, shooting another bullet that hit a grape out of Momo's hand. Hey, I was eating that, she spoke up. Very sorry, Your Highness, let me, Midoriya, stop it. It's fine, it's just a grape, Momo interjected, so Izuku sadly put away a bucket filled with grapes. Can I have some? Ochako asked the sad Izuku, and he instantly brightened up. Sure, anything for you, he said, giving her the bucket. He was walking back to his seat as Tsuyu grabbed his wrist with her tongue. Do you regret your mistakes? Karo, Tsuyu asked him abruptly out of nowhere. Sorry, you don't have to answer that. Sorry, Karo, Tsuyu said, letting go. No, it's all right, and to answer your question, well, yeah, I do. I've done a lot, and some things do stick with me, but I try to move past them. Time heals everything, right? He asked himself, looking down. He was in his own world, thinking of his past and all the things he could have done better. She stood up and patted his fluffy hair. It's okay, like you said, everyone makes mistakes. I'm sorry for asking, she said as he came back from his mind. Why did you ask? He questioned, sitting down next to her. I wanted to see if your mental health was. To put into words good, Karo, she said, so he nodded. Sue, look at me, Izuku said, staring directly into her eyes. When I find out a person went and killed an innocent person, or when an adult hurts a child or animal in any way, and I kill that person, do you think that gives me pleasure? he asked her as she looked at him, not being able to answer properly. No. Well, it does. Izuku laughed, breaking the stare. When it comes to mental health, I am fine. I am just fine. As long as I have my family, he said, staring distantly. Tsuyu looked at the drooling/sleeping Mei that he covered with his coat. I see, she said, patting his back. Just call me when you don't feel fine. I see how you really are inside, Tsuyu said, with Izuku looking at her. Thank you. The bus halted. Okay class, get out, we're here, Aizawa said as they made their way out. Izuku took off his teleporter and strapped it to Mei's arm, then put his pistols away as well. Let's get started with the day, he muttered, making it off the bus. Oh my god. It's the wild wild pussycats. Ochako shouted as they waved. Hey Pixie, looks like we got some fans. Let's give them some signatures after this, Mandalay said as she nodded. So cool. Izuku shouted as Mandalay locked eyes with him. Hi again. How's Koda? He asked. He is fine. Aizawa, why is he here? Isn't he still wanted? He sighed. Yes, he is, but Nizu decided to make him a student, he explained. Plus, even if I got caught, I don't think they would win a case. The fact the case would be thrown out for insanity, Izuku butted in as she nodded shakily. Well, you aren't wrong, she spoke up after thinking about it. Hello kiddies, time for your test. Pixie Bob shouted. You have a couple of hours to make it to the camp down there. Mandalay shouted as Pixie Bob planted her hands on the ground, causing a landslide that made all the students fall down and off the cliff as they attempted to run to the bus. Haha, this is so fun. Izuku shouted on his way down, grabbing a hold of Jairu. Taking out his newly forged knife that Mei made him, he slammed it into the cliff wall, slowing his descent. Cutie, grab our pink alien. It might be a good idea, he said as Jairu followed his advice. She used her jacks to grab a falling Mina. There. Jairu shouted as she pulled Mina up. Thank you. I didn't think they would launch us off a cliff, Mina said. Well, it's you, Kyoka said, with Izuku using his strength to climb down to the rest. I need to use the restroom. Mineta shouted, running to a bush. Though standing before him was a massive earth monster. I don't need to go anymore, he said, wetting his breathes. Kyo, you're up. Izuku shouted, throwing Kyoka at the monster. Izuku, I am going to kill you, she yelled in terror. Using her ear jacks, she stabbed the monster, then sent her heartbeat through them and obliterated the monster. Izuku turned to Mina next. Mina. I choose you, he shouted, chucking her at another monster. Mina, use acid. Freaking out, Mina rolled into a ball and covered her body in purple acid, melting through the monster. She got up. Huh, that worked, she said, confused as another earth monster appeared behind her. Bakugo flew in and blew it up. Raccoon eyes, pay attention. Shoto iced one, and Izuku cut them to bits with his knife, occasionally throwing his classmates. Momo Isiho. Before he could grab her, she made a taser and used it on him, causing him to spaz out and fall. I didn't know you knew electric-type moves, he said, getting up. Soon they all got through the forest, making it to the camp after a couple of hours. The sun was setting by the time they got there. Oh wow, I thought you guys would take longer, but you reacted fast and worked together properly, Mandalay said as Pixie Bob nodded. Especially you, she said, latching onto Izuku. I can't wait to see how you turn out in a couple of years. I am calling dibs, she shouted. What's her deal? Aizawa asked Mandalay. She is just acting like this because she is at marrying age and she wants her own kittens, she responded, taking out a spray bottle. Bad Pixie, she said, spraying her friend. No falling in love for a mass murderer. But it will ruin your career, she reprimanded. But he is a bad boy and a real cutie, she whined as Kyoka shielded Izuku from her. Plus, he has a fiancée and a kid on the way, along with multiple women by his side, Aizawa added, making the two women look at him, surprised as he kissed Kyoka. Wait, really? They screamed, shocked by the information. Yep. He is a real problem child. So does that mean I still have a shot? Pishibob asked as Mandalay looked at her. Did you really just ask that? What? You can't blame me for asking. Izuku. They heard someone shout, and Izuku took off to the sound of the voice. He came back quickly holding Mei, who anyone could clearly see was P-Arginanti. See, honey, but we are all fine. It was just a nightmare, he said softly as she snuggled into his arms. Lucky BSRD, Mineta muttered, a RBB bullet hitting his forehead. Mei, hand me the gun, Izuku said as he took away the gun from his now angry fiancée. She is really moody now, he thought about placing her down. So what? I am trying to make a baby, you know, she said, looking at him. Did I say that out loud? No, I just know what you're thinking, she said, booping his nose. Time to eat. Ragdoll shouted, coming out with food alongside Tiger and a little helper with a horned hat. Izuku looked at the little helper and smiled. They were served as Izuku went to the kid. Hey Koda. How have you been? He asked as the kid beamed. Great. I am doing well in school and I am getting my quirk trained. I want to be a hero like you, he shouted with excitement. But I am not a her. Well, you're my hero. Koda said, cutting him off. Where is your girlfriend? What was her name? Oh right, Ray, he said as Shoto broke his chopsticks loudly. Yeah, she is not here right now, Izuku said, sweating and feeling the heat rising. But you want to meet my others? He asked. You have other girlfriends? I thought you could only have one, he asked. That is just a social norm, and there is no rule that I know of that says you can only have one. If anything, I am helping the declining birth rate. Oh cool. Koda said as he was brought to Mei and Kyoka. Hello, nice to meet you, he said to the girls. So he is the one that changed him, Pishibob said, looking at the scene. He looks so happy. I know. I'm just glad I can see him smile again like this, Mandalay said as Ragdoll nodded. This is good, Tiger said, turning his head to Midoriya. There he watched Midoriya get blasted with ice by Shoto after he asked if he wanted to play catch with his new stepdad, which he did not take too kindly to. That isn't good, Tiger said, rushing forward to stop the fight. Enough. Todoroki, go back to eating, he shouted at the peppermint-haired boy. Shoto backed off and went off to eat. Tiger broke Izuku out of the ice and picked him up with ease. Hey, do you know that you're quite the catch? Being next to you is already heating me up, Izuku said, winking at Tiger. Thank you, Deadpool, he said, a bit flustered. Anytime. Tiger walked back to Pishibob. I see why you chose him. He is quite a charming young man, he said, walking away to grab his plate of food. See, Tiger knows what I am talking about. Pishibob said as Mandalay grabbed the bridge of her nose. He is a killer, the guy we have to turn in. Don't fall in love with him. It's like the #1 rule when being a hero, don't fall in love with bad guys, she shouted, getting flustered. You like him too. Don't lie. Pishibob teased. No, I don't. I am just letting him be free for what he did for Koda. I bet Koda would love it if you went out with him. He is his hero after all. Ragdoll joined in. Not you too. I am going to sleep. We have a long day tomorrow. Mandalay shouted, stomping away. She is totally into him, Pishibob said to Ragdoll. Yep. No, I am not. She yelled into their minds, giving them an instant headache. The next morning came as all the students were woken up very early at the crack of dawn. They were all soon put into their specialized training to strengthen their quirks. While Izuku stood around with Mei, he couldn't really train his quirk or work out as his body was consistently fit. So he took up his old job of being the test dummy, like he did for Mei and her babies when they lived in the pizzeria. What was this job? Well, to explain it, he would tank the attacks of the students with their quirks active. Some took it easy on him like Shoji and Sato, but others, like a spiteful Shoto, went all out on him. By the end of that attack, Izuku was just a skeleton with a few bits of burnt flesh left. When he regenerated, though, he ended up flashing the pussycats and the rest of the class. Mei came in and gave him the healing underwear that she showed Power Loader for her test. So the testing went on. Soon Class 1 became to train as well. A couple of inappropriate comments later from Izuku, and a couple of them were fired up to confront him. It wasn't that bad, Izuku said, trying to reason with Kendo. Yes, it was. You don't just say you have fun at night because of my quirk, she shouted, flustered at the comment. Come on, the jokes write themselves like Kirishima's hardening quirk? Kendo smashed her gigantic hand above Izuku, nailing him to the ground. Hey, I can see the birds again, he slurred as the birds flew around his head. Alright, that is enough for today. You all did great. But we aren't cooking for you today because we aren't your caretakers. Ragdoll announced with the students looking at her tiredly. We will provide the ingredients and recipe. Tonight you all will make curry, she said, spinning, then pulling out the recipe from nowhere. Get chopping. Tonight class 1A is cooking, she says as the students got to work making their dinner. Ida was looking at the potatoes in his hands intently. Todoroki lit the fire for cooking. Bakugo got to work chopping very quickly. Ochako and Tsuyu helped where they could. Tokoyami and Shoji did the same while the rest of the class looked for something to do. Kyoka and Momo grabbed knives and helped chop the vegetables. Mineta tried to get too close to the invisible girl only to get picked up by the shirt. Hello buddy. I got a new job for you, Izuku said, getting his face real close to the afraid Mineta. Really? Izuku nodded, handing a trash bag. Take out the trash or I'll kill you, he says in a very cheerful tone. Hearing a certain click, Mineta nodded and promptly took all the trash he could, with some of it spilling on him. Thanks, Toru says to him as he smiled. No problem. Oh, and a nice low braided ponytail is a huge difference from your messy hair. Don't wear it too long. All anime moms die because of that hairstyle, he said, walking away, disappearing into nothing. A grin appeared on her until she came to a realization. Wait, I am invisible right now. How did he see my dad? Oh wait, I forget he's just Midoriya. Toru sighed while tasting the curry. This is turning out great. Mei was tinkering with Ragdoll's cat ear-looking headset, adding something special just in case. Izuku, I am hungry, Mei thought, with Izuku appearing next to her. Wait a bit longer, the food is about done. Gotta try our friend's food, he said, grabbing her hand. Okay, Dad, I want to make more babies. She sighed, looking down at her stomach and patting it. I just sort of had to slow down and be more careful, Mei stated, but it is going to be worth it, she adds, smiling. Can't wait for mine, Toga said happily, appearing next to them. May the Lord bless you and your child, Ibra says, walking up. Yo, you guys ready to eat? Kyoka asked, bringing them plates of food. Soon all of the class sat down to eat, with all of them digging in. Izuku leaned to the side and looked at Yui Kodai. Hey Silent One, does your quirk work on people? If it does, can you do me a favor? He asked the silent girl. She slowly turned to face him. Before she could answer, Kendo pulled her away. Don't answer that. He doesn't need it anyways, Mei says nonchalantly while eating her food. Oh, the carrots are the best. Kendo glared at Izuku. Why did you ask that? She said to him. I had to know, he answered, pointing his hand at her. Don't point at me, she said, smacking his hand away. I can point at whoever I want, he says, playfully pointing at her more with both of his hands. Quit acting like a child. You're worse than Monama, she shouted at him, with Monama feeling a bit hurt by her words. You act like you're my mother. I already have two, Ichimpi, Izuku said to Kendo. Wait, your parents are lesbians? She asked confusedly. No, I mean I have two moms, one is dead and the other raised me, Izuku says, clearing it up. Not saying lesbian can't be mothers, just clearing up the air. I don't want to be cancelled for that. Just act your age, or I don't know, act like a hero, Kendo said to him as he twitched a bit. His mind flashed through all of his crimes with guilt building up. I am not a hero, Izuku shouted at the top of his lungs, shocking her and the rest of the students along with the staff. That outburst made them all silent. He looked around, seeing their faces and the stare they gave him. It was one of surprise and shock. He looked at Mei, who looked very worried while also grabbing his hand. He sat back down, looking down at his food. Mei and the others hugged him. You are one, Himiko said, hugging him tightly. Yes, you are, Mei states with Ibra and Kyoka nodding. You're my hero too. Ochako spoke up to them as she remembered what he did to help her family. Same here. Mina and Kirishima shouted at the same time. Sorry if what I said upset you. Kendo apologized to Izuku, who accepted it. It's fine, at just a little sore spot of mine. Izuku ate happily, knowing that his line of work actually helped instead of causing mayhem. You all worked hard, so go use our hot springs. It is separated by gender and class, so each has their own places. Mandalay says as they all cleaned up and got ready to shower. Izuku sneakily handed Koda a small present for being a fan of his. Izuku chilled in the hot water as Kaminari jumped in. Just don't sneeze. I don't want to get electrocuted again. He warned the lightning-type boy. I have good control of my quirk. He muttered, swimming around as the rest calmed down for the night. Mineta looked at the wall barrier that split the genders apart. He was drooling and his imagination went wild. Can't really help myself. He shouted, all those hot babes. Naked. Can't help myself. Mineta, don't you dare. This is breaking their trust in us to be proper gentlemen. Ida shouted at the short boy. I will get my destiny. Mineta used his quirk to scale the wall with ease. This is worth it all. He made it to the top to see Koda above him. Deadpool was right about the big pervert. Be better. Koda stated, glaring at the older boy. He took out the gift and shot Mineta with RBB bullets. You brat. Ack. Mineta shouted, falling back down, landing on Ida's face, who was trying to catch the boy. Woo. Way to go, Koda. Mina shouted at the boy. He turned to see them and fell backwards, passed out with a string of blood down his nose. Izuku launched himself from the water he was resting in towards Koda. Sorry, didn't think you would fall this time, he said, catching him. Though he might have put too much force behind the jump. He shot higher than the wall. Oh, this leaves me confused. POV SW each time. I say, not being able to maneuver in the air. Gravity soon showed who was boss by pulling me back down. He held Koda tight and soon I splashed into the water. Standing up, he held the boy. Guys, I caught him. I shouted, looking around for the rest of the guys. Only to see the girls in front of him as he felt a draft on his underside. His towel was currently floating on the other side of the wall with the rest of the guys. I instantly shoot my head straight up, looking at the appealing skies so I don't look at them. Only perverts do that. The girls looked at me in shock as I quickly grabbed a spare towel and left the bath. They kept staring as I covered myself. Quit looking, bunch of pervs. Also sorry for the inconvenience, I say, leaving the hot spring. They stayed silent after I left, so I hope they don't press charges for exposure because I am not showing up to court. Momo was the first to speak. Did we all forget this? His lovers are here, so we shouldn't have looked. She asked as they stayed silent. Girls, I don't mind you staring at him. So what were we talking about again? Mei asked them. Something about gear upgrades? Mina says finally. Thanks. What's your name again? Mei asked the pink alien. It's Mina, she states. Cool to know, Pinky, Mei says as Jiru sighs. While Izuku was with the pussycats giving them Koda, Tiger had to hold back the rabid Pishibob who wanted to get too close to him, telling her she will get in trouble for it. Mandalay was thankful that Izuku caught the boy, though worried about the gun. Ragdoll tested her headset to find the secret that Mei added to it. Aizawa passed out in the corner due to a caffeine overdose. He'll be fine. Get out here, you! I shout as the pussycats look at me as if I was crazy. Koda soon awoke, rubbing his eyes to see Izuku closing the cap of a marker. What are you doing? The little boy asked the green-haired menace. Oh, nothing, but how do you feel? Izuku asked, changing the subject and tossing the marker away. I am fine. Wanna see my secret hideout? He asked Izuku, who nodded and picked him up. Lead me there, Izuku said, passing in a sleepy racerhead who had his face drawn on. Hold on, Mandalay said to Izuku, making him turn around to see the cat-themed heroine in her sleeping attire. Where are you going? To his hideout, Izuku said. Nonchalantly. I know that you aren't really that bad of a guy, but just don't get Koda involved with something bad, okay? She asked Izuku. Staring into her hazel eyes, he could see that she was really worried for Koda. I don't know if I can promise, But I will make sure that he will be safe no matter the cost, Izuku promised her. I will take your word for it. Koda, don't go looking for trouble, she said, trusting in Izuku's words. With that, the duo traveled into the forest, staying on a dirt path. The forest was really alive at night with the animals that filled it flourishing within it. Though he was a bit wary, the last time he was in a forest, it tried to eat him. Gotta protect this bundle of joy, he thought, making sure his knife was in his pocket, ready for use. I mean Midoriya, call me Izuku, he said, placing Koda on his shoulders. Izu, can I ever be like you? He asked. No. No? Aren't you supposed to say yes? Koda chuckled at his response. No. The reason I became the person I am is something I would never ever wish on you, he said, reflecting on his past and his many shortcomings and regrets. But you're so cool. You never give up in a fight, even when you become a pile of flesh. Koda said, praising his way of fighting. Kid, I can only fight that way because of my quirk, he said, making it to the base of the mountain. People say you're crazy and that you talk to the air, Koda told him. I am only talking to the readers of this FIC. Readers? Don't worry about it, he said as Koda thought about it. So you can talk to ghosts? Koda asked. No, it's just a fourth wall thing, he said as Koda looked at the sky. Will you be there for me when I need help? He asked, so Izuku nodded. Call for me and I will show up to help kick butt. Koda seemed to be happier after he said that. Seeing him happy made Izuku feel a bit happier inside as well. When you have a kid, see, can I be there to play with her or him? Koda asked. Sure you can. You could be their big brother if you want to look at it like that, he said as Koda wiped some stray tears because he was happy. Look, Koda. You are stronger than I am, he said truthfully to him. Though Koda looked at him in disbelief. No way. You can run faster, lift more, and punch faster than me, he exclaimed. Koda, I know it was hard for you to move on from your parents' death, Izuku said as he stiffened up a bit. It is sad when something or someone dies, he began talking, knowing Koda was listening. And there is no way to get around that sadness. That sadness might always be with you. He paused, inhaling some air as they made it to the top of a cliff. Taking Koda off his shoulders, he placed him in front of him and put his hands on his shoulders. But that sadness will fade. It will lessen over time, he told Koda, wiping his tears from his eyes. Eventually, you will only remember all the good times you've had with them. Time will heal you, Koda, he said, patting his head. This is why you are stronger than me. You've kept yourself up and haven't fully become a jaded, uncaring child. You still are the same Koda I met in the Golden Card, he said as Koda sniffled. I don't know if I could ever move on or stay together if I lost anyone. Mei, Himiko, Tuya, Rei, Al, Nagant, Mom, Dad, Katsuki, and everyone else who has been a part of my life, he said as Koda looked him in the eyes. The day you become an adult, you will be 100 times the man I ever was, he said, pulling him into a tight hug. Why you be there, right? When I am older you'll be there? He asked. I will try. Life has never been on my side, but right now I can say I will be, he said as Koda returned the hug. I've been free for 5 years, and I got to say this has been the greatest 5 years of my life, he said as Koda counted his age. You're 18, right? Yep. Cool, he muttered as Izuku sighed. Koda, I am going to be honest with you. I don't know if I will be there when you're older. I might die in my costume, he said as Koda looked at him in surprise. But you can't die. Everyone can die, that is nature. Hell, I already died once, but what I meant is I am no longer thinking of being a mercenary, he explained as Koda got really excited. So you will become a real hero. Koda shouted as Izuku waved his finger. No. Not what I meant. I think that I am going to settle down with Mei and raise my child, he corrected as Koda looked sad. But the plan can change, he said, trying to cheer him up, which worked as Koda brightened up. I want to be your hero sidekick then, he declared. I've always wanted a sidekick, Izuku muttered as Koda smiled. The two of them looked up into the bright sky filled with stars, and it was appealing. A sky filled with lights that were light years away from them. Holding Kota close, they stargazed as he came up with names for their future hero team. A grin came across Izuku's face as time passed. It was peaceful and calm compared to his normal life of guns and explosions. This was nice. Life only gives you a couple of these moments throughout one's lifetime. Kota soon tuckered out in Izuku's arms, so he activated his watch, teleporting them to the front of the camp. There stood the pussycats waiting for their return. It was late, so he could see why they were worried. Handing them Kota was like a wave of relief for them. Ragdoll gave him a tight hug, then they all entered the building to end the night. Morning soon came as the process of the previous day happened. More training for the future heroes of tomorrow. Gotta, this camping has been fun. I say, dodging an acidic spray and explosion. Oh, you almost had it. Shut up. Eat sheet and die. Katsuki shouted at me and released a massive explosion. Eat sheet and live, Katsuki. I shouted, sweeping his legs and making him fall backwards. Midoriya. Help. Uraraka shouted as she floated away, her tether to the ground coming loose. Just fall, I'll catch you. I yelled as she began to fall. Rushing to her, I leaped into the air, catching her and landing safely. Next time don't do that. I warned as she nodded back into training. Man, today has just been awesome and I've been more PG than a Disney film, though they do have the occasional joke for the adults. I say, blasting a confetti cannon directed at Katsuki's face. Sing him off more. Oh no. Katsuki then released a very strong blast at me point blank. In an instant, my body tore apart, sending my charred bits everywhere. The biggest part of my body that was left was my head, which rolled to Pishibab's legs. She picked my head up and smiled. This is a very different meaning to getting head. She joked as I regenerated. You could say that, but I do know that I need to go to school right now. I say as she looked at me confused. Why? Because I want to get ahead. Bum dum this. I say as she burst out laughing. Oh my God, that is a good one. She praised me. Okay, but I got one more. I said as she listened. But I need you to roll my head. I informed her as she did what I asked. I'll be heading off now. Ha, I said, laughing as she laughed as well. Watch out. She shouted. What am I supposed to do? I am just ahead. I shouted back, not seeing who was running up on me. Aizawa ran up and kicked my head into the air, sending me flying above the woods. Don't draw a PP on my face again. He shouted at me. But it was funny. I shouted, disappearing into the distance. The rest of the students stared at what their teacher just did. Have anything to say? If not, get back to training. He says as if he didn't just kick the head of a student. Not wanting to feel his wrath, they got back to training, with Izuku still flying in the air from the kick he received. You know Izuku hasn't come back yet, Himiko says, dodging a high-speed tennis ball. Mei loaded in a bunch more into the launcher and upped the speed. He will be here, eventually, Mei states, turning it on. Doing her best, Himiko evades all the ball flying towards her with Mei watching her while sipping her chocolate milk. You know the mood swings you've been having are kind of crazy? Himiko shouted while still dodging. How so? It's like one moment you're fine, then you become ballistic with rage wanting to blow up everything. Himiko says as Mei upped the speed again. What else should I do when that burger place thing didn't give me more pickles? Mei shouted, remembering the incident. 'Cause you already took their whole inventory of it. It's all in the past now, Mei said nonchalantly, upping the speed even more. Mei honey, please turn it down. Himiko shouted, barely being able to dodge them. Say something? She asked innocently, upping it more. How is it shooting so fast? Himiko shouted, getting pelted by a couple. I might have upgraded this baby, Mei said, sighing. I want to make more babies, but I can't move as much as I used to. That's great and all, but slow it down, I will help you with inventing. Please. Himiko yelled as Mei turned off the machine. Thank you so much. I knew I could count on you. Mei said with Himiko gasping for air. You're a real devil when it comes to inventing, Himiko gasped out as Mei shrugged. This is the only way I could think of. You could have asked? She responded as she began sweating a river to cool down. That's boring. I hate boring. May says, watching Ibra move herself in the air and make a vine fist. Hundreds of light bulbs went off on her head and walked at a moderately fast pace as she could not move that fast like before. She really ran off like that? Well, might as well train my quirk. Thank you, Oka, for some blood, Himiko said, transforming into the girl. Touching the machine that May used on her. This is great for training and all, but May made it a wee bit intense like always. Though I love her more for it, Himiko says in Ochako's voice with a sudden pink glow surrounding the machine. Then slightly lifted off the ground. Freaking out, she untransformed and it slammed down back to the ground. Oh shit, that's new. Ibra was a bit overwhelmed by the PRGNT pink-haired girl. How about a pair of giant gauntlets you let your hair use? They will definitely upgrade your battle stat. You can use them with your hair quirk. By the way, if you cut it short, can you instantly grow it back? May shouted, still spouting out more questions and ideas at the vine-quicked girl. Ibra looked towards Kyoka with a face pleading for her help out of that situation. Kyoka, seeing the look, turned to the wild Hatsum that had a crazed look on her. Weighing her options and the outcomes, she decided to save herself and retreat to fight another day. Kyoka disappeared into the bushes, sliding backward. You traitor! Ibra thought with May, taking measurements, of the holy girl. Soon night came, and the teachers decided to do a fun game of seeing if the students could scare their friends. They were lucky that Izuku wasn't there, or he would be hanging up arms, legs, and guts everywhere. May would have seen to it that at least a couple of projections of monsters in the woods, if she had the right equipment. Koda was at his super awesome secret mountain base where he watched over the forest, mulling over the words he was told the previous night. Though he understood what he meant, he also understood that his hero told him the truth. He was a bit upset that Izuku didn't see himself as a hero, but he remained hopeful. I wonder what power his kid will get? Will it be his Regen or Miss May's super eyesight? He wondered about messing with his new pistol that Izuku lent him for a bit. He could tell it was real from the fact it was somewhat heavy. Then the sound of heavy steps came from the opposite side of the way up to his stop. A shadow loomed over the young boy. The figure wore a massive black coat that covered the entire body and wore a white mask with holes to cover the face. Nice hat that want to trade for this ridiculous mask? A deep voice spoke, taking off his mask revealing a scarred face that Koda knew very well. Nice toy, he said, with Koda getting into a stance aiming the pistol at him. I am not afraid of you. Koda shouted, his breath turning ragged towards the end. You killed my mom and dad. Oh, I recognized you. It's your parents that gave me this nasty scar and half blinded me. Those water hose heroes caught me by surprise, but look where that got them, he said, taking off the cloak and tossing it to the side. Whether it was bravery or pure stupidity, Koda decided to be like Izuku. Look at yourself. You are a villain about to fight a child. Seems to me that you are too scared to even fight another hero. Koda yelled at the hulking villain. Also, how low can you go by talking trash about the dead? My parents were rescue heroes like my aunt. So quit bragging as if you fought a battle hero like All Might. Also, what type of name is muscular? Did your alcoholic father give you it? Koda doubled down as his hands shook. The villain slowly activated his quirk with a twisted grin spreading across his scarred face. Looks like I am going to end your entire family line. Can't wait to show your aunt your decapitated head, the enraged villain said with a massive grin. Blitzing forward, the villain appeared in front of Koda about to smash his head in. Acting quickly, Koda shot his attacker in the forehead while leaping to the left, nearly getting grabbed by a hair. RBB bullets? Should have been real shots because that was your only show dash, Koda interrupted the hulking man by spraying him with water. Not wasting a second, Muscular attacked Koda. Ducking down, Koda avoided the punch as a muscular fist demolished the rock wall behind him. His small stature made it easier to evade the hulking man. Koda ran towards the way down the mountain, knowing that he was out of his depth. Run if you want. I will still catch you. Muscular shouted, chasing after Koda. Remembering Izuku's words, he decided to see if Izuku was telling him the truth about calling him. Izuku! Koda yelled from the top of his lungs. Muscular was reaching for Koda's head as he screamed out the name. The world slowed down as very fast heavy steps were stomping towards the two. A blur building with a lot of speed appeared. Koda, roll like a roly-poly. Following the instructions, Koda evaded Muscular's hand. Izuku appeared in front of the massive villain with his fist ped and smashed his fist into Muscular's face with a lot of force, shattering his arm. The hit caused the hulking man to stagger back, but he was still standing, covering his face. Now who joined the fun? Muscular shouted, showing his broken nose. Izuku stood there watching the man he was paid long ago to kill. Time to fulfill a contract kill. Koda, cover your eyes, Izuku stated to the boy. Why will it get bloody? I've seen worse on TV and heard what Pishibob said was going to happen later, Koda stammered, trying to make light of the situation. No, I am naked as in I got no clothes from the fact I was sent flying when I was just ahead, Izuku said nonchalantly. Oh, that makes sense. Muscular rushed forward, and Izuku countered his tackle by kicking Muscular in the leg, causing the huge man to fall forward. Not wasting time, Izuku kicked Muscular in the face. How was that? You Pillsbury mother fudger. Izuku shouted, censoring himself due to Koda being around. He had to be a somewhat good influence. That's all you got? Muscular said, standing up. Was that a trick question? Izuku said, leaning back to dodge a swipe at him. Too slow. Enraging Muscular more, Izuku evaded all the incoming attacks. His reaction time was far better than Muscular's speed, even if he had more muscle fibers. Die. Can't, I am sorry for that. Oh wait, no I'm not, he responded, kneeing Muscular. Then he followed it up by punching Muscular in the chest. His fist got stuck in the midst of the muscle fibers, making Muscular smile. Got you, you little punk, he shouted, grabbing Izuku's face and smashing it into the rock wall. He repeatedly slammed Izuku into the wall and threw him to the ground, then picked him up and dragged him across the ground. Muscular huffed, thinking he had killed him. Then he walked towards Koda, who had his ears covered and eyes shut. That was easy, he said, reaching for the child. I know right, Izuku said, getting back up. His body was healing quickly as he walked. I haven't said this in a while, but let's dust it off, he said, grabbing himself. The blonde was unnerved. This was nothing like his previous battles. A lone streak of sweat went down his forehead, splashing on the stone ground, fear guiding him through his next actions. Muscular rushed him and punched Izuku. Though Izuku caught him off guard by his comment. Heh, I am a donut now. Also you just lost. No running now. Rhea, die already, he shouted, getting much bigger and sounding desperate. Izuku laughed while wrapping Muscular's neck. I am Mother F. Indiana Jones, he shouted, beginning to choke the much stronger and larger foe. Muscular began to slam and smash Izuku around, but the grip around his neck became tighter. Izuku held on no matter how battered his body became. Muscular acted like a wild animal on the verge of death as he threw Izuku around. He could feel his breath leaving him. Slowly, the hulking man slowed down, his attacks becoming weaker and weaker. Eventually, he couldn't lift Izuku anymore or force his body to move. His vision blackened as he began to hallucinate from a lack of air. All the while, Izuku hummed happily, thinking about how the others were doing. Soon, the villain lay still with no signs of life left. Double tap. Man, I love that movie. Pulling the limp fist out of his chest, Izuku looked at the camp forest. A huge purple cloud of poison was in the air, with dark clouds showing signs of a lightning storm. Shoot, that might have messed with the timeline too much, he muttered. Koda, we're leaving, he said, grabbing the child and leaping off the cliff edge. Running towards the camp as the battles continued, he intended to keep his promise to Mandalay about protecting Koda. Kendo and Tetsu were battling a middle school villain called Mustard, with Shodo and Bakugo fighting some sort of chimera quirked man. Shoji and Tokoyami were fighting a gimp-styled villain. Himiko used her pocket knife to fight a redhead who used her scarlet hair as blades. Alongside her were Tsuyu and Ochako. Two PP cats, Tiger and Mandalay, were fighting a crazed man called Twice along with two others named Spinner and Mange. Pishibob was out of commission from a surprise attack from Mange, dealing a massive blow to her head. Ragdoll was with May, skirting her back to the camps. Not knowing a Numu and Magician followed them. Aizawa was having a stare down with a man with pure white long hair. He had 4 tubes jetting out from his back and wore a black mask with a bored expression, accompanied by a gray suit that looked expensive. "Give me the students I want," he spoke in a neutral tone, with Aizawa's cloth floating at his demand. "You don't want to know what will happen to you if those 2 are taken." The man sighed. "Your empty threats won't save you." "The name's 9. 9 said, his eyes beginning to glow faintly. "They aren't empty. If you want a certain insane man after you, be my guest to try and take Bakugo and Hatsum," Aizawa stated, rushing forward, quirk active. "That's what the doctor wants after all. That girl will lead that man to his metaphorical death," 9 said, evading another attack. "Your quirk, while powerful, is of no use to me. What I want is Deadpool's mutant ability. After this mission is successful, the doctor will grant it to me," 9 said, his abilities active again. You blinked." 9 summoned 2 massive blue dragons from his back. Aizawa's quirk activated again, but the dragons were still out. "Mutant ability?" he yelled, using his cloth to swing around the dragons. "Oh, he hasn't told you? He doesn't have a quirk, he has something much more dangerous," 9 said as the sky rumbled with lightning flashing. Aizawa began to fight 9 on his own as he led the man away from the building housing the rest of the students. That Vlad King was guarding as some protested that they could go out and help. Running at a fast speed, Izuku held Koda close to his body. "Don't worry. The twiddle-dum villains can't beat us," Izuku said, making it to the building housing the students. "Koda, run inside. I will help deal with these guys." The boy followed his advice as he rushed off to fight. Then he saw 9 fighting Aizawa and decided the best thing to do was to run to a very out-of-control Tokoyami that was being overpowered by Dark Shadow. "Hey, bird, follow me or are you a big chicken?" Izuku yelled, catching the attention of Dark Shadow, Moonfish, and Shoji. "Shoji, run." Katsuki let off a massive blast towards the chimera that countered with fire breath. Shoto encased him in ice, then let off a massive stream of his own fire. "That is nothing," he roared, transforming, growing horns and getting much larger along with a bigger tail. His fire breath turned into a laser-type attack. "This is ridiculous. Icy hot. How can't you do that?" Katsuki shouted, using his explosions to avoid the laser. "What makes you think I can do that?" "'Cause your dad can," Katsuki yelled back. "And I am not talking about your stepdad. Midoriya is not my stepdad," Shoto shouted, making an ice ramp to avoid the laser. "One day you'll accept it." Himiko was covered in cuts as she parried the bladed hairs that belonged to Slice. "Oh, looks like the little feline is out of juice," Slice taunted, dodging cut-up Ochako and Tsuyu. "Shut up, you hag. You ain't touching a single pink hair on her head," Himiko shouted. "Oh, you're a blood quirk. I wonder what type of life you live. Did your parents forget about you when you turned 4? Himiko stayed silent as she transformed into Ochako, looking very angry. "Looks like I struck a nerve," Slice said as Himiko rushed forward. "Sorry, Oka, for what I am about to do," Himiko shouted, getting impaled by the hair blades with her body becoming limp. "Looks like you don't have 9 lives like a cat." "Gotcha!" Himiko screamed with a crazed look, planting her hand on the villain's arm. A pink glow happened as Himiko kicked her into the air. She tried to stick to the ground with her hair, but Tsuyu and Ochako uprooted her and sent her higher. She began to float upwards as Himiko drank another vial of blood that contained Izuku's. Her wounds slowly closed, but the pain remained. Himiko put her hands together and uttered the words once the villain got high enough. "Release!" Though her fall was cut short as 9 swooped in, grabbing her while an out-of-control Dark Shadow chased him with Izuku riding his head. "You 3. Are you okay?" An out-of-breath Aizawa asked as Shoji ran up behind him. Himiko untransformed from Ochako. "Somewhat just full of pain." Shoji, take the 3 to the camp. I deal with the dark shadow situation," he said, taking command as Shoji followed the orders. "Making my downtown. Walking fast," Izuku sang while chasing the villain 9 and his friend. "Quit running, so I can take you down," Izuku shouted as 9 ignored him. Suddenly a massive sonic boom happened, clearing the forest. Izuku felt the color drain from his face as he knew what that meant. "May!" he shouted, launching himself to the clearing of the forest. The sonic boom was what May added to Ragdoll's headset. If it went off, that meant the situation had gone to chaos. Feeling the cold air around his body, he put his legs forward to land on them. "Please be okay," he muttered, crashing onto the ground and rolling, getting impaled by a branch. Ripping it out, he scanned the area for the 2 women. Seeing the 2 on the ground, he ran and picked them up. "May, Ragdoll, are you 2 okay?" Izuku shouted, seeing them cut up and bruised. "Sheet." Cutting his hand open, he poured blood into their cuts. They soon sealed and healed over. Sighing, he looked for the threat that caused the sonic boom to happen. From the ground, a Numu erupted. It was a low tier, but still dangerous. Grabbing a branch and raising it high in a defensive form, the Numu dashed towards the 3, so he propped the branch up. Being the non-intelligent being it was, it impaled itself from its own actions. Numus just have a bastardized version of my healing. Without the brain, it's useless. He huffed, smashing the brain in case it got back up. "Looks like you are smart under all the inappropriate jokes or comments." Flipping his entire body to perform a mid-air roundhouse kick the moment he heard a different voice. On impact, he came face to face with a magician-looking man that blocked the kick with his arm. Multiple cracks could be heard from the man. Such a strong K-kick?" He spoke with his voice stuttering. Though that was all he needed to use his quirk on the mercenary. No dash, getting cut off, Izuku transformed into a bright blue marble. "That was harder than I thought. It cost me an arm," Compress sighed, looking at the passed-out women. "Time for the job." He transformed May into a marble, then leaped to the meet-up point. From his view, he saw lightning strike a massive shadow bird that shrunk back down. "Looks like there is the next target," he mused, ignoring the pain he was in. Katsuki and Shoto fought with their teacher. 9, Slice, and the Chimera battled against the 3. Waiting for an opening, Compress made his move, grabbing the explosive boy. "Let me dash," he was sprayed with a knockout drag, then he was turned into a marble. "We are leaving, the mission is complete," Compress shouted with a portal opening. Not noticing a certain quirky racing hero launching his cloth at him. "Give my friends back," he shouted, kneeing the mask, breaking it to bits. "Give them back." He then erased his quirk and the marbles began to glow brightly. 9 shot Aizawa flying back, but it was too late as they were all released. "I will kill you all. You guys are dead," Izuku screamed, filled with rage as Slice cut him in half from the waist. "Leaving now," the Chimera shouted, jumping through the portal with 9 right behind him along with Slice. Compress grabbed the knocked-out teens and tried to pull them through. Seeing this, Izuku dragged himself quickly to the man and used his upper body strength to leap towards them. "Mifi Yife!" he screamed, reaching for her. His right arm made it through the portal. "Too slow of a failure project," 9 stated as the misty portal shut, cutting his right arm cleanly. What was left of his body crashed into the destroyed ground that used to be a forest. He laid still, replaying in his mind what just happened. "I was right there," he muttered to himself. "I was right there." He said it once more. He laid limp on the ground, not knowing what to do. May had the teleported watch. He gave it to her when camp started. He promptly passed out with his mind overloading from looking into what he should have done. What broke the camel's back was the promise he made to May. A promise that he claimed that he would uphold. The one to protect her no matter the cost. Shoto propped up his teacher, looking at the destruction. "Don't get distracted. We got to get the rest," he stated, wrapping his wounds with his cloth. "Get Midoriya that he may need some help when he wakes up," Aizawa said as Tiger and Mandalay appeared, roughed up with saddened faces. "They're gone. A portal took them all. Tiger said, holding Pishibob and Ragdoll, passed out from their wounds. We lost them as well that they did exactly what they said they would. Take Bakugo and Hatsum for their mission. Izawa stated. 9. He had multiple quirks just like the Numus. It would seem that their quirk transfer tech is better than we thought. In a short time, everyone was evacuated out of the camp as the police showed up. Momo and a couple of others were hospitalized from the poison or a Numu attack. Izuku was unresponsive the whole time as his body slowly healed itself. A and B waited for the others to get discharged from the hospital. The next morning, the news got a hold of what happened. Yue was having a PR nightmare from the attack. Yue's name was being dragged through the mud for letting 2 students be kidnapped while endangering the others by not having proper protection. Soon the night came as the students were still in the hospital. Himiko sat alone with wild thoughts going through her head. Maybe I can save them by myself. No, they have a whole team and you're just you. She was having a hard time coming up with a plan. She confided in Ibra and Kyoka, who were on board with her. So, a rescue mission? Sounds great, what's the plan? Kyoka asked, causing Himiko to twitch. That is the plan. So no plan. Ibra got anything? Sorry that I do not. Strategies were never my friend. So we have nothing. Any gear left over? Kyoka asked, with Himiko shaking her head no. All Mei's gear is locked away for safekeeping. The only one that has access to it is Izu. So we are screwed. Thank God I texted Momo because she got a plan. Kyoka said, showing them her phone. We need a bigger team if we are going to get them. We are dealing with a group that outnumbers us all the time. Why not return the favor with Japan's top 38 first-year students? She said, sending a message out to the others. You're right, we can rely on each other. We all may not be as strong as All Might, but together we can at least do something. Himiko said with the doors bursting open to reveal the rest of the class. So what is this I hear about a rescue mission? I'm in. Momo states in her hospital gown. Sounds manly, so obviously I'm in. Kirishima shouted. Same here. Karo. Tsuyu said with Ochako nodding. We might have not known each other for long, but we can't leave our friends. Ida stated with Shoto nodding. Dark Shadow wants revenge on the 9. Dude. So I'm in. Count Class 1B in as well. We all got hurt from those maniacs. Kendo said as they all nodded. Plus we can finally show who is best class. Kendo then knocked out Monama. Sorry, but at least he is in. Look, we aren't going to force you, but this might lead us all to be expelled. Himiko said as they didn't falter at all. Who cares? Shoto stated. Gotta be a hero at least once. Man, oh well, I was failing anyways. Shiro said with Mina nodding with Denki. Other schools might take us. Tetsu said. Or a juvenile correction center. Ida added. I got a friend that can change our identities. So I think as long as we get away we'll be fine. Himiko said as everyone looked at her. Hey, I lived with Izuku and of course I've done some illegal stuff. They stared at each other then agreed. I might become famous after this. Mineta said, being hopeful about the future. So we are all on board, right? Kyoka asked them. They all nodded even though a couple were a bit stressed on the situation but joined in. Good, now let's get our final immortal member to add. Kyoka said, marching down the halls to find the room where he was. Walking inside and closing the door. The room was clean and kept in order how a hospital room should be. The curtains were shut and on the bed laid an out-of-commission Izuku. He looked alive. Izuku, Mei needs you, so I am going to need you to wake up. Kyoka shouted, shaking him since they were in a time crunch. Wake up. Oh, I know. She said, reaching into her bag and scooping out a sleeping land shark. Jeff, wake up your dad. She whispered to the fish. He yawned, stretching his body out. Wagging his tail quickly, he crawled around Izuku and went to his left arm. Then bit down on his hand. Jeff.my fingers aren't French fries. He said, booping the land shark's nose. Mr. Jeff growled, still munching. I messed up. I was right there. My hand was just there. If I was a bit faster. He muttered to Kyoka. You can still reach her. We are all with you to go and save her. Let's break the law like we did when we first met. Izuku turned his head to face her. You are Deadpool, the man who saved me. So let's go on an adventure, she said, grabbing his fingerless hand. Let's go save our family. He heard her, and the words got through his self-doubt. His body steamed quickly, healing himself, regrowing his missing limbs a lot quicker than before. His eyes glowed brightly with determination. Yeah, you're right. Can't let my soon-to-be wife be missing, he shouted, getting up quickly. Though he was without clothes, Kyoka took out the clothes he brought to the camp. Tell everyone to be in the front of the hospital. Give me 20 minutes to get us all a ride. If we doing this, we must be prepared, Izuku says, leaping out the window with Kyoka staring at him as he leaped from rooftop to rooftop at a fast pace. She picked up Jeff and exited the room, speed walking down the hall and taking all the turns she needed to get to the rest. All right everyone, get to the front of the hospital. Izuku got us a ride for all of us and some gear, Kyoka told them as they grinned and followed what she said. May the Lord be with us all. Please bless us so we may save our dear friend and Bakugo. Ibra prayed as the others said amen to her prayer. Manly mission. For the manliest men. And women. Kirishima and Tetsu said together, as the others hyped them up. I have a tracker on the Numu so we know where they are, so stay alert when we get there, Momo said, creating the tracker's tracking device. We have victory, Pony says with Tokage telling her how to say it properly. Plus we can't abandon one of our own, Tokage added. We will win, Kodai whispered with Reiko nodding. Those villains won't know what to do. It's been a day, so they won't think that we'll attack them right away, Manama says as the attack happened the previous night. Or they could. Like Momo said, we must be prepared, Kaibara said. The time soon passed, and right on time, Izuku showed up coming to a full stop. Then pulled a lever to open the doors to the bus he borrowed. Is this bus from UA? Mina asked. Yep, plus I got a little bit extra for all of you, Izuku said as they all hopped on to find their hero suits. If we are going to get expelled, then let us go in style with a good team name that is completely gender neutral. He hit the gas. Like what? Chaco asked. X-Force, he says as they begin to mutter about the name. I know a great name. You all have been chosen by a higher power to be on the team. Did he just refer to himself as God? Tsuyu asked without getting an answer. Change quickly cause it will get messy fast, Izuku warned. Where is your suit? Shoto asked. Not completed yet, so I only have my weapons and my indestructible underwear. Thank you, Kyo, he said, snapping his waistband. Look, the plan is a grab and go. Grab my soon-to-be wife and my brother, then get the hell out. I booked a couple flights to Mexico just in case we are really wanted, he explained, speeding past all the other cars. What if there is a fight? Denki asked. Leave it and escape. When the battle starts, a large amount of Kamino will be destroyed, probably more, he said, shocking Momo. How did you know it was Kamino? I haven't told you, she says, fully dressed in a hero suit, handing her cloak to the other girls so they can change with some privacy. I got my ways. Also, here is a list, make as many as you can. Have Yui Kodai help you out, Izuku warned as he looked out the window to see Aizawa beginning to give a speech. Almost time, he muttered, seeing a police barricade. Time for a good lie. He slowed the bus down, telling the others to quiet down and let him do all the talking. He rolled down the window as the officer walked up. He had a cat head that was so fluffy and cute. Be calm. What seems to be the officer problem? Izuku said, messing up his words. The cat officer looked at him, then at the rest of the bizarrely dressed teenagers. Mineta then dropped an empty wine bottle that was there for some reason. Izuku wanted to slam his head on the steering wheel for his bad luck. Sir, I need license and registration, he said, with Izuku nodding. Problem? I don't have that either, he said as the cat officer looked at him and blinked. Then looked at the bus and recognized it was from you. Sir, how did you get this vehicle? I stole it. Okay, I am going to need you to step out of the vehicle. That goes for the rest of you, he said, with Izuku wanting to blow himself up. So he promptly slammed on the gas, speeding forward towards Kamino. The officer alerted the rest to chase the speeding bus. The F was that? You said you got this? Kyoka yelled. I freaked out. Okay. OF. We are definitely going to prison, Siro said, with Mina nodding. Either way. Let's make the best of our last night of freedom. Toru shouted as they all cheered, forgetting that they were being chased by the cops. Red and blue lights blinking with the siren blaring. May Katsuki be okay? Bob, treat them right or you're uninvited to the wedding, Izuku muttered as they sped down the highway. Jeff snuggled in his lap as he drove, putting Izuku at ease a bit. Inside a lit bar, May opened her eyes to see the League of Villains staring at her. The same could be said about Katsuki. Hey, Tamura said a bit nervous. Oh hey, why am I tied down? Also, I am hungry, May said, not worried about the situation. She doesn't seem worried, Slice says. Oh, this isn't the worst situation I've been in, she said, with Katsuki staying silent. Bob, any questions? Yeah, is there a dress code for the wedding? He asked as the League looked at him confused. Nope. Okay, good. Also the doctor wanted you, so don't blame me for this, he said as Nine looked at him. Cool, tell him Izuku is going to kill him. Such confidence in a failed project, Nine stated. May spat into his eyes. Try me, she said, looking over to see some familiar faces. Hi Twice. Hi Mange. Hi Spinner. You guys look great. Eh? / go die in a fire. Thanks. What is this I hear about a wedding? Mange asked as her and May began to talk, catching up. This isn't going like you planned, is it? Katsuki said as Tamura nodded. You want to join? No. Oh, okay, that this was a terrible plan. The doctor should have stayed out of my business. I have no idea what he wants with May, he muttered the last part. Nine looked at May, knowing the fate that the doctor wanted, not for her, but for the child inside her. The massive bus sped down the road as sirens wailed behind them. Okay, this might look bad, Izuku said, taking a quick turn and almost tipping the vehicle. Honey, think of a plan. Kyoka yelled, falling over as the bus took another quick turn. Raise your hands if you know how to drive. Izuku shouted as none of them raised their hands. Really? Out of the 38 of you, none of you know how to drive. Well, I've mostly been driven around in my limousine, Momo spoke up, a bit embarrassed. Not the time to flex. Izuku shouted as he thought of a plan. Kyo, grab the wheel, he said, getting up quickly. She hopped into the seat, very confused. I don't know how to drive either. Just steer and Jeff will do the rest, he said calmly. What? She shrieked, trying to calm down. She looked down to see Jeff the land shark on the pedals, controlling the speed of the bus. Emma, he growled, sounding very determined to complete his given task. Jeff, I am going to trust you, Kyoka said, going along with the ridiculous plan. The rest saw this and hastily began to buckle up. Ibra wrapped everyone in her vines for extra protection. Reaching into his bag, Izuku pulled out 2 spray cans. Time to test out our babies, Izuku said, opening the hatch that led to the roof of the bus. The cops saw him as he stood there, then saw him run towards them. Izuku leaped off the speeding bus. Did he just jump? Shoto asked, confused by his actions. Yes, he did. Karo, Tsuyu said calmly, unnerving Shoto a bit. Izuku crashed into the hood of the police car and smiled, showing the peace sign. Looks like we might have gotten off on the wrong foot. Can you? Izuku was interrupted as a bullet pierced his lungs, along with many more from the other chasing police cars. He sighed, shaking the spray cans. I tried talking, he muttered as Nizu asked him to be less. Well, let's just say dangerous to law enforcement. Blame this on yourselves, he shouted, spraying the road. Baby number 89, puffy jumpy foam. May, this is useful like you said. Izuku shouted, seeing her work come to life. The sprayed foam, which was neon pink, began to expand. The entire road was getting covered with the expanding foam that, upon touch, makes you bounce off with the same amount of force you apply against it. So since these were speeding cars, Izuku could say that this was truly the better option. Tossing the cans in front of him off the car he was on, the cans exploded on impact, causing the police car he was on to be launched. "Oh, this is fun," he said, jumping off the midair vehicle. Latching onto a lamppost and looping around it, he sent himself towards the bus as the car behind him flipped, tumbling onto the roof of the bus. He re-entered through the hatch. "The plan was successful," he said while they stared at him. "What? Did you just kill all those cops?" Mineta asked, with Izuku shaking his head no. "No, I didn't. All I did was block the road," he responded, though the car he flipped exploded, the people inside already having escaped. He swapped shirts since the one he was wearing was bloody and filled with holes for some reason. "Moving on," he said, getting to the driver's seat. "Jeff, Kyo, you did great," he praised as his pet bit off his fingers again. "Come on, man." Getting back in the driver's seat, Izuku sped up while checking the news periodically for updates. "Izuku, my love, what is it that bothers you?" Ibra asked as he sighed. "Just worried that things might hit the metaphorical fan," he said as Aizawa on the live stream bowed. "Please lend us your trust." The moment that happened, a large boom resounded through the air. "Looks like they started," Izuku said as he grabbed Ibra and placed Jeff on the wheel to steer the bus. He was having a blast driving as it was his first time. Izuku pulled Ibra close, giving her a kiss. "Everything will be fine. Just trust me," he said as she nodded. Turning to the rest, who looked as if they were all ready for war, he said, "All you have is one job. Evacuate everyone in Kamino. While I, the immortal beast of a person, will fight the villains." He continued, "X-Force. This may be our only mission together, but let me say one thing. You all might go to Tartarus after this, so if you can, meet me at the airport to run away," he said as all their morale went down the drain. "Good to know what you all signed up for." A massive shockwave was then felt through the bus. Peering out the windshield, they all saw a gigantic dust cloud. Emilady was seen getting thrown into a nearby building, looking like she was out of commission. "Ochako, Kodai, Momo, stay with me and the rest of you know what to do," Izuku said, taking control of the bus away from Jeff. "Jeff, use your shark side to help them," he ordered, handing him to Kyoka. Then he gave Himiko a tight hug, telling her to be safe. "After all this, let's give you one too," he whispered to her, making her face turn bright red. "Sure." The bus came to a stop as the student heroes jumped out and rushed to complete their mission. "Now, Sugar Muffin, when I say make this bus float, do it," Izuku said as Ochako nodded, with Momo and Yui completing everything that Izuku wrote down on the list. "But first, let's upgrade the bus really quickly. I loved this crossover when it was out." All Might watched as his students turned into ink and disappeared with the villains. "Numu!" he shouted, hearing a massive explosion. "There!" He rushed towards the massive dust cloud that was rising. Coughing, Mei and Katsuki held their throats as ink spilled out. "Tamura, these are your companions?" a man in a suit wearing a black helmet said. Chills ran down Mei's and Katsuki's spines as he appeared. "Why you look?" Mei began as the masked man turned his head towards her. Getting her bearings, Mei finished her sentence. "You look like a knockoff Darth Vader that for some reason has a FTSH for kidnapping children," she said as the man looked at her. "No wonder the lab experiment chose this one. Though I find his taste to be rather shallow, but I guess he settled for a half-baked woman," he stated. Katsuki went to blast the man. "You don't say that about my soon-to-be sister," he screamed, releasing a massive explosion point-blank. "Hot-blooded. No wonder Tamura thought you could be swayed." Katsuki blasted himself away only to feel the suited man was still very close to him. But still a foolish idealistic teenager that has no real clue how far he is out of his depth. Katsuki turned his head to see that he was right behind him and was reaching for his head. "All for one!" All Might shouted, appearing, grabbing his student and slamming his fist into his archenemy, blowing the newly dubbed All for One back. "All Might, you seem to be back to normal." "Far better than that. Young Bakugo, take her out of here." All Might gets interrupted by a massive portal opening. The League of Villains walked through it, disappearing as All for One stayed behind. "Go. This is the man that kidnapped Izuku all those years ago. The same man that killed my MSTR." He will not escape this time. I will enact your revenge as well, All Might told Katsuki as he picked up Mei. He looked back to his mentor. Him up. Don't let up, he said calmly, then began running away from the two power giants. All Might nodded to his request and turned to face his enemy. Nana would be so proud of you. Take her name out of your mouth, All Might stated, rushing forward as All for One chuckled. His fingers turned into red and black spiked tentacles. He sent them towards All Might. To his surprise, All Might caught them, then pulled, yanking All for One towards himself. With his fist ped back, Detroit's smash, he uttered, smashing his fist into All for One's helmet, obliterating the Darth Vader-inspired mask that hid the man's face. The attack sent All for One flying back and caused a massive ripple in the air while also clearing the sky of clouds. All for One pulled himself out of the wrecked building he flew into, which was completely empty to his surprise as it was an apartment complex. That is very strange, he said, looking around. His strength enhancement quirks activated, then rushed All Might, clashing with his fist as the two locked eyes. I knew it. You used his healing to heal yourself. What more do you want to take from him? All Might shouted, latching onto All for One's face, lifting the man, and then promptly slamming the old villain to the ground. You've taken his sanity. His entire childhood. The goal for his life. The very thing that drives him is revenge to kill that monster that calls himself a doctor. Now you tried to take his lover. His very name is tarnished for his entire life. Never to live in peace. All Might shouted all this repeatedly, smashing All for One into the ground. The ground shook violently every time he did. Ha! You say all this and what? You want me to suddenly get feelings? Do you want me to care for the one you think of as your own child? All for One laughed, punching All Might in the gut, sending him into the sky. Countering it, All Might used an air pressure attack to send him back to the ground. I've been keeping tabs on you, All Might. How you constantly protect him, how you tried to make him a hero, or let's say tried and failed to help his mental health, All for One said, his body emitting lightning, shocking All Might. I do care for him. He is just a kid that I failed to protect from your clutches. I will try to make sure that he lives the rest of his life in peace. All Might said, his eyes glowing brightly. Tonight you die. Tamura Shigaraki will be the new me. The two clashed, sending another massive shockwave. Their battle was reducing Kamino to rumble and debris. Other heroes couldn't get close from the sheer amount of force they were producing. The best they could do was pray All Might could overtake the man that seemed to be his equal. Katsuki was holding Mei in a trench as the battle got more and more dangerous. Izuku, where the heck are you? Another humongous blast went off with All Might's entire fist being bloodied. He huffed as before his eyes, All for One showed how truly far he has altered his body. What's wrong, All Might? Looks like you have seen a dead body, All for One spoke with his eyes shining brightly. His entire left side was gone and regrowing like the attack was just but a scratch. All for One. I am glad for this. All Might's tone alone shocked All for One, getting into his fighting stance. I can properly repay you for all the damage you've done to others. This is a great gift. You won't die from a simple attack. Suddenly, All Might began to overpower the ancient villain, using his strength to throw All for One around as he tried to fight back. Tamura Shigar, All for One was cut off as All Might suplexed him into the ground. I know what you did to my MSTR's bloodline. Deadpool informed me what you've done to Tenko Shimura. What you plan to do. All Might roared as All for One activated more strength enhancer quirks along with a couple shock absorption quirks to gain more of an equal footing with All Might. Grabbing All for One by his white hair, he kneed him in the chest. All for One headbutt All Might, sending him back a bit. Well, looks like that boy is a more pain in the butt than I thought. Giving away all of my plans. That is just him being him. He likes to have fun and so do I. I will save Tenko as well. All Might shouted as his body exuded more strength. A helicopter flew above them, recording and streaming the battle between the two. The whole body of Japan watched as the two fought, destroying the area around them. All Might kept All for One in what was left of Kamino so the damage didn't spread past the destroyed city. Nagant and Ray watched the news, worried for May. While Al listened, worried for the young inventor girl. I'm leaving, Nagant said, grabbing her gear as Ray stood up as well. Al sighed and kicked open a cabinet filled with weapons. Take your pick, girls. The bar stayed silent as Weasel turned up the TV. Tuya put on his hero gear as Chitos gave him a hug. Don't die on me, she said as he nodded. Can't really leave you two alone, can I? He said, patting her head. Time to save my cousin, Tuya stated, using his fire to fly towards the battle-like endeavor, but much faster and fluently. Nizu, Vlad King, Power Loader, and Aizawa watched it unfold as Nizu got a call from Midnight. What do you mean they are gone? The first years are gone, she stated again, worried. Thank you for the information. Nizu hung up as a thought ran through his head. Did Midoriya get discharged? No, he just left, that's what the doctor said. A bus was stolen and the students are missing, Nizu said. I believe we all know where they are and who they are with, Power Loader stated, watching the screen. Get Yaoyorozu on the phone. She'll answer, Aizawa stated as he watched the battle. Nizu handed him the phone as her phone rang for a bit, then she picked up. Hello? Mind telling me where you are? At the D dorms, sir? Don't lie. We went on a rescue mission. Essig. Don't tell him. He'll take away my guns. What am I supposed to say? I don't know. Where are the rest? Aizawa asked as they stayed silent for a bit. On the ground evacuating the people. Midoriya said the fight would be out of our depth, Momo said a bit nervously. On the ground? Where are you? And who is with you? Aizawa asked, confused about their location. Mr. Aizawa, please don't get mad. It will depend on what you say next. He said as the newswoman in the helicopter turned the camera up to see a flying bus going towards the Battle of All Might and All for One. It had a flag that had a spray-painted symbol that looked like Deadpool's mask. On the side, it had Battle Bus spray-painted. On the back, it had rocket boosters of sorts that looked like they were built quickly. Yorozu, are you on that flying bus? Aizawa asked, knowing the answer. Yes. With who? Uraraka, Kodai, and Midoriya. Snitch, Izuku spoke up. Shut it and fly. Leave. Don't join the fight. Aizawa shouted as the phone hung up. On the news, he could see Izuku taking the phone and hanging up. Then tossed the phone out the window with Momo yelling at him. I don't think he'll listen, Vlad King said as Aizawa turned his head to him. Really? I couldn't tell. Momo gave Izuku the stink eye as Ochako tried to ease the tension. Yui just stayed silent and walked up to Izuku. Take me, she said to Izuku. What? Like out to dinner? No, we might all die due to this poorly thought out plan. I don't want to die without experiencing life. So take me, Yui clarified. Sorry, I would love to, but I got a man to take down. Plus you ain't dying, none of you are. Izuku responded by grabbing her chin. But after this night, we can go out and have some fun like skee ball, he added as he turned to the other two. Momo Oka, it's time, he said, jumping into the driver's seat. Ochako put her fingers together. You owe me after this. Release, she shouted as the bus began to fall. Somehow Izuku found a way to steer the vehicle, aiming it at All for One. Consider it done, Izuku said, giving it to her. He blasted the radio playing the Magic School Bus intro on loop. Strapping his duffel bag to his back, he picked up the girls, shocking them. Ochako, make yourself float. Momo, make some rope and tie each other together. This is where we all part ways, he informed with Momo following his directions. He tossed them out the door as they floated to the ground slowly. Be safe, Ochako stated as the bus fell closer to All for One. Kodai waited for the moment to activate her quirk. He sat down once again, smiling crazily, pressing a couple of buttons that sent the rocket thruster into overdrive. The shockwaves from the fight shattered the windows. The bus fell faster and faster as it grew close to the ground to the fight nose down. Seconds later, All Might jumped away from All for One. Within those seconds, Yui activated her quirk and enlarged the bus to the size of a small 4-story building. All for One and Izuku came face to face with the bus crashing upon them. Kaboom! He shouted as the entire bus exploded from Momo's explosives that she created, filling the vehicle to the brim. The massive explosion sent a very charred Izuku and All for One flying back. He quickly healed with his clothes burning off except his underwear. Putting down his bag, he grabbed out the completed spring lock gauntlets and put them on. Humming to life, Izuku smiled, putting on all his weapons. Time for Daddy to join the fight. Izuku roared with All for One smiling as his body healed from the burns. Like those toys will do anything, All for One stated to Izuku. Let's go, young Midoriya, All Might said, walking up to the mercenary. Yeah, let's go take him down, he responded by taking off towards the villain. Take down? Not very hero-like, All for One says as Izuku answered. Who said I was a hero, you potato? The two clashed with All for One. All Might punched All for One into the air, and Izuku kicked him into the ground. All for One tried to get up only to be impaled by Izuku's katana. Huh, you got kebabbed. All for One blasted Izuku off of him, tearing a hole in his stomach. The ground began to shift with All for One creating many earth hands that floated into the sky. The sky turned dark with the black and red lightning bouncing off him. You two act as if I'm not back in my prime, All for One said, moving the earth like it was Play-Doh. To be honest, I could care less. I am legit in my underwear loaded with weapons. I am just here to take you down, Izuku said, running forward. The ground swallowed his feet, so he chopped off his legs. Can't stop me now, he shouted, unloading his bullets upon All for One. Raising his hand, All for One stopped the bullets. Don't forget me, All Might shouted, dashing around, destroying the earth's hands and kicking the sky, getting rid of the dark clouds. Izuku flipped toward All for One with his blades out to stab him. The two were caught. Such a simple attack, All for One said as Izuku let go of the blades. Then latched onto the ancient villain. Yui, Momo, do it, he shouted with his body rupturing open from the inside. Out sprouted and poured out hundreds of explosives. Momo detonated them, so another massive explosion went off again point blank at the enemy. Katsuki flew into the air and grabbed the girls out of the sky. As Mei formulated a plan to help with the battle. Our babies aren't enough. What does a rational person do? Oh, I know we need a gun. That won't work. I know. A bigger gun, she said, using her eyes to see the battle, then looking at the watch. It had one charge. I need to give you to him, she said, rushing off on her own to find anything retaining energy. Mei found a totaled car and lifted the hood. Grabbing the battery, she took off the watch and jump-started it. Sparking a lot, she looked to see it fully charged. Oi, pink hair. What's the plan? Those guys are throwing city-busting attacks like nothing, Katsuki said, walking up with the girls behind him. We get everyone and build my biggest baby yet. Mei said, inputting coordinates into the watch. First, we need that welding guy and yellow sparky dude. Izuku was fighting tooth and nail with all might against All for One. No matter what limbs he lost, he kept fighting. Whatever he lacked, All Might picked up and delivered much more. All for One could fight them for years, but the two wouldn't stop for a second. Izuku was torn in half, burned, smashed, struck with lightning and much more, but he didn't stop fighting. Slashing at All for One while tanking the attack. Texas smash. All Might bellowed, slamming his fist into All for One only for it to be caught and countered. Izuku came in disarming All for One. Looks like you need a hand. Get it? A hand? Since you know All for One retaliated, only for Izuku to grow back quickly as his body steamed. Chopped off your hands, Izuku finished his sentence using his gauntlets to punch All for One. Only for his fist to be caught. Like I said, these toys can never hold up against me, he shouted, crushing Izuku's gauntlets. These are not toys. These are my wife's babies and mine. You white-haired, Izuku yelled, kicking All for One back as All Might came and smashed a car into him. Can't you one-shot him? Izuku asked. No, his healing will keep him moving and alive. Much like you, All Might stated in his very damaged suit walking next to the damaged gear wearing nearly naked Izuku. Well then let's just do our best. Maximum effort. All for One got up and dusted off his clothes and flexed his body. This truly feels as if I am back in my youth. No more decrepit old failing body. If the doctor says it is true, then that baby might be stronger than its father. I have to get a hold of it, he thought with glee. Might as well have fun, he said, activating hundreds of more quirks that were at his disposal that he couldn't do before. He appeared in front of Izuku and picked him up by the throat. He saw a knife enter his body. Pain nullification is amazing, he whispered as his hand glowed bright red, burning Izuku. He then shot All Might with an air cannon at maximum power, sending him flying far. You must use this one too. Izuku's sentence was cut off by All for One tearing out his vocal cords. Have fun flying, he said, throwing Izuku towards the city at a very high speed. Izuku crashed through multiple cars and buildings. His bones healed and shattered as he smashed through the city, soon coming to a stop and getting up slowly as his body repaired. I am going to kick his butt, he said, looking around to see a large amount of people staring at him and taking pictures. Why are you guys still here? All Might is fighting. He's definitely going to win like always, one person shouted, pissing Izuku off. All Might and I are getting our buttes handed to us from a guy that has hundreds of quirks, maybe thousands. I know that, it's All Might, let's take a photo for the gram. But this is an All Might level threat, so run away. Izuku shouted at the crowd as they didn't budge. If an insane man is telling you to run, then you run. Idiots, he muttered, taking out his pistol. I am going to shoot you if you don't leave, he yelled, shooting the air. That made them run from him. As he looked at a nearby TV to see All Might being pushed back. Gotta help. How? Think, Deadpool, think, he shouted to himself while running towards the fight. A flash of light appeared in front of him to show that May came to him. May. You need to leave, he said as she strapped the teleporting watch to his arm. No. You take this and leave, she said as she hugged him. Don't worry about me. Just go and kick his butt or kill him. Plus I am building the biggest weapon ever right now with the class, she said, pointing at a building that had a massive railgun being built. Katsuki and the rest were assembling it as Momo provided the supplies while some were scavenging parts and food from nearby areas. Just go. We'll be fine, May said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Plus this might be your best lead yet, so don't give up. Why yeah, he said, looking around and picking up a rock. I'll be back, I'll be safe for the two of you, he said, disappearing and reappearing in front of All for One. Rock? He shouted, smashing the rock on his head. Seeing May being okay made Izuku feel way less stressed about her well-being. All for One looked up to see Izuku gone. Then reappeared with a car and smashed it on him. Then disappeared again. So annoying, he shouted, getting slammed into the ground by All Might. Izuku reappeared with a boulder. Oh, you butter me up. He then disappeared. But I already have a lot of lovers, Izuku shouted, appearing again with the vending machine. All for One caught it as All Might crashed through it and punched him in the face. All for One went to charge only to fall forward and find out that Izuku tied his feet together, then disappeared again. Then felt a bat hit the back of his head. Swiping at Izuku, he only felt air. Miss me, Izuku shouted with a new gun at his disposal. Glowing brightly, the rifle sent out a concentrated air blast, pushing All for One back, and All Might dashed behind him. Dakota smash! All Might shouted with his attack connecting. It obliterated the entire upper half of All for One. All Might, back up, he isn't down, Izuku said as he was proven right. All for One regrew his entire upper half with a smile. Oh, All Might, that might have killed me maybe 5 years ago, All for One said, getting blasted by Izuku once more. Then pummeled by All Might with rapid punches. 100 no 300 punches in that short time? All for One thought, encasing All Might into the earth. He broke through as if it was paper. I am going to have to unnerve him. All for One released a gas from his mouth that made the two back up. It surrounded them. Inside, the two saw their very nightmares come to life. All Might foresaw his MSDR's death once more. For our little menace, he saw his 10 years of torture and experiments. All for One focused and combined multiple telekinetic quirks along with hundreds of fire quirks. In his hand formed a ball of concentrated energy that was made of pure plasma. Suddenly he felt the ground shake a bit. He turned to see Izuku in front of him. "Don't act like seeing messed up memories will stun me," Izuku said. "It will only tell me what I should do more. It keeps telling me to go with Plan H." Izuku promptly kicked All for One. All for One caught it, so Izuku improvised, twisting his entire body and kneeing All for One in the jaw. All for One slammed him to the ground, aiming his hand at Izuku. "Are you going to Heikia me?" Izuku asked, rolling to the side to avoid the ground being crushed. All Might got past the illusion and then punched All for One back. Sliding only a couple of feet, All for One's hand began to glow. "Goodbye!" All for One shouted, aiming his hand at All Might's head. Izuku teleported to All Might and threw him back behind himself. His body moved on its own to protect All Might, something he would always do no matter what, even if it killed him. "This will disintegrate to the last scrap of bnha." All for One shouted with a ball of plasma the size of Izuku in his hand. All Might's vision of Izuku throwing him back was replaced by the last act his MSTR did to protect him. "No. Not this time. I will protect him like she did for me," he thought, with his beaten body going into overdrive and blitzing towards Izuku. The world around him slowed as he rushed forward, grabbing Izuku and then throwing him to the side. "Don't ever throw away your life for me. But grow old. Live your life for them." All Might shouted at Izuku for his actions. He then redirected the blast into the sky as it went off. The laser that All for One created went over the moon as it was cut cleanly in half, leaving All Might open to All for One. One opening that he took with grace. Using his other hand, he activated an air cannon along with all of his strength enhancement quirk, obliterating the entire right side of Toshinori. "Oh All Might, that self-sacrifice you heroes have will be your end." All for One spoke to the still-standing symbol of peace. All Might coughed out blood as he smiled. "No, it won't. Will inspire the others to do better. So no one else has to do it again." All Might shouted at the very end as his eyes glowed brightly. Using his last arm, All Might attacked with his strongest attack in his arsenal. The heroes watched as the symbol of peace moved forward, even if his body was in a terrible state, catching All for One by surprise that he could still move. United States of Smash. All Might landed the attack square upon All for One's chest. It might not kill him, but it would disable him for a bit at least. A massive gust of wind exploded, creating a tornado and causing a massive crater. The ground around him was scorched from the attack. All Might collapsed backward with Izuku rushing towards him, then teleported a couple of feet away from the burning ground. "You idiot! I might have survived the laser," Izuku shouted. All Might deflated a bit as his body was imploding within itself. "Wasn't a chance I was going to put my faith in," he said slowly. "I've died before, I can come back." He responded by pouring more blood into the wound. Izuku could see All Might's ribs and whatever was left of his respiratory system. The right arm, shoulder, and shoulder blade were gone, nowhere to be seen. "Don't worry, after this I promise, I will put you back together," Izuku promised as All Might chuckled. "Stop lying to yourself. I know that this is way past your limits to help," All Might said, smiling. "But All for One is still. So I'm going to give you the rest of my quirk." Izuku looked at him stunned. "No, I can't have one for all," he responded to All Might. "So, remember telling you the name of my quirk?" "Me and my old brain," All Might said, with Izuku finally being able to slow the bleeding. "You don't have much of it left. But it should be enough to end this," Toshinori said, plucking out a single hair and placing it into Izuku's hand. "I've said it before. Even if you don't believe it yourself, you are a hero, so take." All Might told Izuku. He stared at the hair, then looked at All Might, who was looking very pale. "All Might." Izuku looked up and heard the cries of the people. Then looked at the hair. "I can't be the next you. That's Mirio's job, but I can be their hero for the rest of the night," he said, swallowing the hair like nothing and standing up after he closed All Might's wound. The effect was almost immediate, for the fact he felt it course through him. Getting used to the feeling, Izuku activated it across his entire body at its max power. Be like the original. All Might looked at Izuku and saw an image of his Zemvar and the rest of the users beside him, including a shadow of him and Mirio. I made the right choice. Izuku's entire skeletal structure shattered to bits from the moment he activated it. His muscles tore away from his bones, then healed over and shattered/teared again. His body began to adapt quickly to battle the new attacker of the body. His bones became denser, thicker, and stronger. His muscle fibers grew and tightened, latching onto his bones and staying attached. His entire body adapted to the strain of One for All quickly. His healing factor also seemed to have quickened the process of getting One for All under his control. His eyes glowed bright green with green electricity bouncing off his body. Cracking his neck, Izuku could feel One for All coursing through his body easily as if he was just breathing. A massive crash happened in front of him. Out stepped All for One, fully healed from All Might's final attack. Time to wake up some ghosts to help me out, Izuku said, entering his own mind to find 7 ghosts that owe him some rent and a down payment. Kicking down a door, I see a bunch of people that should already be gone and dead. Gotta say they look like they've just seen the devil himself. Though I had the same look when I saw him. Who are you? A very buff and appealing Ravenet asked me. Call me Dudum. I don't have a proper name. I say as it popped into my mind. I am the 8.5th user of One for All. Really? That explains why Mirio and Toshinori are just shadows. The first says. Look, I am going to need this. I say, reaching for them. Your quirks are what I am going to use to defeat that enemy. I say as they look at me weirdly. Oh, forgot to say. All Might and I are fighting All for One. He sort of put All Might down for good, don't get it twisted, he isn't dead. He gave me One for All, well, what he had left, and now I need your quirks. Think of it as rent for staying here. So you are saying you can kill him right here and now? The 5th asked me as I nodded. Well, I don't need much, take it. It's the coolest one here anyway. The name is Banjo and this is Nana. The 2nd user looked at me and scoffed. I am going to see if you're telling the truth. He said about to exit the way I got in. I wouldn't, since you won't be the same when I pull you out. I commented as he entered and the door slammed shut behind him. Look, I am in a bit of a time limit, so just give me them. I got a wife and kids that I need to protect. I said as Nana went back a bit. You're a father? Soon to be. I can't raise my little gremlin in a world that has a child kidnapper after me. I said, grabbing a photo of all of us together. See? This is just a photo of you with a lot of women. Nana said, looking away. Wait, what? I say, looking at the photo to see I really did pull out the wrong one. Oops, wrong one. Look, 8.5, I will let you use my quirk as well. The 4th said, and I gave him a tight hug. Thank you. I've wanted to know how my favorite hero feels danger before it happens. I then remembered that I let the 2nd stay too long. Rushing out the door, I find him and drag him out of my head, then throw him back to the user's room. He looked as if he had lost his mind, so it would be a bit till he got better. So many voices teddy bears. Lots and lots of chaos. He mumbled in the corner. Looks like I'm not getting his quirk. My quirk is FA Gene. Use it well. The 3rd stated as Nana looked at me. Can you take the strain of all of our quirks? I am hoping. My healing factor is very strong, so I can heal from any wound. Also, I might have found a way that users with quirks don't die from One for All. So Mirio is safe. I said as Nana nodded. Tenko will be in good hands as well. Tenko? Nana asked. He is your last living member of your bloodline and my friend. I said as she understood what that meant. Will you beat my brother? The 1st asked me. I will. He has taken my childhood and hurt people I care about. I am not going to let him off. I say as the 1st looked at me with his piercing green eyes. Good. Win, as this all has to end. So we all can rest and pass on, giving up our souls. He told me as I shook his hand. Hell has already opened up to swallow him and me whole. The difference is I can come back. I say, remembering my first death. I will let you use my quirk, don't miss your chance. She stated, patting my head. Wouldn't miss it even if I was blind like my soon-to-be lawyer. I say, feeling my body beginning to fade. Watch me. You all don't want to miss this fight. Thanks for paying rent. I was going to use the quirks regardless. Soon I fully faded, leaving them. So are we going to watch? Nana asked the first. Yes, I want to see what my brother has become. He responded as the rest followed to see it and to see how he uses their quirks. Izuku came back and saw All for One walking towards him. Ready to get your butt kicked? Or ready to run away when I am close to winning? Izuku said, releasing a lot of smoke and activating black WHP while simultaneously floating into the air. Seems the dead won't sleep. All for One responded, blasting Izuku in the face. Unlike the previous time where his head exploded, Izuku just recoiled from the hit with just a scratch. That kinda felt like a slap. He said, flying forward and using 100% of One for All. D at Palopolis smash. Izuku shouted, sending All for One into the air. Then used black WHP to grab the old man and activated FA gene to smash him into the ground with lots of force. All for One sent out his finger spikes, so Izuku used danger sense to dodge. So that's how it feels. Amazing. He said, grabbing them with great force and breaking them. All for One watched as Izuku used One for All easily as if he was breathing. No, this shouldn't be. You shouldn't have that quirk. It belongs to me. All for One said with black WHP tying him up. He was pulled in and Izuku kicked him in the gut. Then smashed All for One's face into his knee. All for One retaliated by grabbing Izuku by the head. His fingers punctured his right eye. Though a small wound like that would never slow Izuku down. He continued to pummel All for One into the ground, healing from whatever wound he got. You can't win. Izuku shouted, implanting his fist into All for One's face, embedding his head into the ground. All for One spat fire at Izuku's face. Not caring, Izuku grabbed his jaw and ripped it off. The ground shook every time he landed a hit. He was on top of All for One, repeatedly bludgeoning the man. Not letting him get up and taking whatever attack All for One threw at him. Though from an outsider's point of view, it looked like the two were having a very aggressive fight. It didn't help that Izuku was in his underwear. We can fight forever. I will just come back. Knowing everything you can do. Izuku shouted, slugging All for One in the gut, but it seemed as the blow was absorbed. I can tell you can't fight me forever. No matter what happens to me, I can come back newer. You're going to get tired of fighting me. Izuku said, using a stone to bash his head. I've come back after I've died. You can't take my hits forever. Wanna let me win? He shouted, throwing rapid punches at All for One. All for One couldn't keep up with his speed and output of his attacks. But this is much more fun. This pain you feel is a lot better than beating you in one attack. Izuku proclaimed, dodging a lightning bolt. His body was moving with One for All perfectly and acclimated to it. Every passing moment this cancer-ridden body is getting faster and stronger. I could care less about the blowback when it happens. He screamed as the quirks went wild under his control. All for One was trying to overpower Izuku, but One for All at its full strength, along with the extra quirk occasionally activating, was making it hard. His senses soon locked on to a group that was currently gathering a lot of energy in one spot. Grinning, his body morphed around Izuku and went through him. Izuku clapped, causing All for One to disperse into bits. Thanks, he said, reforming and flying towards the group that just so happened to be the students sapping the city's electricity from the power grid. Oh no! Izuku shouted, swinging towards All for One, and using FA gene, he was able to build up a lot of speed. No, you don't! Izuku shouted, tackling him into a building where they continued to battle, collapsing the building on top of them. Handsome, Midoriya is using different quirks? Shoto said, trying to cool the railgun as it was heating up. It looks like All Might gave him One for All. She said absent-mindedly, using a torch on her baby with Himiko helping her out with the wiring. What's that? Kirishima asked. All Might's quirk can be passed down and gains more power from each user, Mei answered, with the building rumbling a bit. All Might's quirk is that? Monama shouted. Yeah, Aiza told me a while ago. Looks like All Might gave the rest of his to him, May said while taking a bite of a sandwich. This needs more mustard. Ibra used her vines to reinforce the building, while Momo and Kodai made more support beams on the ground floor. The rest were getting supplies to make sure that this thing got online enough to fire. All for One flew towards them, only for Izuku to use Black Whip to grab his foot. Then he swung All for One through a building. "Stay away, bad kitty!" Izuku shouted, avoiding an air cannon that hit a tower, obliterating it. "So much collateral damage, I wonder who will be blamed," All for One said as Izuku ignored him and floated in the air. "Let's put these quirks to work," Izuku said excitedly, activating Black Whip as it moved sporadically. It wrapped around the base of multiple buildings. Gritting his teeth, Izuku began to lift them. Slowly but surely, Izuku uprooted the buildings and lifted them into the air as if they were toy houses. Using them, Izuku batted All for One around, then used them to smash on top of him. And again, and again, and again, and again, until all he had in his hands was just rubble. All for One dug his way out to see Izuku waiting for him. "I'm waiting, old man, or do I pull the plug early?" Izuku asked All for One. They clashed. This time, Izuku was sent flying back. All for One coughed out blood. "Using absorption and reflection still hurts a bit," he said, using the opening to dash towards the students, as some of them would have useful quirks. He was a block away until he felt a tug on his foot. He saw a small wisp of Black Whip on him. Ripping it off, he continued his way. He suddenly caught a bullet that was aimed at his head. Looking up, he saw a dark blue and pink-colored short-haired woman with a sniper for an arm. "Hello," she stated, looking down at him from an icy ledge. All for One looked amused until suddenly the bullet exploded, ruining his arm. Then he felt 3 bullets pierce him. They blew up as well. "Like them?" "I got more," one named Arson. "Guess what that one does," Lady Nagant stated, taking out a pistol to dual-wield her weapons. "Why is an ex-traitor hero here? Come with me and I can destroy the hero world you despise," All for One said, healing up completely. "I would, but it just so happens that another maniac got to me first and won my heart first," she said, jumping off the icy ledge and using a grappling hook to maneuver around. "Then you have no use," All for One stated, getting shot once and getting set on fire. "There's Arson. Next, meet Ice Queen," Nagant shouted as All for One was blindsided by an ice pillar from the ground. All for One was sent into the air, and the night sky suddenly glowed bright blue. "Burn!" Tuya shouted, blasting him with his wild blue fire. "Prominent jet burn!" he shouted, scorching All for One. "Don't leave me out!" Izuku shouted. "Detroit smash!" He sent All for One into the ground. Then grabbed Ray and Nagant with Black Whip. "You two shouldn't be here, but what you just did was so impressive," he said as Nagant tried to push him away. "And not the time," she muttered as he hugged her. "Why, she is right," Ray said as Izuku nodded. Ray made an ice road that they stood upon. Tuya landed next to them. "What's the plan?" "He isn't going down," Tuya stated. "My bullets only hinder him," Nagant added. "Same with my ice. I have more than enough strength and quirks to fight him one-on-one, but he will just stall me out," Izuku responded as he thought about a plan. "Get Endeavor and we are scorching him. If not, I will do something much more stylish," he said as he looked at Ray and Nagant. "Ray, help the students, Nagant you cover fire for me." "What will you do?" she asked as Izuku smiled. "Be the bait." Izuku dived toward the ground, activating One for All and the rest of the quirks. Intercepting All for One getting up and tackling him to the ground. "All of this just to kill me?" All for One asked. "Yes, what are you? Dumb?" Izuku answered, using Black Whip to grab his face and pull it towards his fist. Then smashed his fist into All for One's face. Suddenly both of them were ignited on fire by bright orange and blue flames. "Tuya, don't let up. Endeavor, don't you die on me." Endeavor shouted, finally being able to fight. "Whatever you say, old man." Tuya responded by increasing the heat as some of his skin burned. "Nu!" All for One shouted as he burned. "Shut up!" Izuku shouted, locking him down with Black Whip and his strength. Inside the flames, the two burned brightly. In an attempt to escape, All for One began to tear Izuku off of him, only for explosive bullets to halt him. "You aren't leaving," Izuku grunted out as he burned as well. "I will send you to meet him his death." Doubling his hold on All for One, Izuku heard the inner voices of One for All telling him to move. He looked up to see a Numu coming out of a portal. The Numu crashed upon him and bit down on his neck. Prying the jaws off, he tore them away and found All for One attacking Endeavor, who was still burning the man. "Me your quirk!" All for One shouted, about to touch him, only for his hand to be blasted off. Not slowing down, he dove towards him. Then, out of nowhere, All for One was ripped in half by a massive bullet that tore through him, followed by a massive shockwave that they all took point blank. Mei cheered as a rail gun took out the lights of the entire city with a single shot. "Load another. This time a whole clip," she shouted, not noticing an ink portal opening. Out fell the burned and bullet-filled All for One. Katsuki went to attack, only to be smacked into the building. Ida sped forward, getting the same treatment. Using the opening, Shoto made an ice ramp to slide Mei away from the man. "Give me the child." All for One blasted the ice away as a chunk hit Mei in the forehead, causing her to bleed and fall back. Himiko rushed to cover her as Kyoka blasted her heartbeat through a massive speaker. All for One returned the favor by blasting her into the wall, then did the same to the others that stood before him. Himiko transformed into Izuku, and All for One tore her in half from the stomach, untransforming the moment she hit the ground. Rei didn't get to move as she was impaled by his finger spikes. "Get out the way, you aren't part of the main cast." Izuku swung to the top of the building to see Mei covered in blood, Himiko in half, Kyoka against a bloody wall, Rei kneeling while bleeding, Katsuki on the ground bleeding, and the others having similar fates. All for One reached for Mei's stomach as his vision went red. Izuku blitzed straight towards All for One and grabbed him by the hair. Then leaped off the building, slamming the man into another building, dragging his face down the wall and leaving a bloody stain. Activating Black Whip, Izuku wrapped it around All for One's neck and began to strangle him. All for One slammed Izuku into the ground, but he wouldn't let go. All for One grabbed his wrist, touching the teleporting watch. Setting it to rapid fire, the two teleported, appearing all around the world while they fought. First appearing in New York, destroying Times Square, then disappearing right in front of a blonde-haired woman who just so happened to be the #1 hero of America. The hell? Izuku and All for One reappeared in Italy, crashing into the Leaning Tower of Pisa, causing the tower to be set straight. Then they crashed into the Sahara Desert, making a massive cloud of sand. All for One launched them into another mound of sand turned glass. Izuku tightened his hold as they teleported again, this time thousands of meters underwater, where the two were being crushed by the pressure until they disappeared again. Reappearing above Yellowstone and landing in the scalding hot water that boiled them until they disappeared again. This time inside Mt. Fuji, the two burned and boiled in the magma that hardened on their skin as All for One tried to cool the magma. Until again they disappeared and reappeared somewhere else. They crashed upon a yellow-tinted land with yellow clouds. It was hot as well, and they couldn't breathe the air. Even so, Izuku continued to strangle and beat All for One. Suddenly, purple drops of water hit their skin, melting it away with ease. The two then appeared on a blue land where the gravity was weighing them down, and they were sinking into the ground. All for One and Izuku were teleporting everywhere. Earth wasn't the only place they appeared. Across the galaxy, they fought, whether it be Pluto or Mercury. In one instance, they appeared in front of a purple giant, also destroying an armada of ships in an outburst of energy from All for One, while also appearing all around Earth, causing a lot of damage. Izuku held All for One down, pushing him towards the sun as the two burned away from the heat. Nagant grappled to the top of the building to see the scene of what happened. She looked at the cut-in-half Toga to see that she was still moving. Rushing over, she asked, "Are you okay?" "No, I am in half. Just put my bottom half closer so I can do what Zuzu does," she responded. Nagant didn't question what she was told, and Himiko was able to get up properly. "Did not know you could do that," Nagant said, surprised. Neither did I. Maybe because I drank a lot of Zuzu's blood, so my body adapted to the constant influx of his healing cells. So due to All for One ripping me in half, it caused enough pain and stress to force my body to assimilate and copy a weaker version of his healing. But that's just a guess, Himiko said as she went around feeding her blood to the injured. As they healed, another building was slammed into, revealing a very burnt Izuku and All for One still fighting. They aren't stopping, Rei said as Himiko healed and closed her wound. We can't stop it, but we can help, Endeavor stated, landing next to them and looking at Rei. Then he walked away as Tuya arrived. Burning won't kill, Tuya said. But it will help, Shoto stated, walking up. Then let's go, Endeavor said, taking off as Izuku raised his hand into the air. Texas smash, he shouted, crushing All for One's head in and doing it again. Shoto covered the two in an ice tube that the trio shot their fire into, turning it into a blast furnace. Let me go. All for One yelled, flipping Izuku to the ground. But I don't love you. Izuku shouted, uppercutting him into the air. Following it up by using Black Whip to pull him down, then punching him in the gut, going right through as if he were Play-Doh. You hurt them, Izuku said, stopping All for One from warping away. Don't run, he said as the fire burned around the two. The two of them looked like skeletons with burnt flesh that refused to pass on. The fire burned brightly as Izuku stood over him. He leaned to the side, dodging an attack from All for One, who was on his last legs. Izuku picked him up and activated One for All, pushing it past its limits. Nana and the rest told him to calm down, but Izuku ignored their pleas. He smashed All for One into the ground, then grabbed a lamppost and stabbed it right through All for One, pinning him to the ground as Izuku floated up and used Black W. It acted out of control, but he forced it under his control. It glided through the air towards the railgun, wrapping around it and tearing it off the roof. A single strand of Black WP went to the girls patting their heads, but whirled around Mei to see if she was okay. The railgun was held by Izuku as he aimed it at All for One. Then without warning he shot again and again until the clip was empty, so Izuku grabbed the barrel of the gun. About to get a hole-in-one, he shouted, hitting the remains of the ancient villain back into the crater that was Kamino. By the time All for One landed there, Izuku was already waiting for him. By this point, All for One was just a torso with a head, no arms or legs. He was still breathing but barely. You know this, all of this would have been avoided if you just left me and my family alone. I would have let you and the doctor go, but no, you just had to do this, Izuku said, blood exiting his mouth as One for All was still activated. If you come back, this will look like a cakewalk compared to what I will do to you if you come back, he said as All for One shot an energy blast of lightning at Izuku. Using danger sense, Izuku dodged it. Might as well have fun since you decided to do that. Can't have the viewers see what I'm about to do, Izuku said, activating smokescreen. All for One, not wanting to find out, grew multiple limbs that wrapped around Izuku. In an attempt to assimilate him, All for One was torn off by Izuku. Though he was able to absorb chunks of Izuku, healing rapidly, just stay down, Izuku yelled, doing a downward kick. The helicopter that recorded the fight couldn't see even through the smoke. Neither could any of the students or pros. Mei was being carried by Ochako as they all rushed to see if Izuku was okay and if the battle was finally over. Tuya, Shoto, and Endeavor ran forward as well. Rei and Nagant were using her ice ramps to travel to get to the scene. Endeavor watched her and looked down, activating his flames to fly forward. Tuya was being cooled down by Shoto as his body was burnt from his fire. All of a sudden, a massive explosion happened within the smoke. It expanded until it just dissipated, leaving a very injured Izuku that collapsed forward. All for One limped to the side, badly injured. He always have a backup plan, All for One said, with most of his body being gone. He suddenly threw up blood and began to fall apart. Pushed it too far. I have enough strength too, so he didn't perfect it, Izuku excitedly said, getting up after his own attack was reflected back at him. He activated One for All and it sparked crazily. Until suddenly, One for All faded from him. Sorry, you ran out of time, but I'll stay with you to see this through to the end, Nana spoke to him as All for One smiled. Looks like the little embers you had ran out. Ha, now I definitely don't have anything to fear from beating me. He was silenced as a massive explosion hit him, along with multiple familiar quirks hitting All for One. All for One went to retaliate to incinerate them only to get interrupted by a massive wave of ice from Shoto and Rei. All for One burst out with Izuku rushing towards him, landing a blow that hurt All for One a lot more than he thought it would. Izuku pummeled All for One as the others shot off their quirks at the two of them. Beat his butt. Nana shouted in his head as he grinned. With pleasure, my undead friend. Izuku said, tanking multiple javelins that pierced through him, hitting All for One. Using them, Izuku impaled All for One and used the extra one to bat his head, bending the weapon. All of you will soof, just die, you beastie. Katsuki shouted, sending another explosion at the battered All for One. Izuku teleported out of the way and reappeared with a land shark. Jeff, I choose you, he shouted, throwing Jeff at him. Jeff's jaws locked onto his face and he mauled All for One. Izuku grabbed him back while throwing a bucket of Mina's acid on his face. Izuku went to attack again as his body began rupturing out of nowhere, causing him to fall forward and his body wasn't healing anymore. Looks like One for All did leave a lasting effect on your body, Nana said. I couldn't tell, maybe you should be a fortune teller, he groaned, trying to push himself up. Don't be snippy about it. You knew about the strain it could have, Nana said as All for One was set on fire again for the 100th time. What's the plan? I am officially out of ideas, he muttered with his body refusing to listen to him. Well, you could use one of my super moves I made when I was alive, Nana suggested. What do I do? Oh, all you have to do is get him in the air and use gravity to burn him. To make sure, just get in the atmosphere and do what I said while using him as a shield, Nana said as Izuku thought about it. What's it called? Meteor. I like it, he said, reaching for his watch at the right moment. Kendo, throw me at him, and I know I have been the best. Kendo didn't let him finish. She just threw him with a lot of force. Izuku smiled as he got closer to All for One. His body crashed into him, then he bit down on his neck and teleported to the highest point he could in the atmosphere. The two fell towards the ground as Izuku did his best to hold All for One in front of him. Let me go. All for One began to burn away as Izuku got burned as well. Both were re-entering the atmosphere very fast. You die tonight. Later the doctor will as well. For everything you've taken from me. For all the bullshit you put me through for something that belonged to me. Izuku screamed at All for One. He laughed as he burned. Very well, Izuku Midoriya. Don't act as if you won because everything that you love or care for will disappear from you, All for One said. Izuku looked at him angrily. Don't act like you're on top. You are going to die right now. Nana spoke through Izuku as All for One grinned. Looks like the dead just won't disappear even after they've expired. Hell will open wide for you tonight and I will see it happen after what you did to my family. I agree, now let us all burn together. The trio plummeted towards the earth, with All for One soon being reduced to ashes before them. The healing factor fell apart from all the damage he took. Izuku fell, unable to slow down. He thought about the future as he fell. The fire didn't even hurt him, though it still burned him. His teleporter was out of charge, so he was lucky enough he had enough to do the one jump at the end. His body crashed in the crater that was Kamino, not being able to move as his healing factor hadn't kicked in and his body was too damaged to move. His classmates ran to him. Mei grabbed his body, ignoring that it was very hot. She checked her lover and sighed in relief as she heard his heartbeat. Shoto used his ice to cool Izuku down as they all watched and were worried. Soon, they all saw red and blue lights flashing with the police running towards them and some heroes. You are all under arrest. One yelled through a megaphone. Deadpool is #1 priority. We just got done fighting the big villain that All Might couldn't take out, Kyoka said, putting her hands up. Mei, grab Izuku and get out of here. Ibra said as Himiko nodded. Go home, Himiko said, transforming into Izuku. You heard her, Nagant stated, putting away her sniper arm. Mei looked at them as they all made a wall between them and the heroes/police. Denki charged up the watch enough for one jump. Mei typed the location on the watch as they got closer. Suddenly, a wall of bright orange fire halted the police and other heroes. "They are under arrest by my name," Endeavor said, stopping them. He looked at Mei and nodded. She took the opening and then teleported away with Izuku. She reappeared in front of a rundown pizzeria and slowly opened the door to peer inside. The tables and chairs were all destroyed, but the stage was almost untouched. The animatronics were off on the stage, and she smiled. "This is just a fixer-upper," she said, dragging Izuku in. Heading towards the security room, she grabbed a spare blanket that was left behind. She left it and gingerly slid her hand down the wall of the hallway. All the posters were very dirty and dusty. The memories of this location were still very much alive, the good ones and the bad ones. It still was her first home. She rubbed her stomach. "Can't wait for you, you will soon need a name." She thought about it for a bit. "Oh, I know. Organic baby number 1. It just fits." She walked to Izuku, who was passed out from his final move. Mei wrapped the blanket around both of them. His healing factor finally kicked in as he slowly healed while she held him. "It's been a long day. You came to save me with all our friends. So rest, Izuku Midoriya Bakugo," Mei said, ruffling his regrown hair. "Someday that will be my name, so just wait for me," she said. Falling asleep, laying his head on her lap while placing her hand on her stomach. Back at the destroyed bar, an inky portal opened to reveal a disheveled and sweating doctor. He wore large goggles and a lab coat. "Damn it. The failure got in my way," he muttered, moving around the debris. "Deadpool, you slowed me, but you did not stop me," he said, finding what he was after. In front of him lay the severed right arm of Izuku. It was the one that was sliced off by Kurogiri's portal. "Not what I wanted, but it will work for now till I get more parts to swap," he said, disappearing through the portal.